This young man is sitting here complaining to the school beauty opposite him. Even though he is actually a transmigrator, his family is dirt poor. And to make it worse, he has 0 cheat code buffs. Subai is seriously starting to doubt his transmigration. Right then, a system screen suddenly pops up right in front of his face, making him gasp in surprise. Awakened profession: Beast Tamer. Low-level common tier. Age 18. Constitution 4. Agility 5. Spirit 5. As a Beast Tamer, he can sign contracts with living creatures to turn them into his pets. His talent is infinite evolution, allowing his contracted pets to grow without limits and even surpass the legendary god tier. The attributes and talent of his pets will share back to the master. The higher their level, the higher the feedback rate. System warning: 1. The invasion of 10,000 races. A global crisis. Warning 2. Known tiers are common: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord level, king level, and god tier, with each tier split into low, mid, and high ranks. Is this his actual system? While Subai is reading the notifications, Lin Yanran sees him zoning out and giggles. She waves her hand in front of him, asking with worry what is wrong and why he is sweating so much. As expected, others cannot see it. Subai thinks, gently pushing Lin Yanran's hand away and saying he is fine. The other boys witnessing Subai touching their goddess react with pure rage. And a buzzcut kid among them steps up. He grumbles that Subai is greedy, promising to teach him a painful lesson, just as the guy is about to use his fists to settle things. A female teacher walks in, telling everyone to quiet down because she has great news to share. The official website of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University just released a major announcement, stating that starting with this class, those with special abilities can bypass the written exams and enroll directly, even for those with a reserve martial artist physique. The passing score for academic exams has been cut in half. Before heading out, Teacher Li leaves them with a reminder, telling anyone who has awakened a special ability or has a martial artist foundation to report to her office to register. This is perfect since he has a special ability, meaning he can get direct admission to the university. Making Subai smirk. Having lived in this world for 17 years, he can easily read between the lines of this sudden university reform. Clearly, the situation in Jiangzhou has become quite dangerous. But now that his system is active, he is determined to keep his family safe during these chaotic times. To grow stronger, he must enter a military-backed martial arts university. Luckily, with his new beast taming ability, he just needs a pet to secure that exam exemption and take his first step into the university. Determined to get into that university, Subai steps inside a local pet shop, ready to spend his entire savings of over 2,000 yuan, accumulated over 10 long years. The system was supposed to automatically scan for compatible beasts. So why is it completely silent right now? Lost in thought, Subai walks past rows of glass display cases filled with caged pets. The sales assistant spots him and welcomes him warmly, asking if he needs any help finding a pet. When he says he is a beast tamer, the employee points out a black cat with nether cat bloodline, saying it can easily reach silver tier but costs 36,000 yuan. That 4-eared dog over there has 6-eared demon wolf bloodline, but even that is 33,000 yuan. The assistant keeps talking up the pets, with prices getting crazier and crazier by the second. By the time she turns to look at him, Subai has already slipped away like a ghost. Subai leaves the shop empty-handed and heads home, while he is still stressing over what to do. The moment he steps inside his house, check this out. His system screen flashes with a sudden notification. A baby turtle. And the system asks if he wants to tame it. But that is just his dad's pet turtle. He can only curse that his very first pet is a tiny, dumb turtle, wondering what a useless little thing like that can even do. Subai stares skeptically at the clueless turtle, lying belly up in its glass tank. Finally making a decision. Since he cannot go to the dangerous battlefield to tame wild beasts yet, he decides he will just replace it later. But get this, that tiny turtle actually possesses the legendary Xuanwu divine beast bloodline, allowing it to grow infinitely and eventually challenge even the gods. Making Subai absolutely ecstatic, he hugs the turtle, laughing that this makes it totally worth it. Deciding he will never swap it for anything else. He will not trade it for the world. But right then, his little sister Su Xiaomei steps out of her room. Seeing this, she immediately demands to know what he is doing to Xiao Ba. Since it is their dad's absolute treasure, he insists he did nothing. Before Subai can even explain, Xiao Ba suddenly leaps out of his hands, dives straight into Su Xiaomei's favorite snack bag, and starts devouring everything, leaving both siblings completely stunned. She wonders how a turtle can even eat snacks when their dad already fed it this morning. But it is eating so much that Subai gets a sudden realization. The little guy is about to evolve. So instead of stopping Xiao Ba, Subai actually goes to fetch even more food. Half an hour later, Subai's parents return home and stare blankly at the living room, which looks like a complete war zone. Did they get robbed or what? That is my last snack. Su Xiaomei screams, hugging her treats as she runs around the house, while being chased by Xiao Ba at terrifying speeds. Is this really Xiao Ba? A turtle running that fast? Subai scratches his head with a forced laugh, listening to them bicker. He thinks it over and decides not to tell them the truth. After all, they already work hard enough. It is best not to mention that Xiao Ba is a bottomless pit. He should figure this out himself. Meanwhile, after turning the house upside down and devouring Su Xiaomei's snacks, Xiao Ba happily pats its bloated belly and pants with satisfaction. Suddenly, a burst of energy shaped like a majestic divine beast rises from Xiao Ba, filling Subai with anticipation. Now that it is full, is its legendary Xuanwu bloodline finally about to awaken? But the powerful silhouette above Xiao Ba only flashes briefly before completely vanishing. The Xuanwu bloodline is still locked, yet its appetite has somehow grown even larger. The next day, Subai has to return to the beast shop, quietly asking the female clerk if they buy exotic beast blood. Hearing this, the clerk asks, in shock, if he really has beast blood, and her voice is so loud that her boss sitting nearby catches every single word. The boss immediately sends the clerk off to do other work so he can personally welcome Subai himself. The boss invites the young man to sit down, asking to inspect the quality of the beast blood first. So Subai pulls out a small vial from his pocket and hands it over, taking a single sniff. The shop owner immediately recognizes it as high-grade beast blood, his eyes lighting up as he asks how much money Subai wants for it. It took quite some effort to draw this much blood from Xiao Ba, so it should be worth at least 100 yuan. With that in mind, Subai slowly raises one finger, prompting the shop owner to guess if he wants 1,000. Wait, 1,000 yuan. The boss has no idea Subai is simply shocked by the massive price, assuming instead that the young man is deeply unhappy with the offer. Believing Subai is an expert, the shop owner laughs it off, saying he was just kidding and that such premium quality is worth 10,000. What? Subai blurs out, thinking that is still not enough. The boss quickly offers his final price of 15,000, stating he cannot go any higher. Who knew Xiao Ba was this valuable? Subai quickly turns around to hide his widening grin before agreeing to the deal. He adds that if he did not need quick cash, he would never have sold it. After completing the deal, the boss and his clerk escort Subai out, warmly telling him to travel safely and to bring them any good stuff in the future. He never expected exotic beast blood to be this valuable, bringing in a whopping 15,000 yuan. Now Xiao Ba can easily fund his own massive appetite. Suddenly, Subai receives a call from teacher Li, saying the academic scores are out. along with an urgent reminder to come to school this afternoon to submit his applications. But because of his ancient phone and terrible signal, he can only catch a few random words. Just as Xiao turns into a quiet alley, his system screen suddenly flashes, a warning that 3 highly hostile targets are closing in within 10 meters of his position. The system advises caution. The first target is a beginner martial artist, while the other 2 are ordinary humans. Right as the warning disappears, 3 figures step out to block the alley, led by a massive thug. A closer look reveals this thug was actually chatting with the shop owner right before Xiao arrived, holding a heavy club. He smiles sinisterly and demands that Xiao hand over his valuables, pointing out how excited the shop owner was. Talk about terrible luck. But since only their leader is a beginner martial artist, Xiao knows he still has a fighting chance. Xiao quickly pretends to be terrified, claiming he only went to the shop to sell items. But the thug laughs and demands that he hand over the cash instead, agreeing to cooperate. Xiao reaches into his pocket but suddenly throws Xiao Ba straight at the massive thug's face. The thug reacts quickly, successfully blocking the turtle with his club, sending Xiao Ba flying back. But this opening allows Xiao to deliver a brutal kick to his groin, instantly dropping the leader. Seizing the moment, Xiao grabs Xiao Ba and runs, asking the turtle if it is okay after hitting that wooden bat. Xiao Ba squeaks back as if it only felt a tiny itch, leaving Xiao deeply impressed by the incredible strength of its shell. Seeing their boss down, the remaining 2 goons angrily charge forward together. Xiao Ba clings tightly to Xiao's hand, transforming it into an iron gauntlet as he delivers a few heavy punches to both goons. By now, the massive thug has dragged himself up, staring at Xiao with absolute hatred. But before he can even take a step, Xiao launches Xiao Ba straight at his face again, knocking him out cold. With the thugs dealt with, Xiao is about to leave when Xiao Ba suddenly crawls over to the leader, snatches a vial, and gulps it down. Xiao quickly grabs the bottle to inspect it, only to gasp in shock when he realizes it is vital blood medicine. Good grief. 1 bottle of this costs tens of thousands. A martial artist takes a whole month to absorb this. Yet, you just down it all at once. Can he even digest that? Suddenly, a vibrant green light wraps around Xiao Ba's entire body. At the same time, Xiao feels a massive shift inside. This strengthening is incredibly intense. Moments later, Xiao Ba's evolution wraps up. His body has grown noticeably larger, and all his core attributes have skyrocketed. He even unlocked a completely new beast taming talent, making the little turtle a mid-tier common beast. Though his mythical bloodline is still locked, reaching bronze rank will partially activate that bloodline, sending his stats through the roof. His constitution is now 32, defense is 38, agility is 10, and spirit is 10. First, talent, full body shell retraction. Tucking into a defensive stance inside his shell boosts his defense by 300%. But in this state, he cannot move or attack. Second talent is turtle skin, which burns some stamina to boost his defense by 50 to 100%. With 32 constitution and 38 defense, his physical size has grown too. If he remembers school lectures correctly, even the strongest normal tier power type beasts usually max out around 30. He is this strong. Before even activating his bloodline, imagine the power once it wakes up. Honestly, you can't blame Xiao Ba for looking so smug. Xiao smiles, leaning down to pat his head. All right. Now that you are fed, let us get moving. With that, he heads straight to school. Written exam scores are out, and today, they are gathering everyone's university choices. There is another major announcement tomorrow. Instructors from the Martial Arts Academy are coming to test the students' special abilities. Just like before, there are 2 exam exemptions up for grabs. While Teacher Li lectures on stage, Lin Yanran whispers to Xiao, asking if he has made up his mind. Is it going to be the Literary Academy or the Martial Arts Academy? Subai answers without hesitation he is absolutely going to the Martial Arts Academy. She asks why he will not apply to the Literary Academy with her. Going to the Martial Arts Academy means heading to the battlefield, and that is insanely dangerous. Worried about his grades. Subai responds that someone has to step up for the front lines. He wants to go protect the people who matter most, making her wonder if she is one of them. While Lin Yanran is lost in thought, a teacher approaches and asks her which academy she plans to apply to. Subai figures she probably hasn't awakened any abilities or done physical training, so she will definitely choose the Literary Academy. Lin Yanran hesitates and says she needs to think about it a bit more. But by that very night, she finally makes up her mind. She calls Subai to deliver the news she is heading to the Martial Arts Academy too, and has a surprise waiting for him. He is shocked, asking if she is seriously joking around. She tells him she is not. But before she can finish her sentence, Subai completely cuts her off, telling her he has to go because some urgent business came up. He quickly hangs up the phone. In reality, he just had to clean up a huge mess left by Xiao Ba. So his urgent task is teaching this little rascal a lesson in manners. The next morning, the instructors from the Martial Arts Academy arrive at Subai's school right on schedule. Everyone is asked to give a warm welcome to instructor Zhang Kai, who has come to say a few words. He is a senior alumnus and a powerful martial artist who actually graduated from this very school. Amidst teacher Li's introduction and a round of applause, Zhang Kai steps up to the podium with an incredibly serious expression. A year ago, 126 graduates entered the Martial Arts Academy, and only 65 of them are still alive today. 2 years ago, 98 students passed, and only 32 survived. 3 years ago, 86 entered, but today only 11 of them are still standing. He tells the students he is not saying this to terrify them, but to make them realize that joining the Martial Arts Academy is not about boasting, it is about duty, heavy responsibility, danger, and protecting their homes. The Martial Arts Academy is where the strong are forged. Asking if they truly want to become strong. The crowd roars in agreement. He looks forward to seeing their performance. As the assembly ends and Subai prepares to leave, Teacher Li suddenly calls him back. After confirming his identity, Zhang Kai delivers the shocking news Subai has been fast-tracked and directly admitted, so he needs to prepare for immediate enrollment. Subai is completely stunned, pointing at his own face and asking if he was really fast-tracked. He is told a bus is already waiting at the school gate. After grabbing his gear, Subai and the other chosen students board the bus to head straight to the academy. A female instructor has been assigned by the school to guide the group. She shows them around campus, helps them collect their training uniforms, and leads them to the dorms, pointing out the boys' dormitory. She tells them to head inside, to rest up and change into their new training gear. An announcement regarding the entrance exam schedule will follow shortly. With that, the boys head off to find their assigned rooms. Shortly after, Subai finally arrives at his assigned dormitory room. Before he can even step inside, voices echo from within, discussing how resources are absolutely everything in the early stages of cultivation. He starts boasting about how his father recently acquired 3 extremely rare drops of beast blood from Yushan, even getting a grandmaster pharmacist to refine them into top-tier body-tempering potions. Everyone knows a treasure like this is incredibly hard to find. The other 2 roommates stare at the bottle in his hands with wide eyes, marveling at the strange, vibrant color of the rare beast blood. They have never seen it. One of them mentions his family bought blood chi powder before, but seeing raw, rare beast blood like this is a first. Right then, Subai walks through the door with a friendly smile, introducing himself as their new roommate for room 303. Han Jiagang welcomes him warmly, happy to see that Subai has arrived to finally complete their 4-man dorm room. He introduces himself as Han Jiagang, pointing out Tao Jiajun and Fan Shangan, who both smile and tell Subai to make himself at home since they are all brothers now. They quickly call Xiao Ba over to take a look at the rare beast blood that Han Jiagang's father managed to buy. Han Jiagang proudly holds up the small bottle. He boasts that his father had people searching the entire country before finally tracking down this treasure in Yushan. Hearing it was only 3 drops from Yushan, Xiao Ba immediately realizes this is the exact batch he sold. So he casually asks if such rare blood is incredibly expensive. It is not expensive. Han Jiagang says each drop was only a little over 30,000, making the total for 3 drops under 100,000, which is nothing to them. Xiao Ba's face instantly darkens as he curses the greedy merchant who bought his blood for 30,000 and flipped it for nearly 100,000. Before he can dwell on the betrayal, loud shouting erupts from the neighboring rooms, urging everyone to look at the incredibly gorgeous girl standing right downstairs. Students are screaming that they will definitely vote for her to become the next campus beauty queen of the university. They are completely losing their minds over her perfect figure and calling her their absolute goddess. Naturally, and the boys in room 303 get curious and rush to look out the window. They gasp at how beautiful she is, agreeing she is easily campus queen material, while wondering who on earth she could possibly be looking for. Downstairs, the strict female warden eyes her suspiciously, pointing out it is a male dorm. But Lin Yuran simply smiles and politely says she is here to find Xiao Ba. The warden immediately bellows toward the building, demanding to know who Xiao Ba is and telling him to get downstairs because a beautiful girl is waiting. The roommates turn to Xiao Ba in absolute shock. But before they can even ask a single question, he is already dashing down the stairs. After a brief chat, Lin Yuran stuffs some cultivation medicine into Xiao Ba's hands and quickly leaves before he even has a chance to refuse. Thanks to his close connection with the campus goddess, Xiao Ba instantly gains a mountain of jealous male enemies, excluding his 3 new roommates. The moment Xiao Ba steps back inside, his roommates treat him like absolute royalty. Han Jiagang immediately tries to butter him up, suggesting that since they are dorm brothers, Xiao Ba could easily ask his goddess friend to introduce some of her cute classmates to the rest of the group to help them out. Since it is their very first day together, Han Jiagang proposes they head out to a nice restaurant for dinner so they can properly celebrate and get to know each other. With that, the 3 roommates head out to get things ready. Leaving the room, Xiao Ba smiles, finding his new roommates quite entertaining, and decides to step out to get some fresh air himself. He unzips his backpack to let Xiao Ba out, inspecting the medicine Lin Yuran gave him, realizing it is premium blood chi powder that will make the little guy very happy. Looking deeply at the creature, he playfully asks if it knows what needs to be done once it finishes eating the powerful medicine. That evening, Han Jiagang takes everyone to an incredibly fancy restaurant, which actually makes Xiao Ba feel a bit out of place. Xiao Ba worries that such a lavish place might be too expensive, but Han Jiagang tells him to just relax and enjoy because everything is fully covered. He raises his glass to propose a toast, stating that he feels incredibly lucky to make such great friends at the university, especially someone as amazing as Xiao Ba. Tao Jiajun and Fan Xianggan instantly agree, eagerly raising their glasses for a toast. Xiao Ba tells them to sit down and drop the formalities since they are all roommates now, promising that his high school friend Lin Yuran can definitely introduce some of her cute classmates to them later on down the line. Leaving that aside for now, Xiao Ba mentions to Han Jiagang that he might actually need a small favor. Han Jiagang happily agrees. So Xiao Ba explains he has some rare beast blood he wants to sell and could use a hand finding a buyer. The other roommates watch in utter shock as Xiao Ba pulls out a bottle of rare beast blood. They immediately notice that this blood is of a far higher grade than Han Jiagang's bottle. Although slightly jealous, Han Jiagang has to admit, this blood is on a completely different level than anything he has ever seen. Fearing he might misjudge its true worth, he immediately decides to call his experienced father right away to get an expert valuation on the spot. The moment his father picks up, he immediately barks. Asking if his son is already out of money, he lectures him, saying he sent him to the university to train hard and become strong, not to waste his days partying. Han Jiagang helplessly cuts in, explaining he does not need money, and that he actually has some very important business to discuss. He reveals his roommate has 7 drops of incredibly rare beast blood for sale, and the quality easily surpasses the 3 drops they got last time. Fearing he would misprice it, he called. Shocked, his father asks if he is sure, unable to believe there are 7 high-quality drops available. Dad, it is absolutely real. If you do not believe me, just come over. I will send the address so you can bring Master Cao right away. An hour later, after examining those 7 drops of beast blood, Master Cao is incredibly excited, calling them absolute top quality. He says the raw energy inside is something he has never witnessed in his entire life. These are the absolute purest blood drops from a rare, normal class beast. If he refines these 7 drops of blood essence himself, they could easily become at least 1 marrow cleansing pill. Han Jiagang's dad is quite skeptical, asking if that rating is a bit too high. But the master insists it is completely accurate, even with top-tier testing equipment. The actual value of this blood essence would only turn out higher than his current estimation. Han Jiagang looks at Su Bai with absolute admiration, amazed that his friend's beast blood essence is actually this incredible. Master Cao steps forward to ask the young man if he even knows how much this beast blood essence is actually worth. Su Bai smiles, explaining that his friend entrusted him to not sell these rare blood essence drops for money, but to only exchange them for equivalent vitality potions instead. Oh, is that so? Since he is Han Jiagang's classmate, the elder refuses to let him lose out and decides to take all 7 drops of blood essence. He offers to arrange for someone to deliver 4 bottles of vitality potions to him in exchange. Asking how that sounds, Su Bai agrees and thanks him. But Uncle Han does not stop there, suddenly asking if the young man wants to join their Han family. He promises that their family can provide him with all his future cultivation resources completely free of charge. Su Bai politely declines the offer, thanking him but explaining that he has no plans to join any family clan right now. The father urges him to think it over and reconsider what the Han family has to offer. As the father keeps trying to persuade him, a sharp voice suddenly cuts in, declaring that since Su Bai already refused, absolutely nobody can force him to join any clan. An angry Lin Yanran walks right in, asking if they heard her words clearly. Su Bai asks in surprise what she is doing here, while Han Jiagang is just as shocked, recognizing the young goddess. The father asks why she came, and she casually replies that she had some business nearby and happened to run into them. The father is about to snap at her when Master Cao quickly leans in to whisper that this girl is someone very special. Shocked by the revelation, the father instantly changes his tune, putting his hands on their shoulders and laughing off the massive misunderstanding. He calls them good brothers, but Lin Yanran ignores him completely. Turning to Su Bai to ask if he is heading back to school, she suggests they walk together. And since his business here is finished, Su Bai happily agrees and gets ready to leave with her. Before stepping out, he bids them farewell, telling Han Jiagang that he will see him back in their dorm room later. The father politely tells Su Bai to take care, while Han Jiagang tries to tag along, asking his goddess to wait for him. He tries to run after them, but his father grabs him, ordering him to head back home with him instead. Once the two are finally out of sight, the father pats his son's shoulder and seriously advises him to build a close relationship with Su Bai, as it could secure their family's future. He also warns him to keep a safe, highly polite distance from Lin Yanran at all times, making sure he understands. Han Jiagang asks in confusion if his friend and the goddess are really that powerful, since he never noticed anything unusual. 2 days later at the Martial Arts University training grounds, Zhang Kai stands before the fully gathered crowd to announce that every single freshman must undergo intensive special training. This time, their training ground will be the dangerous Myriad Races battlefield. The announcement instantly sparks panic among the students, who whisper about the extreme dangers of training in such a lethal place, while they worry about losing their lives. Zhang Kai continues, explaining that they will be divided into classes of 50. Each class will have a bronze-level instructor who will provide the detailed guide for this training, wishing them all a victorious and safe return. The instructor quickly dismisses himself from the stage. The students immediately scatter to find their assigned classmates and introduce themselves. Lin Yanren happily runs over to Xiao Ba, teasingly asking if he arranged for them to be in the same class. At that moment, their instructor Lu Yushin approaches Class 8 and orders them to gather around, introducing herself as their official mentor, who will walk them through the exact details of this training mission. The surrounding students stare with wide eyes, completely captivated by how beautiful and stunning she is. Used to such reactions, she ignores the stares and calmly announces their very first assignment. They must write their wills within 1 day. Then gather at the teleportation square at 8 tomorrow morning to depart for the dangerous myriad races battlefield. Warning them not to be late, she walks away, leaving the freshmen utterly terrified and wondering if they will actually survive this ordeal. Some panic about carrying on their family name, while others rush back to write their final words to their parents. Lin Yanren asks Xiao Ba if he has made any plans yet. Xiao Ba simply replies that he has not prepared anything and is just heading back to the dorms first. Lin Yanren smiles and bids him farewell until they meet again tomorrow. Right behind Xiao Ba, Han Jiagung grins at Tao Jiajun and Fan Xiang'an, wondering what they should prepare since they are heading to the battlefield tomorrow morning. A bit later in the dorm room, Han Jiagung speaks up to suggest that since they deploy tomorrow, they should all go out and hang, asking Xiao Ba to join. Xiao Ba smiles and politely declines, saying he still has things to do and they should go on without him. Han Jiagung nods, telling Xiao Ba to just call them anytime if he needs anything brought back from outside. Xiao Ba nods in agreement. Right then, Han Jiagung suddenly notices Xiao Ba eagerly devouring food from its bowl. Intrigued, he crouches down to tap on the shell, commenting that Xiao Ba's pet turtle is actually quite fascinating and has a very solid shell indeed. Xiao Ba chuckles, explaining that his pet is named Xiao Ba and is a total foodie. Han Jiagung finds it pretty amusing. He then stands up to leave, bidding Xiao Ba goodbye for the night. Tao Jiajun and Fan Xiang'an also wave and smile, saying they will see Xiao Ba later. Xiao Ba nods and wishes them a fun night out. Once they leave, he pulls out 4 bottles of blood chi powder, smiling at Xiao Ba while calling him a pure foodie who only knows how to eat. He promises to feed the turtle well today so it can put on a great show on the myriad races battlefield. At the sight of the blood chi powder, Xiao Ba's eyes light up as he uses his front legs to raise his bowl. A few minutes later, holding 2 empty bottles of blood chi powder, Xiao Ba tells the little guy to eat slowly since nobody is going to steal his food. And get this, the system chimes with congratulations as the pet turtle successfully evolves into a normal, high-grade beast, leveling up Xiao Ba as well. The pet turtle stats are now listed as normal high-grade, with 64 constitution, 78 defense, 20 agility, and 20 spirit. Talent 1 is defensive shell, which allows the turtle to retract its entire body inside to adopt a defensive stance. This skill boosts defense by 300%. But while in this defensive shell state, the pet cannot move or attack. Next up is turtle hide defense, consuming a set amount of physical energy to increase his defensive capabilities by 50 to 100%. Then comes talent 3, heavy strike, consuming a certain amount of physical energy to increase attack power by 100 to 200%, where the more stamina spent, the more devastating the blow. Master Xiao Ba, 18 years old, Beast Tamer class, normal high-grade tier, with 28 constitution, 15 base constitution, and 13 points inherited from his tamed beast, 19 agility, with 15 base agility and 4 points inherited from his tamed beast, 34 spirit, with 30 base spirit and 4 points inherited from his tamed beast. Taming the baby turtle at the normal grade grants him a 20% attribute inheritance, which will steadily increase as his pet continues to level up. At the next bronze tier, he will inherit 30% of those stats. Talent 1 is infinite evolution of contracted pets, where the stats and natural abilities of the tamed beast transfer a portion of power back to the master to boost their strength. Next is Talent 2, Turtle Hide Defense, which consumes a set amount of physical energy to increase defensive capabilities by 50 to 100%. Talent 3 is Heavy Strike, consuming a certain amount of physical energy to boost attack power by 100 to 200%, where spending more stamina unleashes a much stronger strike. Seeing this, Xiao Ba is thrilled, realizing that with the help of the blood chi powder, Xiao Ba has leveled up and boosted his 3 main stats to an insane degree. He praises Xiao Ba, telling him that they will fight their hearts out together once they reach the myriad races battlefield. When asked if he is ready, Xiao Ba immediately stands on his hind legs, waving his front claws enthusiastically to reply to Xiao Ba. The next morning at the teleportation plaza, all the students have gathered and are organized by staff into 3 large groups waiting in front of the portals. Soon after, a staff member approaches Zhang Kai to report. The instructor is informed that all students are fully prepped and ready to charge onto the battlefield at any given moment. After asking for orders, Zhang Kai commands the first teleportation array to open and prepare for transport. With a quick nod, the staff member rushes off to prepare. Meanwhile, over at Class 8, Han Jiagung stares at the massive portal ahead in sheer awe. He remarks that such a massive teleportation array can only be found at the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Yanron anxiously places a hand on Xiao Ba's shoulder, urging him to be extremely careful once they enter the battlefield. Xiao Ba smiles, telling her not to worry because they will definitely ace the mission. In no time at all, it is Class 8's turn to step forward. As they prepare to step into the glowing portal, Liu Yuxin speaks up to remind everyone to relax their bodies and brace for transport. Understood. The Class 8 students shout back before stepping into the teleportation portal one by one. After a brief moment of dizziness, they instantly find themselves in a completely foreign place. Could this really be the military base inside the myriad races battlefield? It is true. They really got teleported here. And man, it looks brutally intense. Haha. As they look around and whisper, a thunderous voice suddenly cuts them off. Everyone shut the hell up. Startled, they turn around and spot a scarred man standing there with a harsh expression. Seeing him, Liu Yuxin immediately straightens up and explains that Vice Commander Lai Dao must forgive them, as they are just clueless greenhorn recruits. Vice Commander Lai Dao barks out that he is the Vice Commander of Military Base F-269, so they can call him Vice Commander or Commanding Officer. He does not care if they are students or instructors once they step onto his turf. They obey his orders. Is that absolutely clear? The Class 8 students stand at attention and yell back. Understood. But Han Jiagung grumbles under his breath, muttering that he is just a Vice Commander, so there is no need to act so high and mighty. Xiao Ba quietly points out that judging by those battle scars, the man is definitely a highly experienced veteran officer. Vice Commander Lai Dao speaks up again, telling them they are quite lucky today since his squad just finished a major battle. Their very first assignment is to clean up the battlefield. While clearing the area, they must hunt down any remaining nether cats. This is the perfect training task for fresh recruits, and killing these beasts will earn them military merit points. They can then use those points at the logistics department to buy blood chi powder and stamina potions to boost their strength. Hearing this, Tao Jiajun pumps his fist excitedly, noting that great wealth indeed comes with great risk. Han Jiagang agrees, realizing why so many people risk their lives to come here. If merit points can buy high-grade medicines, seeing how highly motivated everyone is, the Vice Commander smiles, telling these kids he can see they cannot wait to get started. He orders them to move out immediately and follow him, and the students shout their agreement as they fall in behind him. Xiao Ba smiles to himself, thinking he must gather plenty of points for medicine so Xiao Ba can have a real feast. But their excitement does not last long, as they are about to face the grim and bloody reality of war firsthand. Wounded soldiers with missing limbs are being brought back. Lying on the ground and groaning in absolute agony, Tao Jiajun asks in terror if the nether cats caused those injuries, while Han Jiagung trembles, praying it is not true. Aren't those beasts supposed to be the lowest level monsters? How on earth can they be this terrifying? One of the girls panics, screaming that if even the weakest creatures are this deadly, she might never make it home alive. Liu Yushin frowns and snaps at them to quiet down, asking what they thought this battlefield actually was. Once they chose to enter the martial arts university, they had to be ready for deadly danger. Sensing the immense peril of this trip, Lin Yanren quickly raises her guard and quietly turns to Su Bai. She warns Su Bai to stay close to her out there, as she does not want him getting hurt. Su Bai simply nods, telling her to also be extremely careful. Soon, the group arrives at the camp gates, where the guards salute and quickly report to Vice Commander Lai Dao. They are currently securing the northern gate of the camp. They have already eliminated 35 beasts attempting to breach the perimeter today and await further instructions. The commander orders them to open up the gates so these rookies can see the real battlefield. And the guards quickly comply. As the gates creak open, Liu Yushin urges her students to perform well, as having the vice commander lead them personally is a rare chance. They shout their understanding, but Vice Commander Lai Dao only chuckles, asking if they left their wills at the post office, because from this moment on, they will be walking right alongside death. Once they step outside the camp, the students finally understand the true horror, as endless gunfire echoes relentlessly all around them. Savage beasts throw themselves forward recklessly, leaving the blood-soaked ground covered in a sea of corpses from both sides. Just then, a scarred soldier notices their group approaching and quickly walks over to ask some questions. He wonders why the vice commander is leading this personally, but Lai Dao simply tells him to cut the chatter. He orders a squad to accompany them and guard these students, and the scarred soldier immediately salutes. Liu Yushin commands everyone to listen closely, announcing that they are now moving deep into Sector F-269. It is a forest where the main horde has been cleared, so their task is simply harvesting beast cores from dead nether cats. Vice Commander Lai Dao then asks if the recruits are ready, and they eagerly roar back that they are. Vice Commander Lai Dao waves his hand and shouts for everyone to move out, while the scarred-faced soldier calls in the assault team to escort them. Along the way, the scarred soldier chuckles and tells Ms. Liao not to worry, because clearing a battlefield is usually completely safe. Sending these fresh martial arts university students straight into battle would basically be serving them up as free meals. None of us want that. But why did the vice commander personally lead this escort team? Vice Commander Lai Dao shoots him a glare, telling the talkative kid to stop asking about things he shouldn't. The scarred soldier quickly salutes, and Ms. Liao smiles, thanking the vice commander for taking the trouble to escort them personally. The commander insists it is no trouble at all, since these young students are the future defenders of their nation, making their safety his duty. Meanwhile, back at the Supreme Military Headquarters in the Imperial Capital, an urgent report lands on the Chief of Staff's desk. The latest intelligence from the Myriad Races battlefield shows a massive swarm of beasts breaching their outer defensive perimeter. Currently, more than 20 gold-rank elite fighters from the deadly Nether Cat race have joined the fray, launching coordinated assaults on 12 military bases along the southwestern border, including sectors D-128 and D-140. Hearing the dire news, the Chief of Staff immediately orders his team to track the horde's movement and tells all bases to raise their defense levels. With the new students currently out training on the battlefield, they cannot afford any mistakes. They are the future of the nation. After all, his subordinate quickly salutes and runs to relay the order. Sometime later at Sector F-269, the students are told to move fast because staying on an active battlefield for even one extra minute invites extreme danger. Directed by the experienced soldiers, the students of Class 8 are busy gathering resources from the fallen beasts as instructed earlier. Amidst the busy crowd, Lin Yanren points out to Xiao Ba that every single part of a nether cat, its fur, hide, blood, and claws is highly valuable for crafting top-tier weapons and potions. Xiao Ba nods. Realizing why so many people risk their lives to come to this deadly place when valuable materials are literally scattered everywhere. This means his beast companion Xiao Ba is going to feast tonight. While nearby, Tao Jiajun suddenly bursts into laughter, boasting that he just harvested a beast core and is about to get rich. Checking his system inventory, Xiao Ba quietly plans to gather more of these cores to exchange for blood chi medicine so Xiao Ba can level up once they get back. But just as they celebrate, a bright red system warning screen flashes directly in front of his eyes. System alarms blare as multiple enemy signals are detected hiding right around their seemingly quiet area. Reinforcements are completely out of reach. Extreme danger. A swarm of 164 hostile nether cats is rapidly closing in with deadly intent. The threat is currently located just 3 kilometers to the southwest. Urging the host to prepare immediately. It is a 5-star extreme threat, paired with a 4-star fatal danger rating. Xiao Ba bolts to his feet in absolute shock, whispering that while the previous warning was just a low-tier warrior, this one is an actual 5-star fatal threat to his life. Noticing his sudden pale face, Lin Yanran asks with concern if everything is all right. There is zero time to explain. So Xiao Ba frantically runs over to their instructor Ms. Liao and shouts that they are in serious trouble. He warns her that a massive wave of beasts is currently charging right at them from the southwest. Standing high up on a tree branch, Ms. Liao frowns and looks out toward the southwest. But her trained eyes see absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. She leaps down to the ground and firmly warns Xiao Ba that this battlefield is no place for childish jokes or panic. Causing a mass panic among the students could have disastrous consequences. But Xiao Ba desperately pleads with her, insisting he is not joking and that a massive horde is really coming. As Xiao Ba desperately tries to make his case, Vice Commander Li Dao walks over to intervene. The commander scoffingly points out that his own advanced senses guarantee there is absolutely nothing hostile within a 2-kilometer radius. But Xiao Ba stands his ground, urging the commander to believe him because over 100 nether cats are currently marching toward them from 3 kilometers away. The vice commander mocks him, asking if the kid honestly believes his rookie senses are somehow superior to a veteran soldier's. Ms. Liao quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, suggesting Xiao Ba is just overwhelmed by his first real mission and begging the commander not to take it personally. Lin Yanran steps forward to support him, stating that nobody should jump to conclusions before a proper investigation is conducted. She firmly declares her trust in Xiao Ba, prompting a grateful smile from him as he confidently beats his chest. He warns them that the pack is closing in fast and begs them to trust him, revealing he is a Beast Tamer with a unique danger-sensing ability. Ms. Liao is utterly shocked to hear this, demanding to know why his special awakened ability was never registered with the academy. Xiao Ba explains that because he received a direct admission to the university, the administration never updated his official records. Whispers break out among the other students as they gasp in utter disbelief upon learning about Xiao Ba's hidden power. They wonder how he could possibly be a Beast Tamer when none of them have ever seen his contracted beast. Right then, a scout comes sprinting back in pure terror, screaming that a massive swarm of nether cats has actually breached their perimeter. Realizing the imminent danger, Vice Commander Li Dao snaps into action, ordering everyone to immediately group up and stay close to him. Form a defensive formation. Move it quickly. The comms officer needs to contact the base immediately to request backup. The radio officer quickly reports back that the base just sent word they have detected a massive swarm of beasts surrounding their own perimeter too. There is no way they can send reinforcements. Liu Yushin anxiously asks Li Dao if there really are over 100 beasts heading their way, without any incoming backup. These young students stand absolutely no chance in a fight. Drawing his weapon with a grim expression, Deputy Commander Li Dao confirms that Xiao Ba was right. A massive swarm of beasts is rapidly closing in on them. He then points directly at Xiao Ba and Lin Yanren, barking orders to a scarred soldier nearby. He orders the officer to deploy 4 soldiers to protect these 2 students at all costs. Receiving a quick nod, Subai protests that he can fight and does not need protection, but right then, the Nethercats burst out and launch an attack. Low-tier bronze Nethercats fire back and protect the students. On Lai Dao's command, the soldiers raise their weapons and charge straight at the oncoming beasts to block their advance. Casualties quickly start mounting, forcing one of the terrified students to scream in fear. These are definitely not cats, they fight like a pack of savage tigers. Prompting Lai Dao to quickly issue another command. He yells to hold the defensive formation, believing that surviving this first wave of attacks is their only key to victory. He then calls out to the Martial University students, asking if they still remember their sacred oath. Suddenly, several Nethercats slip past the defense line, charging at the students who recite their oath to protect the Dragon Kingdom with their lives. They roar in unison, raising their weapons high to prepare for the swift beasts leaping right toward them. Right at that critical second, a boy wielding a sword and a girl carrying a bow charge out from the crowd. The girl is Zhang Mani, a low-tier bronze fighter who smiles confidently as they quickly take down the beasts. She tells them to just hold on while she shoots them down. Beside her is Luo Yongchang, another low-tier bronze. He laughs that these are just little kittens with nothing to fear, promising to smash them to pieces. Seeing them in action, Lu Yushin is thrilled to have the marksman Zhang Mani and the naturally strong Luo Yongchang on their side. This batch of students is incredibly talented. Subai watches them in awe. They are really strong and look cool doing it. Meanwhile, his only weapon is Little 8, while the other students cheer for their goddess. Money. They are so strong, even that big guy is a beast. One classmate tells Subai they might be stronger than him. Everyone agrees those two are on a completely different level, standing several tiers above the rest of the class. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoes through the area as a massive Nethercat, far larger than the others, enters their field of vision. Terrified, someone guesses it might be a Nethercat king or even a gold-tier beast. Lai Dao gasps in horror at the mid-silver tier Nethercat king, noting its 45 constitution and 88 agility stats. He demands to know why a silver tier king is here, telling them to radio the base for backup immediately. But Luo Yongchang has already leaped to the side of the king, raising his sword and dismissing the beast's title. Take a hit from me. Zhang Mani also gets close to blind the beast, while Lu Yushin watches in absolute horror, screaming at them to get back, because a silver tier is no joke. But it is too late. In the blink of an eye, the furious Cat King swats both of them down with a single claw swipe. As the beast lunges forward to finish them off, Lu Yushin screams that they are completely doomed if nobody steps in to help. Lai Dao realizes there is no time to pull them back and orders the machine guns to fire, but the bullets barely scratch the massive beast. The roaring beast charges straight toward the two who dare to challenge it. Terrified and trembling on the ground, Zhang Mani and Luo Yongchang desperately plead for someone to save them. Just when all hope is lost, watch as a mysterious object flies through the air and slams into the king's head, sending it flying. Shocked, everyone turns to see what could possibly knock back a silver-tier beast. Liu Yushin stares in complete disbelief, muttering that it looks like a turtle, while Han Jiagong immediately recognizes the creature as Subai's pet. Little 8. Subai steps forward to stand beside his pet, casually remarking that this kind of flashy entrance is always a bit embarrassing. He introduces himself as a Beast Tamer and tells everyone to clear out the smaller monsters while he and Little 8 handle the king. The other students are left completely speechless. How on earth can a simple turtle be this powerful? They can barely process a massive king being sent flying by a turtle. While Lin Yanran smiles, wondering if this is Subai's tamed beast. Subai orders his turtle to show this wild stray cat its true power, and Little 8 instantly charges toward the Cat King like a streak of lightning. This scene leaves a student wide-eyed and yelling Subai. How is this turtle running so fast? Is that even a turtle anymore nearby? Lai Dao watches Xiao Ba trade blows with the Nethercat King in shock. He never expected Subai to have this kind of power. Lu Yushin agrees, saying she did not expect this either. As Subai is definitely built different, she then turns to the class and shouts everyone. Subai has the Cat King pinned. Let us push forward and wipe out these remaining nether cats. Hearing this, the students rally with high spirits, joining forces with the soldiers to butcher the nether cat's charge. I will tear them to pieces. Let me handle them. Meanwhile, back at the fight, the nether cat king has pinned Xiao Ba with one massive paw while raising its other leg, bringing its razor-sharp claws straight down on the poor turtle. Xiao Ba just flashes a mischievous grin, retracting his entire body into his shell to activate his ultimate defensive talent. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ba is completely unharmed, while the nether cat king clutches its shattered claws and howls in absolute agony. Lai Dao gasps in shock. A common rank beast managed to block the silver tier claws of the cat king. What kind of freakish defense is this anyway? But he quickly snaps out of it, realizing there is no time to waste staring, because a golden opportunity has just opened up. Lai Dao orders his soldiers to cover him, then leaps high into the air directly above the nether cat king. The weak spots are the waist and belly. Li Dao mutters, taking advantage of the cat king being completely distracted by Xiao Ba and the soldiers. He dives down from above and plunges his sword deep into its body. The nether cat king screeches in pain, whipping its tail to send Lai Dao flying as he curses his slightly off-target strike. Swearing under his breath, Lai Dao regains his footing and charges right back at the monster this time. You beast. Only one of us leaves here alive. Meanwhile, Subai grins and commands Xiao Ba, who has returned to his side. Use your ultimate move. Hearing the command, Xiao Ba immediately starts spinning at high speed right on the spot. Then, as everyone watches in complete bewilderment, Subai channels his inner soccer player, winds up his leg, and kicks the spinning turtle forward. In an instant, Xiao Ba shoots off like a speeding bullet, slamming directly into the nether cat king's critical weak point. Lai Dao stops dead in his tracks and mutters another direct hit on its weak spot. Let us see you survive this one. Spoiler alert. It cannot. Using the last of its remaining strength, the nether cat king throws its head back and lets out one final roar before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Everyone immediately jumps up to celebrate, cheering that the cat king is down, while Li Dao sighs in relief and whispers, "We actually won." Lin Yanren runs over and hugs Subai tightly, squealing, "Subai, you are amazing. You actually defeated a gold-tier cat king." Subai smiles, saying, "Yeah. It is over." The others crowd around to shower him with praise, chanting, "Brother Su, you are insane. Brother Su, where did you buy this turtle? I want to get one myself." Hearing them mention Xiao Ba, Subai suddenly remembers his companion and looks around to find him, spotting the turtle busy digging a massive gold beast core out of the cat king's carcass. Subai snaps Xiao Ba, "What are you trying to steal this time? Get back here right now." Just then, someone notices something strange in the sky and yells, "What on earth is that up there?" Lai Dao looks up and panics. Oh no. This is extremely bad. Talk about dread. That dying screech from the cat king was actually a distress call to its own kind. Someone anxiously mutters, wondering if an even deadlier beast is currently heading their way. Meanwhile, back at the operations center, Elder Wen Yuan explains that based on energy fluctuations detected near the front line, an enormous swarm of highly dangerous and unranked beasts has suddenly swarmed base F-269. A moment later, the officer gasps, "Wait. What? Are you telling me that Lin Laohu's daughter is actually part of this trainee group?" Wen Yuan confirms it, pleading for immediate backup to secure her safety. Moving fast, the officer replies, "Understood. I will deploy a scout squad to escort you to the battlefield right away." Wen Yuan refuses, stating there is no time to wait and that he will head out on his own first, hoping that backups can make it there in under 20 minutes. The officer says, 20 minutes. Fine. I will issue the orders immediately. Pulling out his phone, He sighs anxiously. This is bad. If Lin Laohu loses his mind, all of Jiangzhou is going to pay the price. Back at base F-269, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes suddenly manifests in the sky, glaring down at the terrified crowd below. Along with it comes a booming voice, "Foolish humans. What a truly pathetic and lowly species." Liu Yushin shrieks in horror. How is this possible? Since when can these monsters speak human language? This terrifying beast Li Dao also cries out impossible. Any beast fluent in human tongue must be at least gold tier or higher. There is no way it should be around here. Hurry up and form a defensive wall. Get the wounded to the center. Just then, the eyes vanish from the sky. But someone spots a massive shadow towering next to the dead Nether Cat King and screams, "Look over there." What on earth is that thing? The shadow speaks again, calling them a lowly species that dared to slaughter its kind. It opens its massive maw to devour the corpse of the Nether Cat King, slowly revealing its terrifying true form to everyone. Staring at its terrifying form, Hunter Blade trembles in disbelief, claiming it is absolutely impossible for such a creature to appear here. At that very moment, a warning panel pops up right in front of Xiao Ba. Warning. Extreme danger. A gold rank beast has been detected nearby, and they must evacuate immediately. It is a 5-star deadly threat. A mutated Shadow Cat King at the gold rank. Its stats are wild, boasting Constitution at 272, Agility at 345, and Spirit at 275. Once heavily injured, it triggers Bloodlust and Frenzy, boosting its speed and attack power by 100% while cutting its defense in half. The system advises extreme caution, leaving Xiao Ba completely shocked to realize they are facing a genuine gold rank monster. Hearing this, his teammates panic, shouting that even their teacher has likely never encountered a beast of this caliber. Some cry out that they want to go home, begging to know why backup has not arrived yet. But get this, Hunter Blade knows they cannot drag this out, or everyone will end up dead right here. He orders everyone to escort the wounded and retreat while he acts as a shield, recklessly charging at the monster to buy them time. The Shadow Cat King scoffs at his weakness, casually flicking a single paw to send Hunter Blade flying backward. Then, it casually swings another devastating claw directly at him to finish the job. Seeing the danger, Xiao Ba quickly throws Xiao Ba forward, commanding his pet to protect the vice captain. Xiao Ba immediately leaps forward to shield Hunter Blade, blocking the blow with its shell, leaving the Shadow Cat King shocked by how incredibly hard the armor is. The beast feels a slight sting in its claws, but that is the extent of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba coughs up a pool of blood as 3 deep, jagged cracks split its shell, with fresh blood spilling out onto the ground. Hunter Blade desperately checks on the turtle, but before he can finish, Xiao Ba suddenly spits up blood and collapses. The system rings out. His pet is critically injured, triggering a legendary talent that forces the tamer and beast to share their life force and split all incoming damage. Lin Yanran rushes over to catch him, crying out in sheer panic upon seeing him injured. Liu Yushin and Hunter Blade look over in shock, wondering how he could possibly be hurt when the boss never even touched him. She realizes it is the shared origin connection and rushes over. Both of them rush to check on him, while Lin Yanran cradles him gently, desperately asking if he is okay. Xiao Ba weakly replies that he is fine, finding no external wounds. Liu Yushin realizes in absolute shock that Xiao Ba has indeed unlocked the legendary shared origin technique. Drawing her sharp sword, she quickly rallies the rest of the group, explaining that Xiao Ba is sharing the damage to save his pet, and they must rush in to support him. Han Jiajing raises his blade as well, roaring that they absolutely cannot let him fight alone. And the entire squad screams in unison as they charge directly toward the giant beast. The Shadow Cat King watches them with pure disdain, calling them nothing but a pack of worthless ants. It unleashes its Shadow Dash skill, transforming into a dark blur that slips past the front line, targeting Su Bai directly. Liu Yushin realizes the danger too late, while Lin Yanran screams out, throwing herself over Su Bai to shield him with her own body. Wait for it, just when everyone expects them to be ripped apart by those deadly claws. An explosive, colossal wave of energy bursts forth, completely halting the beast in its tracks. The system announces that Xiao Ba has reached bronze rank, activating the ancient Xuanwu bloodline to summon a majestic phantom projection. It has acquired the Xuanwu gravity talent, unlocking 10% of the mythical beast's true potential. All stats skyrocket, with Constitution jumping to 218, Defense to 362, and Spirit to 60. Its first talent, Black Tortoise Barrier, creates a defensive shield that boosts its defensive power by 300%. Its second talent is Spirit Possession. By consuming stamina, its entire body becomes wrapped in pure Xuanwu energy. This boosts its attack by 100% and defense by 200%. The third talent, Xuanwu Gravity, allows it to generate a strong gravitational pull that drags any target straight in, cradled tightly in her arms. Su Bai smiles warmly at the massive phantom shield starting to form around his pet, knowing the Silver Cat King core has finally been fully absorbed. The rest of the squad can only stare in complete, breathless wonder at the turtle's incredible transformation. Liu Yushin speaks up, wondering if Su Bai's beast has actually just evolved. Li Dao stares in disbelief, wondering if that brilliant golden light means an epic tier beast is born. While Su Bai finally stands up, his heavy wounds completely healed by Xiao Ba's evolution. Lin Yanran stands nearby, asking with deep worry in her voice if his injuries are truly fine. Su Bai assures her he is fine, then instantly points a finger toward the massive Shadow Cat King, shouting for Xiao Ba to completely destroy it. On command, Xiao Ba controls the massive Xuanwu Phantom, sending the Shadow Cat King flying with a heavy blow. The onlookers watch in absolute shock. They marvel that Su Bai's beast is just a low-level Xuanwu, yet possesses such terrifying power, meaning its bloodline limit must be incredibly high. No one expected his bronze-tier beast to effortlessly blow away the formidable Shadow Cat King with a single strike. The cat beast quickly recovers its balance, throwing its head back in a furious roar, swearing to kill every last one of them. The crowd panics, shouting for everyone to watch out because the monster has gone berserk, urging them to split up and run. The Shadow Cat King snarls, declaring that not a single soul will escape. It unleashes its shadow clone technique, releasing dark plumes of smoke from its body that rapidly shape into identical clones, lunging in every direction to slaughter the crowd. Right at the critical moment, Xiao Ba counters by unleashing the Xuanwu gravity skill. The massive Xuanwu Phantom roars toward the heavens, creating a violent gravitational vortex in its mouth that sucks in all of those shadow clones at once. Su Bai orders Xiao Ba to hold nothing back and let the power loose. Following his master's booming command, the absorbed energy inside the Xuanwu Phantom rapidly converts into a brilliant golden beam, blasting straight toward the Shadow Cat King and unleashing a destructive shockwave that vaporizes everything in its path, erasing the monster entirely. A short while later, as the survivors clear the battlefield, Wen Yuan finally arrives. He leaps onto a nearby tree branch to inspect the widespread destruction. Looking at the people below, he wonders if the battle is truly over and what kind of nightmare they had to survive to leave behind such a scarred battlefield. Wen Yuan jumps down right next to Lin Yanran, expressing his relief that the young lady is completely unharmed. She reassures him with a warm smile. While Liu Yushin approaches to ask what brought him out here, Li Dao approaches as well, standing at attention with a fist over his chest, to report as the deputy commander of base F-269. He explains that his squad, alongside the academy instructors and students, was suddenly ambushed by a massive horde of deadly nether cats. They managed to slay over 800 of them, which included formidable beasts at the bronze, silver, and even gold tiers. As they treat the wounded, Wen Yuan gasps in shock. unable to believe a gold-tier beast actually appeared, walking over to the massive trench carved into the earth. He asks if they were truly the ones who took down such a monster. It seems entirely impossible. Li Dao points directly at Xiao Ba, reporting that the boy and his beast did it, prompting Wen Yuan to turn around in surprise to ask if he is indeed Xiao Ba. When asked if he killed the Cat King, Xiao Ba humbly replies that it was a joint effort with the deputy commander and the instructors rather than his sole achievement. Wen Yuan smiles. Deeply impressed by the young man's humility, he pats the boy on the shoulder, asking if he would be interested in joining the Jiangzhou fortress after his graduation from the academy. He even offers personal guidance despite the beast-taming profession's decline. Leaving Xiao Ba scratching his head, the boy politely thanks him, admitting he still needs some time to think it over. Li Dao interrupts to report the battlefield is fully cleared, and Wen Yuan immediately orders everyone back to the base. With a swift acknowledgement, they head out. And before long, the students are lining up in front of the teleportation portal to head home. Li Dao bids them farewell, telling them to keep training hard back at school. He calls them the strongest generation he has ever seen, drawing enthusiastic thanks from the crowd, watching them step into the portal. Li Dao muses that this batch of students is incredibly unique, especially Xiao Ba, whose potential is absolutely limitless. Lu Yuxin nods in agreement, smiling warmly as she responds. She admits that for a mere freshman to possess such power, his future growth is almost terrifying to imagine. Li Dao tells her they will meet again, admitting he owes Xiao Ba his very life. She politely downplays it before leading her class through the swirling portal, leaving the battlefield behind. In the blink of an eye, they materialize safely back on the academy plaza. Xiao Ba lets out a long breath with a soft smile. Finally back, he says. Lin Yanren walks beside him, tiredly nodding. Right then, a massive crowd approaches with bright banners and fresh flowers. The entire staff and student body of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University are there to welcome their glorious heroes home. They immediately hand beautiful bouquets to every single student stepping out of the portal. One girl smiles warmly as she hands a bouquet to a Class 8 student, welcoming the brave and battle-weary hero back home. He just scratches his head in total embarrassment, admitting that Xiao Ba is the real hero, while the rest of them were just completely useless background characters. Two injured students walking behind him sigh, feeling like they were nothing more than mere background extras, just staying alive. Honestly, that alone is more than enough. If they hadn't lost so many close friends, they might have believed this whole brutal ordeal was just a bad dream. Nearby, Zhang Kaiwu pats Xiao Ba on the shoulder. He heard about their brutal fight, declaring them the true heroes of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. He adds that their exam scores will go down as the highest in history. But Xiao Ba just chuckles. He doesn't care about scores, only wanting a warm shower and a long sleep. Me too. Another student walking behind them laughs out loud in complete agreement. Later that night in the dorms, the guys relax as one mutters about how insanely soft his bed feels, claiming he's completely sealed to his mattress. Did they actually succeed? They desperately hope their massive contribution on the battlefield gets fully recognized. While they casually discuss trading merit points for precious cultivation resources, someone highly emphasizes that their brother Su literally took down a legendary gold rank beast. He'll probably secure a mountain of cultivation resources for that. Someone jokes. Before asking Xiao Ba what kind of turtle Xiao Ba actually is, the guy admits he wants to buy one himself, purely because seeing Xiao Ba on the field made him feel so incredibly safe. Xiao Ba just laughs. But early the next morning, a sudden knock rattles their door. "Hold on," they shout, telling them to stop knocking so early. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, Han Jiagang opens the door only to freeze in complete shock. Standing outside are four beautiful upperclassmen, each holding a freshly prepared breakfast box and greeting them warmly. They are the Jiangzhou Student Union. Knowing the boys are brave heroes fresh off the battlefield, they brought breakfast cooked with their own hands, hoping they won't mind the simple gesture. Before immediately asking where Su Bai is hiding, they quickly hand the packed meals over, and Han Jiagong eagerly accepts them with a massive grin, thanking the seniors for their incredible kindness and promising they won't let a single bite go to waste. He steps aside. The dorm door opens wide, inviting them inside. Once inside, the girls look around excitedly. Where is Su Bai? They eagerly ask, hoping to take a quick photo with him. Fan Shenghan points to Su Bai's empty bed, explaining he is out for a morning run, before asking if they actually know him. Seeing his empty bed, they sigh in deep disappointment. Why didn't they mention his absence? After all, everyone on campus knows Su Bai by now, even if he has no idea who they are. Seeing them prepare to leave, Tao Jiajun asks if Su Bai is really that famous, and they tell him to turn on the television. Since Su Bai isn't even around, they decide to take the breakfast back, snatched right out of poor Han Jiagong's hands as they quickly make their exit. Meanwhile, Su Bai is out jogging when he suddenly notices the school's massive outdoor screen broadcasting an urgent military news report from the Dragon Kingdom that features his face. The anchor reports that multiple provinces suffered massive, coordinated beast-tide attacks targeting several of humanity's rear military bases. Just yesterday, terrifying gold-rank threats were spotted leading the charge at every single rear base under siege. The tragic reality is that other academy students were brutally slaughtered by those beasts, leaving only first-tanners, a tiny fraction of survivors. However, against all odds, the fierce and incredibly powerful counterattack from the brave instructors and students of Jiangzhou successfully eliminated a massive gold-rank monster, alongside a silver, a bronze, and numerous ordinary grade beasts. Most notably, a brilliant first-year student named Su Bai stood completely alone to hold back the terrifying gold-rank beast. Working alongside his instructors and a military bronze-rank expert, he pulled off the ultimate miracle of taking down an opponent far beyond his level. Total failure elsewhere. But get this, only Jiangzhou stands tall as the sole beacon of victory. In light of this, the military officially awards the title of Combat Warriors to all participating students and instructors from Jiangzhou, alongside the highly coveted Silver Great Wall Medal for their valor, for his absolutely legendary and heroic exploits. Su Bai is individually awarded a prestigious first-class individual merit medal and the legendary gold-grade Great Wall Silver Medal. As the news segment ends, the crowd of students watching immediately erupts over first-year Su Bai. That Great Wall Medal is something most people wouldn't obtain in 10 lifetimes. Yet a mere freshman just earned one. Long live the Academy. Humanity will win, they shout out, desperate to meet him. Hearing them shout for him, Su Bai gets incredibly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of his sudden fame, quickly covering his face to slip away into a quiet corner. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket, seeing it as a call from his own family. He quickly answers, the moment he puts the phone to his ear. Su Xiaomei's excited scream blasts through, yelling that her brother is on TV. Su Bai sighs helplessly, telling her he already knows. Xiaomei keeps shouting that their parents want him home because they probably need his help, making Su Bai wonder if that is really necessary. Then, his parents chime in with proud laughter, telling their accomplished son that now every single neighbor in the community is absolutely desperate to meet their local hero. Even third uncle's sister called earlier, apparently wanting to set him up with a potential girlfriend. Xiaomei cuts in, teasing that he better get back soon or their front door might actually get kicked down by eager visitors. Su Bai sighs and promises to head back after resting for 2 days now that exams are over, which delights his sister since their dad will definitely be grinning in his sleep. Su Bai just chuckles and tells her he is hanging up now. By late afternoon, Su Bai's parents are relaxing inside their apartment when a neighbor suddenly yells from outside, calling for old Su and shouting that their hero son is back, so they better come down to welcome him. Down in the first-floor lobby, Su Bai's face twitches in disbelief as he wonders if all these people are actually waiting for him. Right in front of him is a massive crowd of neighbors cheering warmly, shouting that Su Bai, the hero, has finally returned. One neighbor asks if he remembers her, boasting she used to hold him as a baby, awkwardly thanking everyone for their extreme enthusiasm. Subai is relieved when his parents and younger sister finally run down to meet him, sprouting a massive smile. Xiaomei immediately throws herself at him, cheering that her brother is finally back. Even as his parents try to usher him upstairs, the enthusiastic crowd follows them right up, with one auntie loudly begging Subai to come over to her place for some freshly made seafood dumplings. Subai smiles politely, thanking Auntie Zhang but explaining that he is actually allergic to seafood. An uncle pipes up next, urging old Su to just bring Subai over to his place instead. He promises they can share some drinks over stewed turtle. But having reached their front door, Subai's dad politely declines, saying dinner is already prepared at home. He promises that once the boy gets some rest, they will definitely stop by to visit everyone. Subai nods along with a smile, agreeing that he will absolutely visit them later. Auntie Zhang beams, reminding old Su to bring him over because her college student granddaughter is currently in town and they should get to know each other. Another neighbor scoffs, arguing her granddaughter is not a match for Subai anyway, and begging old Su to introduce his own recently graduated granddaughter instead. It takes quite a while for the crowd to disperse before the family can finally escape into the safety of their home. The moment the door shuts, Subai groans, muttering that if he had known, he would have snuck back under the cover of darkness. Xiaomei, wagging her finger, warns him that it would be completely useless since Auntie Zhang actually set up a camera near their door, just waiting to catch him so she could pitch her granddaughter. Subai's dad proudly announces that he is personally cooking tonight. His mother tells him to rest up while they cook, calling for their daughter to come help out in the kitchen. Not about to complain, Subai tosses his backpack aside and stretches out, glad to finally get some long overdue peace. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up right in front of him, detecting a tameable kitten and asking if he wants to form a contract. Right then, Xiaomei walks out and notices him staring blankly into space, asking her brother if he is doing all right. Subai asks his sister if they actually own a cat, prompting Xiaomei to point toward a tiny white kitten munching away in the corner, explaining that her pet Xiao Ba is right there. Subai is confused, asking why she did not raise a much higher grade pet. Xiaomei kneels down to pet the kitten, smiling as she defends her choice since Xiao Ba is incredibly adorable. Since he already took Xiao Ba away, she had decided to rescue this stray she found wandering the streets. Subai chuckles, giving in by saying that if she thinks it is cute, then it must be, just as he decides to let the matter go because his sister loves it. A second system notification flashes, identifying this low-grade kitten as a beast carrying the bloodline of the legendary white tiger, boasting infinite growth potential that leads to godhood, with claws that boost attack speed and power by 100%. Its evolution method is simply eating, prompting him to decide if he wants to tame it. Subai stares at Xiao Ba in absolute disbelief, screaming in his head. He wonders if this stray kitten genuinely possesses the divine white tiger bloodline. And as Xiao Ba looks up at him, Xiaomei happily notes that the cat seems to like him, immediately changing his mind. Subai makes the snap decision to tame this beast, flashing his gentlest possible smile. He turns to his younger sister and tells her he has a small favor to ask, reminding her that he is a beast tamer. He asks if he could try contracting Xiao Ba. Xiaomei instantly pulls the kitten close, glaring protectively as she warns him that since he already took Xiao Ba, she is not letting him have Xiao Ba. Subai chuckles, pointing out that everything is negotiable, especially since she is still begging for a brand new laptop. But Xiaomei scrambles away with the cat, shouting that she will never hand her pet over, while Subai chases right behind, desperately tempting her with that new dress she wanted. Xiaomei keeps running and cries out that this is not going to work. They have to talk it out. 2 days later, Subai returns to school with a new white cat poking out of his backpack. Xiao Ba looks at Xiao Ba with a smug grin, basically saying this is the boss's school, and he will protect her. Xiao Ba glares back, clearly annoyed that he is taking up her precious space. While nearby students recognize Xiao Ba and wonder if that is really him. It must be him. But why does he have a cat in his bag? Is the famous genius secretly a cat lover? That is definitely the gold medalist Xiao Ba. He looks pretty average. So why are there so many girls looking for him at the dorms? Xiao Ba sighs to himself, realizing he might have to start wearing a mask whenever he goes outside from now on. Right then, the school speakers crackle to life, announcing that student Xiao Ba needs to report to the principal's office immediately. Attention student Xiao Ba. If you hear this announcement, please report to the principal's office right away. Hearing this, Xiao Ba murmurs in confusion, wondering why on earth the principal would want to see him. A moment later in the office, the principal praises Xiao Ba as a true, brave son of China. Given your incredible performance at military base F-269, the school wants to reward you. So, what do you want? Xiao Ba knows this principal is notoriously stingy, so getting even a little pet food for Xiao Ba won't be easy. With that in mind, Xiao Ba politely thanks the school and the principal for the offer. He tells the principal he does not want to be a burden. So just 100 gold tier beast cores will do? Naturally, the principal almost has a heart attack, screaming out in disbelief at the crazy number. You could break my old bones, and I still wouldn't have that much. Why don't you just take my job instead? How about 100 silver tier cores instead then? Don't even dream about silver cores. You won't even get a fraction of that. But Xiao Ba persists, offering to trade his gold medal away. Can I at least exchange that medal for 50 silver tier beast cores? After all, I did get injured representing our school. The principal gets serious, stating that humanity survives because the strong protect the weak, as it is their absolute duty and mission. Saving those students was just you fulfilling your mission as a rising powerhouse. Do you understand that? Realizing the lecture is just an excuse, Xiao Ba cuts the small talk and demands 50 silver tier beast cores. Of course, the military and the school won't overlook your talent. How about this? I will make the call and give you 10 bronze tier beast cores. In the end, after a hilarious round of fierce haggling, both sides finally agree on 15 bronze tier beast cores. By the way, along with your reward, there is one more thing. The school has chosen you to represent the first years in this year's big inter-school tournament. Xiao Ba can't help but complain, asking if he really has to join this year's tournament. So the reward was just a trap to get me here, principal. This is totally unfair. Watch your tone. As a student of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, bringing glory to the school is your duty. Besides, aren't you desperately looking for cultivating resources anyway? The rewards for this tournament are incredibly rich. But Xiao Ba just pouts, pointing out that beating top geniuses from 100 different schools won't be easy. Mister. He waves his hand, asking how a young talent like him could be so timid. Now go back and prepare. Gather at the training room tomorrow morning. And don't be late. The next morning at the training room, Mr. He explains that this 100-school tournament is hosted by the military. Although their school's resources from the Ministry of Education can't compare to powerhouse academies like Imperial Capital or Magic Capital, they must do their best. But he still hopes everyone can achieve great results today. With that, the principal begins calling out the names one by one. First is Hu Qingzhu, a third-year intermediate bronze tier cultivator with a wood attribute ability. Next up are Zhong Tiansheng, Bai Ningbing, and Feng Zhuge. While waiting, Luo Yongsheng whispers to Zhang Mani about how unfair this is. Since Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was founded so late, their cultivating resources are extremely limited compared to what those famous schools get. Zhang Mani agrees, noting that their school's rank has been terribly low for the past few years. Just as roll call finishes, this year, the school is sending 10 representatives, who are the absolute best students from each grade. But now, there is one last important announcement. This year's team captain for the inter-school tournament will be none other than Xiao Ba, The moment those words drop, Bai Ningbing and Zhang Tiansheng instantly glare at Subai with hostile eyes. Subai feels a bit awkward and asks the principal if there has been some kind of mistake with him being captain. The principal assures him that appointing him as captain was a carefully discussed decision made by the school board. Bai Ningbing complains instantly, calling out to the teacher that Senior Qingshu is easily the strongest and most experienced among them. So, why on earth is a freshman being made the captain? Xiang Tiantang immediately chimes in, saying that Subai is just a low-level bronze tier user. Subai is a whole tier below Senior Qingshu. So how does he deserve to lead them? The principal barks back in anger, asking if they have even seen the news lately. Subai actually killed a gold-tier beast. If anyone else wants to be captain, they can go hunt a gold-tier monster themselves, and he will swap them in immediately. Bai Ningbing scoffs, saying, who knows how he killed it, as it was probably just pure luck. Xiong Tiantang agrees no way is that real. Xiong Tiantang challenges Subai right then and there, and Bai Ningbing quickly demands a duel as well. Even Zhang Mani looks over at Subai with a highly suggestive, knowing smile. Subai tries to explain he has zero interest in being captain, while internally cursing the principal for being a sneaky old man who is deliberately putting a massive target on his back. The principal tells them to pack up, noting that the tournament is less than 20 days away and he expects to see big things from everyone. With those final words, the principal slips away, leaving Subai to fend for himself. Copying his boss, Subai quickly makes an excuse and bolts, which only fuels the growing anger of Bai Ningbing and the others. They call him a coward, refusing to believe he beat a gold-tier beast, muttering that he should just wait. Once the tournament starts, they plan to put him in his place. Back in his dorm, Subai feeds a bronze-tier beast core to Xiao Ba to help him level up, which immediately makes Xiao Ba jealous enough to try stealing the snack. He calms Xiao Ba down, promising a turn soon. But since her level is too low, she needs to take some blood recovery medicine first. Only then does Xiao Ba behave, leaving Xiao Ba alone to quickly gulp down the entire beast core in a single bite. Subai remarks that Xiao Ba is a massive glutton, devouring tens of thousands or even millions of dollars in a single gulp, yet still wanting more. How much food does it take to finally evolve? Warning that these are his last cores and threatening to give everything to Xiao Ba next, Subai dumps all his reward bronze cores out for Xiao Ba. Wait for it. The very second those cores hit Xiao Ba's stomach, the evolution process triggers. System alerts confirm that the black turtle has successfully reached the mid-bronze tier, unlocking 30% of its bloodline, boosting all of its base attributes, and upgrading its talent. Constitution is 8,568. Defense is 862. Agility is 95. And spirit is 90. First talent is Black Turtle Barrier, gathering energy to form a protective shield that increases defense by 500%. Second talent is Turtle Spirit Possession, consuming stamina to shroud the user in energy, boosting attack by 200% and defense by 300%. Third talent is Black Tortoise Gravity, which pulls a target directly toward the turtle and heavily slows them down if they try to resist. An upgrade at last, and even though Xiao Ba did not gain new skills, his core stats and talent levels received a massive boost. Before Subai can even finish celebrating, Xiao Bai also starts her own sudden evolution. System notifications announce the kitten has reached high ordinary tier, successfully awakening the Nether Ghost Step talent. Carrying a portion of the White Tiger Holy Bloodline, she has limitless potential to eventually grow into a god. Her constitution is 39. Defense is 38. Agility is 79. And spirit is 25. First talent is Sharp Claws, consuming stamina to increase attack speed by 100% and attack power by 100%. Her second talent is Lifesteal, using stamina to boost attack power anywhere from 100 to 500%. The boost climbs higher as her own wounds become more severe. Her third talent is Nether Ghost Step, consuming stamina to increase movement speed by 100 to 200%, with both pets reaching new heights. Xiao feels his own personal stats shoot up significantly as well. This is fantastic, as Xiao Ba's agility is incredibly high, almost exploding with growth, with both pets fully upgraded. Now we just wait to see them absolutely dominate the upcoming inter-school tournament. The next day at the university library, Xiao is completely stunned by the sheer, massive scale of the facility. The female librarian proudly smiles and explains that this library predates the school itself, serving as the solid foundation of their entire university. She remarks how impressive it is for a freshman to have accumulated 180 credits, pointing him toward the beast taming section to look around. Walking over to the designated shelf, Xiao browses through rows of taming guides until one old volume completely catches his eye. The name Luo Fan sounds incredibly familiar, but he cannot quite place it. Flipping it open, he reads a passage about the return of heaven and earth, eternal souls, gathering sacred weapons, and arming holy beasts. Xiao has already mastered Origin Resonance, but he still wonders what sacred beast armament and undying soul actually mean. Right then, Hu Qingshu and her friend walk into the library to find reference books and suddenly spot Xiao, recognizing him as the first-year freshman. Her friend sneers and dismissively says that a beast tamer trying to research books has absolutely no future at all. Her other friend urges them to move along, so Hu Qingshu and her group walk straight past Xiao, pretending they do not even see him. Xiao is completely unaware of their presence, totally absorbed in reading a mysterious book titled Luo Fan. It turns out, Senior Luo Fan was an absolute beast. Not only did he create 3 divine skills including Origin Resonance, Sacred Beast Armament, and Undying Soul, but he also single-handedly held off the entire invading beast army, only to tragically perish on the battlefield. Xiao realizes he needs to study this book very carefully. Right then, the book suddenly glows and floats into the air. Xiao feels a strange surge of power merging directly into his body, and a moment later, he goes to the librarian to check the book out. The librarian looks at it with pure shock, pointing out there is no classification label on it, meaning it definitely does not belong to the library. It seems to exist outside their entire system. Confused, Xiao tells her he found it right on the shelf she pointed out. The librarian takes the book to inspect it, but strangely, she cannot pry it open no matter what, leaving Xiao confused since he was reading it perfectly normally just seconds ago. Xiao takes the book back and effortlessly flips it open right in front of her. He shows her it opens perfectly, leaving the baffled librarian to tell him to just take it home and return it whenever he is done. When Xiao asks if he can borrow it indefinitely, she says yes. Xiao happily packs the book away and bids the librarian goodbye, but the second he leaves, she immediately calls the principal, reporting that the book he left on the shelf has been taken. The principal is absolutely stunned, asking if the boy was truly able to open it. She confirms she saw it with her own eyes and it was the freshman, Xiao. The principal hangs up and stares out into the distance, whispering that the successor Luo Fan waited 100 years for has finally appeared, which would surely make him rest in peace. 2 weeks later, the inter-school tournament officially kicks off. This massive event does not just attract the students, it also draws intense attention from the press and media. The tournament is split into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central, with each zone sending their top 2 teams. 8 premier martial arts academies from across Jiangzhou gather at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to battle for glory. The moment contestants from Longying and Fuchuan cross paths, the trash talk immediately begins. They mock Longying for even showing up, claiming they are just here to get slaughtered. Longying fires back that it is not decided who will die first, while over in the waiting room, Jiangzhou's representatives are all fully assembled, except for Xiao. One teammate grumbles, questioning if their captain is seriously going to chicken out at the exact moment they need him. Right on cue, Xiao walks in asking how he could possibly run away when the stakes are this high. Liu Yushin notices Su Bai has grown significantly stronger in just a few days but simply smiles, saying she is glad he made it. She reminds him the match is starting, and they need their lineup order. But Su Bai confidently tells her he already has a plan. Out in the packed arena, the announcer calls for attention from the massive crowd of students and teachers. He asks everyone for silence, recounting how the fierce beast clans sent a massive army a month ago to pin down the frontline human forces. A small horde then slipped past the frontline raiding military bases deep in the rear of several provinces. In the provinces that were hit, students at the martial arts academies were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving very few survivors. He yells that this blood debt must be avenged. The crowd immediately erupts into furious roars, shouting for revenge and the total destruction of the beast clans so that humanity can triumph. With this fierce determination driving humanity, how could the other races possibly survive? And that is the true purpose of today's tournament. Finally, he announces that the Jiangzhou Provincial Regional Tournament is officially open. This tournament will follow a team confrontation format, meaning each team can send a maximum of 5 fighters onto the stage. The defeated team must leave the field, while the winners stay to take on the next challenger, until only one standing team remains. Next, a random drawing is held to determine the order, and moments later, the matchups are completely locked in. The first match pits Longying Academy against Xinmin Academy, while the home team of Jiangzhou Martial Arts must battle Qingyun Academy. Drawing Qingyun Academy right away is a total shock. Longying Martial Arts Academy had already faced off against Xinmin, yet their own lineup remained completely undecided. Feeling anxious, Liu Yushin could not help but ask how Su Bai planned to arrange their roster. The principal arrived and immediately questioned Su Bai, who confidently replied that he would go first, leaving the other 4 members to figure out their own order. His bold claim left everyone listening completely bewildered. Do we not need to arrange our tactics based on Qingyun's order to counter them? They ask if you go first and fail, then what? Hu Qingshu voiced his doubts, warning that a sudden failure here would utterly humiliate their academy. Su Bai simply told them to rest easy, promising he would absolutely never let them down. The principal realized this kid had leaped in level in just a few days, showing some seriously impressive natural talent. Despite his thoughts, the principal pulled Su Bai aside to whisper, asking him not to go too far and to leave some face for his seniors. If he offended everyone now, the principal warned, his life at the academy would become incredibly difficult later on. Right then, the outside announcement blared. Xinmin Martial Arts Academy had just claimed victory. Liu Yushin remarked on how strong Xinmin was this year for crushing Longying so quickly, then told Su Bai it was his turn to fight, telling everyone to watch closely. Su Bai stepped onto the arena while a teammate muttered that he wanted to see what he could actually do. The moment Su Bai stepped into view, the Jiangzhou Academy students in the crowd erupted into wild cheers. Among them were Lin Yanren and Jia Gang, shouting for Su Bai to give his all and take home the championship. His opponent asked if he was the famous freshman who defeated a gold-level beast, and Su Bai calmly confirmed that he was. Stepping onto the arena, Qingyun's captain Li Langfeng confidently declared that today he would show this freshman what real power actually looked like. While his opponent overflowed with fighting spirit, Su Bai casually opened his bag and summoned Xiao Ba, leaving Li Langfeng to curiously ask if that tiny creature was his beast. He laughed mockingly, asking if Su Bai had actually brought a common household pet onto a serious battlefield. Su Bai simply pulled some snacks out of his bag, explaining he left in such a rush that he missed breakfast. This bizarre scene left the audience completely stunned, wondering why on earth he would bring a tiny baby turtle to a fight. Whispers spread that Jiangzhou Academy must be completely out of real talent if they were sending someone like this onto the stage. Even his own teammates stared in disbelief, asking each other if Su Bai was seriously sitting in the arena eating peanuts and drinking soda. They worried he was severely underestimating his opponent, who was a mid-tier bronze rank warrior, leaving them wondering if he could actually pull this off. Sipping his soda, Su Bai casually ordered Xiao Ba to perform, reminding him of all those expensive beast cores he had eaten and warning him not to embarrass them. Xiao Ba unleashed his ability, releasing a sudden surge of power that made his opponent immediately tense up, sensing the pressure. His opponent wondered if this turtle was actually a beast companion right as Xiao Ba expanded, transforming into his massive black tortoise form, looming many times larger than his opponent. The beast's colossal form forced a terrified cry of absolute horror from the young captain. The entire live audience collectively gasped, stunned by how massive the turtle was. With just a single eye looking incredibly huge, its eye alone was the size of a basketball, covered not in skin, but in armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen. With those lethal claws, it was obvious how Subai had slain a gold-level beast. One single strike from those heavy limbs would crush anyone. And his stunned classmates could only wonder when Xiao Ba had grown to such an impossible size. Lin Yanran watched in pure admiration. He had grown so much stronger. Subai urged Xiao Ba to end the match quickly. And before Li Langfeng could even react, a colossal claw loomed directly behind him. Xiao Ba slammed down with a single, devastating blow. The captain crashed to the ground, staring up in complete disbelief at how incredibly fast the fight had ended. Subai actually encouraged him from the sidelines, telling him to hang in there a bit longer so he could finish his soda first, completely infuriating Li Langfeng, screaming in fury. Li Langfeng forced himself up, telling himself it was just a lucky sneak attack, and he needed to focus his full strength. He sneered as a solid layer of heavy stone encased his entire body, glaring coldly at Subai to see whose defense was actually tougher. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, Xiao Ba lunged forward, charging like an absolute juggernaut, to the announcer's utter shock. Xiao Ba easily hurled the captain straight out of the ring and toward Subai's bench, stunned by the sudden victory. The crowd could barely believe the fight was already over, whispering about how insanely powerful that turtle was. The principal praised the young man's incredible potential, while others in the crowd began whispering, wondering if Qingyun's captain was actually just incompetent. He could not even dodge such a massive strike, arguing that the attack did not even look particularly fast. Hearing this, another spectator chuckled, pointing out that the complaining fan clearly did not understand basic physics. The turtle only seemed slow because its massive size threw off everyone's perception of its actual speed. Whispers sweep through the crowd. No one can believe even a mid-tier bronze awakened failed to stop that beast. The turtle is unstoppable. No kidding. A beast that slayed a gold-tier monster cannot be easy to handle. Still, Xiao Ba was never this crazy strong. Up on the massive screen, the announcer declares Subai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University the winner. Next up for Qingyun is their second fighter, Zhang Xuan. As a mid-tier bronze awakened, Zhang Xuan carefully formulates her plan. She needs to rely on absolute speed to win and keep her distance from that turtle. She darts forward, swiftly closing in on Xiao Ba. The announcer screams in excitement as Zhang Xuan plays her speed card, constantly circling just out of the massive turtle's attack range. The crowd erupts in cheers, urging her on to keep moving, because that previous fighter was just acting incredibly foolish. Zhang Xuan bides her time, waiting for that one perfect opening to end this match with a single strike. Even Wu Xin has to admit that Zhang Xuan is dodging brilliantly. And at this rate, the turtle will never land a hit. Qingshu thinks Subai is being way too careless. Down below the stage, the boy is casually munching on peanuts, completely ignoring his opponent. Xiao Ba keeps a watchful eye on Zhang Xuan's every move as she flips high into the air. She admits the turtle is strong, but before the words even settle, she slips past Xiao Ba, locking onto her real target, Subai. She plans to target the Beast Tamer directly. Yet, Subai remains completely relaxed as she charges straight at him. It is too late to turn back now. Wu Xin screams out in panic, warning him that Zhang Xuan is going straight for his throat. Yanran watches with bated breath, shouting for him to look out as Zhang Xuan closes in. This is his loss, staring right down the tip of her blade. He simply takes another calm sip of his soda. Suddenly, Xiao Ba's tail swings hard, sending Zhang Xuan flying back. The arena goes wild for that unbelievable strike. Talk about a divine turtle tail whip. Yan Ran lets out a deep breath of relief, saying that completely terrified her. Zhang An yells out that it was a gorgeous strike, and the entire team is left utterly speechless. Did Su Bai seriously just win another match? Way too fast. Qing Shu gives him a nod of respect, admitting Su Bai is genuinely powerful. Wu Xin looks at him with pride, calling him a crazy kid. Down on the floor, Su Bai finally speaks up, declaring he is finally full. He politely warns his opponent that she got a bit too close, and since Xiao Ba hits pretty hard, she should go get treated. All right, time to get serious. Su Bai calls out, asking who wants to step up next. Instantly, the entire stadium erupts into massive waves of excited cheers. Another easy knockout. The next challenger goes down in the blink of an eye. Su Bai keeps calling for the next fighter, until absolutely nobody is left standing. The referee finally declares Su Bai from Jiangzhou the official victor. Victory is his. He leaves the entire crowd staring in sheer disbelief. Oh my god. That Jiangzhou kid did nothing but eat peanuts the whole time, letting his turtle single-handedly sweep a 7-match fight. I have never seen anything like this in my entire life, such a ridiculously arrogant fighter. But man, it was incredible to watch. Xiang. And cheers that Su Bai is the absolute best. Jiagan is filled with respect after that 1 versus 5 sweep, while the crowd chants the mighty turtle's name. 1 against 5. That chant makes Su Bai feel pretty awkward. It sounds kind of weird, almost like they are calling him the turtle. Wu Xin pats his shoulder to praise his great work. Even the principal acknowledges the hard-won success, noting that Su Bai used his sheer strength to beat Cheng Shan. Cheng Shan was by no means a weak opponent, making this a stellar victory that brings massive glory to Jiangzhou. Su Bai remains humble through all the praise, saying, "It is nothing." The principal then chimed in, announcing that the morning matches have officially ended. Everyone should go grab some rest. After a quick lunch break, they will head right into the second round of the tournament. For the duration of the tournament, the cafeteria is completely free for all active competitors. Everyone can eat as much as they want to recharge. Hearing the news, the entire team explodes with joy, because free food is the absolute best. Over in the Fuchuan Martial Arts University waiting room, their principal is already strategizing for the next matches. If they face Jiangzhou in the next round, there is a very high chance they will send Su Bai out first. The team members are extremely wary of Su Bai's beast, which seems completely invincible in close quarters combat. They need a plan. The principal hands out the assignments, declaring that if they indeed face Jiangzhou, Mao Kai will be the one to deal with Su Bai. Another teammate agrees, noting that their captain possesses poison attribute abilities, meaning he does not need to get anywhere near close combat. Mao Kai nods in agreement, promising to keep his distance and let his poison slowly finish off that annoying turtle. Meanwhile, inside the Xinmin Martial Arts University waiting room, their principal tries to calm his stressed students down. He tells them not to be discouraged, because while Su Bai is strong, his weakness is obvious. They just need to break the turtle's defense. Defeating Su Bai is their only path to victory. And Li Feng immediately steps up to volunteer for the job. He agrees that if they face Su Bai this afternoon, he will handle him. Zhang Xuan had the right strategy earlier, but she was simply not fast enough. Hearing this, the principal immediately agrees, telling Li Feng that as a speed-focused martial artist, he should wait for his chance to strike Su Bai directly. He nods in agreement. And with the afternoon match fast approaching, the host starts hyping up the crowd. This morning's matches were absolutely thrilling, showing off the incredible determination and fearless courage of all the students. Now, the second round is about to kick off with a random draw to decide the matchups. The crowd begins to speculate, whispering that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University probably won't even need their other members to fight. Su Bai alone can easily crush the other schools. And having a teammate like that is honestly a massive cheat code. Others quickly disagree, warning them not to celebrate yet, since this is only the provincial level. Once they face powerhouse universities from other provinces, Jiangzhou might still get beaten so badly they cannot even look up. Asai can only sigh, noting how they used to be losers. But now, with Subai around, they barely have to do anything. The host steps up to announce the draw for round 2 of the provincials. Starting with Jiangzhou versus Sinmin in the very first match. Match 2 pits Fuchuan against Ani, followed by Longying taking on Qingyun for the third matchup of the day. The fourth match features Zishuang against Jiangshu, while the very first bout will see Jiangzhou's Subai go head-to-head with Shinmen's Li Feng. Li Feng knew it, muttering that they sent Subai out first. But luckily his team already prepared a counter-strategy for this, staying as casual as ever. Subai offers some friendly advice, telling his opponent to just relax and bear with it. And it will all be over soon. As the host signals the start, Li Feng cloaks his body in a layer of energy, coldly warning Subai not to get too cocky. Li Feng instantly activates his Gale footwork, moving with incredible speed. He darts right around Xiao Ba, quickly dodging off to the side to find an opening. He aims a heavy kick straight at the turtle shell, only to realize he cannot dent its defenses. Then, Xiao Ba whips his tail down, but Li Feng manages to slip away. The crowd notices that the giant turtle cannot seem to hit Li Feng, pointing out how the beast looks completely frustrated and is crying out in anger. They wonder if Li Feng has a shot at winning if he launches a surprise attack on Subai. And a few actually agree it is possible. Is that big turtle lacking any real intelligence? Or is Li Feng just straight up bullying Subai right now? Even the female fans cheer passionately, shouting for Li Feng to keep fighting despite the unfair match. Down on the arena floor, Li Feng continues taunting Xiao Ba, daring the creature to come and catch him. Qing Shu catches on to the plan, realizing he wants to lure Xiao Ba away from Subai. Meanwhile, Yu Xin anxiously wonders why Subai is not doing anything yet. Watching closely, Tian Xiang notices that Subai actually seems to be looking for something. Turns out he was searching for a can of Coke, apologizing because his lunch was way too salty while casually sipping the soda. All the while, the stadium erupts with loud chants, cheering for Li Feng to keep pushing forward. Stopping at a precise spot, Li Feng measures the distance, confident that even a tail whip cannot reach him from here. Suddenly, Li Feng lunges straight for Subai, shouting that he will make him pay for his sheer arrogance. But Subai just stands there, calmly calling out to Xiao Ba. A wave of energy washes over him, freezing Li Feng midair, though he can still barely speak. Confused as to why he cannot move, he suddenly realizes that Xiao Ba had released an illusion to completely lock him in place. Subai coldly orders his companion to stop playing around and wrap things up. Hearing this, Xiao Ba opens his massive mouth toward Li Feng, terrified. He begs him to stop, but the giant turtle is already about to deliver the answer, blown away by a powerful blast. Li Feng crashes so hard into the stadium wall that it leaves a massive crater. The crowd finally gets it. It is not that Li Feng is weak, but that Subai is just a complete freak. Many agree they would rather forfeit immediately. There is just no way to fight that. Shocked by the brutal defeat, a team member turns to their leader. He asks the principal what they should do now that Li Feng is so badly hurt, while the old man turns away in pity, left with no other option. He decides to surrender, and the host announces that the Shinmen team has officially thrown in the towel against Subai. Up next, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University will be facing Fuchuan Martial Arts University. The announcement shocks the spectators, who wonder why they would give up without a fight. Though others argue Subai is just too overpowered. Surrendering is definitely better than getting humiliated for nothing. Watching this, Yu Xin sighs in relief now that Shinmen has backed down. This means Subai can save his energy for the next match against Fuchuan. Though Tian Cheng scoffs, asking why he would even need to conserve power. But Qingshu remains extremely cautious, warning them that Fuchuan's captain possesses deadly poison abilities and will not be easy to deal with. As the host signals the start of the match, Mao Kai immediately speaks up, telling Su Bai to wait and admitting he is incredibly strong. Knowing he stands no chance in a fair fight, he proposes that they make a little deal instead. Su Bai calmly asks what kind of deal it is, but the other guy just changes the subject, saying classmate Su Bai is incredibly strong. He claims he is no match for Su Bai this round, but really wants to discuss Beastmaster theories. Su Bai is quite surprised by this sudden talk. What is this guy actually doing? Insisting on discussing Beastmaster theories, but then Su Bai immediately realizes the guy is just deliberately stalling for time. For someone using poison attribute abilities, the time required to channel the element is quite long. Su Bai immediately orders Xiao Ba to attack, but poison already spills from the enemy's hands as he coldly asks if Su Bai only just noticed. The poison gas swirls out as he mocks that it is too late, and even a god-level beast cannot escape this toxic mist. The toxic fog closes in on Su Bai, as his opponent confidently declares there is no escape. Qingshu panics, worrying that Su Bai underestimated his opponent. Word is that Mao Kai has defeated many high-tier beasts using poison in past trials. Yu Xin gets even more anxious, wondering what they should do now. Only the principal remains completely calm. He tells them not to panic since the match is not over yet. Xiao Ba struggles in the dense mist while Mao Kai sneaks towards Su Bai. Inside this toxic fog, nobody else can see a thing. But the poison user is completely unaffected. He smugly wonders how much longer Su Bai can actually survive inside his deadly poison mist. Mocking Su Bai for being too careless, he decides to release a venomous beast to end this match quickly. Seeing Su Bai sitting cross-legged up ahead, he confidently asks if he is trying to use meditation to block the poison from invading his body. But he warns that the poison fog is not the only threat. His hand swings forward as he yells for Su Bai to die. But the heavy strike is instantly blocked by a barrier Su Bai set up. Su Bai calmly points out that trying to sneak attack from behind inside a poison cloud is a bad move against him. Mao Kai screams in absolute shock, wondering how on earth a mere Beastmaster can survive the full force of his poison claws while trapped in this toxic mist. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the principal explains the mystery of Su Bai's defense to the other students. It is sharing the same origin. Yu Xin and Qingshu gasps in unison, asking if it is really a shared origin. And the principal confirms it is a high-level Beastmaster talent. Su Bai can transfer his beast's defense directly to himself. Down in the arena, Su Bai waves his hand, telling the opponent to wrap this up because the poison is annoying. Xiao Ba's massive figure suddenly looms through the fog. Mao Kai realizes he is doomed right before he is blasted clean out of the arena. Jiang An cheers in excitement, praising Su Bai for being so strong. He literally blasted the poison user right out of his own toxic mist. Yan Ran looks on with deep admiration, silently promising herself that she won't let Su Bai leave her too far behind. With that spectacular victory, the crowd erupts into wild chants of Su Bai and his beast winning a 1 versus 5 fight. The referee then announces that because Mao Kai can no longer fight, Fuchuan Martial Arts University has decided to forfeit. The champion of this year's provincial tournament is Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Gently patting Xiao Ba's head, Su Bai tells his beast the match is over. The principal is absolutely thrilled, praising Su Bai for bringing immense glory to their university. After praising his performance, Su Bai immediately asks the principal if this means he will receive extra medicinal resources as a reward. The principal immediately realizes this sly kid is trying to squeeze some free resources out of him again, but the principal is not falling for it that easily. He cleverly explains that because they won the tournament, the military will be awarding them military merit points as a grand prize. They can just visit the logistics department to trade those points for resources later. Tian Xiang dejectedly asks if those military merit points even apply to the rest of them since only Su Bai actually fought. Feeling a bit awkward, the principal quickly changes the subject, reminding them that they must travel to Luocheng in 3 days for the regional tournament and asking if they feel confident. Only Xiao Ba loudly shouts back that he is confident. The principal dismisses them, telling everyone to rest up for the big regional tournament in 3 days and to keep up the good work. Xiao Ba is persistent, asking the principal once more about those extra resources. The principal quickly slips away on foot, calling back that he is eagerly looking forward to Xiao Ba's brilliant performance in 3 days. Xiao Ba can only quietly curse the old fox for running off so fast the moment resources are brought up. Out on the streets, a news broadcast announces that the provincial tournament of the 100 Academies Alliance has concluded, with the top 3 spots going to Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and the Great Wall Guard Martial Arts Universities. Many geniuses performed incredibly well in this competition, but none stood out more than Xiao Ba of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. In all 3 of his matches, he fought 1 versus 5 and came out victorious, securing the overall championship of Jiangzhou province. The reporter praises his strength, hoping that martial students everywhere will look up to Xiao Ba, fight bravely for the top spot, and bring glory to their schools. Watching the broadcast, local girls whisper in absolute admiration about how Xiao Ba is on the news again, wishing they could get to know him. With the tournament officially over, Xiao Ba quietly heads to an empty training room. He finally finds a quiet spot and lets Xiao Ba out, promising the eager little tiger that its time to shine will definitely come. His hard-earned military merit points only bought these 4 high-grade silver beast cores, so Xiao Ba needs to make them count. Xiao Ba hands over the first core and tells him to eat, and the second it goes down, a massive surge of raw power erupts. Instantly, the system notifications flash on screen, evolving from high-grade common to low-grade bronze. The kitten becomes a metal white tiger, unlocking sacred white tiger bloodlines and the metal gale talent. Xiao Ba is amazed just 1 core did the trick, proving the white tiger bloodline is the real deal. He hands over the other 3 cores, telling his buddy to eat up and take its time after all. No one is going to steal them. Finishing these off should easily raise its rank another tier. But as time passes, nothing happens, leaving Xiao Ba wondering why high-grade silver cores produced 0 reaction. But right on cue, Xiao Ba erupts with a force that puts a hurricane to shame. The blinding shockwave leaves Xiao Ba utterly speechless, and honestly, can you blame him? The tiny cat has transformed into a massive snow leopard. And Xiao Ba cannot help but grin. This is even cooler than Xiao Ba. The pet's stat panel flashes with the update. Now at mid-grade bronze, the metal white tiger unlocks a terrifying slaughter trait, with 30% of its divine bloodline activated, boosting all stats. Its natural talents are enhanced. Constitution hits 158. Defense is 105. Agility reaches 295. And spirit sits at 60. The first talent, Metal 100 Claws, consumes stamina to strike a single target 100 times in a split second. The opening blow deals 150% base damage, and every hit after that gains another 2%. The second talent, Metal Soul, cloaks the tiger in sharp metal energy, dealing 200% tearing damage per strike, which can be combined with Metal 100 Claws to absolutely multiply the pain. Finally, the third talent, Metal Phantom, consumes massive stamina to boost movement and attack speed by 300%, allowing the Metal 100 Claws to land all 100 hits in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ba realizes those 4 high-grade silver cores were worth every penny, because these stats are absolutely broken. He happily pats its head, telling Xiao Ba that the upcoming tournament is all on him. Meanwhile, inside a luxury villa in the imperial capital, a mysterious figure is watching Xiao Ba's matches. He smiles, finding the young tamer quite interesting and clearly full of deep secrets. He orders his subordinate to dig up everything on Xiao Ba, wondering if his turtle is even wilder than Lu Fan's legendary beast. 3 days later, the massive arena at Luohe Martial Arts University leaves the crowd completely awestruck. Even their main battle stage is several times larger than ours. As the crowd roars for Luohe to take first place, the principal warns his students that the hosts are trying to intimidate them. Subai curiously asks why one section of the arena remains completely empty. The principal explains that only 9 universities are competing since one school voluntarily withdrew from the event. That makes Subai realize that with only 9 schools competing, a random draw means one lucky team gets a free pass. Exactly. The principal says it all comes down to luck, as that empty slot moves straight to the next round. Hearing that, Subai silently prays that he does not draw the lucky bye. He needs as many fights as possible to earn merit points and feed his greedy little beast. Qing Shu begs to be sent onto the battlefield no matter what happens this time. Qing chimes in with the same request. And seeing their burning spirit, the principal readily agrees. He reassures them that everyone will get a chance to shine, but tells them to wait for Subai to make the draw first. The host announces that the draw is complete and the first match will pit Jiangzhou Martial Arts University against Fuchuan. And getting the bye in the first round is none other than Jiangzhou. The announcement leaves Subai absolutely devastated, while the principal is overjoyed. He praises Subai as a lucky charm for getting them a free pass straight to the next round. Yushin jokes that he should buy a lottery ticket, but Subai only laments his terrible luck. He actually drew the bye when he was dying to fight just as the first round is called. It looks like the fighter from Fuchuan Martial Arts University is having quite a hard time holding his ground against Luohe. Luohe capitalizes on the opening to press their attack. 2 hours later, the host holds up the draft results for an announcement. The first round bracket of 8 has concluded. The host declares, and here are the matchups for round 2. The results catch even the host off guard. What, Jiangzhou gets another bye round? Talk about having the gods on your side. This has to be rigged. The crowd yells out in total frustration. What kind of insane luck is this? Jiangzhou literally does nothing but sit in the stands and watch. How is that fair? I traveled all this way just to see Subai eat melon seeds and drink soda on the bench. Getting a bye once is acceptable. But how on earth does it happen twice in a row? People begin to wonder if Luohe is so terrified of facing Subai directly that they deliberately rigged Jiangzhou's bye round. Indeed, this whole tournament is becoming unfair. A dominant powerhouse like Subai should be out there fighting instead of getting endless bye rounds. This is a total lack of respect for the competitors, sensing the growing suspicion and anger of the crowd. The military representative speaks up, declaring that after a thorough investigation, there is zero evidence of rigging or cheating by Jiangzhou. Let the matches continue. The principal of Jiangzhou is absolutely thrilled, celebrating that they have easily secured a top 3 spot in their battle zone. Just one more victory stands between them and the grand finals featuring the 5 major war zones. Meanwhile, Subai scratches his head in utter disbelief, wondering why they got another bye, and if he will ever get to fight. An hour later, the arena is buzzing with electric energy as the crowd roars. The most thrilling moment is finally here. The Warzone finals are finally starting, with the crowd roaring for Luohe. As the host announces the clash of Jiangzhou against Lanzhe, the students of Jiangzhou are equally pumped up, cheering that their turn to step onto the battlefield has finally arrived. Yongqiang eagerly steps up to the principal, volunteering to take the lead in this match. The principal quickly warns them to keep their heads cool, advising that despite their great luck, they cannot afford to underestimate their rivals. He carefully outlines the rotation, telling Yang Qiang and Ning Bing to step up first, followed by Qing and Qing Shu, leaving Subai to anchor as their ultimate trump card. The entire team shouts in unison, promising to bring home the glory. In contrast, Subai is completely deflated, sighing that he probably won't even get a chance to show his stuff. The host shouts, "Let the match begin." First up is Yongqiang, an early bronze tier fighter facing off against a mid-bronze opponent. Despite pushing himself to the absolute limit, he suffers a heartbreaking defeat. Next up, Ning Bing immediately enters a berserk state the moment she steps onto the field. She completely discards all defense, fighting with reckless abandon and forcing her opponent to retreat step after step. Victory goes to Jiangzhou, the school beauty. Qing, proves her skills are top-notch as her flexible whip seamlessly blends offense and defense, launching her opponent straight out of bounds. Another win for Jiangzhou. Yushin claps her hands in pure joy, cheering that they have claimed victory once again. Even the principal is taken aback, noticing the sudden massive leap in everyone's power. He wonders if Xiao had something to do with this. Left with no action, Xiao gloomily sighs to himself honestly. You have to feel bad for the guy. He grieves for his lost military merits. The host then announces Qingshu as Jiangzhou's next fighter, who boldly tells his opponents to just face him together to save some time. Infuriated by the disrespect, they snap back. He shouldn't be so arrogant, or he will suffer a miserable defeat. The host nods in agreement, confirming the rules allow a single fighter to take on multiple challengers at once. The match is set. Xiao grumbles in protest. A 1-on-2. Is this guy seriously not going to leave a single scrap of action for me? Channeling his immense mental energy, Qingshu politely apologizes to his foes. Suddenly, a massive, ancient tree manifests right behind him, drawing gasps of pure amazement from everyone. This is a wood attribute ability. The giant tree unleashes a wild power that wraps around the opponents, who quickly warn each other to be careful of the leaves. Hang in there. He cannot maintain this mental energy for long. Watching from above, even Xiao is thoroughly impressed. To conjure a 1,000-year-old maple tree with wood magic shows that Qingshu's mental strength is truly on an entirely different level. The principal also observes that Qingshu has grown even stronger, proving he is a true prodigy from that prestigious family. The crowd watches in absolute admiration, realizing Jiangzhou is packed with hidden talents and dark horses, stepping up one after another. Some start comparing them, shocked by Qingshu's power, but still feeling Xiao is stronger, given he is a Beast Tamer who reached the gold rank, facing the raging storm of energy. Qingshu's opponents realize with dread that his power shows absolutely no signs of fading. Qingshu remains perfectly composed, effortlessly manipulating the swarm of leaves to strike his targets. He coldly waves his hand, sending a swirling hurricane of leaves blasting toward the target, swiftly knocking both opponents out of the fight. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium, declaring Jiangzhou the ultimate winner. Huge congratulations to both Jiangzhou and Luohe as they proudly secure their tickets to the national finals. The principal showers him with endless praise. The principal praises Qingshu, saying her performance this time completely exceeded everyone's expectations and was truly wonderful. Qingshu humbly thanks the principal in return. He then adds that the classmate who actually contributed the most in this round is Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao is completely baffled. Is he really the MVP? Or is the principal just mocking him for never even stepping onto the field? The principal explains that, without Xiao getting buys for 2 consecutive rounds, the team would not have had such an easy path to victory. He tells everyone to go rest since they are all exhausted, noting that they will compete in the national finals in 1 week. This time, on top of the battle rewards the students earned in the competition, the school will also provide them with abundant resources as an extra bonus for their future growth. The whole group immediately cheers, shouting, "Long live the principal." This is absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Xiao is quietly calculating since he did not get to fight this time. He needs to find another way to grab resources for his 2 greedy little pets. Over at the Lin family estate, Yanran is still training tirelessly. Uncle Wen Yuan approaches her gently, reminding her that it is time for dinner. She tells him that she isn't hungry and wants to practice for at least 1 more hour. Wen Yuan stares at her helplessly. Ever since Xiao joined the 100 school tournament, this stubborn girl has done nothing but watch his matches and train non-stop, completely neglecting her own well-being and completely ignoring the basic rule of balancing hard work with rest. Suddenly, Yanran remembers something and calls out to Uncle Wen Yuan. She mentions that her medicine is almost gone and asks him to get more from her father. She wants to boost her strength as quickly as possible. He reluctantly sighs and agrees. As Wen Yuan walks away helplessly, he mutters that many top families from the imperial capital have proposed marriage alliances to her father. but she rejected every single one of them. He wonders what kind of spell Xiao Ba has cast on her. 7 days later, the students from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University finally arrive in Demon City. Honestly, who could blame them? They are completely amazed by the school's architecture, wondering if that shiny gate is actually solid gold. Even Xiao Ba is impressed by the majestic gate, guessing that the construction cost alone must have been several hundred million, calling it pure waste. The principal chimes in, explaining that the materials alone cost over 1.8 billion. Furthermore, 20 gold tier and 5 platinum tier powerhouse experts work together to build this massive gate in just one single day. He tells them to look at the school slogan of Demon City University, along with the Grand Gate. Everything is designed to promote the message that only the strong can truly protect their nation. A representative from the host school steps forward to welcome them, greeting the Jiangzhou students and Principal Chu. Introducing himself as the Student Council Vice President of Demon City University, he warmly welcomes them to the campus and invites the group to follow him inside. The principal politely thanks him, but Yang Qiang immediately gets annoyed by their attitude, whispering that Demon City is really putting on airs, since their own principal personally led the team from so far away. Yet the hosts only sent a mere student vice president to greet them. Manhwa quietly agrees with him. She adds that if guests from the imperial capital arrived, the host principal would surely greet them in person instead of sending a student council vice president. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba points at a unique building with deep curiosity, asking the principal what that structure is. The principal explains that it is the gravity-controlled training facility. Xiao Ba sighs with regret, thinking that if their school had this, they could easily train hundreds of silver-tier students every single year. Stopping in front of a grand building, Zhang Ming introduces it as the hotel, where they will stay and rest. He explains that the first floor features a 24-hour buffet, where top-tier chefs prepare exotic dishes using nutritious meat harvested from various powerful beast clans. This is highly beneficial for boosting a martial artist's blood energy. And best of all, the supply is completely unlimited. To be absolutely sure, Xiao Ba asks if the beast meat is truly unlimited. The senior assures him that they would never let their far-traveled guests go hungry, urging them to eat as much as they want because there is plenty of food. Xiao Ba eagerly rushes in first, telling Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba they are in for a massive feast. While Zhang Ming asks the others if he is starving, Yongqiang sighs, explaining that they have absolutely no idea how much that turtle can actually eat. Manhwa is genuinely worried, wondering if there will even be any food left for them now that Xiao Ba has entered. Seeing the whole group rush inside, Zhang Ming nervously advises the principal that they should head in too before they end up starving. The principal simply laughs it off, amused by their youthful energy. The next day, the stadium is packed for the final round as cheers erupt from the crowd. Yang Qiang is highly impressed, remarking that the stadium here in Demon City is on a completely different level compared to other regions. Manhwa is amazed, admitting she has only ever seen a stadium of this scale on television. The principal tells them to wipe those shocked looks off their faces and focus as he begins to explain the rules of this final tournament. He reveals that a total of 13 martial arts universities will be competing in this grand finale. Since they are under direct military command, the Great Wall Guardian Army gets a free pass straight to the top 4, so there are no more forfeits. Yongqiang asks in shock how on earth the Great Wall Guardian Army gets to skip straight to the top 4. Manhwa agrees as well, speaking up about how incredibly unfair the decision seems. The principal explains that they are a military training ground for elite talents, pointing out that they are actually the only academy stationed right on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield. This revelation leaves Yongqiang completely stunned as he stammers out, "What? A military training ground for elite talents?" Xiao Ba finally understands. A school actually built right on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield. That academy is seriously impressive. And the principal quickly adds that the national finals are packed with hidden monsters they absolutely cannot afford to underestimate. As planned, Xiao Ba will take the lead once again, while Qingshu will be the anchor to wrap the matches up. They salute in agreement, roaring that Jiangzhou is absolutely going to win. The announcer suddenly calls for silence across the arena. declaring that the National Inter-School Championship Finals are officially about to begin. Showing the first round matchups on the screen. Jiangzhou is set to face Hengbin in Match 1, while Imperial Capital takes on East China in Match 2. For the third match, Demon Capital goes against Nanjing. With all three epic battles kicking off at the exact same time, Principal Zhou sighs with relief. Glad that their luck held up, and they avoided the top 3 powerhouse academies in the very first round. But Yang Qiang remains anxious, pointing out that Hengbin is no pushover and offering to step up onto the battlefield first. Xiao Ba cuts him off immediately, stating that he is going first to show all these rival academies the absolute dominance of Jiangzhou. The referee yells out, "Start the match." His opponent sneers, asking if he is Xiao Ba and mocking Jiangzhou for struggling to reach the finals, only for their journey to end right here. Opening his bag, Xiao Ba releases Xiao Ba and tells him to finish this match as quickly as possible. Xiao Ba lets out an earth-shaking roar that rattles the entire arena, leaving the crowd completely baffled that Jiangzhou sent out a Beast Tamer with a literal turtle. People gasp that the turtle has grown even larger, making it clear they are in for an absolute show. Terror grips his opponent as he stammers out that the beast is way too massive and this has to be cheating. He is blasted away instantly, screaming that he simply does not accept this defeat. Xiao Ba looks surprised, wondering how the guy is this weak when Xiao Ba has not even been summoned yet. The defeated martial artist lies there in an absolute daze, struggling to understand how a supposedly useless Beast Tamer class could crush a higher-ranked fighter like Child's Play. Spectators find it absolutely bizarre that Xiao Ba brought his own folding chair to the national finals, completely disrespecting his opponent. Another onlooker asks if they have seriously missed all of Xiao Ba's previous matches. That defense-oriented turtle possesses absolutely terrifying raw power, meaning it is easily at the silver rank level. Indeed, anyone with a beast companion that powerful could easily crush other martial artists without breaking a single sweat. Wondering how a bronze rank fighter can be this arrogant, his next female opponent steps onto the stage and coldly challenges Xiao Ba. She snaps that Jiangzhou is being way too disrespectful, swearing that she is about to teach him a lesson he will never forget. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba is completely ignoring her, scrolling on his phone and casually muttering that this webtoon is so good he has to leave a like. Xiao Ba suddenly unleashes a massive blast of fire, instantly vaporizing the opponent as the announcer declares another victory for Xiao Ba and Jiangzhou. Yang Qiang watches the match in disbelief, muttering that munching on peanuts is one thing, but bringing a custom folding chair is just next level. The principal sighs helplessly, wondering if this is the attitude Xiao Ba talked about, and noting that the boy lacks any shred of humility. He groans that after such a humiliating display, he will never be able to look Principal Chen of Hengbin in the eye again. However, Qingshu remains extremely cautious, warning the team not to celebrate too early because Xiao Ba is about to face some real danger. Pointing toward the other ring, she asks if that is the Imperial Capital captain, whose own match is currently unfolding with terrifying intensity. From across the stadium, the entire ring suddenly explodes in a violent torrent of flames as the announcer declares a massive win for Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital captain looks down coldly, offering a half-hearted apology for going too hard, while the principal recognizes him as their premier fire attribute warrior. He is actually at peak silver stage, causing Yang Qiang to shudder at the thought of a silver rank fire attribute user. This is the raw power of Imperial Capital, and it is honestly terrifying to even look at. Qingshu adds that, without the Great Wall Guardian army in play, Demon Capital is likely the only academy capable of going head-to-head with Imperial Capital. Yanran quickly reminds the viewers to drop a like and subscribe for more, just as the announcer screams out that Jiangzhou has claimed another clean victory. Seeing this, a Luohe student named Mingkun steps up and confidently begs his principal to let him be the one to put an end to Xiao Ba. He wants to show Jiangzhou what it feels like to be completely outnumbered 5-1. And the principal agrees, telling Mingkun to rely on his incredible speed to win. He warns them to avoid clashing with that turtle, assuring the principal that everything is under control. The MC officially starts the match between Jiangzhou and Luo, putting Su Bai directly against Ming Kun. Ming Kun calmly steps onto the stage, muttering that Su Bai only won their previous round because he managed to exploit a sudden, tiny loophole. He boasts that Jiangzhou won't get so lucky this time. But Su Bai completely ignores the trash talk, simply noting his opponent is just another silver rank wind user. Su Bai sends Xiao Ba forward, while a confident Ming Kun unleashes his freezing aura. He is about to show him the absolute power of a silver rank fighter. A sudden tornado sweeps across the stage, but Ming Kun quickly panics, realizing his gravity control cannot lock onto the beast. Fearing he might get instantly eliminated, he unleashes his ultimate, devastating technique, firing a massive blast of pure wind energy. Goodbye, you bronze rank little brat. Su Bai feels a bit annoyed, sipping his soda and wondering how he is supposed to enjoy his snacks with all this wind blowing. Meanwhile, Ming Kun remains smug, fully believing his technique will crush the boy. As thick dust blankets the arena, Ming Kun assumes the kid is done for, bragging that he just could not hold back. He went a bit too hard, telling him to go home and nurse those painful wounds. But Su Bai emerges like an absolute boss from the thick smoke, with his legendary Xuanwu barrier having easily protected him without a single scratch. Pretending not to hear, Su Bai casually asks what he said, leaving Ming Kun utterly speechless at how his opponent took 0 damage. How is this possible? Another person who has mastered Luo Fan's ultimate skill. Su Bai just stares coldly, asking if he is supposed to be the wind expert, asking if his opponent is really that proud of his speed. He casually recalls Xiao Ba. Then, he summons Xiao Ba. Prepare yourself, because he is about to turn this speed battle on its head. He tells the tiger it is time to show off. Seeing the small white tiger, Ming Kun laughs out loud, mocking Su Bai for bringing a literal house cat to a serious duel. The crowd starts whispering, wondering which school this kid belongs to, and guessing he might be from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Some find it hilarious that he brought a pet, while others fawn over how incredibly cute the little cat is, wishing they had one too. Zhang Kai watches in utter disbelief, wondering if Su Bai is just trying to mock his opponent with his lounge chair and soda. And now he is using a pet to provoke the guy, leaving Manny worried if this crazy stunt will actually work. After all, the opponent is a fast wind user. But the principal reassures her to just keep watching, as that beast is far from ordinary, clueless that his defeat is imminent. Ming Kun arrogantly tells him he might as well summon that slow turtle back out too. Su Bai simply whispers to Xiao Ba not to go too hard, reminding the tiger this is just an arena match, not a war zone. Xiao Ba lets out a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into a massive, terrifying beast, leaving Ming Kun panicking and wondering if his eyes are playing tricks on him. As Xiao Ba pounces, the opponent watches in horror as the beast's body rapidly expands, growing larger by the second. The crowd goes absolutely wild, shouting that this thing is definitely not a cute house pet, but a massive, deadly tiger, muttering that it looks like a white tiger but on a much more massive scale than any animal in nature. Yongcheng turns to Qingshu with deep suspicion. Qingshu has no answer when asked how Su Bai's tiny cat could possibly transform into a legendary white tiger, wondering if this tiger is actually his second contracted beast. The principal immediately dismisses the idea, calling it completely impossible. After all, even for a seasoned silver rank Beast Tamer, contracting a second beast is incredibly difficult. Yet, the principal remains far calmer than the students, realizing Su Bai holds many more secrets than anyone could have guessed. A sharp whip of freezing wind shoots forward like a ribbon, aiming directly to wrap tightly around Xiao Bai's neck. But the tiger suddenly vanishes, shocking Ming Kun as he wonders if it is an illusion or just pure, unbelievable speed. refusing to believe any beast can outrun the speed of wind itself. He desperately screams that he simply does not believe it. Unable to land a hit on the tiger, he decides to target Xiao Ba instead, muttering that defeating the master will seal his victory anyway. Moving with lightning speed, he charges straight at Xiao Ba, screaming for him to prepare to die. But guess what? Waiting for him is the fully evolved Xiao Ba, standing proud in its majestic Ruijin ghost tiger form. Staring at that terrifying presence, he gasps that it is impossible. Right before Xiao Ba effortlessly bats him out of the arena, he crashes heavily into the corner of the stage. As the announcer loudly declares Xiao Ba of Jiangzhou the winner, the stadium erupts in utter shock, gasping that Xiao Ba has somehow won again. A mere mid-tier bronze tamer has completely crushed the silver-rank captain of a prestigious academy in a total one-sided beatdown, believing it has to be fake. Some spectators whisper that the tiger actually seems even more terrifyingly powerful than his turtle. Confused by where this monstrous tiger came from, the crowd goes wild, chanting Xiao Ba's name across the entire arena, chanting for Jiangzhou's victory. The crowd cheers as the judges look on with newfound respect, admitting they have never heard of this kid before. Just what year student is he from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University? Even the top-tier fighters from Imperial Capital and Modu Martial Arts Universities only amount to this much. Has Jiangzhou Martial Arts University really produced such an incredible prodigy this year? Jiangzhou is clearly on the rise and about to explode in popularity. Meanwhile, over at the Modu Lounge, the fighters cannot stop mocking the Luohe team for being absolutely pathetic. They mock that country bumpkin for bringing his 2 tamed beasts and ruining their high-end buffet worth tens of thousands. If they ever face him in the arena, they definitely will not let him off easy. Modu Martial Arts University captain Cao Zixuan finally chimes in. He calls Xiao Ba far too arrogant and promises that if they meet in the top 4, Modu will teach him a brutal lesson he won't forget. His teammates quickly suck up to him, agreeing that the bumpkin deserves a beating. But as the next round begins, Xiao Ba effortlessly pins another opponent right under his claws. The announcer declares Xiao Ba the winner for Jiangzhou. Instantly, the next opponent gets whipped clean out of the arena by Xiao Ba's powerful tail. Another victory for Xiao Ba. One more challenger steps onto the stage, but the result remains exactly the same. The announcer loudly congratulates Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for entering the top 4. On the sidelines, their students erupt into wild cheers, screaming that they have finally risen. Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba. Their principal is so deeply moved that tears fill his eyes, thanking the heavens that Jiangzhou has finally made it into the top 4. His teammates celebrate alongside him, shouting praise to Xiao Ba. Now they want to see if anyone still dares to look down on their school. The principal walks down to greet him, stating that Xiao Ba truly did not let them down. He calls him the greatest hero their school has seen in hundreds of years. Xiao Ba humbly calls it his duty, but the principal insists that making the top 4 means their mission is complete. It will go down as the most glorious page in school history. The students can rest easy now, since they dedicated so much to the university. They will receive the massive rewards they deserve. Xiao Ba is quite surprised by this attitude, asking if the semi-finals are still left to play. Why declare the mission complete so early? He wonders if the old man is planning to just hand over those billions of resources from the championship to their rivals. That is simply not an option for him. The principal helplessly asks if Xiao Ba actually wants to challenge the 3 legendary top-tier schools now. Hearing this, even Qing Shu gasps in utter shock at his sheer boldness. Challenging the top 3 schools seems crazy, but he remains completely calm, asking why on earth it would be impossible. He confidently tells the old principal, "Just look at how Modu spent 1.8 billion on their school gate alone. Even if Jiangzhou becomes the 4th best school, they would never dare to be that luxurious. In his eyes, they should just grab the number 1 spot, take the budget, and build an even grander gate. They need to bravely fight for that top spot." Seeing his passion, Qing Shu is instantly fired up with motivation. Tian Chang agrees completely, saying they cannot just give up here when they have come this far. Even though he personally dislikes Xiao Ba, his results prove he deserves to be the captain. Tian Chang asks him to arrange their lineup for the top 4 battles, and Xiao Ba readily agrees. Seeing their burning youthful passion, the principal decides not to hold them back anymore. They head back to rest and prepare themselves thoroughly for tomorrow's big top 4 matchups. Watch them go aiming straight for the absolute top. Watching their departing backs, the principal smiles, thinking these kids are incredibly reckless but wonderfully full of passionate fire. Meanwhile, inside the Supreme Military Command Center of the Dragon Nation, urgent discussions are taking place. A soldier reports to the Grand Commander that the national tournament is entering the semifinals, set to conclude within 2 days. Elite forces and heavy military equipment are already fully prepared on the front lines, ready to launch a massive counter-offensive against the enemy races at any moment. The Grand Commander nods in satisfaction. He stands to issue orders, declaring that as soon as the tournament ends, the massive counter-offensive will officially begin. Every single student will be sent to the front lines to slaughter the enemy. The officers roar in unison, promising to avenge the thousands of fallen students and teachers. Anyone who threatens their nation will be hunted down and destroyed. The next morning, Xiao Ba trains intensely in his Madu hotel room while his 2 beasts happily gorge on food. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual power erupts from his body. He tries to activate his sacred beast armament, but his body suddenly tumbles onto the floor. Confused and annoyed, he wonders what on earth just happened. The system chimed in, congratulating him for successfully unlocking a rare Beast Tamer talent skill called Position Swap. Within a range of 1,000 meters, the Master and Beast can instantaneously swap places without any restrictions. This incredible new teleportation skill leaves him completely speechless. Glancing over at Xiao Ba, who is now sitting on his chair, he realizes with a sigh that they did indeed swap places. What kind of skill is this even supposed to be? Oh well. A fighter can never have too many skills, and it might just come in handy on the battlefield. Let's go. Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba. It is time to challenge the top 3 elite schools. Up on the giant screen, the host begins the introductions. The announcer calls out to the crowd. After a day of brutal combat, the 100 schools tournament is down to the final 4. Now, let us proudly introduce the captain of the Great Wall Guards. The Great Wall Guards, originally a military base for the Great Wall Defense Force, established in 1907. This academy stands as one of humanity's first strongholds on the battlefield of myriad races. Over its 94 years of history, the myriad races have launched more than 100 massive wars against them. Students and teachers fought to the death, wiping out countless beasts and enemy elites. Yet the school stands completely unyielding. Their motto is simple until the enemy is wiped out. The Great Wall will never fall. Today, humanity's absolute strongest warrior, Ni Qing, the only person to ever reach the King Realm, is their honorary principal. That is exactly why the enemy elites dare not take even a single step into their territory. The Great Wall Guards is the strongest martial arts university in Dragon Nation, the ultimate shield on humanity's front line. They truly deserve the hype. And the crowd goes wild seeing their incredible presence. Everyone says this school is a city of legends, where every single student is a hero in their own right. Today is going to be a feast for the eyes. Imperial Capital and Magic Capital academies are already top tier, but the Great Wall Guards are on a whole different level. It is honestly hard to imagine just how terrifying their actual power is. Did the announcer just say their 5-man squad has 0 backup members? Another spectator scoffs, pointing out that they are the Great Wall Guards. They do not need any backups. The principal explains to his students that Ni Qing, who is in the King Realm, is the true defensive wall of humanity. Just being able to stand against the Great Wall Guards is already a massive honor for our Jiangzhou Academy. Xiao Ba gets incredibly excited. He wonders when he will reach the King Realm and become a shield for humanity. Right on cue, The host announces the matchups. The first match will feature the Great Wall Guards going head-to-head with Imperial Capital. The second matchup pits Magic Capital Academy against Jiangzhou Academy. Over in the waiting room, Zixuan looks at the bracket with complete disdain. He thinks it is a total bore having to fight Jiangzhou. He is honestly too lazy to even lift a finger against such a weak team. His teammate agrees, scoffing at Jiangzhou and grumbling that beating such a trash team brings absolutely zero glory. Another classmate joins in, wondering how a joke school like Jiangzhou even managed to sneak into the top 4. He asks the captain to just let him go up first and wipe out their entire squad alone. The host announces the first fighter for the Great Wall Guards. It is Captain Han Zhan, a Lord-class powerhouse and the grandson of General Han. The stunning purple and gold armor he wears is crafted from a diamond tier core of unknown grade. Who will the Imperial Capital Academy send out to face him? Stepping onto the stage, Han Zhan immediately challenges his opponent, calling out to Wang Yang to stop wasting time and settle this in one decisive battle. He challenges the Imperial Capital captain, asking if he has the guts to duel. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Han Zhan is directly calling out Wang Yang. Are we really getting a clash of kings right at the start of this matchup? The hype is real. The entire arena starts chanting, "Clash of Kings! Clash of Kings!" Suddenly, his opponent charges onto the stage. The Imperial Capital captain, Wang Yang, laughs and tells Han Zhan to just fight instead of making such a loud scene. Han Zhan laughs, saying he is only worried about Wang Yang losing. The female fans in the crowd start screaming, cheering for their favorite handsome fighter. Wang Yang is incredibly popular, and even the principal praises their spirits. The clash between Han Zhan and Wang Yang turns intense instantly, watching the crowd go wild. Xiao Ba can only shrug and wonder if this Wang Yang guy is actually that good-looking. He does not see it at all. Turning to Lao Luo, he tells him to go up first, next, and show them what they are made of. Lao Luo looks a bit unsure of himself, wondering if he can actually handle going first. Back on the arena, Han Zhan tells his opponent to make the first move. Wang Yang unleashes his wind-sweeping clouds technique, declaring he will not hold back. A violent tornado of razor-sharp wind slams directly into Han Zhan's defense. The crowd is stunned by how masterfully Han Zhan utilizes his diamond-tier battle armor. With incredible agility, his opponent fires off a barrage of spear, strikes right at the armor. But what does high energy or sharp armor even matter in the face of true skill? Down below, the principal watches in awe. Wang Yang is an incredibly fast attacker, moving like a howling storm. His movements are a complete blur, making him absolutely terrifying to watch. Xiao Ba wonders if this is the true power of a silver mid-rank. After all, he is still just a bronze mid-rank. On the field, Han Zhan coldly spots a weakness and shouts out opening. He raises his blade, his overwhelming aura surging to the skies. An earth-tier skill is unleashed. The sky-rending slash completely shatters the ground below, forcing Wang Yang into a desperate defense. Even the judges are stunned, asking if this is General Han's legendary move. They recall how General Han used this exact strike 3 years ago to instantly slay a diamond-class enemy. This terrifying power actually forces Wang Yang to a dead stop. It is hard to believe Han Zhan used a devastating offensive strike simply as a crowd control move. Others praise him, shouting, "Brilliant." Han Zhan's tactical genius shines through, proving why he is the army's top combat general. Immediately, Wang Yang counterattacks with an earth-tier technique called the Void-Breaking Spear, charging forward with absolute maximum force toward his rival. Han Zhan only scoffs coldly. A head-on clash. Wang Yang, you have already lost. A massive explosion erupts on the field, and Wang Yang is blown away by the impact. The crowd watches in shock at his battered state. That strike was incredibly brutal, and it was only with the flat of the blade. Otherwise, the Imperial Capital Academy's Wang Yang would be a corpse by now. It is just a match. Is such a vicious blow really necessary? This is supposed to be a simple duel. Why did he not hold back? Wang Yang struggles to stand, muttering, "I yield. Han, you are good. I lose." The announcer declares the Great Wall Guard as the winner. Even Subai has to admit that their strength is truly overwhelming. The principal checks on his students, stating, "The first round is over, and it is their turn to step up." He asks if Yongchang is ready, who confidently nods. The principal warns him to know his own limits. They value participation, so everyone gets a chance. So if he cannot hold on, he must yield instead of pushing too hard. Yongchang promises the principal that he will never bring shame to the Jiangzhou Academy. The announcer kicks off the second round. His opponent, Lei Xiao, sneers arrogantly. Now, this is going to be fun. He mocks Yongchang, asking how he wants to be played with. Yongchang swings his blade, yelling, "Bring it on." Lei Xiao easily dodges backward and asks coldly, "Is that really all you have?" Now it is his turn to unleash his powers, sending sharp energy cuts that shred Yongchang's clothes to pieces. Lei Xiao laughs, mocking that he will carve some words on his skin. He strikes again, promising to play with him seriously. Mani watches from below, boiling with rage at such a blatant humiliation. Tianchang cannot bear it either, begging the principal to call Yongchang back. But Subai suddenly yells, "Wait." He points out that Yongchang is fighting to protect his own honor and the pride of Jiangzhou, pressing his blade right against Yongchang's neck. Lei Xiao threatens that things will get far worse if he does not surrender. Yongchang trembles but refuses to yield for the sake of Jiangzhou Academy. Lei Xiao responds with a hard punch. Still not giving up, Yongchang stubbornly refuses, which only drives Lei Xiao into a furious rage. Lei Xiao laughs like a maniac, demanding a surrender. But Yongchang, like a broken machine, just keeps repeating his stubborn refusal, right before completely losing consciousness. He barely whispers his final refusal before collapsing to the floor. The crowd is completely disgusted by the sheer cruelty, muttering about how inhuman and unnecessary this brutal torture really is. The announcer awards the first round to Lei Xiao. Down below, Subai boils with intense anger. They scream Yongchang's name, cursing the Magic City Academy's extreme cruelty. Tianchang immediately rushes over to carry his beaten friend back, while Ningbing prepares to step up next. Filled with rage, she vows to put an end to his arrogance the moment she steps onto the field. The principal strictly warns her to stay careful and avoid any head-on clashes. Seeing her step onto the arena, Lei Xiao arrogantly mocks that this next opponent seems quite boring. Ningbing simply unsheathes her sword and coldly tells him to shut his mouth. As the second round is announced, Ningbing strikes with her white void ghost step, vowing to take his life. Her fierce white soul blade technique catches him off guard, forcing him to acknowledge her sheer brutality. He admits she is out for blood, but sneers that he will not give her the chance. The crowd watches the brutal clash in absolute shock, wondering if these kids are truly just students fighting a martial battle. Is it really this brutal? Maybe they should just call it a draw? Or they will both end up dead, even from 100 meters away. The thick stench of blood is absolutely overwhelming. Now terrified, Lei Xiao asks his opponent if he values his own life at all. Determined, Ningbing repeats that he is here to take his life. Hearing this, Lei Xiao moves like lightning, calling his bluff. In a split second, his sword is already pressed hard against Ningbing's throat. He sneers that Ningbing is just a low-level bronze martial artist from a trash academy. Declaring his defeat, Ningbing struggles to resist, suddenly asking if he forgot. Jiangzhou Martial Academy never admits defeat. He actually pulls his opponent's blade right through his own body to pierce the enemy behind him. Shocked by this extreme move, Lei Xiao screams out, asking if he has lost his mind. This is nothing short of suicide. But Ningbing remains firm, replying that killing him is all that matters. His hand silently grips the blade with more force. He declares this is Jiangzhou's battle, completely unlike a coward who only bullies the weak. telling him to go to hell. In sheer agony, Lei Xiao screams out, begging not to die, and desperately calling for his principal to save him. Suddenly, a hand stops the blade, preventing Ning Bing from finishing the job. Seeing the man behind him, Lei Xiao begs his principal for help. The principal quickly declares that Madu Martial Academy admits defeat in this round, leaving the announcer completely stunned by the sudden surrender. Coldly using his special ability, he pushes the sword out from both of them. Principal Zhou rushes to the stage, catching Ning Bing's heavily injured body and demanding to know if this is how Madu Academy trains their students. They humiliate opponents on stage, yet beg for help in a life-or-death moment. The Madu principal coldly replies, warning old Zhou not to think making the top 4 gives Jiangzhou the right to challenge Madu. Principal Zhou furiously questions them. They should not think only Madu students are precious, because the lives of Jiangzhou students are worth just as much. He snaps back, that talk is cheap, inviting them to settle this once and for all on the arena stage. Principal Zhou immediately plays his trump card, ordering Xiao Ba to step up and crush every single one of them. Anyone who touches their people must pay a heavy price. Stepping onto the stage with an explosive aura, Xiao Ba vows to make them pay. He tells the principal to leave everything to him. Looking at his student on the stretcher, the principal warmly tells Ning Bing that he brought glory to their academy. Qing Qing also comforts him, saying they are incredibly proud of him. She tells him to recover well, while Xiao Ba teaches their opponents a lesson. Over at the Madu side, Zixuan asks his principal to let him go up and immediately deal with those Jiangzhou trash. The principal warns Zixuan to stay calm, since the finals are still waiting for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba steps forward, loudly challenging the entire Madu Martial Academy. If Madu loses, they must make a public apology to Jiangzhou, daring them to step up and accept the challenge. The crowd roars in agreement, demanding that Madu make a formal apology. Spectators loudly cheer for Xiao Ba to crush their opponents, while someone live streams the event, questioning if the top-tier Madu Academy will actually bow their heads to Jiangzhou. Will Madu really apologize? The underdog Jiangzhou directly confronts the elite martial school, boldly demanding a full apology. That makes for a great headline. Still incredibly arrogant, the Madu team scoffs, asking if Jiangzhou is even worthy of an apology. Huang Sheng eagerly steps forward to fight, wanting to teach the kid a harsh lesson and show Jiangzhou the massive gap that lies between them. The principal agrees, telling Huang Sheng to take the stage for this fight. As Huang Sheng swaggeringly walks up, Xiao Ba coldly asks if he is there to apologize. The opponent confidently snorts, replying that apologies are just the meaningless whines of the weak. Why should the strong apologize to the weak when might makes right? Xiao Ba grins, calling it a great point. He calls out to the announcer to let Madu send up another fighter, as fighting them one by one is a waste of time. The spectators are completely speechless at his arrogance. Even before Madu's captain, Zixuan, has entered the arena, Xiao Ba is already acting this wild. After all, Zixuan is on par with Wang Yang, the absolute strongest student in Madu Academy. While Madu went too far, how can Xiao Ba possibly fight 2 experts at once? Yet, on the stage, he casually gestures for them to bring it on. The Madu principal feels deeply insulted, wondering when a low-tier school like Jiangzhou gained the audacity to mock them. He wants his fighters to show Jiangzhou that their school's dignity is not to be trampled on. Zixuan immediately charges forward, accepting the challenge. Since Jiangzhou is so full of themselves, he will gladly grant their foolish wish. He sneers that shouting without real power will only bring absolute humiliation upon his own head. His sudden entry leaves the judges completely stunned. Wait. Look at his twin blades, the 1,000-year cold iron and the lava tin iron. Both weapons are actually forged from incredibly rare materials. The 2 beast cores on those hilts are the inner cores of platinum-tier elite beasts. The Cao family and Madu truly spared no resources for Cao Zixuan. Both of these swords are absolutely priceless. the Ice and Fire War god, graduated from the Magic Capital Martial Academy, leaving his strongest technique to Mawu. Could Zixuan be cultivating that exact legendary skill? Below, Zixuan looks up with arrogance and tells him not to say that Mawu bullies the weak. He offers to let the kid summon his beasts first, warning him he won't get another chance. But Xiao Ba calmly responds that defeating them alone is more than enough without any beasts. Wang Sheng bursts into laughter, questioning how a beast tamer dares to fight them hand-to-hand without his creatures. Down below, Tian Chang is completely shocked, wondering how Xiao Ba can even fight without his beasts. Principal Chu suddenly realizes the kid has actually activated the origin synergy. Zixuan swings his sword and roars that such arrogance is pure suicide, and the weak must know their place. Xiao Ba remains cold, calling him too impatient as he unleashes the sharp gold spirit, activates the sharp gold phantom, and triggers the earth spirit possession, instantly boosting his speed, power, and defense, with pure determination in his eyes. Xiao Ba declares it is time to settle the score with Mawu. Huang Sheng becomes his first target, sent flying back with a single brutal kick. Zixuan panics, unable to believe his eyes, while Qingshu notices the kid has reached gold-level speed. How can a beast tamer have such an insanely strong physical body? Qing quickly reminds him of the truth. Back then, when the mighty Luo Fan mastered the origin synergy, his combat power was absolutely terrifying. Qingshu still cannot believe Xiao Ba compares to such a legend, asking why they would make that crazy comparison. Is that not a bit too exaggerated? Meanwhile, Xiao Ba coldly asks his opponent if he has ever felt completely helpless. Zixuan confidently replies that while he admits the kid has earned his serious attention, that is still all it is. Thrusting his blazing prairie sword forward with devastating firepower, he screams for him to die. Xiao Ba asks with pure disdain if this is really his limit as he slips behind him, calling him way too slow. Wang Sheng calls out to coordinate a pincer attack from front and back. But even though Zixuan warns him, it is already too late. With every number, Xiao Ba counts. A devastating punch lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and by 6 and 7, he has literally knocked his teeth out. Huang Sheng collapses to the ground, almost completely unconscious, delivering the final crushing kick. Xiao Ba repays the debt for the injuries on Yongqiang. Zixuan rushes in desperately to stop him, yelling to target him instead if he has the guts. Xiao Ba glances back with utter contempt, mockingly stating that he is not done playing anyway. He roars in pure rage as dual waves of ice and fire rush forward. But Xiao Ba only mutters his disappointment. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ba teleports directly behind his enemy. Is this truly all the prodigy of Mawu has to offer? Zixuan stands no chance of dodging as Xiao Ba mockingly calls their elite martial artists weak. He demands the prodigy fight back, landing another brutal strike and shouting for him to keep going. This level of combat is getting boring, as Xiao Ba completely suppresses him with overwhelming power, pinning him under his foot. Prodigy. He loves crushing prodigies. But as the opponent screams threats of murder, a sudden surge of energy catches him off guard. Looking down, the enemy has vanished, leaving Xiao Ba to remark that his temper is far greater than his actual skills. Zixuan unleashes his full power with his blazing wing fire clone, swearing to tear him apart. Below, Tian Chang grows anxious as the ultimate move is deployed, wondering if Xiao Ba pushed things too far and if danger lies ahead. Even the principal is wary. Seeing such a devastating ultimate technique being unleashed, Zixuan has completely lost control, diving down with his dual blades to claim his life. But Xiao Ba remains totally unfazed. This is finally getting interesting. As the fiery earth wall crashes down without even grazing a single hair on his head, stunned, he screams that his dual swords cannot be blocked, mockingly asking if he was a turtle in his past life. But Xiao Ba simply asks, if this is really the limit of his power. Now it is his turn to strike back, sending him flying with a single brutal punch. The dual swords plummet into the dirt, while their defeated master crashes heavily into the corner of the arena, leaving the judges in absolute horror. How could Xiao Ba possess such a terrifying ultimate move, actually shattering the gold-tier arena during this intense clash with Zixuan? Another judge speaks up, emphasizing that this is the sheer terror of the origin synergy. His figure strongly reminds them of Luo Fan back in the day. And for someone only at the mid-bronze tier, this talent is honestly scarier than anyone from the elite high societies. Xiao Ba walks over and calmly pulls up his opponent's sword. These two blades look like they are worth a fortune, prompting a furious Zixuan to scream at him to put them down. He yells that those are his swords, but Xiao Ba coldly replies that given Mawu's arrogant attitude, they probably never intended to apologize or pay compensation. These two swords will serve as compensation from Demon Martial Academy. Furious, Zixuan gathers his remaining strength and charges forward, yelling that this has gone way too far. Zixuan lunges forward with a death threat, but Xiao Ba easily steps aside, asking if he actually thinks he is strong enough, delivering a hook kick straight to his face. Xiao Ba mutters with disdain for him to know his limits. Zixuan has absolutely no way to fight back, refusing to give him a second to breathe. Xiao Ba closes in, demanding how he dared bully his comrades from Jiangzhou. Zixuan can only endure a brutal rain of punches and kicks, calling it the rightful punishment for demon martial. Xiao Ba dominates. The crowd erupts in shock, seeing Zixuan left utterly helpless against such overwhelming strength. Fans gasp at how much of a monster Xiao Ba is. With unmatched speed, raw power, and flawless techniques, they wonder if anyone left in the academies can even stand against him. Some speculate that only Han Zhan stands a chance against such an absolute beast. The crowd goes wild, cheering for Xiao Ba's incredible performance. Everyone wants to see if Demon Martial will ever dare to be arrogant again. This is the price for messing with Jiangzhou. The referee steps in and declares Xiao Ba of Jiangzhou Martial Academy the winner, standing victorious. Xiao Ba notices Han Zhan staring intensely from the distance. He wonders why Han Zhan has been glaring since the start, silently daring him to look right back. Han Zhan watches him with deep excitement, muttering that he will be waiting for Xiao Ba of Jiangzhou. Ignoring the look, Xiao Ba turns his attention back to his spoils of war. Seeing how desperate his opponent was to protect them, these two swords must be incredibly valuable. Suddenly, an arm blocks his path. Under orders from the Demon Martial Principal, the challenger demands that Zixuan's weapons be returned now that the match has officially ended. Xiao Ba flatly refuses, pointing out the referee just compared the stage to a battlefield, and no one ever returns captured spoils of war. Still, Xiao Ba points out that he is not a completely unreasonable person. He will return them if Demon Martial apologizes to Jiangzhou, begs forgiveness from all the ordinary schools they have bullied, and pays full compensation for medical fees and emotional distress. Under the stands, people scream in unison, yelling that Demon Martial has gone way too far and absolutely must apologize. Demands for an apology echo everywhere. Furious, the principal snaps, "How can there be such logic?" Xiao Ba fires back, asking if this is not the exact survival ideology their school always preaches to the weak. He is simply using their own twisted logic to deal with them. Down below, Principal Zhou cheers Xiao Ba on, yelling that Demon Martial will have absolutely nowhere left to hide their shame. Tian Cheng chimes in, excited to see if those arrogant bullies will finally learn their lesson. Unable to take such a massive public humiliation, the principal snaps, roaring that he will personally teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Principal Zhou screams for Xiao Ba to get out of the way. Even the military academy principal watches in disbelief as a seasoned expert actually prepares to attack a mere student. The crushing pressure makes Xiao Ba catch his breath, realizing this is the terrifying power of an obsidian realm aura explosion. The sheer force pushes them back, unable to let this shameless bullying slide. The military academy principal steps forward to block the blow. As the esteemed principal of Demon Martial, a powerful master, how can he unleash such terrifying power on a mere student without feeling any shame? He casually scoffs that this is demon martial ground where they have full autonomy, warning the military not to interfere in their business. Enraged, Principal Zhou refuses to back down, roaring that anyone trying to harm a Jiangzhou student will have to face him. As their massive powers clash and tear the air apart, the sudden arrival of Zhao Yi, the 6th-ranked overlord-level expert, forces everyone to immediately stop. The demon martial principal quickly pulls back his aura, stammering in shock at the sight of the legendary old master Zhao. Zhao Yi coldly scolds him, pointing out that in the few years since he left, the academy has completely lost its way and fallen into darkness, shaming him for attacking a young student. He asks how he dares call himself principal. The disgraced man can only lower his head in utter silence. After forcing the principal to kneel and apologize, Zhao Yi turns to the young talent, praising him for putting on such an incredible match. The legendary master then apologizes to all the schools on behalf of Demon Martial, flustered by the gesture. Principal Zhou quickly bows, saying the senior is being far too polite. He explains that the true creed of Demon Martial is for the strong to protect their nation's peace. The strongest should emulate the mighty Lafan, possessing supreme power, but using it solely to guard the peace of the country. He admits that their leadership has seriously neglected training proper martial artists in recent years. Today, Demon Martial has clearly lost to Jiangzhou, without a doubt, declaring these two swords now belong to Xiao Ba. His grace leaves everyone in awe. The military principal openly voices his immense respect for the legendary master. Xiao Ba bows deeply, thanking the elder for his guidance, thoroughly disappointed in the current principal's impulsive and reckless actions. The elder demotes him on the spot, telling him to step down and work as a basic instructor. Left completely speechless, the disgraced man watches the elder depart. Soon after, the MC takes the stage, declaring a 1-hour break to repair the heavily damaged arena before the final round begins. Loud cheers erupt from the stands, praising the incredible performance of Xuanwu Academy. This year, Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy has really forced everyone to respect them. Xiao Ba is proving to be the most formidable contender in this tournament. Qing Shu praises Xiao Ba, saying his glorious victory has restored their academy honor and made everyone incredibly proud. Feeling quite embarrassed, Xiao Ba tells them to stop, admitting he was actually terrified out of his mind during the battle. The principal joyfully chimes in, noting that even Elder Zhao showed up, bringing immense glory to their school. Qing Shu worries about the next match against Great Wall Military Academy, as Han Zhan's power remains completely unfathomable. The principal advises Xiao Ba to take a quick rest, noting that reaching the finals is already an incredible achievement. Xiao Ba grins and asks him. He grins, saying he does not need rest. But since he brought glory to Jiangwu, maybe there should be some reward. Feeling completely helpless, the principal decides to personally reward him with 2 high-grade silver beast cores from his private stash. Extremely thrilled, Xiao Ba promises to deliver an outstanding performance, while the principal can only shake his head and tease him for being such a clever opportunist. An hour later, the announcer excites the crowd by declaring that the highly anticipated grand finale of the 100-school tournament is finally underway. The entire stadium erupts with loud chants of Han Zhan, with fans shouting for Xuanwu to win. The match against Great Wall Guard Academy begins, and Han Zhan proactively suggests a single decisive duel to settle the score. Xiao Ba gladly agrees, saying he wanted the same. He asks his system to scan the opponent, which quickly reveals Han Zhan is a 20-year-old human who has already reached the low silver rank. Constitution is 316. Actual stats remain unknown. Agility at 216. And the system warns that the target is extremely dangerous, advising high caution. Xiao Ba immediately realizes his opponent is incredibly formidable. But Han Zhan suddenly charges in, shouting at him for spacing out. He demands Xiao Ba fight like a warrior, instantly activating triple metal spirits, Earthen Rampart, Talisman Body, sharp gold shadow, and source flow. He asks if he is in a rush, promising to unleash his full power, launching a flurry of lightning-fast attacks like a torrential downpour. He challenges Han Zhan to finally unleash his absolute maximum potential. Han Zhan swiftly dodges and blocks, yelling that he can evade it all, impressed by this grace. Xiao Ba jokingly complains that Han Zhan was definitely holding back during his earlier match with Wang Yang. A shocked judge stands up, noting that Han Zhan was nowhere near this fast in his previous fight. No one expected him to hide his true strength like that against Wang Yang. Another spectator chimes in, remembering how they once thought speed was Han Zhan's weakness. But now even that seems flawless, whether in strength, speed, or defense. Han Zhan appears to have absolutely no weaknesses. He is truly a legendary figure among the younger generation of martial artists. A third judge agrees, stating that unless an opponent relies on a much higher cultivation tier to crush him, there is no hope of victory, leaving Jiangzhou in second place. Believing Xiao Ba stands no chance, everyone watches as he throws a powerful punch, telling Han Zhan to take it, but Han Zhan easily dodges, boasting it is still not enough. Xiao Ba is deeply impressed, acknowledging that a warrior forged in the brutal battlefield of myriad races truly has no blind spots, but he warns him that the next attack will be unavoidable, telling him to feel his most insidious strike yet. The dirty strike hits Han Zhan straight in the groin, leaving him only able to let out a painful shriek. The entire crowd is left in absolute shock, calling the move extremely cheap and shameless, but admitting they totally love it. They praise Xiao Ba as the absolute GOAT. But some wonder if striking below the belt is even allowed in this tournament. Others argue the deputy commander declared this is real combat, meaning any winning move is valid. Trembling as he clutches his groin, Han Zhan cannot believe his opponent would pull off such a shameless move. Xiao Ba shamelessly replies that the arena is a real battlefield, using a powerful follow-up punch to send Han Zhan flying away. Emerging from the dense dust cloud, Han Zhan coldly warns Xiao Ba that he is finally going to get serious. Having tested enough, he prepares a completely unavoidable strike. Han Zhan unleashes his long-hidden, massive, endless blade aura, and seeing no way to dodge, Xiao Ba decides to clash head-on to see who is tougher. While the shocked judges gasp in absolute disbelief, they cannot believe he mastered this move, which is actually Old Man Han's signature combat technique. 3 years ago, General Han swung his blade once, instantly turning thousands of vicious beasts to ash. Those thousands of enemies actually included 1 diamond-level powerhouse and 3 platinum-level masters from the myriad races. Xiao Ba grits his teeth to hold his ground, shouting that Han Zhan is truly ruthless. But immediately after those words, the massive pressure blows him straight backward as he cries out in absolute shock. Han Zhan points his blade straight at his opponent, telling Xiao Ba to finally unleash his entire strength. Han Zhan refuses to believe his opponent is this weak, while Qing Shu gasps from afar, wondering if Xiao Ba is actually defeated. With an attack this massive, almost nobody could survive it. Yet Xiao Ba calmly opens his backpack, muttering that Han Zhan has finally pushed him to the edge. He calls out Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba, commanding them to attack together. Seeing those 2 mighty beasts stepping onto the field, Han Zhan praises Xiao Ba for finally unleashing every bit of his true strength. All 3 charge at once, as Xiao Ba yells that Han Zhan is finished, launching a lightning-fast kick right at him. Han Zhan barely dodges, only to face Xiao Ba's massive claws coming right at his flank. Xiao Ba seizes his chance, striking hard and quickly forcing Han Zhan to stumble backward. Admit defeat, Xiao Ba warns his rival. There is no shame in it. Instead, Han Zhan prepares to unleash his ultimate killer move, admitting that he still cannot fully control this level of power. But with no other choice left, he lets it loose. The massive burst of energy forces Xiao Ba to struggle, wondering if this guy is even human. Is this really gold-level power? It is absolutely terrifying. The system screens flash with an extreme danger warning, as Han Zhan confidently declares that Xiao Ba is guaranteed to lose this match. The crowd watches, recalling the old saying that everyone below gold is just an ant. Since gold is the threshold of true strength, Han Zhan has likely reached the very peak of this tier. A bronze rank fighter like Xiao Ba stands absolutely no chance against a gold-level master. Han Zhan channels all his energy into this final blow, confident that Xiao Ba stands absolutely zero chance of blocking it. As a terrifying force rains down, Xiao Ba freezes in shock. Realizing he cannot block this incoming strike, he desperately calls out for Xiao Ba to save him. And the beast instantly swaps places to shield him. Taking the entire impact of Han Zhan's devastating strike, the entire arena erupts in a massive explosion. And Xiao Ba immediately orders Xiao Ba to strike the now exhausted Han Zhan. The judges leap up in utter disbelief, shocked to see a rare space ability, since only platinum-level fighters can barely touch space power. They wonder if Xiao Ba is actually just a bronze. Could this be some unique trait of his bronze source? They find it completely impossible. A heaven-grade technique like spatial swapping should be completely impossible for a student of his rank. Could Xiao Ba's natural talent actually match the legendary Luo fan? Now watch, because the crowd is about to lose their minds. People wonder if this is truly just a gold-level tournament, staring anxiously through the thick clouds of dust to see who finally came out on top. Once the smoke finally clears, the crowd sees Han Zhan pinned flat under Xiao Ba's massive claws. Xiao Ba admits his rival is a total monster, and Han Zhan finally yields the match. With Han Zhan admitting his defeat, the home team stands utterly stunned before the host loudly crowns Xiao Ba of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University as the grand champion of the tournament. Tears fill the eyes of the Jiangzhou students as they cheer for their ultimate champion, knowing they never doubted him. He is now officially the strongest of his generation. As the entire stadium loudly chants his name over and over, watching his face flash across the giant broadcast screens, the stunned viewers can only yell out in absolute disbelief. The crowd jokingly calls him a shameless rogue, while Yan Ran looks on with deep pride and admiration. Back at the Su family home, Su Mei jumps for joy, celebrating her brother's victory, while their mother is moved to tears. She excitedly tells her husband that their son is indeed the national champion, and he weeps tears of absolute joy. The excitement in the arena remains at an all-time high as reporters swarm the field to interview the new champion. Reporters immediately crowd around the champion, asking him how it feels to have conquered the entire prestigious 100-school tournament. They eagerly ask if he has any words for Han Zhan, but the principal struggles to shield his student from the crowd, insisting that Xiao Ba needs rest before any interviews. The principal pulls him away and notes that he must be completely exhausted. He tells his student to rest at the hotel while he handles the rest. He then adds that the young champion has struck it rich, as the entire military prize pool belongs to him. Xiao Ba can barely believe his ears, asking for the exact amount as the principal estimates, 60 million. No way. It must be at least 600 million. Seeing that money, Xiao Ba completely loses control, shouting to let him go because the match is not over, and he wants to fight 10 more guys like Han Zhan. Over at the Mawu Hotel, the big screen broadcasts a news report from the Dragon Nation military channel. The 100 schools tournament has finally come to an end. Through this massive 100-school competition, the martial arts university students have shown off their incredible strength and style to everyone watching. Standing out above them all is the newly crowned champion of the tournament, representing Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Xiao Ba. The military officially decides to honor Xiao Ba for his incredibly brave and fearless performance up on the stage. He is awarded a first-class merit, the prestigious Great Wall Honor Medal, and 60,000 military merit points as a special reward. They hope other martial arts students will follow Xiao Ba's example, fighting with absolute determination to the very end, no matter how powerful the enemy might be. Next is the official reveal of the new top 100 school rankings. Number 1 is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, receiving 50 billion in military funding annually. At number 2, the Great Wall Guard Corps, also receiving 50 billion a year. Number 3. Imperial Capital University, with 50 billion in yearly funding. Coming in at number 4 is Xuanwu University, getting 10 billion per year. A true genius of both brain and brawn. The highly famous successor of Luo Fan, following the official Longha government broadcast. Beast Tamers from all over the country are rushing to apply for transfers to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University in the near future. Jiangzhou is expected to become the premier national training hub for all aspiring Beast Tamers. Even ordinary citizens are composing folk songs about Xiao Ba, and his legendary feats are spreading like wildfire all over the internet. With the tournament over and Xuanwu taking the crown, Xiao Ba has earned the ultimate admiration and respect of the public. Xiao Ba is seriously on another level, taking on so many top martial arts universities all by himself. Absolutely. They say he was severely injured and almost died. Is that true? So where on earth is he resting right now? Meanwhile, the hot topic of their conversation has just woken up from a massive sleep, stretching and asking how long he has been out. Manhwa walks in with a tray of food, asking if he is finally awake, since the principal forbade anyone from disturbing his rest. Surprised to see her, he asks what she is doing here. She explains that the principal ordered them to return to Xuanwu together once he woke up. Their private ride is already waiting downstairs. Xiao Ba nods, agreeing to quickly pack up his things so they can head out. We can leave right after that. But before we head back, I absolutely must take Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba to the Xuanwu cafeteria for a legendary all-you-can-eat feast. Manhwa laughs, realizing that Xuanwu's cafeteria is about to go bankrupt. Meanwhile, over at Jiangzhou, the students have already hung up welcoming banners. Banners welcome the triumphant heroes back home, with everyone gathering in absolute joy to celebrate. They teasingly ask Xiao Ba if he did not love Xuanwu's grand entrance, especially since their school funding this year is a massive 50 billion. This new gate will look far more majestic than Xuanwu's ever could. Welcome home, our true hero, Xiao Ba. A top-tier university must have the grand presence of a true champion. The principal steps up to speak, announcing that everyone must have heard how their own Jiangzhou Martial Arts University conquered the 100 Schools tournament and took the championship. This is a truly historic achievement, prompting everyone to give the returning triumphant heroes the massive welcome they deserve. The students cheer in unison, shouting welcome home to their victorious heroes and declaring Xuanwu completely invincible. The principal invites Xiao Ba to speak, calling up the team captain with the most outstanding achievements in this entire tournament. Brimming with confidence, Xiao Ba shares his thoughts, stating that the most important lesson from this tournament is that no legend is truly unbreakable. No matter how powerful the opponents are, as long as they never give up, they can absolutely overcome them and win. The crowd erupts in cheers of agreement as the principal proudly announces that they have officially conquered the championship. With the government massively increasing their funding, he asks Xiao Ba if he has any key suggestions for the university's future development. Xiao Ba seriously responds that the most critical gap between them and the elite schools lies in their cultivation resources. He suggests that they should invite a master alchemist to refine potions for them, so the massive gap in cultivation resources for the students can be completely filled. The principal is highly pleased with his answer, calling it excellent. That is all Xiao Ba has to say, sharing his hope that everyone will work hard together in the future. Principal Chen Xing praises him, stating that Xiao Ba is truly deserving of the championship and serves as the ultimate model for all of Jiangwu. Back in the meeting room, the principal hands over his medal, confidently stating that the moment Xiao Ba received his first Golden Great Wall medal, he knew the kid would eventually achieve massive fame. Xiao Ba humbly replies that it is simply his duty and what he was supposed to do. But of course, saying that does not mean he forgot about the 500 million the principal still owes him. The principal freezes in shock, asking if it was 50 million and wondering where on earth this crazy figure of 500 million came from. Xiao Ba gasps, arguing that he just brought 50 billion to the school, so 500 million is barely anything. But the stubborn principal refuses to back down, calling him a greedy little scammer, including the missing portion. The absolute most the principal can give him is 100 million. He promises him 10,000 military merit points, telling him to head over to the logistics chief to exchange them for resources. Xiao Ba refuses this insulting offer, questioning if 100 million is really all he gets. He asks if the principal is treating him like a beggar after he bled for the school, but gets pushed away. Getting thrown out by his collar only makes Xiao Ba angrier, calling the old man an ungrateful hypocrite who burns his bridges. As the door shuts, the principal merely puts on a caring face, telling Xiao Ba to go back and get some rest. Staring at the slammed door, Xiao Ba is absolutely furious, swearing that he will eventually get even with that greedy old man. Still, 100 million is enough to secure some solid upgrades for both Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba right now. Right then, a crowd of excited female students gathers outside his dorm, clamoring to find out if Xiao Ba is inside. They insist on seeing him, but the guard quickly blocks the entrance, claiming they have the wrong dorm entirely. Safe inside his room, Xiao Ba is busy feeding his two loyal beasts. He gently reminds them to take their time and not rush through their meal. He praises their amazing performance in the tournament, reminding them to keep pushing to get even stronger. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts, making him look down to see that they are actually leveling up. The system announces that Xiao Ba has officially evolved from an Earth Black Tortoise into a Silver Rank Earth Spirit Tortoise. His Xuanwu bloodline is now 40% activated, unlocking the powerful natural elemental talent, Origin of Earth. This major breakthrough also boosts Xiao Ba to Silver Rank, matching his Earth Spirit Tortoise with its 40% Xuanwu bloodline active. The Earth Gravity talent is enhanced, boosting his constitution to 738 and defense to 862. His first talent, Earth Rampart, gathers worldly energy to boost his defensive power by a massive 500%. His second talent, Earth Spirit Possession, requires a portion of stamina to coat his body in pure earth energy, boosting his attack up to 200% and defense by 300%. His third talent, Core Gravity, uses stamina to unleash a terrifying gravitational pull within a 3-kilometer radius. The fourth talent, Origin of Earth, lets him draw an endless flow of earth energy just by standing on the ground. Xiao Ba is stunned by this instant jump to silver, realizing every penny he spent was absolutely worth it. He encourages Xiao Ba to keep eating, while Xiao Ba also experiences a breakthrough, with the system showing the Ruijin White Tiger reaching high bronze rank. His Ruijin White Tiger is now high bronze rank, with 30% of its legendary bloodline fully activated. Its stats show 258 constitution, 205 defense, and a massive 395 agility. The beast now wields 3 powerful talents: Metal Claws, Metal Spirit, and the phantom-like Metal Ghost Shadow. Xiao Ba laughs with pure joy at Xiao Ba's upgrade, happily petting his 2 rapidly growing beasts. Han Zhan struggled until age 20 just to reach silver rank. But with these 2, Xiao Ba has jumped straight into the same tier. Suddenly, Jiangong bursts through the door, loudly shouting that Xiao Ba is his absolute idol. Startled, Xiao Ba asks what on earth is going on as Jiangong desperately clings to his leg, forcing him to helplessly urge his friend to calm down. His friend eagerly shares the amazing news that he has finally awakened his own special ability. He is now a glorious Beast Tamer just like Xiao Ba, excitedly holding up a small turtle to show off his new companion. Xiao Ba is incredibly surprised to see another turtle, as Jiangong explains how his grandfather was so completely thrilled about his sudden tamer awakening that the old man actually paid a fortune to hire professionals to catch him a bronze rank beast. But a basic bronze rank beast has no real future, so he rejected it completely. A real beast tamer has to raise a turtle, otherwise they are not doing it right, and asks if Xiao Ba agrees. Su Bai hesitates, wanting to tell Jiagang that turtles are not exactly the ultimate standard for everyone. Suddenly, the system alerts him. Congratulations on unlocking the new talent, Dominance, which lets the host use sacred beast blood essence to assist those who look up to him in fully awakening their latent beast taming powers. This also grants their tamed beasts the legendary bloodline of a sacred beast, turning them into divine descendants. That information completely stuns him, leaving him to wonder what this insane dominance talent is all about. Can he really help others awaken beasts with sacred beast bloodlines? Does this mean Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai are about to get their own descendants? The screen displays Han Jiagang's profile, revealing him as a beast tamer who can be awakened through Xuanwu blood essence. His beast can awaken up to 10% of the Xuanwu bloodline. And as the host, he holds complete control over its strength and survival. Seeing his reaction, Jiagang asks out of curiosity what is wrong and why Brother Su is even more excited than him. He excitedly pats his shoulder, saying it is nothing at all. Jiagang, in fact, I think what you just said is completely right. If you want a pet, you have to raise a turtle. A tamer without a turtle is no tamer at all. Now, let me see your turtle. The main gates of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University are flooded with countless young applicants, leaving the teachers utterly stunned. When asked if they are here to learn about taming, they answer that Xuanwu is the most famous school now, and they want to register to study under the legendary Su Bai. The teacher reminds them. The teacher urges the students not to rush, saying that since they chose Xuanwu's advanced training, the gates will naturally be open to welcome them. Now, everyone summon your beasts. One person immediately sets down a turtle, telling his beast to come on out. The people nearby also hold up their turtles, asking if their beast is a turtle too. Of course it is. Who does not raise a turtle at Xuanwu? The teacher watches this completely helpless, feeling that this is not an enrollment, but more like a turtle festival. She asks Huo Guang directly if he is truly a beast tamer with special abilities. He replies that of course it is, but she still highly doubts it, noting he has zero spiritual energy and is clearly a strong martial artist with quite high vitality. And as for this turtle of yours, is it not just a common softshell turtle sold in the local food market? What about you behind him? You are a lightning user, right? And you too. Huo Guang stubbornly says he does not care. He is a beast tamer and wants to join the taming department to be in Su Bai's class. Others join the clamor, asking what is wrong with having lightning abilities. Who ruled that a lightning user cannot become a beast tamer anyway? Can they not just raise a thunder turtle? Maybe after joining the taming department and spending time with Su Bai, they can research a real lightning turtle of their own. The teacher scolds them for being so stubborn, calling it pure nonsense and absolutely ridiculous behavior. Imagine Su Bai's pure confusion as he walks by, utterly shocked to find turtles absolutely everywhere on campus. Amidst the loud shouting from people wanting to be tamers, a girl suddenly spots him and screams out Su Bai's name. The crowd quickly spots Su Bai, whispering in disbelief if that is really him, before they all swarm over like a broken beehive, calling out to Su Bai. A fan begs him for help to stay, saying it would be a lifelong regret if they cannot be classmates. Another asks Su Bai to look at him, claiming he has great potential because he has raised turtles since childhood and is super good at it. Someone warns another not to pull their shirt, yelling that watching Su Bai's match made them find their true purpose in life. Even if they are not tamers yet, they firmly believe they can awaken the ability later down the line. Su Bai runs for his life, wondering why on earth a massive crowd suddenly ambushed him out of nowhere. He has to yell out for help, begging the principal to save him. Meanwhile, in the military headquarters room on the front line, a report is delivered, stating that the myriad races spotted their movements and deployed 13 clans, including the Netherworld Cats, the six-eared demon wolves, and the wild bears are gathering near our camp. Though the exact situation remains unclear, Ni Cheng orders saying the myriad races are getting far too bold. No matter what their goal is, they must strike first. Which is why he already ordered the selection of 3 capable fighters, chosen from the 100-school tournament. They will head to Bishui Pool to carry out a crucial scouting mission. Hearing this, an officer is shocked, asking if they are really sending students from the tournament to a dangerous forbidden zone like Bishui Pool. They have not even graduated yet, which is far too risky. Prompting another to ask Master Ni Qing to reconsider this decision. He responds that as human warriors, they must face the front lines eventually, and he believes they can get this job done. Besides, only with him staying here will that King Realm powerhouse of the myriad races refrain from making any reckless moves. Therefore, this scouting mission is absolutely critical, so they must carry it out. Prompting a commander to shout in agreement. Back at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Xiao Ba rushes into the principal's office to deliver an urgent report that things are going terrible. Their school is about to turn into a giant turtle farm. But seeing him arrive, the principal remarks that Xiao Ba came at the perfect time. He introduces him to the head of the Cao family, Cao Man, who came specifically to discuss the recovery of their family's sacred weapon. The others are elders of the Cao family. As Xiao Ba calmly asks if they simply want to reclaim Zixuan's twin swords, but the Mawu principal already gifted them to him, making them lose their temper and shout that the sacred weapons belong to the Cao family. If it were not out of respect for old Mr. Zhao, they would not even waste their breath explaining this to him. They arrived today with full sincerity to redeem their weapons. Yet his attitude is completely unacceptable. Xiao Ba thinks to himself, bold move slamming tables here at Xuanwu. The principal slams the table and speaks up, reminding them this is Xuanwu, not their magic capital. And whether Xiao Ba sells or not is entirely his choice, telling Xiao Ba to negotiate with peace of mind. Cao Man speaks up, asking the student to name his conditions, replying that he has grown quite fond of using those 2 weapons lately. Another member of the Cao family advises him that since everyone must head to the myriad races battlefield, upgrading strength is the real priority, rather than keeping 2 useless hunks of metal. They argue it would be much better to trade them for vital cultivation resources. Asking what he thinks, Xiao Ba pretends to consider, admitting that his friend makes a pretty solid point. Since that is the case, he asks for 1 billion, leaving everyone completely stunned at the massive price. They argue that even forging brand new divine weapons wouldn't cost this much. But Xiao Ba tells them they are dead wrong. Sure, these 2 divine weapons might not do much in Xiao Ba's hands, but in Zixuan's possession, they are literally the only things keeping him alive. He asks if Zixuan's life is not worth 1 billion, and besides, just how much time would it take to forge a new one? They hesitate, grumbling that this is straight-up highway robbery, and ask why he does not just go commit real theft instead. Watching from the sidelines, the principal silently laughs, hoping they enjoy their first taste of the kid's inner greedy merchant. Cao Man immediately agrees to the deal, and an excited Xiao Ba praises him for being a truly generous family head. He adds that the transfer will go through today, expecting the immediate return of the Cao family's divine weapons once the money hits. Seeing them off, Xiao Ba promises cash on delivery with absolutely zero cheating of young or old, while the principal guarantees the transaction and wishes his dear friend a safe journey. Turning back, Xiao Ba asks the principal if the Cao family's extreme eagerness to pay this massive fortune means there is actually serious trouble brewing on the front lines. The principal replies, confirming the guess is correct. An official military order demands that all drafted instructors and students must deploy to the myriad races front line within 3 days. With the principal also heading out, the military has a special mission lined up for Xiao Ba and Qingshu, leaving the kid pretty surprised. He reminds Xiao Ba that this upcoming campaign is the very first time the human race has launched a counter-offensive in over a century. On the battlefield, they are no longer principals, teachers, or students, but soldiers who must show courage and brave death to complete the mission. asking if he understands. Over at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the principal stands on the Great Wall with the draft order, declaring that their school gathers the country's top geniuses to fight behind the war emperor. Below him, the gathered students chant in unison to fight for their nation and the eternal glory of the human race. At the Magic Capital University, the new principal also rallies his forces, declaring they will always be at the front line, loyal to the end, swearing to return alive to human pass. The students roar back in high spirits, swearing to carve their names on the monument forever to defend the invincible human race. 3 days later, at the Great Wall Fortress, a lead soldier urges Subai's group to hurry, warning that the massive battle starts tomorrow. He orders multiple checks on the magic crystal cannons, reminding them to recharge the energy source and avoid even a single mistake. They must keep a constant eye out for enemy scouts, making sure none of them get within 50 miles of the wall. Any intruder must be eliminated on the spot. But a curious Subai asks his principal why other top schools are wearing heavy armor, while their own Xuanwu team is wearing basic school uniforms instead. It makes survival on the front lines pretty slim. And Yang Qiang totally agrees that they definitely deserve proper combat gear as well. Since Xuanwu is incredibly wealthy, buying a few hundred sets of armor should be easy pocket change for them. The principal sadly explains that while they can usually trade cash for resources, wartime regulations strictly dictate that combat gear can only be claimed using hard-earned military merit points. To get armor, they must defeat enemies first. But their school has not accumulated much military merit over the years. Suddenly, a loud warning blares across the fortress, ordering all units to assemble as the defenders prepare to march out. The lead soldier rushes off to the battlefield, shouting back that he did not even get the chance to introduce himself. Calling out to all academy teachers and students, he explains that everyone must assist the military to defend the wall, and strictly forbidding anyone from leaving the fortress gates without an official military order. As everyone shouts their understanding, Principal Chu orders all of his Magic Capital warriors to immediately get up on the wall and defend. All Imperial Capital students are ordered to follow him up the Great Wall, following behind. A pretty terrified Yang Cheng admits to the principal that his nerves are getting the absolute best of him, reassuring him that their only task is to defend the wall. They finally reach the top, where both Yangchang and Subai immediately freeze in pure shock, staring at the massive, hazy horde approaching from the horizon. They realize it is a beast tide, and it looks absolutely terrifying. With so many brutal beasts flooding in, they wonder if they can even kill them all. The beasts number in the tens of thousands, turning this place into a literal meat grinder. But the principal quickly reassures the students, reminding them that the military is leading the charge, and they only need to provide support. They can take their time getting used to the battlefield. Subai sheepishly steps up to ask, since the new order bans anyone from charging forward, can their tamed beasts launch an attack instead? He greedily eyes the massive horde, refusing to let such a perfect opportunity to level up his beasts slip away. The principal quickly warns Subai this is a war zone, so he better not cause any trouble. The military unleashes their artillery, firing off the powerful magic crystal cannons. The sheer raw power of the cannons leaves everyone in awe. The destructive force is absolutely terrifying. In the control room, the artillery commander orders his men to quickly reload for the next volley. Just as Subai points to the horizon to warn them that the beasts are closing in, the principal orders everyone to prepare for combat, while headquarters issues a command for all silver rank warriors to stand ready to engage. Countless elemental abilities rain down on the beasts as the commander orders the gold rank experts to prepare, reminding everyone to protect the city wall at all costs. The beast horde charges forward in a frenzy, but the brave silver rank warriors fearlessly clash with the wild monsters to hold the line. Their fierce fighting spirit quickly pushes the monsters back, prompting Yongcheng to beg Principal Chu to let him join the battle. He desperately wants to fight alongside the wall defense forces. Tiancheng cannot hold back either, complaining that just watching is unbearable and begging the principal to let them go. But he quickly shuts them down. He sternly reminds them that this is a real war zone, not a place for impulsive decisions. And their only task is to support the wall defenses. The military issued this strict order solely to protect them, as sending them down there now would only result in useless sacrifices. Once they are truly ready to become real soldiers, they will have plenty of chances to slay the enemy. Just then, a sudden burst of power tears right through the defensive line, leaving one of the warriors utterly shocked at what is happening. Weren't the magic crystal cannons ordered to cease fire over in the command center? The officers are equally baffled as to why artillery is still going off, but the trajectory and power seem completely different. The commander demands to know who is still firing when they were ordered to stop. A soldier quickly points out that it is actually Xiao Ba, who is wide-mouthed and unleashing attacks as powerful as the cannons, with Su Bai cheering him on. Watching this from above, the principal can only gasp in absolute shock, staring down at his troublesome student with complete helplessness. That rascal Su Bai. Meanwhile, Qingshu is completely mind-blown, wondering if a Beast Tamer is even allowed to pull off a stunt like that. Su Bai simply nods and continues directing his pet, ordering Xiao Ba to aim straight at a bronze-rank beast and blast it to pieces. Xiao Ba obeys, firing a massive blast that the beast horde cannot dodge. But Su Bai immediately scolds him for being completely clueless. Can't he see that's a silver-rank monster? If he fails to kill it in one shot, they won't get any credit for the kill. He tells him to focus and aim carefully to completely obliterate the bronze-rank ones instead. He warns his pet to be careful not to hit their own allies, before ordering Xiao Bai to join the fight, threatening to feed all his beast cores to Xiao Ba if he dares to slack off. The warriors watch in sheer disbelief as Su Bai's two beasts charge directly into the heart of the beast horde, wondering where these incredibly powerful beasts came from. Someone whispers that they actually belong to a student from Jiangzhou University. Others are utterly shocked, refusing to believe that an undergraduate student who hasn't even graduated could raise such terrifyingly powerful beasts. Once the thick clouds of dust and smoke finally settle, the ground is left covered in countless beast carcasses. Seeing this, the commander immediately orders all silver-rank warriors must pursue the retreating beasts, while the gold-rank fighters are tasked with clearing out any remaining enemies on the field. The principal looks at Su Bai with newfound respect, chuckling that the kid always manages to come up with the wildest tricks. Standing nearby, Tian Chang asks out of pure curiosity how Su Bai managed to boost his beast's strength so dramatically in such a short time. Su Bai casually makes up an excuse, claiming that their rapid growth is all thanks to the generous resources provided by the principal. He then slyly asks if his impressive feat counts as a major contribution, hinting at some extra military merits. The principal silently curses, thinking that this shameless kid might as well just admit to extorting hundreds of millions from him earlier. He simply replies that since Su Bai wiped out so many beasts, he will definitely receive plenty of military merit. The rest of them are stationed on the wall, never joining the fray. Back at headquarters, an officer reports to the general that the battle statistics are complete, with 568 soldier casualties. All 200 magic crystal cannons have entered the cooling and recharging phase, and will be ready to fire again in 5 hours and 40 minutes. Throughout this intense battle, their forces have successfully eliminated over 125,000 enemy beasts. General Huan Shan is completely caught off guard. It only took half an hour. This is a massive victory. Order the main forces to rest up, because tomorrow brings another major battle. The soldier quickly continues, "Oh, and by the way, General, there is one more thing I need to report." The commander of the 35th Division reports that the student from Xuanwu, Su Bai, even though he did not leave the city to fight, he actually used his tamed beasts like magical crystal cannons to wipe out an incredible number of enemies in this battle. The commander is formally requesting that Su Bai be awarded military merits. Huan Shan gives the order using tamed beasts as magical crystal cannons. Reward his military merits based on the exact number of enemies he took down. Right then, protests erupt all across the base square. This is completely unfair. We were not even allowed to join the battle. So how on earth is he getting military merits? Some mock them well. If you had the same insane power as Xiao Ba, you could too. They point to the screen. Look at the martial arts ranking board. Standing at number 1 from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is Xiao Ba, with 43,500 merit points. No one else even comes close to his score. Reading this, a student curses out, "Damn it. Xiao Ba is a student just like us." And he was not allowed outside the walls either. How in the world did he manage to rack up this much military merit? Talk about a mystery. Seeing Xiao Ba's name at the very top, Cao Zixuan lets out a cold sneer. Why does it always have to be him? His sidekicks chime in. Holy crap. Over 40,000 merit points is worth more than 400 million credits. Even a gold rank powerhouse might only earn that much. What on earth did Xiao Ba actually do? Fuming with rage, Zixuan swears to himself, "Xiao Ba, I will absolutely surpass you." Spotting Zixuan in the square, Xiao Ba casually strolls over and slaps him on the shoulder like nothing happened. Well, if it isn't old Cao, long time no see. Oh right. Have you gotten used to using those dual swords yet? Come to think of it, the only reason I bagged so much merit this time is all thanks to your Uncle Cao's generous support. Seeing Zixuan's sour face, he tries to cheer him up. Look, if you need anything today, just say the word. We are good brothers after all. So stop wearing that miserable expression. But Zixuan's face remains wrinkled like a dried prune. Who on earth is your friend? I, Cao Zixuan, would absolutely never be friends with someone like you. Xiao Ba still leans in close, prying further. Oh, come on, old Ka. Is it because those weapons do not feel right in your hands? Xiao Ba keeps babbling on. I have been reading a lot of books on smithing lately, so I actually have some solid experience in maintaining legendary weapons. Why don't I give yours a quick tune-up? I will even give you a cheap rate. Zixuan ignores him completely, letting out a sharp snort before storming off. Seeing him leave, Xiao Ba calls out, "Wait up, old Cow." The second day arrives at the Great Wall Fortress, as all troops line up in neat formations to meet Lord Zhao Yi. The commander reports loudly the Great Wall Guard has been fully assembled. Zhao Yi briefs the crowd yesterday. Over 100,000 wild beasts launched an attack. But that was merely a probing strike to test us. Today, we are going to face an even larger horde of beasts. But we as human beings, we will never sit idly by and wait for death. Today is the day that all of humanity launches our counteroffensive. He commands them today. I want every single one of you to grip your swords tightly and defend this land of ours. The entire guard grips their weapons, roaring in unison, counterattack. Counterattack. Hold your swords tight and defend our beautiful land. At Zhao Yi's direct signal, the massive wave of guards charges out onto the battlefield, one after another. Countless other legions pour out from the city gates, completely prepared to face the enemy. Morale skyrockets. Outside, the beast army surges forward all at once. Having been benched for 2 whole days, Xiao Ba asks, with deep frustration, "Principal, are we still not heading out to fight this time? Are we just going to keep guarding the gates?" Yongcheng quickly chimes in, "That is right, Principal. We cannot keep hiding here like cowards." But the principal snaps back. What is the panic? Military orders are absolute, and there will definitely be a chance for you all to shine. Holding his walkie-talkie, the commander initiates the tactical plan. Magical Element Legion, begin the bombardment now. The Elemental Vanguard takes the lead on command, unleashing their powerful magic to push back the monster horde and obliterating the front lines. As dark energy rises, Yongcheng is completely stunned, and honestly, who wouldn't be? This is absolutely terrifying. Keeping his eyes glued to the brutal clash, Xiao Ba mutters, "No wonder they say the battlefield of myriad races is a living hell. Absolutely no creature could hope to survive such a devastating and overwhelming bombardment." The commander barks out another order: "Alert all units. The enemy is charging heavy armor legion. Move out. Right on cue. A massive legion, clad in heavy iron armor and gripping spiked shields, rushes into position. The captain strictly instructs his armored force, you must hold the line against the Diamond Bear's initial charge. Ensure the mission succeeds. Then he boldly orders the heavy armored legion to follow him and charge. As both sides immediately clash, facing the sharp and sturdy shields of the heavy armored legion. The Diamond Bear horde is successfully halted. The captain continues to direct his heavy armored legion to block these filthy beasts. While on a high tower, an enraged Diamond Bear leader screams, asking how mere humans could ever stop their supreme clan. Smash them to pieces for me. Xiao Ba is surprised, wondering why the leader of the monster clans also has a human form. Principal Zhou explains that platinum-tier powerhouse beasts have the ability to shapeshift, and once they reach the Diamond Realm, they look identical to humans. Even if he lives among them, he will not find anything unusual, as long as they do not reveal any of their monstrous flaws. This explanation leaves Xiao Ba in awe, completely amazed that the monster clans possess such incredible shape-shifting abilities. Luo Yangqiang loses his patience and repeatedly asks when the higher-ups will finally assign a mission to their squad. Principal Zhou reassures him, noting that the battlefield is growing fiercer, so their mission will undoubtedly arrive very soon. Right then, a soldier steps out to mobilize all reserve members to assist the main force in rescuing the wounded and clearing the battlefield. All members of the Martial Arts Academy are split into small teams to coordinate their efforts on the missions. Now watch as the squad lists are announced. Xiao Ba excitedly says that their mission has finally arrived. The officer begins reading, placing Xiao Ba, Hu Qingshu, and Han Zhan together in Team 1. For team leader Xiao Ba, the task is not mandatory, allowing him to either help clear the battlefield or head to the Misty Mountains to join the Grand Army. Next, Team 2 consists of Wang Yang, Cao Zishen, Guan Jin, and Zheng Laishao, with Wang Yang as leader, tasked to scout the Misty Mountains terrain. The officer continues reading all the way to Team 52, which includes Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, Luo Yongqiang, Lei Yunxiao, and Zhang Mani, under team leader Bai Ningbing. Their mission is to assist the adult guard reserves in clearing the battlefield as the teams are ordered to assemble. Whispers break out all around, with students asking what on earth is going on. Damn it! Are we not all from the same school? Another student agrees, pointing out that almost everyone has been split up, and wondering what Team 1 is even supposed to do. Putting Xiao Ba, Han Zhan, and Hu Qingshu into one team seems crazy. But Han Zhan soon finds his squad mates and greets Xiao Ba, saying it has been a long time and they should spar when they get the chance. Xiao Ba has something more important to ask Han Zhan, saying they can talk about fighting when they return, and asks what this mission is truly about. Hu Qingshu chimes in, questioning why the three of them were placed together on such an incredibly vague and suspicious task. But Han Zhan replies that since Xiao Ba is the team leader and has no idea what is happening, there is no way he would know. Hearing this, Xiao Ba lets out a loud gasp. Suddenly, Xiao Ba widens his eyes as if realizing something, then pouts with a smirk, noting that the military orders clearly allow the team leader to arrange things. When Xiao Ba claims he has figured it out, Hu Qingshu asks in confusion what exactly he has understood, telling them to just follow him. Xiao Ba bids farewell to the principal, saying they are heading out to execute their mission. The principal warmly tells the brats to stay safe, reminding them that keeping their young lives intact is what matters most in critical moments. Xiao Ba eagerly leaps off the city wall, shouting back that he understands. Before telling Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu to follow him, he cautions both Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu to keep up, warning them that he will not wait if they fall behind, prompting them to quickly follow. Hu Qingshu remains highly curious, asking Xiao Ba what their mission actually requires the team to do. Han Zhan laughs loudly, saying that Xiao Ba has been holding back for way too long, so they should just let him have his fun. Little Ba and Little Bai poke their heads out and cry out eagerly, sensing the scent of beast cores. And before long, the team arrives on the battlefield, looking at the piles of corpses scattered everywhere. Subai sighs, noting just how incredibly brutal the battlefield really is. Han Zhan takes a solemn moment of silence, stating that dying on the battlefield is one of the highest honors for ground force warriors. Filled with grief, Subai bids the fallen seniors to rest in peace, promising that they will carry on the fight in their place. Hu Qingshu pats his shoulder and asks if he is all right, and Subai softly replies that he is fine. Han Zhan adds that this is simply their destiny as soldiers. But then both of them suddenly turn their gaze toward Little Bai and Little Ba. Han Zhan asks if Subai allowing Little Ba and Little Bai to eat those scattered beast cores violates military discipline. Subai counters that they are actually helping their comrades by lightening their load and clearing the messy battlefield. Besides, clearing out the remains is a pretty urgent task anyway. As they finish up, voices call out from afar, recognizing Subai and his friends, prompting him to urge his pets to eat quickly since they still have a real mission. Packing both pets back into his bag, he tells them they must focus on the main job first, promising they can eat as much as they want once they return. Subai turns to call his teammates, telling Lao Han and Lao Hu it is time to move out. Qing Shu gets curious and asks Subai where they are heading, while Han Zhan points out that this is the path leading straight to the Misty Mountains. Subai dashes ahead first, telling Lao Hu that he is falling behind Lao Han and needs to speed up before the main force arrives. Zixuan and his squad finally reach the battlefield. He searches around while grumbling that Subai and his friends did not wait for the other university teams assigned to explore the area, but instead rushed straight into the Misty Mountains. Wang Yang observes that the trio seems to be in a real rush. He then orders the team to prepare, as their second squad must also head inside, with Zixuan quickly acknowledging the command. With that, the four of them sprint forward, knowing their mission is to assist in scouting the rugged terrain. This misty mountain range is still pretty dangerous, but as long as they stay away from the high-risk zones, they should be fine. Zixuan urges everyone to speed up, pointing out that entering early means they can secure more military merit points. Subai's team arrives at the Misty Mountains. He scans the area, noting that the heavy fog will not clear anytime soon and their vision is severely limited. Han Zhan agrees, suggesting they all stay close together. Qing Shu analyzes the situation, pointing out that the extremely low visibility combined with the complex terrain makes it very easy for the main human army to get ambushed. Subai agrees, noting that this kind of environment is definitely better suited for small-scale squad operations. Suddenly, something inside a rotting log catches Han Zhan's attention, and he gestures to the other two to come over and take a look. He holds up a mushroom, explaining that it is a blood mushroom, a valuable herb crucial for making blood qi powder. Qing Shu examines it, noting that the blood mushroom appears to be over 10 years old. If they sell it at a material store, it could fetch over 100,000 credits, leaving Subai completely jaw-dropped. So what are they waiting for? Leaving it behind would be a complete waste. Qing Shu tries to remind him of their active mission, but Subai's eyes are glued to the treasure, telling them to go ahead if they are in a rush, while he gathers the mushrooms. He then unzips his backpack and calls for Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to come out. Seeing Subai act with absolutely zero leadership dignity, Han Zhan facepalms in disbelief, while Subai's eyes gleam like stars as he clutches the mushroom like gold and cheers that there are more here. There are so many rare treasures in this place. There is absolutely no way he is going home empty-handed. He quickly turns from smiling to scolding his two pets, asking Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai what they are eating and if they want to get poisoned. Sensing imminent danger nearby, Han Zhan immediately goes on high alert, warning them of a massive energy surge as a beast wave rushes their way. Right on cue, a low-tier gold dual-headed lizard and 3 silver-tier wolf demons emerge from the fog. Subai pats Han Zhan's shoulder confidently, claiming that a single low-tier gold beast is nothing and he can handle it alone while they continue scouting. But he and Qingshu instantly draw their weapons, charging straight at the monsters. They yell that Subai will not be hogging all the merit points for himself this time, even if he is the captain. They refuse to let him take all the credit, urging everyone to strike together, amazed by their sudden, perfect teamwork. Subai asks if they are sharing a brain, as the two dive right into a fierce clash with the beasts. The odds seem slightly stacked against them due to the enemy's superior numbers. But Subai wastes no time jumping right into the fray. He delivers a powerful kick to the dual-headed lizard, telling Lao Han to take a breather while he wraps this up in 5 minutes. Staring in shock, Han Zhan asks Subai how he is already on the verge of breaking through to mid-tier silver after only a few days, slashing through the beasts. Qingshu barks at Subai to stop talking and prove his skills if he wants to steal the kills. Han Zhan nods in total agreement. The two move in perfect sync, unleashing a relentless and furious assault on the horde, forcing Subai to frantically call out for them not to wipe out everything and leave him at least a few monsters. They just laugh it off, teasing Subai that he is simply being too slow today. Wang Yang's squad also reaches the Misty Mountains, where Zixuan quickly detects signs of a fierce battle taking place ahead. The energy ripples point to martial artists, awakened individuals, and a terrifying gold-tier beast locked in combat. Wang Yang grows anxious, realizing their allies might be in deep trouble, and orders a swift rescue as the rest of the team loudly agrees. By the time they arrive, only dead monsters remain, with not a single person in sight. Guanjin mutters in awe at the sheer devastation around them, while Subai's squad has already finished off the entire pack. Subai sits proudly atop the slain dual-headed lizard as the others praise his extreme craftiness, pointing out how ruthlessly he targeted the giant beast's exact weak spots. He just chuckles, thanking them for the compliments. He then tells Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai they are in luck and should feast now so they can help him work later. While Wang Yang's group still struggles through the thick fog, Guanjin still cannot believe his senses just 5 minutes ago. He felt the massive energy of countless beasts, yet they were all wiped out in a single moment. Wang Yang replies that it is normal, because those three simply are not human. Because of the terrible visibility in the fog, Wang Yang has no idea he has already gotten so close to Han Zhan. His mouth keeps running, calling old Han the absolute strongest genius of the Great Wall Guard. Truly extraordinary strength, though Han Zhan just helplessly asks if he is being mocked right now. He points over to Subai, explaining that almost all these beasts were slaughtered by Subai and his pets, leaving him and Hu Qingshu without even a single scrap. Zixuan is completely shocked, crying out, he killed every single one of them in just 5 minutes. Subai runs over to tease him, asking if that is old Cao, and if he wants some help maintaining his divine weapon. He says he really cannot help it, he hasn't seen those 2 divine weapons in so long. So of course, they are on his mind. Zixuan is driven absolutely mad with rage, pointing a finger at Subai and warning him to shut his mouth. Wang Yang steps in to stop the fight, reminding them that their mission is highly urgent. He asks Subai what the first squad leader wants to do next, and Subai replies that he wants to go deeper into the Misty Mountains to hunt down even more beasts. He wants to eliminate as many as possible to secure a safe rear for the human army. Only Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu truly see through him. All those grand speeches are just a cover, because he wants to hoard more rare treasures, and killing these beasts will rack up his military merits. But outwardly, they just nod along, saying they completely agree with the plan. Wang Yang suggests that they should team up from now on, and Subai agrees without hesitation, though he warns them beforehand that if they find any valuable resources, there is one condition: whoever claims the loot first gets to keep it, with no fair sharing allowed. Asking if they are okay with that, Wang Yang hesitates slightly before agreeing that it makes sense. Subai immediately takes off, telling everyone to keep up, leaving Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu scrambling to chase after him and yelling for him to wait. They yell at old Su not to hoard all the loot for himself, leaving Guanjin completely baffled as he asks what they are even talking about. Wang Yang tells him he will understand eventually, urging him to stop daydreaming and follow. But as the group runs after them, they suddenly freeze in their tracks, noticing that Su Bai's group has stopped. They wonder why everyone has frozen, questioning if there is something blocking the path ahead. Wang Yang, wide-eyed, realizes that a massive group of gold-level beasts has suddenly appeared right in front of them. Zixuan breaks into a cold sweat, pointing out 2 low-tier gold beasts, 1 mid-tier, and even a terrifying high-tier gold monster. A whole troop of gold-level monkeys fills the woods, led by a massive white-furred gorilla at the high-tier gold level. Suddenly, a strange figure with sharp, prominent fangs appears from the shadows. He angrily calls them useless trash for letting silver-tier humans slip into their territory, causing the giant gorilla to bow its head in deep apology. Su Bai's squad panics as they realize this humanoid beast is a platinum-tier powerhouse, leaving Hu Qingshu completely shocked by the discovery. Han Zhan quickly corrects them, noting that the creature belongs to the Earth Treasury Black Snake clan. They are one of the 3 great royal clans and a powerful vassal of the 9 nether heavens swallowing python, boasting noble blood that lets them transform early and fight far above their level. This transformed beast is by far the most dangerous threat in this forest. Tian Meng coldly orders his beasts to slaughter them all, making sure not a single human escapes alive. Instantly, hordes of hidden beasts emerge from the shadows with vicious glares, leaving the human group completely baffled by how so many monsters managed to gather here. Han Zhan urgently orders Wang Yang to use his superior speed and run back to call for reinforcements immediately. He nods and quickly activates his Earth-grade skill, Wind Spirit Possession, telling Su Bai and Han Zhan to hang in there, just as Wang Yang dashes away. 3 low-tier gold monkeys immediately spring into action to chase him down. In a flash, they cut off his escape route, leaving Wang Yang completely shocked that their speed could actually surpass his own. With no choice left, he prepares to fight for his life, while Su Bai's group is forced to clash with other incoming monsters. Han Zhan asks in deep worry if Su Bai can handle that black snake all by himself. Zixuan draws his twin swords, swearing to slaughter every last one of these beasts, while Tian Meng grows curious at Su Bai's completely motionless stance and asks why he refuses to fight. Su Bai just replies with a sarcastic smirk, noting that this opponent looks quite tough. He summons his 2 trusted pets, telling Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to get to work. The moment they emerge, both beasts immediately expand in size, showing off a terrifying form that instantly makes the surrounding creatures hesitate. They immediately activate the powerful defensive skills of Xuanwu Rampart, Xuanwu Gravity, Gengjin 100 Claws, and Gengjin Eye to charge straight into battle. Tian Meng laughs like a wild beast, mocking them and asking if they really want to fight him before stretching his bones. He immediately summons several of his toxic emerald snakes to face them in combat, locking Su Bai into a brutal, direct showdown against the colossal Tian Meng and his entire savage serpent army. Meanwhile, Han Zhan and Qingshu face off against a giant white-furred gorilla, leaving Qingshu amazed by the terrifying power of this high-tier gold beast. Han Zhan panics, deeply worried that Wang Yang is in extreme danger while baiting 3 giant beasts all by himself. He yells out to Su Bai to finish this quickly because their friend Wang Yang is likely in grave danger. Agreeing instantly, Su Bai moves like lightning when a white serpent targets him, ripping a green snake in half with his bare hands like a sheet of paper, commanding them. He orders Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to end this fight as fast as possible. While Xiao Ba gathers its destructive energy, Xiao Bai charges straight ahead to provide cover. Tian Meng sneers at them, calling them shameless humans who dare to talk so big. And wait, just watch this facing Xiao Ba's brutal, overwhelming strength. The enemy boss secretly admits this power is terrifying, watching a single massive energy blast tear right through the monster horde. Once the heavy smoke clears, the dead bodies of several massive serpents are left scattered everywhere. Even Xiao Ba is quite surprised by the impact, knowing any normal gold rank beast would have been instantly obliterated. But his eyes remain locked on Tian Meng, reverting to his true form as a colossal black serpent. He furiously spits out that Xiao Ba is actually strong enough to force his real self out. Xiao Ba shrugs innocently, remarking that this new giant head is somehow even bigger than Xiao Ba's own head. In a flash, Tian Meng teleports right in front of him, forcing Xiao Ba to quickly shield himself with sharp gold reflection while mocking the serpent for actually having a brain. But with that slow speed, the snake will never catch him as he leaps onto Xiao Ba's back and commands his beast to charge, unleashing its legendary signature move, Xuanwu Ram. The massive beast charges ahead like a heavy armored tank, ready to completely flatten everything standing in its path, moving far too fast for Tian Meng to even think about dodging. Xiao Ba delivers a devastating headbutt that makes the serpent cough up blood. Seeing the snake still trying to fight back, Xiao Ba impatiently barks at Xiao Ba, asking if it is waiting around for the new year to start. Told to wrap this up quickly, Xiao Ba leaps forward and bites deep into the serpent's tail. Han Zhan watches in absolute awe, praising how Xiao Ba's two beasts are so insanely powerful that they are completely tossing the snake boss around. But Qing Shu is growing extremely restless, wondering if Wang Yang can even survive much longer while this brutal battle continues to drag on, landing a heavy kick on the snake's head. Xiao Ba snaps at his pets to stop playing, since they have a mission to complete, telling Xiao Ba to quickly back off. He lets Xiao Ba prepare a massive body slam from above, fully enhanced by Xuanwu gravity. The massive impact makes Tian Meng cough up blood again. And after Xiao Ba nudges the limp body with his foot to confirm it is dead, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. He orders his beasts to move out. But before he can even finish his sentence, they witness Tian Meng suddenly ballooning up, seemingly activating some kind of desperate self-destruct mechanism. Just as Han Zhan and Qing Shu realize what is happening, a massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Luckily, Xiao Ba quickly summons his protective barrier to completely block the devastating blast, cursing at the cheap trick. But he suddenly gasps in shock upon seeing the severely wounded serpent somehow trying to slither away. Stunned that the beast survived, Xiao Ba is stopped by Han Zhan, who urges him not to chase after the fleeing snake, reminding him that the serpent is already crippled and saving Wang Yang is their priority. Xiao Ba agrees to spare its life for today, dashing away. Xiao Ba yells back for Han Zhan and Qing Shu to hold the line while he goes ahead, and Han Zhan tells him to run and leave this area to them. After a brutal, exhausting struggle against three monstrous apes, Wang Yang's situation has turned incredibly grim. He realizes he completely underestimated the raw speed of these gold rank beasts. Because even though this white ape is notoriously slow, its sheer physical power is just too overwhelming. Wondering if he is truly going to die here, he raises his weapon, swearing that even if his life ends, he will drag one of these monsters down with him. But all three massive apes charge at him at the same time, using his space-shattering spear to break free. Wang Yang is quickly countered when a mid-tier gold ape lands a devastating, crushing blow on him, exploiting his completely shattered defense. The other two beasts jump in with perfect, rhythmic coordination, taking turns unleashing a barrage of relentless, heavy strikes on him. His body takes a massive amount of damage, with blood spraying wildly from his wounds. After a final brutal kick slams him into a massive tree, he collapses, fully accepting that this is where his journey ends. He spits fresh blood and bitterly mocks them, shouting for the beasts to come and get him, swearing humanity will eventually wipe their kind out completely, silently apologizing to Han Zhan and Xiao Ba for not being able to compete with them anymore. He surrenders his body to the approaching monsters. Suddenly, a powerful force disarms the ape as Xiao Ba arrives just in time to save his friend from death. Xiao Ba tries to encourage his friend, telling old Wang to hold on, but he weakly mutters, asking if Su Bai just came to collect his corpse, unable to hold on any longer. Wang Yang gasps out his last words, begging Su Bai to avenge him. Su Bai screams out in panic, begging old Wang to wake up and not fall asleep, glaring at the beasts. Su Bai vows to smash every single one of them to pieces. Su Bai grips his spear and readies his stance. Looking mockingly at the mid-tier golden monkey, he sneers at the beast, asking how it can still be so arrogant with only one arm left. With a furious shout, he unleashes the spear in his hand. It flies straight forward, piercing deep into the monkey's body. The impact shakes a nearby tree violently, pinning the wounded monkey to the trunk. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai easily finish off the remaining two beasts. Su Bai rushes back to his friend, yelling that he got revenge and begging old Wang to wake up. Suddenly, the system notification pops up, stating a high-quality target in critical condition has been found, making him eligible for the White Tiger lineage. The system asks the host if he wants to use the White Tiger essence blood to extend his lifespan and convert him into a lineage descendant. Desperate to wake him, Su Bai urges old Wang to open his eyes, shouting that he has finally found a way to save him. Relieved that there is a chance, Su Bai explains the heavy condition. He tells Wang Yang that while he can save him, the price is steep from now on. He will lose his freedom and forever depend on Su Bai, asking if he is willing to accept this. Once the dying man gives his consent, Su Bai immediately calls out, asking Xiao Bai to give him 3 drops of essence blood. With the essence blood successfully secured, Su Bai quickly orders Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to stand guard and protect them. As he sees Wang Yang's condition rapidly growing worse, Su Bai anxiously urges him to hold on just a little bit longer, merging the essence blood directly into his chest. Su Bai begins the intense process of reconstructing his friend's bloodline. A violent surge of energy spreads through Wang Yang's body, the absolute agony forcing him to scream until his voice suddenly cuts out. As a dazed Wang Yang wakes, Su Bai asks him how he feels, utterly stunned by his sudden recovery. His friend asks how Su Bai managed to do it. This kind of power is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess, as even king-class masters could never pull off such a miracle. Su Bai then reminds him that before saving his life, he had obtained his consent. Since Wang Yang is now under his control, he must swear never to reveal any of Su Bai's secrets, because anyone who violates this oath will be annihilated by heaven and earth, with their soul destroyed. Wang Yang dazedly agrees to the terms, prompting Su Bai to playfully calculate the costs. He points out that saving his friend took massive effort, making his life far more valuable than Cao Zixian's twin swords. So this hefty medical bill definitely cannot be skipped. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and Wang Yang steps forward to shield Su Bai, shouting a warning, wondering what is coming. Su Bai is shocked as a swarm of snakes begins crawling out of the ground, leaving him utterly annoyed by their sudden appearance. Realizing he should not have let that vile beast escape earlier, Su Bai quickly summons his pet, ordering Xiao Bai to deal with these utterly disgusting creatures. But as he watches the severed snake bodies, he notices they are not physical entities, making him wonder what is going on. With wave after wave of snakes rising from the dirt, Su Bai is shocked that their numbers only seem to grow the more they kill them. Fortunately, Qing Shu and the others arrive just in time, calling out to Su Bai while checking if old Wang is doing all right. Su Bai playfully complains about their late arrival, while Wang Yang reassures them he is fine. Scanning the battlefield, Qing Shu notes that the endless snakes cannot be wiped out, meaning someone must be controlling them from the shadows. He urges them to find the controller immediately, certain that this is the work of the serpent that managed to escape earlier. Su Bai then asks old Wang to lend him his spear. Having spotted the mastermind hiding behind a nearby tree and secretly directing the snakes, the hidden enemy launches a sudden strike, mocking them as mere bugs who dare stand against the power of the Ju Yu clan. Qing Shu blocks the attack with his fan, Though the enemy was briefly forced back into his beastly form, he shockingly reverts to a human shape in the blink of an eye. How is it even possible for someone to transform that quickly? Xiao Ba realizes this opponent is highly dangerous. But Tianmeng only laughs, boasting that they only destroyed a mere clone of his. Seeing the enemy holding the Lei Xiao, Cao Zixin flies into a rage, swearing to slaughter him on the spot, still busy fighting off the snake swarm. Han Zhan rushes over in sheer disbelief, asking when that even happened. He warns everyone to stay on high alert, as the enemy's strength is far greater than before, his eyes bloodshot with pure hatred. Wang Yang urges Xiao Ba to kill the beast, promising to pay him absolutely any amount. Xiao Ba quickly coordinates their strategy, telling Han Zhan and Zhao to handle the rest while he personally skins this giant snake. Tianmeng sneers at them, mocking the lowly bugs for talking so big. Gathering his energy, Xiao Ba retorts that he will slaughter him and turn him into snake soup. He unleashes a rapid barrage of techniques, combining Earth Spirit and Sharp Gold Ghost Shadow as their massive powers collide in a massive clash. The battlefield is instantly enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, where the enemy chuckles from within, admitting Xiao Ba has some skill. With no opponent in sight, Tianmeng shouts for the insect to come out. Xiao Ba greets him with a heavy fist, declaring that his grandfather is right here. But as he prepares to charge, he stops, realizing his opponent has grown much stronger than before. To deal with this powerful foe, Xiao Ba switches to a different plan. He summons Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba to form the 7-star 3 Slayers array. This domain technique uses their origin flow to unleash maximum power. It perfectly enhances the combat advantages of both Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba. The 3 surround Tianmeng, simultaneously blasting their power toward the center, telling him to prepare for death. Tianmeng sneers proudly at the incoming onslaught, admitting the move is quite creative, but mocking that Xiao Ba's strength is simply far too weak. A protective shield envelops Xiao Ba, just as 3 massive pythons suddenly materialize. From behind, Han Zhan warns Xiao Ba to be careful as a swarm of snakes rushes directly toward him. The giant python activates an Earth-grade skill, Green Snake Spear, sending a massive, terrifying wave of fanged serpents that closes in directly on Xiao Ba. The ground beneath him instantly explodes with violent winds, leaving Wang Yang utterly terrified by such devastating power. He panics, shouting that this kind of monster is absolutely impossible for Xiao Ba to defeat. Zixuan anxiously screams out, demanding Xiao Ba give him some sign of life if he is still alive. Fortunately, Xiao Ba barely survives by blocking with his shield, though he silently notes the enemy's terrifying strength as his entire team suffers heavy, bleeding wounds. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ba and his 2 beasts let out a fierce roar, unleashing a massive eruption of power that sets the area ablaze. Tianmeng is stunned. The brat is breaking through right in front of him, calling it a death wish. The beast gathers a colossal surge of energy and fires a devastating blast straight at Xiao Ba. Violent shockwaves continue to ripple through the center after the massive collision. His allies cry out in panic, fearing that such a devastating blow means Xiao Ba is in serious trouble. They desperately want to find a way to save him, but with their bodies completely paralyzed, they cannot even withstand the overwhelming shockwaves of the clash. Wang Yang suddenly alerts the others to look ahead, wondering what that strange energy is, while Tianmeng also senses the unusual fluctuation, hit by 3 sudden blasts. Tianmeng is startled, asking if they actually think they can kill him. He snarls that they are not worthy, but gasps as the 2 beasts unleash their White Tiger Divine Saber and Xuanwu armor transformation. Xiao Ba coldly orders them to kill without hesitation, and the legendary Sacred Beast armament instantly returns to the world, completely enveloping his entire physical body. The onlookers are utterly shell-shocked as the heavens shift. Souls become eternal, divine weapons assemble, and the incredible Sacred Beast armament finally unites their shared origins. Qingshu can hardly believe her eyes. Wondering if this is truly the legendary sacred beast armament, Wang Yang excitedly confirms it, recalling that this supreme combat power belonged to Luo Fan, who traveled thousands of miles, stood 1 against 2 before countless masters, and ruthlessly slaughtered 2 king-class experts. Tianmeng stares in absolute disbelief at this heaven-defying phenomenon, wondering if this is really the legendary sacred beast armament from a century ago, refusing to believe it. Meanwhile, the system chimes in, congratulating the host on successfully awakening the sacred beast armament. It lists Xiao Ba's status as an 18-year-old mid-tier silver Beast Tamer, currently operating under the empowered sacred beast armament state. His constitution sits at 5,942 and continues to climb rapidly. This includes a base of 430, plus 3,435 from the earthly spirit tortoise and 2,077 from the Gangjin white tiger. His agility is 5,906, which is also surging, starting from a base of 420, with 1,800 from the earthly spirit tortoise and 3,686 from the Gangjin white tiger. His spirit stat is at 4,000 and rising, with a base of 800, supplemented by 1,600 from the tortoise and another 1,600 from the tiger, with the armament active. Both beasts' bloodlines are temporarily boosted by 80%. This massive surge skyrockets both beasts' stats, effectively tripling the power of all their innate talents. The system announces that 80% of the sacred bloodline has been successfully awakened. However, this colossal ocean of energy is far beyond what the host's body can currently handle. This rapidly drains both his own vitality and his beast's spirit. The system reiterates that his current strength is not enough to maintain this form indefinitely. Once his vitality and spirit fall below a critical threshold, he will forcibly exit the armament state, leaving his body in a severely weakened and vulnerable condition. The remaining estimated duration is just 3 minutes, prompting him to finish this life and death battle immediately. Xiao Ba coldly asks if he is ready to die, but Tianmeng stubbornly unleashes another blast, only to watch it reflect right back in sheer, hopeless despair. He screams for the Lord of 9 Netherworlds to avenge him. Tianmeng is completely obliterated by the devastating strike, leaving the shattered ground split cleanly into 2 massive chasms. Back at the fortress, Garrison Commander Yi Qing watches everything unfold, quite amazed at how incredibly fast that young kid is growing. Yi Qing looks down on him, asking how the mighty Lord of 9 Nethers can shamelessly target a kid, demanding if he thinks Yi Qing is already dead. He slashes his sword through the air to clash their massive powers, while Yan Ming, the Lord of 9 Nethers, coldly warns him not to be so arrogant. Yan Ming sneers that Yi Qing does not have much time left, adding that once he dies, the human race will lose its king-tier protector and face total extinction. He calmly replies that he will be waiting for that day. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba is still in the middle of upgrading his power, and the moment he finally lands back on the ground, his teammates rush over to check on him. Qingshu tells Xiao Ba he has given them another massive surprise, counting up their incredibly rich haul from this battle. From 1 Kshidagarba Mystic Python to 1 high-grade gold, 1 mid-grade gold, 2 low-grade golds, and more than 80 silver-tier beasts. They managed to completely wipe out every single enemy. Wang Yang happily chimes in, calling the victory absolutely legendary. He can definitely brag about this for an entire year. Han Zhan warns that the battle was far too dangerous, pointing out that without Xiao Ba unleashing his holy beast armament, their entire squad would have been completely wiped out. While Zishuan sadly mourns the loss of Lei Xiao, Xiao Ba reminds them that the heavy smell of blood will quickly attract other wild beasts, so they must leave immediately. Suddenly, a dark figure appears out of nowhere, declaring that not a single one of them will escape. And the squad quickly realizes they are facing a Lord-tier enemy. The attacker unleashes a massive wave of energy shaped like a giant serpent, screaming for them all to die. Xiao Ba braces for the devastating impact of the high-level power. But absolutely nothing happens. Opening his eyes, he sees the Lord-tier expert Qingshan blocking the blow. The students loudly thank him for the rescue. Qingshan looks down on his opponent, asking Long Ao how a mighty Lord-tier expert can shamelessly sink to targeting a group of defenseless children. The Lord-tier Long Ao responds that Qingshan arriving here will change absolutely nothing. He declares his absolute intention to take the kid who awakened the holy beast armament, saying the alliance of 10,000 races will never allow another Luo fan to appear. Qingshan, standing firm, tells him not to even think about it. Long Ao summons his powers to see if his rival can truly protect the boy, unleashing his 1,000-snake domain as a massive swarm of serpents completely surrounds them. The students watch in absolute horror at the endless sea of serpents, realizing even the weakest among them are silver tier, while the rest are at least low-grade gold. Back at the academy, Yanran bids Xiao Ba goodbye for the holiday break. With International Workers' Day approaching, she hopes he can shake off his exhaustion and enjoy some well-deserved rest. She promises to think of him at home. And as Xiao Ba agrees, their classmates head off to have some fun. Unfortunately, Xiao Ba is stuck running against a tight deadline, grumbling to himself about why he has to stay behind and draw while everyone else gets to go out and play. Curse this, he wants to rest too. Back at the battle, Long Ao angrily demands to know where Qingshan is looking as he gathers his massive energy. He challenges Qingshan to take the attack, but the teacher remains calm while the terrified students prepare themselves. As the snakes swarm, the students prepare to fight. While Qingshan merely remarks that it is time to stretch his limbs, he unleashes the moonlit Wutong, sending a massive wave of roaring flames forward, leaving Xiao Ba completely in awe of its power. Han Zhan looks on in admiration at Qingshan's ultimate technique, while Long Ao gasps in shock, realizing his opponent has already mastered law power. He quickly realizes this decaying law energy is actively eating away his life force from the inside, bypassing his defenses completely, opening a spatial rift to escape. Long Ao warns Qingshan that although he can shield this brat today, he will not be able to keep him safe for his entire life. Their alliance of 10,000 races will make sure he dies. The moment he steps outside the Great Wall, their strongest warriors will be dispatched immediately to hunt him down and eliminate him. Before Long Ao's lingering energy can strike, Qingshan commands it to disperse, leaving Han Zhan completely speechless at his incredible strength. He wonders if this is what a true clash of elites looks like, where every single move carries the raw, devastating power of heaven and earth. Xiao Ba quietly wonders when he will finally be able to reach such a level of strength. Turning back to the group, Qingshan advises them to remember that no matter how strong they get, there will always be someone stronger. Because of that, they must constantly surpass their own limits. And the students nod in agreement. Once he finishes setting up the transport array, Qingshan signals it is time to head back, and the portal immediately sucks them in, leaving them speechless at the insane speed. They marvel at how a single person's energy can activate a massive teleportation array, proving he is a true master. While Xiao Ba vows to obtain this level of strength, Yi Qing appears and commends the young student for his outstanding achievement. He congratulates Xiao Ba on successfully awakening the holy beast armament, leaving the confused boy to ask who he is. But before he can get an answer, the man vanishes after giving an order for Qingshan to take Xiao Ba to the conference room. Qingshan agrees, muttering about how he has disappeared again. He curiously asks Elder Qingshan who that man was, but the elder asks back if he really failed to recognize him. He is actually one of our human heroes, a powerhouse of the king rank named Lord Yi Qing. Xiao Ba is shocked, asking if that really was the legendary Lord Yi Qing. Qingshan urges him to walk and talk, explaining that Yi Qing and Luo Fan were peers from the same era. Back then, spiritual energy revived and martial arts awakened. Lord Yi Qing was only 20 years old when he personally witnessed the crushing defeat of humanity on the battlefield of myriad clans. He boldly proposed using martial arts to protect the nation. But his idea only drew ridicule from everyone around him. People back then believed only technology could save humanity, and relying on martial arts to fight the myriad clans was nothing but a pipe dream. At that time, only Lord Luo Fan was willing to listen to Yi Qing's theory, and they soon became the closest of friends, vowing to dedicate their lives to making martial arts rise and ensuring the prosperity of humanity. Truly worthy of absolute respect, Su Bai's arrival immediately draws the attention of those nearby, with people pointing him out as Luo Fan's successor, who has awakened the sacred beast armament. If Lord Luo Fan had not passed away back then, humanity would not have been forced to fight this war against the myriad clans for so long. That is true. With Su Bai here this time, humanity might finally be able to see the day of total victory in this long war. It does not matter if their generation has to suffer a bit. As long as Su Bai can rise, the next generation will finally enjoy peace. Qing Shan quietly asks him if he is already feeling an incredibly massive amount of pressure. He explains that it is not yet time for the young man to carry the weight of the nation, advising him to just focus on boosting his strength. Su Bai nods obediently, saying he understands. And as the heavy doors of the meeting room slide open, Qing Shan announces that he has brought the boy. The sheer number of formidable elders inside makes him feel quite nervous, especially when he spots Lin Zhenan, known as the strongest fighter in the Diamond Realm, who also happens to be Yan Ran's father. Why is he present here as well? Yi Qing starts the meeting, proposing they get right to the point now that everyone has arrived, noting that the myriad clans are in absolute chaos over Su Bai's awakening. They have even sent out a powerful Lord-class expert to assassinate the boy. He asks the gathered elders to discuss what their next move should be, and they begin sharing their thoughts one by one. After a whole century, Lord Luo Fan's legendary beast army has finally made its return to the world. As long as Su Bai can grow, he will definitely be able to lead humanity to glory, which means they must protect him at all costs. One elder agrees, suggesting they assign Su Bai the absolute best mentor to help him overcome bottlenecks, while showering him with resources to quickly reach the Lord or even King rank. Right now, Su Bai's life is far more valuable than any of their own aging lives, meaning they must shield Su Bai completely and never give the myriad clans a single opportunity to assassinate him. Su Bai is secretly pleased, thinking they are all good people. As Yi Qing asks if anyone has a different opinion, Lin Zhenan steps up with a different take, arguing that Su Bai still needs to gain actual battlefield experience against the myriad clans. A true powerhouse must constantly break through and break their own limits. Only by tempering one's mind, body, and soul in life and death battles can someone truly become invincible. Besides, a true expert cannot be raised in a greenhouse. But someone objects, pointing out that the myriad clans are currently terrified of the sacred beast armament. If they let Su Bai continue fighting on the front lines and something terrible happens to him, can he really take responsibility for that loss? That is right. He is the only person to awaken the sacred beast armament in 100 years. The sole successor of Lord Lu Fan, Qing Shan expresses his support for the idea, saying he agrees with Lin Zhenan because eagles do not break their wings in storms, and wolves do not fear the night. Back in the day, Luo Fan practically treated the battlefield as his home, nearly losing his life at least 10 times. If he knew about this in the underworld, he would definitely support Su Bai in continuing to fight on the front lines against the myriad clans. He smiles wryly, thinking, if he could get unlimited resources for free, he would gladly stay away from the dangerous battlefield because he truly values his own life. Yi Qing makes the final call, declaring that the matter is officially settled. True soldiers must be forged on the battlefield. However, to ensure safety, they must take precautions by deploying 3 Lord-class experts, 38 Diamond Realm warriors, and 1 million soldiers to the Misty Mountains to support the front lines. Su Bai breathes a sigh of relief. I'm glad that they are sending so many troops to keep him safe. He lays out the master plan they will use Xiao Ba as bait to trigger a massive slaughter of the myriad races' powerhouses, ensuring humanity's absolute victory. It feels like a bad joke to him. What is this? Did he hear that right? Are they really going to use him as bait? Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Welcome to the dark, freezing cold royal city of Jiangzhou. Inside the palace, the Lord of Jiangzhou, Yan Ming, speaks up. The armored sacred beast has returned to the mortal realm. Even more terrifying than Luo Fan initially was. He is sure many of them still remember that disaster. So they absolutely cannot allow a second human Luo Fan to rise. This Xiao Ba must be killed at all costs. He orders 8 more Lord-level warriors and 42 Diamond Realm fighters to quickly reinforce the front line at the Misty Mountains. He will personally handle Yi Qing, while the elders of the Ancient Phoenix and 9-tailed Celestial Fox clans join forces to contain the Ancient Demon Phoenix clan. Grand Elder Hong Mei speaks up, declaring that, in this war, her Ancient Demon Phoenix clan will not send a single soldier to help. The 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan's Grand Elder, Yan Zi, quickly follows suit, stating her own clan will also refuse to participate. Yan Ming growls in a deep voice, are they rebelling? Their 3 great royal clans receive joint orders to march into the battlefield of myriad races, with the great enemy right in front of them. How dare they avoid the fight, but they both retort, asking if he dares to move against their 2 clans. What great enemy is? He even talking about his true goal is just to invade the humans. Is it not? While they are only here to explore the Forbidden Zone? And Hong Mei chimes in agreeing that the Jiangzhou clan wants to slaughter humans, while they are here for the endless resources. Forgive her. But she simply cannot accept this. Yan Zi turns to leave, stating her Celestial Fox clan won't participate in senseless bloodshed before walking away, leaving him to growl in anger. Yan Ming declares that even without them, his Jiangzhou clan will finish this themselves, warning them that they had better not regret it later. Hong Mei changes the subject, noting that with the Great War looming and all powerhouses deployed, has Her Highness the Holy Maiden still not been found? Ling reveals that the girl is incredibly stubborn, but she has already ordered her clansmen to expand their search area even further. They must find Her Highness the Holy Maiden at all costs before the massive war officially begins. The human meeting ends. It is over. Yi Qing hands him a special item, explaining it is the Azure Canopy Stone, and wearing it will block the perception of absolutely anyone else except for himself. Even the King of Jiangzhou, you cannot bypass it, so once Xiao Ba puts it on, he will not be easily targeted by the myriad races' powerhouses. He happily accepts the gift, thanking Master Yi Qing and praising it as an incredibly useful item. Xiao Ba immediately takes the chance to beg for more, arguing that simply hiding his aura is not enough, and he needs gear and resources to boost his strength. He bursts out laughing, saying their principal was right about how the kid never misses an opportunity to fish in muddy waters. He then pulls out a treasure chest, asking how he likes this. Xiao Ba is absolutely stunned to see diamond tier armor inside, along with a legendary 10,000-year dragon soul grass and a rare 10,000-year ice heart. He spots a Lord tier beast core and countless premium medicines, eagerly asking if all of these incredible treasures are actually meant for him. Yi Qing explains that they are indeed his, but handing them over right now would be like forcing green fruit to ripen far too early, so he will distribute them gradually, causing Xiao Ba to cry out in disappointment at yet another installment plan. He begs to at least keep the diamond tier armor, warning that if he ends up dying out there, the old man will surely regret it. The master pulls it away. He is definitely not getting this armor yet. Xiao Ba mutters that this is far too cruel, but Yi Qing only demands that he go practice. He practically weeps, lamenting that countless treasures were right before his eyes, but a single second of hesitation left him drowning in regret. Stepping outside, Xiao Ba spots Yan Ran's father waiting, who sternly tells the boy to follow him because they need to have a serious talk. Xiao Ba groans inwardly, swearing that he and Yan Ran are absolutely innocent and have never done anything inappropriate. He politely agrees, prompting Uncle Lin Zhenan to ask if Xiao Ba is angry at him for suggesting he remain on the deadly battlefield. Subai quickly denies it, explaining that he knows this dangerous path is meant to forge him into a truly legendary powerhouse. Getting straight to the point, the father admits he has no idea what his daughter sees in him. Before he can finish, Subai quickly cuts in, explaining that he and Yan Ran are just very close friends. They know exactly what is appropriate, prompting Lin Zhenan to wave it off, saying he will not interfere in the affairs of the youth. He gives him a sturdy set of combat armor. He warns him to stay alert on the battlefield and survive, making Subai's eyes light up as he enthusiastically thanks Uncle Lin. Lin Zhenan simply nods, telling him to go train. Subai happily thanks Uncle Lin, saying he is incredibly grateful and promises to train as hard as possible to meet his high expectations. Jinnan is helpless and tells him to go, and by the next day, the bodies of the fallen students are carefully sealed in coffins. Zixuan prays for Lei Xiao to have a peaceful journey. He reassures him that Subai has already avenged him. While Han Zhan asks where Subai got his hands on that new gear, Subai tells him not to worry. Yi Qing announces to the human warriors that the massive army of all races is now marching right toward their Great Wall. Their numbers reach 1 million this time. And despite being outnumbered, humanity will definitely win. Unanimous cheers for victory echo around. But Han Zhan knows that among the king-class fighters, Master Yi Qing is definitely stronger than the Juyu King. So to keep Master Yi Qing in check, the enemy forces will surely send several Lord-class powerhouses to team up with the Juo King. Subai gets worried, asking what they should do now. He chuckles coldly, asking what else but to use strategy and simply follow the orders of their commander. Scouting units from the martial arts academies must follow the combat forces to the Misty Mountains to carry out their recon missions. A fierce battle immediately breaks out between both factions. Cheng Shu assesses the situation, noting that Diamond Realm experts from both sides seem to have already started clashes of their own. Everyone needs to be careful because the surrounding energy is chaotic, and the enemy numbers are likely very high. Staring at the thick dust rising in the distance, he mutters that they have indeed arrived. Han Zhan points out the turtleback wolves and giant horned deer monsters, but Wang Yang brushes them off as mere low-level lackeys. He volunteers to handle those pesky wolves. But Han Zhan suddenly realizes they are being surrounded. It looks like the beasts are afraid they might run, making an excited Zixuan shout that his hands are itching for a fight. Han Zhan tells Subai that these are just minor lackeys, so he should just take a rest. Subai refuses, saying he cannot let them take all the military credit. Then summons Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to join him. As soon as Xiao Bai charges out, a crowd of fierce beasts falls dead, and Xiao Ba proves to be just as devastating. Zixuan and Han Zhan complain together that old Su is being way too greedy this time. They grumble that he won't even leave them a few contribution points, always hogging all the kills for himself. The horde of beasts cowers in fear before the two massive tamed beasts. Shaking with fear, they dare not move as an ancient pressure from deep within their bloodline strips away any will to resist. The two beasts roar together, sending out sharp waves of energy that cut through the air like razor-sharp blades. Subai is highly curious, wondering why they all suddenly stopped and what on earth his beasts are roaring about. Suddenly, the system announces that the Legion function has been successfully unlocked, allowing him to recruit foreign races into his personal army to fight for him. The only requirement is their willing submission, giving him total control over their life and death through his mental strength. Both the turtleback wolf tribe and the giant horned deer tribe are now begging to surrender, prompting the system to ask if he wants to recruit them right now. What Subai is completely shocked at what is happening, wondering how on earth the Legion feature can recruit other races too. Seeing the beasts bow their heads, a shocked Han Zhan asks Subai if he somehow managed to brainwash them. Subai agrees that it seems to be the case, wondering if they were actually charmed by his pure charisma. Then steps forward to order them to obey his command. He commands the turtleback wolves to guard the rear, while the giant horned deer cover both flanks as they move out. Feeling relieved, Han Zhan remarks that with those beasts guarding their rear and flanks, they can safely speed up. Agreeing with him, Subai urges everyone to pick up the pace, while Zixuan wonders what trick he used to tame those beasts. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks past. Seeing Xiao Ba jump in front of him to defend, Subai asks what it is doing. He wonders if it found a treasure. But Xiao Ba is suddenly sucked into the sky by a giant centipede, leaving him completely stunned. Pan Zhan urgently warns everyone to watch out for the saw-toothed centipede. Zixuan explains that this is the saw-toothed centipede, also known as the underworld devil, which leaves them questioning how dangerous it is. Qing Shu shares its traits, explaining that its body moves invisibly underground, while its razor-sharp legs can slice through anything. The others add that nothing can grow wherever this centipede crawls, making it an absolute nightmare. Once it wraps around its target, its 100 sharp legs will shred them into 1,000 tiny pieces. Subai is left speechless, wondering why reality looks so different from their warnings as the giant centipede starts rubbing up to Xiao Ba. The system prompts him that the saw-toothed centipede tribe wishes to surrender, and a completely stunned Subai quickly accepts. Deep inside the Misty Mountains, a scout beast reports that the humans have entered their territory and will likely arrive by tomorrow. Suddenly, a loud rumble puts them on high alert, and a giant ape beast is caught off guard as the saw-toothed centipedes launch a surprise attack. Seeing the swarm close in, they panic at the sight of the serrated centipedes. A woman commands them to call the 9 Nether King for help immediately. With the remaining beasts tangled up by the giant centipedes, she instantly slams her palms onto the ground, activating her signature green snake barrier. The massive array activates with her desperate scream, ordering the seal to open up. Innumerable snakes surge up from below, but they only end up as food for the centipedes. Shocked, she gasps, wondering how this is even possible. Cursing her luck, Green Snake decides to unleash her ultimate killer move. She transforms into her true giant snake form, but the centipedes cling on and chew through her skin, fighting through the agonizing pain. Green Snake cannot believe her mighty scale armor was breached this easily. Ultimately, she fails to escape and meets a gruesome end. When another squad arrives, they find corpses scattered everywhere and wonder what kind of terrifying beast could wipe out Green Snake, Garba, and her entire crew like this. Could it be the serrated centipedes? Someone asks in disbelief. What? Those legendary hell demons have actually appeared on the battlefield? That is absolutely terrifying. The captain immediately orders them to report this to the higher-ups. He orders the warning sent to the entire army to retreat if they encounter those centipedes in the Mist Mountains. Meanwhile, Subai's group is exploring, and Han Zhan reports that the entire mountain range is only 300 kilometers. They have been running for half a day. Yet Bishui Pool is still nowhere in sight. Subai asks if they are doubting his routing skills. Qing Shu sighs in frustration, pointing out that, just as expected, they are completely lost. He refuses to accept reality, arguing that the map must have some sort of issue. While Han Zhan counters that a military-grade map cannot be wrong, still unwilling to admit his own fault. He wonders if he really was the one who messed up. After all, he is historically terrible with directions. Han Zhan loses his mind, cursing at him for not warning them about this sooner. Qing Shu sighs gloomily, asking who is actually going to guide them to Bishui Pool now. The other two reply in unison that they are also completely directionally challenged. Subai snaps back, asking how they dare judge him when they are just as lost. Han Zhan groans in despair, realizing 3 directionally challenged idiots are stuck together out in the wild. With no other choice, he decides to play his trump card, pulling out Xiao Ba. Subai tries to bribe him, hoping an old tortoise knows the way, just like an old horse. He cows at the tortoise, offering him a treat to lead them straight to Bishui Pool. Once Xiao Ba devours the snack, Subai nudges the little glutton to get moving, while the others sigh in relief. Thanking their lucky stars, they have the tortoise. They agree the direction feels right. noting that the tortoise is far more reliable than Xiao Ba, walking in front. Xiao Ba takes offense, complaining that they actually dare to compare him to a mere turtle. Han Zhan senses something unusual, asking if the mist has gotten a lot thinner. Cheng Shu nods, agreeing that it really does seem that way. Xiao Ba is thrilled to realize they might have actually escaped the foggy mountain range. He cannot believe Xiao Ba actually found the path. But their relief fades when they reach the peak only to find a raging river blocking their path. Cheng Shu stares in shock, noting this looks nothing like Bishui Pool, and urgently asks the tortoise where it has taken them. Han Zhan studies the map, concluding that based on their current coordinates, they should be right on the edge of Bishui Pool. Looking up at the sky, they freeze as a massive dragon roars right above them. Panicking at the impossible sight, they turn on their heels and sprint for their lives. Xiao Ba furiously curses Xiao Ba for being a total idiot and leading them straight into a deadly trap, yelling to ask if they have crossed into some uncharted territory. Suddenly, a desperate voice calls out from behind, calling them lower beings and begging them to wait. Cheng Shu glances back, worriedly noting that someone is screaming for help. Xiao Ba snaps that they do not have time for distractions and urges them to keep running. But as he looks back again, the mysterious creature has completely vanished. Xiao Ba curious, wondering what on earth that thing was. How could something be so terrifying? And can anyone tell him where they have actually ended up? Han Zhan is confused, pointing out that the map claimed the danger level outside Bishui Pool was low. Xiao Ba snaps back, reminding them that he always said the map was highly unreliable. This is definitely not the location marked on their map. Cheng Shu agrees, noting that no such high-risk zone exists on the map. Han Zhan sighs, wondering if even Xiao Ba led them the wrong way. Suddenly, a figure approaches from ahead, scolding them as three lowly humans who dared to flee and save their own skins instead of protecting her. He blinks in confusion, wondering why a little girl is running around here. Han Zhan agrees, admitting he was running too fast to notice her earlier. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, congratulating the host for discovering a phoenix carrying the legendary vermilion bird bloodline. The proud phoenix clan is extremely difficult to tame, urging him to conquer her. Xiao Ba is completely dumbfounded. The vermilion bird bloodline. The panel displays her as an ancient phoenix saintess of the fire attribute, with an unawakened life force at high-tier silver level. Because she possesses the vermilion bird bloodline, she currently does not meet the requirements to be tamed. Her physical stat is at 1,538, defense 862, agility 1,420, and spirit is 2,650. The first talent is Phoenix Fire, using her spiritual energy to convert natural fire elements into raw phoenix flames, which triples her fire damage on impact. Her second talent, Fire Spirit Possession, which consumes her physical stamina to coat her entire body in blazing fire energy, boosting her elemental damage and defense from 100 to 200%. Third talent is the Sealed Nirvana State. Under this state, her life and recovery stats skyrocket, allowing her to convert external fire elements into pure life essence as long as she avoids any instant death blows. But remember, these legendary talent skills are locked under a seal, which can only be broken once she is tamed by her host or cultivates a pure Zhu Kui bloodline. Xiao Ba stares at her with deep doubt, wondering if the mighty Zhu Kui he sought is actually just a little kid, while Zhao Hong angrily snaps back, asking who he is calling a child. She threatens to roast him alive and eat him, leaving Xiao Ba feeling a bit awkward about this fiery situation. Since taming Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba took almost no effort, he wonders how to handle this one, pulling a scary face while debating if a good spanking would make her behave. Xiao Hong flies into a rage, yelling at him to get back and stop acting so impudent. She vows to teach him a lesson for disrespecting her holy status. But Han Zhan senses her overwhelming heat and warns that this little girl is not to be messed with. Subai realizes the little girl has quite a fiery temper. So he casually grabs Xiao Hong by the scruff of her neck. But a disobedient brat needs to be taught a lesson. She cannot believe this low-class creature is actually laying a hand on her. Flames erupt around her as Xiao Hong fumes in anger. She tells him his lowly race is absolutely dead today. As a holy saintess, she will never forgive him. Subai shows no mercy, scattering her flames and pinning her head to the ground while yelling to kneel. He tells the fiery brat to stay still and asks if she still wants to spit fire. He does not care about any saintess nonsense at all. Spitting fire in the woods is dangerous. And he asks if her parents ever taught her that. He demands to know if she yields, promising to let her go the moment she admits defeat. His two teammates stand dazed, watching him discipline a little girl. Is doing this really okay? Especially since she is a powerful beast from the 10,000 races, feeling 3 parts pain and 7 parts humiliation. Xiao Hong cries out and warns him to just wait. She swears she will. Subai raises his hand, still acting tough. He is actually surprised by how stubborn this girl is, still refusing to beg for mercy. He says he will let her go if she begs for mercy, but she refuses to submit, yelling that she does not care. When night falls, the other two build a campfire and call out, suggesting Subai make a chicken leg to regain some stamina before fighting again. Subai finally lets her go, telling her they are done fighting for the day and need to go eat first. Xiao Hong challenges him, yelling that they are not done and warning him to wait until her clan grand elder arrives to beat him up. He grabs her by the scruff of her neck and drags her over, declaring he will beat up her elder too. So she should just eat first. Xiao Hong screams for him to let her go as Han Zhan passes the food to Subai, making her stutter that it is just some roasted chicken. But why does it smell so incredibly good? Qing Shu explains that it is a bronze-grade blazing fire chicken, making Subai realize why the aroma is so intense. It turns out this is definitely no ordinary chicken, even with the chicken leg right in front of her. Xiao Hong still puts on airs, claiming that as a saintess, she has eaten far better than this bronze-grade meal. But the mouth-watering aroma wafting over makes her think twice, prompting a very curious Xiao Hong to ask what they actually used to roast this chicken. He realizes something is off. Could food cooked over an open fire really smell this incredible? Subai is surprised. Has this queen seriously never had barbecue before? Out loud. He just smiles and tells her of course it is. He asks if she wants a taste, telling her not to rush, while adding extra seasoning for aroma. Here, try it. It is absolutely delicious. Grabbing the drumstick, Xiao Hong gulps. The mouth-watering aroma is too good to resist, and she quickly takes a massive bite. The explosion of flavor sends her straight to heaven. Oh my goodness. This chicken drumstick is insanely delicious. And she begins devouring it ravenously. She declares that she wants to eat this chicken every single day because it smells way better than the elder's rare spiritual herbs. Subai readily agrees. Too easy. If she just follows him and behaves, she can have this chicken for every single meal. Just like that. Xiao Hong is completely hooked. She eagerly agrees to listen. As long as she gets food, he makes sure she promises to keep her word. She swears to do it. Right on cue, the system chimes in to congratulate him on successfully taming the legendary ancient phoenix. His rank instantly shoots up to high-grade silver. Subai is absolutely thrilled. Who knew a single chicken drumstick could actually tame the legendary vermilion bird? He calls for Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai. Time to make friends. He reminds his two tamed beasts, Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai, that Xiao Hong is family now. Looking at them, the little girl gets incredibly excited. The turtle and kitten are just too adorable, but both beastly companions sternly remind her, brat, we are your big bosses. I am your big brother Bai. She does not know proper manners at all. Xiao Hong completely ignores their complaints and hugs them close. They are clearly just a tiny turtle and a cute kitten. Still, they are incredibly cute. Subai helplessly reminds Xiao Hong to show some respect since they are technically her older brothers. Sitting across from them, Han Zhan watches curiously and asks old Hu if Xiao Ba is really going to raise that little girl like a tamed beast. Old Hu confirms it looks that way, but voices a suspicion. Why does he feel like Xiao Ba has some kind of sketchy, hidden motive here? Qingshu chimes in, admitting she never expected Xiao Ba to be into cute little girls. Han Zhan adds that the guy somehow made a breakthrough completely out of nowhere, meaning there is definitely something fishy going on behind the scenes. Clearing his throat, he walks over and asks if Xiao Ba really reached high-tier silver. Xiao Ba admits it, acting like it was the easiest thing ever. Han Zhan fumes inwardly. Easy. Easy my foot. He quickly probes further, asking if Xiao Ba has some secret breakthrough method to level up at such a crazy speed. There is no way Xiao Ba would ever expose his hidden game system. Instead, he puts on a dramatic act, telling Han Zhan that he actually does have a special secret. Considering their close bond, it is not like he cannot share the secret with him. But as the old saying goes, the ultimate path cannot be passed on lightly, especially since this involves the secrets of reaching the king level. He asks if Han Zhan catches his drift, and Han Zhan is instantly hooked. The king level Han Zhan laughs awkwardly, offering a gold-tier beast core in understanding seriously. He is falling right into the trap while Qingshu warns him he is getting scammed. Xiao Ba continues, telling Han Zhan that he always knew he was a smart guy. What he is about to share is what Lord Niqing once said, so Han Zhan needs to engrave it into his heart. Is martial arts training just about leveling up? No. It is about cultivating the martial heart, having a deep desire to seek the path and grow stronger. By staying completely unwavering, a person can walk much faster and further than anyone else. Han Zhan is still totally lost and admits he does not get it. Xiao Ba points to a massive mountain, explaining that when a person only sees the mountain, the climb looks impossibly difficult. But when they keep their eyes fixed purely on the very peak, the struggle along the slopes will feel like nothing at all. They will storm straight up, reaching the top in a single bat. Effortless breath, staring at the distant range. Han Zhan seems to sort of get it, yet still feels utterly confused. Honestly, it is like Xiao Ba spoke profound wisdom without actually saying anything at all. Qingshu points out that Han Zhan just got scammed out of his gold core. Xiao Ba immediately protests, calling it nonsense and claiming these are genuine king-level secrets. Suddenly, Han Zhan has a massive realization. He thanks Xiao Ba, shouting that he finally understands the truth. A baffled Xiao Ba asks what he understood. Simply wake up every day and believe that reaching the king level is absolutely guaranteed. Then there will be no obstacles left. Saying this, Han Zhan suddenly leaps all the way to the mountaintop, exhilarated. He yells that he finally grasps the simplest truth of the Great Path, and will now spend all his time pushing his limits. Qingshu sighs internally, thinking he has completely lost his mind. Xiao Ba shamelessly praises Han Zhan, remarking his comprehension skills are surprisingly high. He then turns back to Xiao Hong, telling her to stop playing and help Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba awaken their second elemental talent. Confused, the little girl asks how to do it. Xiao Ba confidently guides her, saying that while she did not know before, she definitely does now. She just needs to use mental energy to feel the changes inside her body. Doing so will unlock the ability to help others awaken their second elemental source talent. Xiao Hong decides to give it a shot, and seeing the swirling power in her hands, she excitedly cheers that she can actually feel it. She directs her special ability toward Xiao Ba, starting with him first, which makes the beast cry out in pain and plead with her to stop. As Xiao Ba suddenly grows into a colossal size, the little girl marvels at just how massive her big brother actually is. Xiao Ba tells Xiao Ba to stay patient as his tail begins to glow brightly, causing the beast to release an agonizing, earth-shaking roar. The system announces that the Earth spiritual turtle has awakened its second elemental talent. Xiao Ba smiles, pleased that the water source was successfully unlocked. The prompt adds that the Earth mysterious turtle now possesses both earth and water attributes. Only upon reaching the gold level can it truly unleash the full power of its water source. At mid-level platinum, with the awakened water source enhancing its fourth talent. Constitution is 1538. Defense is 2262. Agility is 400. And Spirit is 400. Talent 1. Shield of Earth. Talent 2. Earth, Spirit Possession. Talent 3. Gravity of the Earth Center. Talent 4. Source of Earth and Water. By mastering the origin power of both earth and water elements, he can now harness the surrounding water and soil to mobilize absolute elemental energy, granting him a monstrous level of defensive and recovery power. Subai is extremely pleased, not bad at all. Because now that the water element has fully awakened, the combined defensive power of his water and earth dual system is going to be absolutely terrifying. Next up is Xiao Bai's turn. Before the target can even attempt to flee, Xiao Hong lands a direct hit with her special ability. Shouting from below, Subai urges Xiao Bai to stay patient and focus on his elemental awakening. The white tiger lets out a painful roar. Following right in the footsteps of his brother Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai slams his massive front paws onto the ground as a powerful, overwhelming aura erupts all around him. The system chimes in to congratulate the host, announcing that Gangjin White Tiger has successfully awakened its second elemental talent, the Shadow Origin. Subai is absolutely thrilled to see him acquire the Shadow element. With Xiao Bai's godly bloodline combined with this shadow buff, any future battle is going to turn into an absolute slaughter fest, now that 3 of his sacred beasts are fully upgraded. Subai is ready to wipe out the enemy clans. The following morning, Qing Shu lays out their plan, stating that after a good night's rest, they must reach Bishui Pool today. Han Zhan's main concern is whether Subai actually knows their current location. But Subai immediately passes the question over to Xiao Hong, pointing to the side. The little girl explains they are currently about 80 kilometers away from the center of the restricted Bishui Pool zone. Hearing this, the 3 of them agree that they should set off in that direction immediately, since they are surprisingly far from Bishui Pool. There is no time to lose, and they need to move out right away. Suddenly, Subai remembers to ask Xiao Hong about that elusive dragon they caught a glimpse of yesterday. She explains that it is actually the Azure Dragon guarding the Bishui Pool, and its power is so overwhelming that any creature foolish enough to approach the center will be instantly annihilated. Intrigued by the legendary Azure Dragon, Subai listens as Xiao Hong warns him that even Lord-class powerhouses who entered that zone never made it out alive. Han Zhan and Qing Shu are completely shocked to hear that even Lord-class experts ended up as dragon food. If the Azure Dragon is really that powerful, they wonder why the king of Jiyu never came to subdue it himself. Xiao Hong reveals that the king of Jiyu once gathered the grand elders from all 3 royal families, yet even their combined strength failed to tame the beast. Deeply shocked, Han Zhan points out that if even the king of Jiyu could not tame it, then heading over there with their current strength is basically an absolute suicide mission. Meanwhile, Subai commands his system to scan for the nearest Azure Dragon bloodline, determined to tame it today. He can only think about how finding the Azure Dragon means he will finally have all 4 legendary beasts assembled. The system alerts him. It has detected an extremely pure Azure Dragon bloodline nearby, but its strength is already at the semi-king level, and it is currently in a crazed, highly dangerous state. Since the host's current power is too low to tame such a beast, it advises him to return only after he gets stronger. Subai is shocked to find out it cannot be tamed. He realizes that if even the system is issuing such a stark warning, the dragon must be truly terrifying. Knowing it is best to leave this place immediately, Subai suggests to Han Zhan and Qing Shu that they should head back for now. When Subai asks Xiao Hong if she knows the way out, she explains the misty mountains constantly shift with the weather, so she has no idea. Subai frowns, realizing they are in a pretty tough spot. Qing Shu offers a potential solution. He reasons that if the Misty Mountains are located to the west of Bishui Pool, then simply traveling east should eventually bring them right back to safety. Han Zhan points out the flaw, noting that while the logic is simple, they have absolutely no way of determining which way is east. When Xiao Ba suggests using the sun to navigate, Han Zhan warns him that the sun on this battlefield is completely unreliable. Besides, the dense fog deep within these mountains makes it impossible to see anything clearly anyway. Suddenly, Zhao Hong remembers a small local tribe nearby where they might be able to ask for directions, making Xiao Ba sigh in absolute relief while asking why she didn't mention this great idea sooner. Cheng Shu agrees, smiling that their little phoenix is always the most reliable one, so they should head out immediately. She explains that the tribe is called the Spirit Snake Clan, which happens to be the closest settlement within 1,000 miles of Bishui Pool. With Xiao Hong leading the way, the group sets off to find the Spirit Snake Clan. While she happily shares that this tribe was originally protected by a powerful platinum-class warrior. However, that powerhouse already left with the clan's elite forces to join the war effort. Right now, only the old, weak, and sick are left behind to guard the village. And the strongest fighter remaining is just a high-tier gold elder. Arriving at the Spirit Snake Clan's territory, Xiao Ba can't help but marvel at how much it resembles a massive snake nest. Ahead of them stands a structure carved into a barren, rocky mountain. Han Zhan points out that although the Spirit Snake tribe is considered a small clan, judging by the sheer number of distinct auras and snake pits, the entire place must hold over 10,000 beasts. Cheng Shu wonders how many fierce beasts are still left guarding this place. He suggests they split up to infiltrate from 4 directions and lure them out of the snake pit. Once their forces are scattered, they can easily take down the beasts one by one. But he rejects it as too risky, proposing they catch a gold-tier beast first to force it to guide them. Xiao Ba is the most sensible one here, teasing that they only know how to fight and kill. They must not forget that Xiao Hong is literally a royal saintess. Han Zhan asks if he has a better plan, and Xiao Ba confidently replies that he has a brilliant trick up his sleeve. First, they disguise themselves as ancient royal envoys, demanding the guards come out immediately to welcome the ancient Phoenix Clan saintess. As they demand entrance, the 3 guard snakes whisper among themselves, recognizing the unmistakable royal bloodline energy of the ancient Phoenix Clan. They wonder why such a noble figure would suddenly deign to visit their humble territory. They also notice the 3 Xiao Ba mystic pythons accompanying her, prompting the first snake to bow deeply and welcome the Phoenix Saintess and the 3 majestic python lords. The snake apologizes profusely for not welcoming the 4 noble lords sooner, begging for forgiveness. Xiao Ba smoothly plays along, addressing him as the second elder and claiming they are heading to support the front lines. He demands they hand over any spiritual herbs or raw materials to help restore their precious energy. His 2 friends whisper in confusion, wondering why they are asking for treasures instead of just directions. He clears his throat and quietly tells them to just shut up. The second elder eagerly agrees, promising that his Spirit Snake Clan will treat the 4 distinguished lords with the highest respect and asking them to wait. He soon orders his subordinates to present some spiritual fruits as a small, humble token of their appreciation. Han Zhan and Cheng Shu instantly recognize them as rank 400 spirit fruits, packed with incredibly dense spiritual energy. Indeed, eating just one of these can fully restore the vitality of even a powerful gold-tier expert in almost no time. Talk about a perfect poker face suppressing his sheer excitement. Xiao Ba acts completely calm and praises their performance. Since it is getting late, he decides they will stay the night, asking to rest in the eastern chamber and demanding a detailed map of the local area. The second elder is utterly confused since it is actually only the middle of the day. He wonders why the Lord would want to sleep under such a blazing hot sun. Furthermore, the eastern chamber is the private palace of their clan leader. Without their leader's permission, no one can enter. So he offers to build a much larger mansion for them instead. But Xiao Ba immediately snaps at him for his insolence. He angrily barks that even their leader would not dare refuse his demands. questioning if the elder actually believes an ancient phoenix saintess is somehow inferior to a chief of some minor tribe. The second elder, he cannot bear such an accusation and begs for mercy as Xiao Hong conjures flames in her hand, utterly terrifying them with the authentic fire of the ancient phoenix. Su Bai tells him with a cold voice not to worry, since they are only staying for a single night anyway. The elder has to accept. And Su Bai reminds him once more before they enter the eastern chamber. He demands the map be brought over right away, which the elder hastily promises to do, allowing the three of them to finally step inside and assess the room. They suspect this place hides countless treasures of the Spirit Snake clan. But Su Bai tells them to wait for the map first, while they sit down to have a quick, refreshing drink of water. The second elder eagerly rushes back in to deliver the requested map. Scanning the room, the elder sees no signs of ransacking and figures he was probably just worrying too much. He reasons that such noble python lords would definitely never care about the meager, petty wealth of a tiny clan like theirs. He then politely takes his leave since everything seems to be perfectly fine. Su Bai coldly commands him not to disturb them as they prepare to rest. And the heavy door finally shuts, giving them complete privacy. Su Bai immediately instructs Han Zhan and Hu to search the entire first floor, taking absolutely every single valuable they can find. He tells Xiao Hong they will raid the second floor, checking under the beds, inside the closets, and every single chest or box very thoroughly. They excitedly agree. And believe it or not, the very first item they find is 5-star jade nectar. Su Bai gets anxious and warns Han Zhan to keep it down, because making too much noise will definitely blow their cover. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong makes a discovery, pointing out some rank 400 spirit fruits hidden inside a small box. Su Bai showers her with praise, urging her to keep searching as there might be a secret compartment hidden somewhere. She happily complies. And within a short while, the group successfully gathers a small mountain of valuable treasures. He asks if they are ready. And of course, they are. Su Bai gulps down his food and yells that there is no time to wait, so they should eat up. The group completely lets loose to enjoy the mountain of treasures. Han Zhan excitedly reports to Old Hu that his advanced silver tier bottleneck is finally loosening up. Qing Shu slumps down nearby and retorts that he has probably just stuffed himself to the point of going crazy. Su Bai chimes in that, since they are full, it is time to start studying the map. Han Zhan stares intently at the map, agreeing they must find an escape route. Su Bai quickly maps out a plan to gather the entire Spirit Snake clan outside. He leaves the silver tier spirit snakes for Xiao Hong to handle. As for the gold tier enemies, Han Zhan, Old Hu, and Su Bai will handle them once darkness falls. Han Zhan is itching for a fight, telling Su Bai to just wait and see because he can feel his power surging. Qing Shu bluntly fires back that it is probably just his stomach exploding. Outside, the spirit snake territory is dead quiet. Su Bai's sudden shout tears through the silent night, demanding the second elder assemble all their ferocious beasts immediately as a swarm of snakes slithers in. The second elder nervously inquires what Lord Earth Treasury mysterious python is trying to do. Su Bai notices that 3 gold tier foes have already surrounded him before he can even get close, calmly replying that it is nothing. Suddenly, he rips off his cloak, activates his Gengjin blade aura, and loudly declares he is borrowing that snake head for a bit. Caught completely off guard, the furious second elder curses them as lowly humans, ordering the entire Spirit Snake clan to slaughter them and grind them to dust. Han Zhan and Qing Shu charge forward with absolute excitement, while Xiao Ba matches their energy, crushing the snakes underfoot. Xiao Bai shreds the enemies with sharp fangs. Xiao Hong summons blazing fire around herself, whispering about cooking up some delicious roasted snake meat. Everywhere the little girl runs, the snakes are engulfed in fire, desperately screaming for help. Su Bai is amazed by Xiao Hong's terrifying monster emperor flame as the entire mountain turns into a blazing sea, leaving the snakes screaming for their elder. Su Bai steps back to let Han Zhan take the kill, who confidently steps up to show off his skills. The dying snake on the ground gasps out to ask who they are. And Han Zhan bluntly replies, they are the ones taking his life. A powerful strike cleaves through the air. Han Zhan complains that the fight was too short. But Xiao Ba warns him not to get careless in the inner myriad clan territory. Xiao Ba feels a sudden surge of power within its body. Sensing an imminent breakthrough to the gold tier, Xiao Ba feels the exact same sensation. Qing Shu quickly runs over, asking if their next plan is to return and meet up with the main army. Xiao Ba hums in agreement, stating he has a bold idea. Han Zhan is highly curious, prompting Xiao Ba to look at his map and suggest attacking the local clan since they are already deep in enemy territory. Han Zhan is skeptical, saying it is far too dangerous for just their small group. The completely fearless Xiao Ba replies that great wealth comes from great risks, and the most dangerous places yield the absolute best rewards. He declares that as the captain, they should follow his lead. Rest here tonight and march out first thing tomorrow. Upon reaching the Fenghen mountain range, Qing Shu is surprised, recognizing it as the territory of the Gale Leopard clan. Han Zhan mutters that Xiao Ba has only gotten more arrogant since becoming captain. The next day, they disguise themselves once again. Someone can't help but ask why they must use this method. And Xiao Ba simply replies because it works. Arriving at the border, he loudly demands they welcome Lord Earth Treasury Mysterious Python immediately. Everything goes smoothly as a leopard guard instantly orders his peer to report Lord Earth Treasury Mysterious Python's arrival to the elder. The arrogant elder arrives carrying a sword, scoffing if the python is here to die. Talk about a complete twist that catches our group off guard. They have no clue what is happening. But the elder declares that their Gale Leopard clan shares an eternal blood feud with the Hell Pythons. And today is payback. The beast instantly lunges, screaming for them to die as fierce energy wraps around our heroes. Blocked Han Zhan uses his spear to parry the deadly slash, shouting that Xiao Ba's brilliant disguise plan has officially failed. Annoyed, Xiao Ba snaps back that he had no idea about their feud, so they might as well just wipe them all out. He calls on Xiao Ba and Xiao Ba to get to work. The sudden appearance of his two tamed beasts completely shocks the Gale Leopard elder. Xiao Ba quickly directs Xiao Hong to handle the fast leopard. She leaps high into the sky, gathering flames that rain down like a blazing meteor storm, hit by the massive fire. The Gale leopards are wiped out in an instant. Han Zhan excitedly screams that he wants to level up, prompting Xiao Ba to ask about the method he taught. Right then, the system alerts him that his Earth Spirit Turtle has successfully evolved into the early gold tier Swamp Black Turtle. His own level rises alongside it, as his Gangjin White Tiger also evolves into the early gold tier Dark Gold White Tiger. Xiao Ba smiles, pleased with the massive breakthrough, staring at the massive, towering body of his beast. Xiao Ba marvels at how much bigger Xiao Ba has actually grown. The interface displays the full panel of the Swamp Black Tortoise, possessing earth and water elements. It is at the early gold tier, with 50% of its Xuanwu bloodline activated. The fusion of water and earth creates a new skill. Constitution is 4538. Defense 66,262. With agility and spirit at 2,000. Its first talent, Wall of Size, consuming a set amount of stamina. It boosts personal defense by 100 to 300%, while reducing the enemy's attack power by 20%. Its second talent, Water Barrier, focuses the element of water within a 10-kilometer radius to form an impenetrable barrier that completely traps the enemy, unless the enemy's power vastly exceeds the Swamp Black Tortoise. This barrier cannot be broken. The third talent, Gravity of the Earth Core, extends its gravity-altering range up to 10 kilometers. The fourth talent, the Origin of Earth and Water, owning the foundational source of both earth and water elements. It can absorb and manipulate these natural energies from the world, granting incredibly powerful defensive and healing capabilities. Xiao Ba is amazed. With a 20% reduction in enemy attack power, plus a water barrier to lock them down, Xiao Ba's skills after upgrading are absolutely insane. Next up is Xiao Ba's info. The dark gold white tiger, carrying Gengjin and shadow attributes. Now, at the early gold tier, with 50% of its white tiger bloodline active, the fusion of Gengjin and shadow attributes creates a brand new skill. Constitution is 4250. Defense is 2850. Agility is 6550. And Spirit is 2000. The first talent. Phantom Dance in combat state. Attack speed increases by 200%. And attack power is also boosted by 200%. Its second talent. Shadow raid speed increases by 200%. And if the shadow origin is active, it blends into darkness, boosting speed up to 400%. The third talent. Gengjin Blade Sovereign, with its entire body cloaked in the raw power of Gengjin. Every strike adds a 200% tearing and armor shredding effect, making its attacks completely unstoppable and impenetrable at this level. The fourth talent. The origin of Gengjin Shadow, holding the elemental source of both Gengjin and darkness. It can absorb and manipulate these elements from the surroundings, granting colossal damage and extreme speed. Xiao Ba is stunned. The double speed of Shadow Raid is even faster than Gengjin Ghost Steps. From now on, Xiao Ba is the absolute ruler of the shadows. Han Zhan cannot believe his eyes, asking Xiao Ba if he has seriously leveled up again. He complains about why he still cannot rank up despite having faith. But Xiao Ba slyly replies that this only proves Han Zhan's faith simply is not strong enough. Xiao Ba examines the map, wondering where their next destination should be. Xiao Hong reveals that there is only one place left they have not visited yet, which is the main city of the Xidigarba Mysterious Python. Xiao Ba makes the final call. They are heading straight to the Xidigarba Mysterious Python's main capital. Gu Qingshu behind them thinks he misheard and asks if Xiao Ba is serious, while Han Zhan chimes in, calling him totally insane. After all, that is a true main city of the monster races. Even though they are currently at war with humanity, there are bound to be powerful experts guarding such a major stronghold. For just the three of them to target a capital city is nothing short of a suicide mission. No way. Going there is just far too dangerous. If their human identities get exposed, they will not even have a single chance to escape. Gu Qingshu tries his best to persuade them, agreeing with Han Zhan that entering the main city with their current strength is simply reckless. Xiao Ba speaks solemnly, asking Han Zhan and old Gu if they have already forgotten their initial faith and resolve, if they want more resources to grow stronger. Visiting the main city is an absolute necessity. Just imagine the day they reach the king rank, standing atop the Great Wall and looking down at the beast races like tiny ants. Think of how many people will look up to them, and how much glory they can bring to the human race. Besides, doing this is for the ultimate survival of humanity, such a glorious pursuit. Even if they do not make it back alive, it remains an incredibly noble sacrifice. So they must understand, completely swayed by those inspiring words. Han Zhan enthusiastically shouts that, for the sake of humanity, he will live for glory and die with honor. Xiao Ba shakes his hand in encouragement, praising him as a true hero of mankind, leaving Gu Qingshu completely speechless. With their spirits fully ignited, Xiao Ba orders Xiao Hong to lead the way, and she happily complies. They set off filled with unbreakable determination for the great cause of humanity. 3 days later, exhausted from the journey, they ask how much further they have left. Xiao Hong smiles and says they are almost there, as the main capital of the Xidigarba Mysterious Python lies just ahead. Xiao Ba feels a sudden wave of dread. This looks less like a city and more like a colossal mountain. Han Zhan trembles, admitting he is already starting to regret this, since he was already in too deep. He grit his teeth and muttered, "What's there to fear? They were brave men of the human race after all." The little girl reveals that Xidigarba Python City is easily the most majestic stronghold among all the main cities. She says she visited years ago with the Grand Elder, noting that each of the 4 massive walls has 13 gates, Royal clan powerhouses usually enter through the central main gate, while the native Kitigarba Python tribe enters through the two side gates instead. Everyone else trying to enter from the sides has their aura checked and must pay a gate toll fee. The remaining side gates are reserved for high bloodline races, though every single visitor still undergoes strict aura checks and has to pay the toll. Subai is totally shocked, asking what gate fee she means. As Xiao Hong rummages through her storage pouch for purple crystals, just one of those purple crystal stones can easily buy an ordinary Tier 3 spiritual herb in this world. These crystals are not just basic currency. They also hold highly concentrated energy that cultivators can tap into for training at platinum rank or higher. Cultivators rely on superior spiritual stones to power up their daily training sessions. These high-grade stones do not just contain regular energy. They are packed with the elemental powers of heaven and earth. Think metal, earth, spatial elements, and a whole bunch of other powerful forces from nature. He starts coaxing Xiao Hong, asking how a grand saintess like her could have only a single purple crystal in her bag. The innocent girl explains that her spatial pouch actually holds about 100 square meters of storage room inside. Dumping the bag out, she nonchalantly adds in a casual tone that she is actually pretty wealthy. Seriously. Staring at the massive mountain of crystals, all three stand completely shell-shocked. No wonder she always snacked on rare herbs so casually. It turns out she trains using endless purple crystals, making her a certified little rich lady right here. Subai hesitates, telling Xiao Hong that carrying around so much cash is really unsafe for a young kid like her. As her master, he offers to hold on to it for safekeeping, declaring the matter settled, while secretly celebrating his massive stroke of fortune. Hanzan speaks up, reminding Lao Su that they should probably head into the city and get fully prepared. He promises to transfer another layer of Kitigarba Python aura to them, which will keep them disguised for 7 days. Sneaking through the side gate will save them a neat sum on entry fees. Subai grins smugly as the surrounding beasts bow to their disguise, proudly noting how this exact strategy always works flawlessly. The gates open wide as guards respectfully welcome the 4 esteemed lords back to the stronghold. Still soaking up the thrill of having high status, he boasts about how absolutely majestic they look right now. Qingshu asks if they should head straight into the main city next, and Subai confirms that is the plan. Looking around, they find savage beasts wandering absolutely everywhere in massive crowds, making this incredibly busy and noisy stronghold feel extremely bizarre to them. Qingshu is totally shocked, telling Lao Su that the endless beasts packing the streets are surprisingly strong, which proves the enemy's foundation is way deeper than they imagined. Han Zhan agrees completely, noting that the 3 royal clans have gathered alongside their finest elite forces inside this city. He adds that their human warriors are simply no match. But Xiao Hong reveals that the 3 royal clans actually hold massive control over all high bloodline beasts. Out of the massive army led by the 9 Nether King, she suspects that at least 9 million of them are just cheap cannon fodder. The actual elite forces are likely made up of only the 9 Nether clan and the Kitigarba Python tribe themselves. Finally understanding the situation, they realize why Lord Qingshan did not care at all about that massive army of 10 million. So that was the real reason. And they cannot help but marvel at how lively this beast city actually is. As they think about looking around, the system chimes in, alerting its master that some great treasures are waiting 10 kilometers to the southwest, instantly planning to steal the treasure alone. Subai suggests to Lao Han and Lao Hu that exploring this massive city together is just way too inefficient. So how about they split up and explore instead, without any suspicion? Han Zhan readily agrees since he wants to search for ancient records, while Subai hands over some funds to prove his absolute loyalty as a brother, giving them each a single crystal. He tells them to act on their own and meet back later at the city gate. The duo immediately complains, calling him incredibly stingy for handing over only a single stone, ignoring their complaints about his stinginess. Subai quickly turns to leave, telling them they can just pay him back later before calling Xiao Hong to follow him, leaving them to curse his greed. The two partners split up as Han goes to look for ancient archives and asks if the other wants to tag along, declining the offer. He decides to check out the local weapon shops instead. Following the system's exact coordinates, he stops and wonders what kind of rare treasures are hidden inside this very spot. Staring at the low walls, Xiao Ba wonders if this is the city lord's treasury and realizes he can easily climb right over. Xiao Hong quickly points out a beast guardian rune on watch, making him breathe a sigh of relief that he did not act too hastily. The rune looks familiar. Has he seen it in an ancient book? Suddenly, he remembers this is the anti-flight barrier of the Xiao mysterious python clan. A truly terrifying technique. With this barrier in place, even a Diamond Realm powerhouse cannot hope to slip over the city walls undetected. What on earth is this barrier guarding? He has to know. The little girl warns him that someone is coming and they need to hide. Tucking themselves into a corner, they overhear the beasts talking, asking if the Lord has returned for another inspection. Everything is completely normal. Xiao Ba whispers to Xiao Hong, telling her to stay back and wait. He activates his Shadow Raid talent to test out his new ability. The little girl watches in awe as Xiao Ba's figure fades away. He has completely turned invisible. He boldly follows right behind the visiting lord, who is instructing the guards to lock the gates tight once he goes inside. Once inside, the beast is swiftly taken out. Xiao Ba reveals himself, satisfied with his Shadow Raid skill, and wonders what treasures are hidden here. Stepping into a chamber filled with countless chests of spirit crystals, Xiao Ba rushes forward in pure excitement. It is all purple crystals. He is filthy rich now, but just as he celebrates his luck, a shadow suddenly darts past, catching him completely off guard. Could there still be members of the Xiao mysterious python clan lurking around? Xiao Ba demands to know who is hiding there. The two figures recognize his voice. They gasp in shock at Xiao Ba's presence. In unison, all three blurt out in sheer disbelief that they have crossed paths here. One of them claimed to be reading. Another was supposed to be shopping. And the other said he was visiting a weapon store. What a coincidence. Xiao Ba questions them, asking how two guys who always act so incredibly righteous and proper ended up in a place like this. And why are they wearing full night ops gear? They look even more professional than he does. He asks how they even managed to sneak in. Did they alert the guards? Han explains that he simply stumbled upon a secret tunnel during a casual stroll. He claims he has no idea how he ended up here. But Xiao Ba cuts him off. Stop making excuses. They can take as much as their skills allow, as long as they stay quiet. But they better not try to follow him. Han tells old Su not to be so stingy. They only stop grabbing treasures once their bags are completely stuffed, and they cannot carry another thing. Shu agrees that he is full too. Xiao Ba just sighs in disappointment. Utterly hopeless. Suddenly, a bell drops to the floor, making a loud clatter that immediately alerts the guards outside to the disturbance inside the ancient temple. He angrily snaps at Han for causing trouble again. Outside, the guards discover the dead body of their leader and sound the alarm of a break-in. The guards crank the flight barrier to its absolute limit. No escape. Xiao Ba activates his gravity control, telling the others they must run right now. The soldiers are temporarily immobilized by his gravity attack. By the time they break free and scream to give chase, the group has already escaped. A furious commander orders a complete lockdown of the city, demanding a house-to-house search to hunt down the thieves. Peeking from behind a high wall, Xiao Hong reports that every single soldier in the city is now on the move. Han worries that they have caused a massive scene this time. Shu agrees, noting that the entire city lord mansion is locked down, leaving them with no backup. But Xiao Ba remains surprisingly confident. He has a plan. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Before they can fully grasp his plan, Xiao Hong points toward the distance. She calls out about humans being over there. The guards look around in confusion before eagerly rushing toward the direction she pointed. Xiao Ba unleashes his power to ambush three of the guards, then tells Hanzhan and Qingshu to dispose of the bodies while he and Xiao Hong move ahead. Xiao Hong is curious as to why they are heading back into the ancient temple. But Su Bai feels certain that there are still hidden treasures here. It makes no sense to set up such an incredibly tight barrier if they were only guarding a few basic spiritual crystals. Xiao Hong points out a secret passage nearby. Su Bai is stunned. He could not see it at all. She explains that the hidden entrance is protected by a special spell invisible to humans. She then immediately reaches out and triggers the secret mechanism. As the secret door slides open, Su Bai recognizes the Xiao mysterious Python star array. Realizing why he failed to detect it earlier, Xiao Hong warns him of a powerful energy source below. Eager to investigate, Su Bai quickly leads the way down. After taking only a few steps, Su Bai suddenly freezes in tension. Before him stands a bizarre glowing tree. Growing directly over a pit of snakes, Xiao Hong is utterly horrified to recognize the legendary Heavenly Wish Tree. When Su Bai wonders why such a cruel thing exists, she explains that it requires a forbidden technique. She wonders if they intend to become the fourth royal clan. While Su Bai racked his brain, trying to recall where he had heard of this tree, the system suddenly alerts him to the remnants of an ancient divine branch, which contains countless incomplete law powers. This tree is deeply tied to the cause and effect of the primordial calamity, making it something the host absolutely cannot afford to miss. Xiao Hong looks around in absolute fury, disgusted that the Xiao mysterious Python clan would commit such a heinous act. To grow a single heavenly wish tree requires sacrificing at least 10 million snake lives. Su Bai leaps to the treetop, pointing at the lone fruit. She recognizes it as the 8th grade spiritual fruit of the Xiao mysterious Python, a prize bought with countless innocent lives. Su Bai plucks the fruit, only to be hit by a sudden shock. Though it's barely the size of a fist, it weighs nearly 100 pounds. This is the very first time he's ever laid eyes on such a bizarre spiritual fruit. So what exactly does this heavenly wish fruit do? Xiao Hong explains that every single heavenly wish fruit holds an incredibly terrifying amount of energy, which can easily help Lord-class powerhouses purify and strengthen their bloodlines. But once that bloodline purity hits a certain threshold, the user is driven to slaughter countless numbers of their own kind. Because of this, the cultivation method of the Heavenly Wish Tree was banned as a forbidden art by the 3 royal clans. Su Bai jumps down, amazed by how terrifying it is. It looks like he really can't leave this thing behind. He asks his system how he can dig up and relocate this ancient divine tree. The system replies immediately, stating that to transplant the tree, he must first activate its divinity by simply placing his hand on the trunk. It also warns him that during this process, the divine power will trigger some minor tremors in the mortal world. So he better brace himself. He brushes off the warning about the minor tremors, since he's not leaving the tree here anyway. He declares that he's fully ready and tells it to begin. The system announces the activation of the divine tree's power. He shuts his eyes as the entire trunk erupts with a blinding light. Su Bai gasps in sheer terror. Spatial cracks are forming. Everywhere. Is this what the system calls a minor tremor? Xiao Hong screams in absolute panic, asking what he just did as the entire space begins to collapse around them. They must escape immediately to avoid getting trapped in the void. She urges her master to hurry up before time completely runs out. Su Bai summons a shield to protect them, gritting his teeth as the ruins crumble. Seeing his spatial pouch is still working, he tells Xiao Hong to hide inside first. Moments later, both of them manage to slip inside the spatial pouch, allowing him to finally catch his breath. They are safe for now. The young girl cheers in absolute excitement, celebrating her master's success in actually transplanting the massive Heavenly Wish Tree, staring at the spiritual herbs he's gathered. Su Bai feels a wave of doubt. Sure, they succeeded. But why is everything still shaking so violently? Is this greedy tree actually devouring his spiritual herbs? Damn it. All his precious herbs are being stolen by this bastard plant, only to be spat back out. Right then, Xiao Hong yells in terror, warning her master that the heavenly wish tree is about to go completely wild. Meanwhile, outside the Great Wall defense base, the massive shockwaves catch the guards' attention. They report to Yi Qing that this overwhelming energy seems to surpass the very laws of nature. He falls deep into thought, wondering if some entity even stronger than the Juyu King is waking up among the beast clans. His subordinate gasps in utter shock. They are terrified by the mention of an existence beyond king class. Yi Qing orders them to immediately contact the scouts to investigate the situation. He quickly responds. And over at the nine-tailed celestial fox royal city, Yan Ji also observes the anomaly, wondering if it's divine power. Is that even possible? The forbidden area hasn't been breached. So how could divine energy possibly leak out? With such a terrifying force originating from the main city of the Dezong Black Pythons, she immediately orders a full investigation, which her subordinates carry out, right inside the Juyu royal city. Yan Ming senses the strange disturbance, deeply confused by where this frightening power is coming from, and why on earth is it centered around the Dezang Black Python clan's capital. What exactly is going on over there? His demon subordinate stammers that they don't know but will head to the capital to find out. Meanwhile, strange movements stir deep beneath the Bishui Swamp Forbidden Land. Even the sword insect Forbidden Land is struck by heavenly lightning, while unusual phenomena erupt across the Luotian River, the 100,000 Mountains, and the underwater Xiangya Mountain. As these world-shaking events unfold, ancient creatures on a distant asteroid finally begin to wake up and move. The immortal gods shall return to the mortal realm soon. And this massive shift instantly sends shockwaves through the battlefield of all clans. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Cold sweat runs as the tremors shake the main capital. Oh no. The heavenly wish tree. If the three royal clans find out they used a forbidden art to grow it, they're dead. The king rushes off, ordering the entire Dezong Black Python clan to retreat immediately. The monkey soldiers are utterly stunned by the sudden retreat order, allowing the human forces to seize the chance and press their attack. Their general curses in frustration. With the Black Pythons abandoning the fight, there is no point in staying. So he orders a hasty retreat. They flee in absolute chaos as the humans pursue them with relentless fury. Even the enraged Bear Clan has no choice but to tuck tail and run. He curses those damn Black Pythons for abandoning them without warning, urging his troops to move their legs and run for their lives. Meanwhile, Subai steps out of his spatial pouch, only to be met with total devastation. Utterly stunned by the mess, he wonders if his actions caused all this. Just then, the Black Pythons return, demanding to know who dared touch their sacred tree. Subai's heart drops. Realizing he is in deep trouble, the Platinum Level 9th Elder leads the charge, ordering his soldiers to seize the intruder. As they rush forward to tear Subai apart, Subai raises his sword in defense. The 9th Elder scoffs, unleashing a lethal strike right at him. The attack closes in instantly, forcing Subai to quickly deploy a shield. He skids backward, feeling the terrifying power of a true platinum rank. The 9th Elder roars in fury, swearing that tearing him into 1,000 pieces wouldn't even begin to pay for destroying their sacred tree. Emerging from the nearby rubble, Qing Shu and his companion witness the chaos, deeply shocked by the sudden, massive eruption of raw energy. They wonder if Subai is behind this madness. He turns to them, quite surprised to see his friends have actually reached gold rank. Han Zhan charges forward, telling Subai to run while he holds the line. But the furious 9th Elder blasts him away, asking if he wants to die. The Elder scoffs, asking if that armor can really stop her. Subai breaks out in a cold sweat, questioning if Han Zhan can actually hold on. Qing Shu urges him not to force it and to just run together. Accepting his role, Han Zhan insists on covering the rear, prompting his teammates to sprint ahead. Lao Hu agrees to withdraw first with the team. Meanwhile, a determined Han Zhan stands firm, preparing to unleash his ultimate blade technique. He strikes with 3 consecutive void slashes, but she easily dodges them all, mocking the childish attacks for failing to scratch her. But the flashy sword move was actually just a clever distraction to escape. Han Zhan quickly catches up to his companions, begging them to wait, while Su Bai tosses over a spiritual fruit to quickly restore his energy. Realizing she was tricked, the ninth elder goes wild with rage, screaming that they will absolutely never escape her today, unleashing their swift escape skills like Shadow Dragon and Nightingale. The three companions quickly vanish into the distance. 3 streaks of light flash past like lightning. Seriously, who would expect mere gold ranks to move that fast? After 3 long hours, the elder completely loses their trail. She curses the little beasts for somehow slipping away. She knows they absolutely cannot allow these 3 humans to escape, or else their own lives will be forfeit. She demands to know if they are absolutely certain the humans fled in that direction. When her subordinate nods in confirmation, she feels a chill, realizing they have entered the forbidden Luotian River zone. Stepping any further would lead straight to the turquoise water pool. Yet, the ninth elder casts aside her fear, determined to capture those 3 humans at all costs. Having finally stopped, Qing Shu hands over some water, suggesting they take a drink since the enemies probably cannot catch up so quickly. Han Zhan asks curiously what that sacred tree they kept mentioning actually is, and why those snakes are risking their lives to chase them. Su Bai hesitates, saying it is a long story, and urges them to quickly recover their strength so they can leave the area immediately. Right then, the platinum rank 10th elder catches up to them, roaring that none of them are allowed to go anywhere. He calls his subordinates useless trash for failing to catch 3 humans, forcing him to step in and handle this personally. Han Zhan steps up to block him, telling Su Bai to run. Meanwhile, the elder angrily transforms, demanding they hand over the sacred tree for a quick death. Han Zhan is instantly blown away, leaving Su Bai deeply worried. Furious, Su Bai snaps back, asking how the elder dares to call the wishing tree their sacred relic. He adds that he will gladly take that evil thing off their hands, flicking his snake tongue. The 10th elder sneers to see how long they can hold out. Han Zhan struggles back up, channeling his spiritual energy and urging Su Bai to take Lao Hu and leave this place to him. Su Bai hesitates to leave his friend behind, but Han Zhan is dead serious, telling him to go, arguing it is better for one to stay than for everyone to die. He believes humanity's victory is what matters most. Qing Shu calls out in deep emotion as Han Zhan stands tall, shouting for them to run, forced to flee. They promise to wait for him ahead. The 10th elder whips his massive snake tail, demanding they stop and prepare to die. But Han Zhan swings his spear, shouting that he is the opponent here. Unfortunately, he is quickly batted away by the beast. The serpent scoffs, calling him shameless and foolish, sneering that his miserable life is worth less than an ant. To its surprise, Han Zhan stands right back up, shouting that he is not done yet. He firmly grabs the snake tail, reiterating that he is the opponent, which infuriates the 10th elder to no end. The beast whips its tail into the air and slams him down, forcing Han Zhan to cough up blood. The 10th elder growls that he will not waste any more time, unleashing his 10,000 snake skill. Instantly, countless phantom serpents swarm from the ground to bite him. Meanwhile, Su Bai gazes in awe at a crystal-clear lake, wondering if this is the turquoise water pool, which Qing Shu confirms. Su Bai feels incredibly confused by the eerie silence, wondering if the azure dragon is currently away from its nest. Qing Shu is equally puzzled, noting the pursuers have stopped. As outside the forbidden zone, the 9th elder keeps a close watch. She finds it bizarre, remembering that any living soul entering the turquoise water pool forbidden zone should have been instantly attacked. Wondering why it is so quiet, the 10th elder begins to analyze the situation. He reminds her that the sacred tree is still with those humans, meaning they cannot let them escape. He suggests taking a gamble to enter, and she quickly agrees to the plan, believing they can easily retreat from the perimeter if danger strikes. The two elders make up their minds and cross the barrier to head inside. Suddenly, a colossal dragon aura crushes down on them. It's the Azure Dragon, terrified. She screams to retreat, and they quickly bolt. Meanwhile, deep inside the area, Xiao Ba relaxes comfortably, encouraging his companion to eat up and enjoy the food. Qingshu asks anxiously how he can sit there eating so peacefully when their relentless pursuers could catch up at any moment, holding a spiritual fruit. Xiao Ba explains that this is their forbidden territory, meaning those snakes would never dare to step foot inside. Otherwise, those two black snake elders would have caught up to them long ago. Still, they cannot stay here forever and need to figure out where to head next. Weighing their options, Qingshu suggests that since the snakes fear this place, they should head back to the Misty Mountains to secure backup. Xiao Ba stands up and shakes his head, arguing that they caused way too much chaos in snake territory. So the guards will definitely be waiting for them. If they head out this way, they are bound to run into the Mystic Snake Clan. Qingshu nods, admitting it makes sense. Suddenly a wild idea hits Xiao Ba. Smiling, he suggests looping back to launch a surprise attack on the 10,000 races. Qingshu gasps in absolute shock, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Returning to their territory now means they would face far more than just 2 platinum rank hunters chasing them down. Xiao Ba points ahead to explain. Obviously, they cannot go back the same way, so they will take a detour this time. Speechless, Qingshu asks if he actually knows the way. Xiao Ba proudly pats his chest. Of course he does. And they might even find old Han. He tells him to stay calm. Moving is the only way to survive. Follow him, telling the pets to stop eating and move. Xiao Ba explains on the run that he noticed a major issue during their previous battles. When Qingshu asks what that issue is, Xiao Ba explains that when facing powerhouse opponents above platinum rank, fighting back is completely out of the question. Just focus entirely on speed. Boost theirs. Slow the enemy. That is their only way out. Qingshu agrees instantly. The gap is too massive. Suddenly, Xiao Ba freezes. There is movement ahead. A beastman is escorting a prisoner. Moving closer, Qingshu is completely shocked to realize it is old Han. Xiao Ba quickly holds back an emotional Qingshu, warning that they cannot just blindly charge in. Nearby, the beastman threatens the prisoner, mocking that no matter how much he stalls, no one is coming to save him. Xiao Ba analyzes the situation, knowing a direct attack puts old Han in danger, meaning they need a much safer plan. Qingshu whispers, asking what his plan is. With a sly, confident smirk, Xiao Ba promises a flawless trick. Over there, Han Zhan furiously calls them beasts. The beastman whips him, snapping that he will beat him to death if he keeps talking back. Before a second strike lands, a voice demands he stop. A disguised Xiao Ba and Qingshu approach in cloaks, asking what they are doing. The beastman quickly flashes a flattering smile, greeting them as esteemed messengers. He explains he is following the 10th Elder's orders to escort this human back. But Han Zhan instantly recognizes the two of them. Xiao Ba quickly shuts Han Zhan up, telling the wretched human to behave himself, before turning to the guard to confirm that they are indeed the escort team. He claims the 10th Elder ordered them to oversee the escort and collect military provisions from the Cat Clan. Dumbfounded, the guard asks about the provisions, but they have already delivered those provisions. Xiao Ba casually explains that the frontline battle failed, so they must gather more supplies. He sharply asks if the guard actually dares to question an official order from their own clan. Terrified, the beastman quickly stammers that he would never dare. Thanking the messengers for their hard work, Xiao Ba orders him to lead the way, and the guard immediately obeys, calling them esteemed messengers. Entering the territory of the Nether Cat Clan, Xiao Ba announces he will personally interrogate this human prisoner, demanding the guards quickly summon their elders to meet him. The guard quickly orders someone to notify the Great Elder that messengers from the Black Python clan have arrived to collect supplies. The subordinate obeys. And soon the Great Elder himself arrives, apologizing profusely for his late arrival and asking the esteemed messengers to forgive his lack of respect, acting incredibly arrogant. Subai cuts him off, stating they are here to collect provisions and valuable spiritual materials. The elder is stunned, pointing out they just turned in a batch 10 days ago, wondering why they must pay again so soon. Subai quickly fakes the story. The war situation at the front line is extremely critical, and since their forces have suffered massive losses, they naturally require far more materials to sustain their efforts. With endless war raging on, every single clan is gritting their teeth and struggling to survive. He claims that upon the 9 Nether Kings' command, their entire Python clan from powerful elders and peak lords down to the weakest bronze ranks would gladly fight to the absolute death. Yet, when asked to gather a few simple resources, the Cat clan starts making pathetic excuses. He asks if they are unwilling, leaving the embarrassed Great Elder to lower his head in shame. Hearing those inspiring words, the old elder quickly apologizes and agrees to empty their entire warehouse, promising 10,000 low-grade spiritual blocks to fully support the Grand Army. Pleased, Subai promises to report this to the 9 Nether Kings so their clan gets credit for the contribution. Watching this unfold, Qingshu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing Subai is a master manipulator. Even Hanjan is stunned by how easily Subai is scoring a massive fortune. Soon, the elder leads the way to the vault, and Subai nods in approval. Stepping inside, the elder reveals that on top of the 10,000 materials for the army, he has also prepared a special stash of premium spirit stones just for the 2 messengers. Smiling with satisfaction, Subai promises to remember their loyalty and report it directly to the king. Delighted, the elder bows and offers his deepest thanks for the generous favor. With that, Subai orders him to go prepare the resources while they stay behind to interrogate the human prisoner. The Great Elder clasps his hands in respect, offering to serve the envoy whenever he is needed. Once the elder leaves, Hanjan urgently tells them to untie him. He praises old Su for his trick, but wonders why they did not just slaughter those weak cat demons to end the issue once and for all. Subai laughs, asking how they would get enough spiritual fruits to heal Hanjan's wounds if they killed them outright. Qingshu unties him, telling old Han to stay completely still so he can free him first. Once finished, he suddenly asks if they can feel that something is wrong with this cave, leaving Hanjan completely confused about what could be wrong. Subai senses a shift in the spiritual energy, feeling his own power draining away as if something is actively sucking it out. The 2 who just ate the spiritual fruits also feel their power fading, nodding in agreement that their energy is indeed draining away as well. He points toward one direction, stating it is here. No wonder the Great Elder left so confidently. There must be something very strange in this cave. Qingshu urges them to go take a look. Stepping inside, Subai is stunned to see these nether cats standing frozen like statues, wondering why they are kneeling without moving a single muscle. Deciding to check the barrier, they quickly discover the massive skeleton of a giant creature. It is a massive cat clan skeleton, but they wonder why a human statue is standing directly on top of these bones. Looking around, Subai notes that this must be a sacred place for the cat clan. Suddenly, a guarding cat beast attacks, forcing him to cast a shield while warning Hanjan to watch out. After the beast escapes, Hanjan is left in shock, shouting in disbelief as the nether cat suddenly springs to life and warning them that the entire pack is reviving. Qingshu is also shocked, wondering what to do as a horde of cat beasts lunges forward. The 3 scramble to defend against the incredibly fast creatures, warning each other to stay alert, offering to block them. Qingshu instantly unleashes his sycamore under the moon technique to blow away the spiritual cats. Hanjan joins the fray, calling their speed too slow before unleashing a powerful Earth-grade skill Infinite Blade Light. To their surprise, the spiritual cats survive the direct hit, leaving Han Zhan shocked that even his advanced gold rank skill did not kill them. Su Bai quickly urges Han Zhan and Qing Shu to break through the encirclement because this cave is far too narrow for him to fight properly. They agree, unaware of a strange phenomenon happening behind them. Suddenly, a weapon wedged in the Cat King skeleton flies right in front of Han Zhan. Noticing the sword, Su Bai excitedly urges Han Zhan to take it, saying this weapon is a perfect fit for him. Without hesitation, Han Zhan reaches out to grab it, eager to test the power of this giant sword. The moment another cat beast lunges at them, Han Zhan swings the sword, delivering a sharp slash that cuts the creature clean in half. Su Bai watches in awe as the slash even slices through solid rock, shouting that the weapon is incredibly powerful and that Han Zhan has hit the jackpot. Han Zhan laughs in pure joy, declaring this trip was totally worth it. He eagerly charges forward to fight his way out, leaving his two friends struggling to keep up as Su Bai yells for him to wait. But the moment he reaches the entrance, he freezes. The Great Elder has surrounded them with his forces, roaring that these brazen thieves not only dared to impersonate Lord Xuanmang to deceive him, but also desecrated their sacred ground. Swearing to slaughter them all on the spot, he orders the entire clan to kill the three humans, demanding that not a single one of them be allowed to escape. He vows to crush the bones of these humans to dust and stain these entire mountains red with their blood. Han Zhan stays alert, warning that there are too many enemies to break through, while Qing Shu anxiously wonders what they should do. Su Bai remains calm, telling them to leave it to him before summoning Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Hong to get to work. They transform into the Black Tortoise, Earth's core gravity, and demonic phoenix fire. The furious elder orders his men to target the summoner first, calling them shameless humans. The elder attacks, but Su Bai refuses to back down, ordering his beasts to show no mercy and kill them all. Just then, Qing Shu leaps forward to block a blow for him, warning him to be careful. Su Bai asks in a panic if he is all right, but he just coughs and says he is still breathing, sighing in relief. Su Bai pulls out some items, telling him to eat the spiritual fruit to recover and leave the rest of the fight to him. Since they successfully escaped from the city of Lord Xuanmang, there is absolutely no reason they cannot break out of this tiny nether cat clan as well. Su Bai orders Xiao Hong to watch over Lao Hu, Xiao Ba to cover them, and Xiao Bai to protect, to which they all reply in unison. Su Bai charges forward, determined to take down the leader first. The Great Elder roars in anger, mocking a mere gold rank's arrogance and daring Su Bai to try. But the young summoner raises his fist and charges, declaring the old man's time is up, activating his sacred beast armament. A blinding pillar of light erupts from Su Bai, piercing straight into the sky. The elder shields his eyes in sheer terror, unable to believe this is the legendary sacred beast armament. Before Su Bai easily blasts him away, turning back, Su Bai urgently yells for Han Zhan to watch over Lao Hu so they can escape, ordering Xiao Ba and Xiao Hong to cover the rear. The two beasts instantly deploy Earth's core gravity and vermilion bird burning heavens, clearing a path for Han Zhan, Wen Tong, and their companions to flee. The two shout in excitement, recalling how they first wreaked havoc in Xuanmang City and are now destroying an entire cat clan. They dramatically declare this journey is worth it even if they must sacrifice their blood for humanity. But Su Bai quickly cuts them off, telling them to stop talking nonsense and focus on running. Meanwhile, not far from the cat clan settlement, the 10th elder also notices the commotion, wondering what that blinding light could be. That is the direction of the Miao tribe. Follow me, the subordinate quickly replies. Yes, elsewhere. Yan Ming frowns as he reads a report. He suddenly senses a disturbance that is the sacred beast armament. Could it be a plot by the human race? Send my orders. Immediately dispatch 2 Diamond Realm experts to the Demon Cat Mountains to kill Subai, the subordinates shout back. Understood. Over at the military headquarters. A meeting is underway. Reports show that scouts out front have spotted 2 powerful Diamond Realm experts moving rapidly toward the Nethercat tribe. Sir Yiqing, he frowns deeply. Realizing it must be those 3 kids. Send orders to dispatch 2 diamond-level combatants to the Demon Cat Mountains to support Subai. After the subordinate complies. Yiqing calls out, wait. Send the Golden Flame Cavalry to reinforce them immediately. We absolutely must save Subai. I can sense they are being completely surrounded by a massive army of millions. The secretary salutes. Yes, back with the trio. Han Zhan breathes a sigh of relief. We finally made it out. Those demon cats are incredibly fast. Subai warns him, Old Han. Do not stop. We cannot stay here. Right then, the 9th elder appears. Sneering, you wretches. So this is where you are hiding. Do you really think you can escape? The 3 gasp. In sheer panic, what? She laughs maliciously. Let us see where you run now. Today, I will personally skin you 3 ants and burn your bones into absolute dust. Before they can react, another violent shockwave hits. It is the 10th elder in snake form. Scoffing, just gold levels. Yet they survived my strike. Seems like you can do more than just run. Subai looks at his friends in terror. Old Han. Old who? The 9th elder barks, 10th. Release the ceiling poison to block them. If we let these 3 little ants slip away and word gets out, we would become the biggest laughingstock in the world. He quickly pulls his 2 friends up, asking how they are holding up. Qingshu urges, do not worry about us. Just get out of here now. Subai, refuse. Taking a defensive stance, run. That is not my style. He summons his little beasts again, commanding them to get to work. Clad in his sacred beast armament, he points his sword at them. Old hag. Did you honestly think I was afraid of you? The 9th elder has already transformed into her beast shape, marveling that he activated his sacred beast armament so quickly, but calls it a useless struggle anyway. What, you actually blocked my attack? She desperately tries to defend, screaming that it is impossible. Meanwhile, a stunned Qingshu looks on and frowns. Is a gold level seriously suppressing 2 diamond levels? Han Zhan cannot believe his eyes either. If you had told me this before, I definitely would have called you crazy. Subai delivers a sharp, devastating slash and says coldly, the power of Gengjin is completely invincible and can shatter anything in existence. The 10th elder grows cautious. No wonder it is the sacred beast armament. That is an incredibly powerful innate skill. The 9th elder tries to heal her body, muttering, we absolutely cannot let him grow any stronger, no matter the cost. He frowns as he watches them make their move. What are you trying to do now? These 2 are actually using fusion, absorbing the 10th elder's power. The 9th elder rises, saying, I admit you are strong, but you are still just a measly mid-stage gold. You have not even refined your body to the limit. So today, you are absolutely going to die here. Subai cannot hide his disgust, asking, has anyone ever told you that you are incredibly ugly? Enraged, she conjures a sphere of energy. Let us see how long you can keep bragging. Die wall of size. The massive bomb-like orb rains down from above. Han Zhan and his companion are nearly blown away by the immense shockwave. Subai looks back anxiously, asking if they are okay. Damn it, he growls, quickly forming a fireball in his hand. In an instant, the fire demon phoenix erupts like a true phoenix. The 9th elder dismissively absorbs the attack, laughing that it cannot harm them. Drawing in that energy, she creates an even larger fireball. Frustrating Subai, these 2 platinum-level hags are pretty troublesome, aren't they? But he quickly scoffs, so what if they are platinum level? I do not believe I cannot destroy you, old hag. I will fight you to the death. Seeing him charge, the 9th elder barks. This cannot even scratch me. Suddenly, she senses something wrong. A powerful diamond-level combatant is heading straight for this location, unwilling to back down. The ninth elder knows she just needs a bit more time to finish him. You destroyed our tribe's sacred tree. Even if I fall today, I will drag you down with me. He watches in horror as a massive mouth gapes to swallow him whole. What? She roars, wanting to digest Subai. Screaming for the wretched ant to die with her tribe's sacred tree, Han Zhan gasps. Is she trying to swallow old Su? Qingshu's expression shifts in realization. Oh no. She is trying to drag Subai to the grave with her. Han Zhan shudders. What? Suddenly, a beam of golden light strikes down from the sky, instantly blowing the ninth elder's body to pieces. As the smoke clears, a protective shield is revealed inside the crater. Han Zhan is stunned. That is General Lin, and behind him is the King Realm expert, King Zhenan. They have come to save Subai. General Lin helps him up, asking if he is okay. As Subai weakly replies, I am fine. Uncle Lin, why are you here? King Zhenan pays closer attention to the battlefield, wondering if others were involved, since they managed to force 2 platinum-level Black Python elders to self-detonate. He pulls him up and praises them, saying they did exceptionally well to make 2 platinum levels self-detonate. Now, they must return to base immediately before it is too late. But 2 dark shadows suddenly appear, cutting him off, mocking that it is already too late, and they have finally found them. The 2 newly arrived Beast Clan members, a giant diamond-level bear and a diamond-level black python, boast arrogantly. Zhenan, you are actually here. On this battlefield of 10,000 races, humanity has gained the upper hand. Cut. A sudden explosion throws the monster race into absolute panic. Over at the Yao Miao Mountains, a female general of the Beast Clan barks out an urgent command to send immediate reinforcements. Move out now, elsewhere. 2 newly arrived enemies flex their raw power, roaring at Zhenan that he took down their bear elder back then. So today, he will pay with his life. The other one sneers why waste words on him when they can just wipe everyone out and offer their heads to King Juo. They launch a coordinated attack, screaming for them to die. And though Lin Zhennan raises a protective barrier, Subai and his friends still feel the suffocating pressure. It is insane. This is the true power of diamond rank. Zhenan quickly tells the trio to run ahead while he holds the line. Subai refuses in sheer panic, asking Uncle Lin if he really intends to fight 2 diamond-tier combatants alone. But the general remains absolutely resolute, demanding if they heard him. He orders them to get moving, because it is an official command, prompting Han Zhan to urge Subai to retreat so they can bring back help instead of disobeying. They run for it. But right then, a massive boulder crashes down, blocking their escape route. Out of nowhere, a bear warrior blocks them, mocking the brats for thinking they could escape, leaving Subai to grit his teeth and tell his friends they must fight to the death. Meanwhile, the Python warrior engages Zhenan, laughing that the general cannot even save himself, let alone rescue a bunch of kids. Lin yells out in pure panic that they cannot fight a diamond rank and must run, forcing Subai to quickly summon his beasts, ordering Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai to strike from both sides. He tells Xiao Hong to blast the enemy to pieces. The beast laughs in mockery, declaring that nobody is coming to save them, and the resulting shockwave blasts the trio back through the flying dirt and rock. Knocked flat, Han Zhan realizes with dread that Diamond Tier is truly terrifying. As these monsters can actually control the forces of nature itself, they are completely outmatched. But wait, right when hope seems entirely lost, a brilliant sword light strikes the beast, signaling that the Golden Fire Cavalry has finally arrived. The human soldiers charge, acting on Ni Qing's orders to reinforce them. Their goal is to protect Subai. And seeing them, the overjoyed trio realizes they might actually survive this ordeal after all. Backup is here. Subai rallies his beasts to strike back, while the incoming human warriors level their spears and unleash a devastating blazing charge. The beast quickly summons a thick rock shield to block them. But Xiao Ba leaps forward, telling the enemy not to get smug while ordering Xiao Ba to dodge. Right after, Xiao Ba and Zhao Hong combine their elemental breath and fire rain to completely break his guard. The bear beast roars about his invincibility while battles rage everywhere. Backing away, the python admits that General Zhenan truly is a formidable king-tier opponent, hovering in midair. Lin Zhenan looks down like he is staring at an ant, declaring this is their end as he unleashes a massive sword strike, prompting the panicked python to call out to his partner. He transforms into a giant. He vows to crush every single ant. But despite his towering size, he struggles hard against their high-tier battle techniques. They unleash a Ray Breaker, Thunder Strike, Red Moon, and the highly destructive Burning Heaven skill. Seeing the tide turn, the python beast wants to retreat, shouting to his partner that he cannot win alone and they need to pull back immediately. The bear beast agrees to cover the rear, but Xiao Ba grits his teeth, mocking them for trying to run after talking so big just moments ago. He orders Xiao Ba to strike. The python beast turns pale with shock, unable to believe that a single summoned creature can control two different elements. Xiao Ba unleashes his earth power to send the bear beast flying, just as a volley of spears rains down on them. Surrounded by flames, the python cries out for his partner before fleeing, only for a dark shadow to leap up and violently kick him back down, trembling in the growing shadow. The terrified python realizes it is a white tiger beast, staring in utter disbelief as his eyes widen. Across the main battlefield, the human forces completely dominate the enemy, pushing hard right as Yanming steps out from a glowing portal. Just then, Ni Qing arrives on the field, telling Juyu that since he joined the fight, it is time for him to surrender. He scowls in deep frustration, snapping that if the Demon Phoenix and Heavenly Fox clans had not abandoned them before the battle, the humans would have definitely lost. Even if Ni Qing is slightly stronger, there is no way he can win against the united front of their royal clans. He counters confidently, stating that humanity has built up its strength for a century just to launch this massive counteroffensive. He warns that going against fate will only bring destruction. But Yanming scoffs, reminding Ni Qing that he has less than 20 years left to live. So he has no right to lecture him about fate, since he is just a dying old man. All this talk is completely useless. He barks an order to the entire army to retreat towards the Lushan River. With the enemy retreating, Xiao Ba's group makes their way back near the Yao Miao Mountains, urging Xiao Ba to pick up the pace so they can regroup at the main camp. Riding on Xiao Ba, Han Zhan turns around and asks Lao Hu if they are moving a bit too slow. Qing Shu sits cross-legged and laughs, telling him to stop complaining, since having any mount is already a luxury. High above, Zhen Nan scans the horizon and warns them to stop because there is a battle ahead. Xiao Ba looks up in surprise, asking what is wrong, while the older man guesses the Luotian River lies just ahead. Xiao Ba is completely puzzled as to why so many soldiers from the myriad races have suddenly appeared there. Zhen Nan understands the situation immediately, explaining that humanity has won a massive victory on the front lines, forcing the enemy to retreat here. They must cross this area quickly to return to their main headquarters. Han Zhan is thrilled to hear this, declaring that with humanity winning big, the enemy forces will not hold out much longer. Xiao Ba is equally excited, asking Lao Han how many military contribution points they will receive once they finally return. Qing Shu asks in utter disbelief if they actually did anything to deserve merit. As they finally arrive at humanity's main camp, inside the meeting room, Ni Qing looks at him in shock, wondering if Xiao Ba really managed to abduct the Demon Phoenix Holy Maiden. Xiao Ba laughs out loud, asking how anyone could say he kidnapped her when she willingly followed him of her own accord, which Xiao Hong happily confirms with a nod. While stuffing her face, Master makes the most delicious roasted chicken legs, which is why she wants to follow him. Ni Qing is highly amused, noting that taming a holy maiden with a single chicken leg proves he is indeed the true successor of Luo Fan. Niqing praises them for a job well done and tells them to rest before the grand celebration tonight. But Xiao Ba nervously hesitates, mentioning that the banquet can wait while asking about the reward points they earned. Niqing instantly reassures him, promising they will get every single point. Only then does Xiao Ba politely stand up and thank Mr. Ni. Han Zhan and the others smile, bidding farewell to rest first, while the commander sends them off so they can recover before their next battle against the enemy. Once the kids leave, Niqing praises the man beside him, thanking Lao Lin for his successful rescue and for taking down 2 diamond-level enemy powerhouses. Lao Lin quickly shakes his head, revealing that those 2 diamond-level beasts were actually slain by Xiao Ba, leaving Niqing completely speechless. Wait, can you even believe a student actually took down diamond-level beasts like that? Zhen Nan explains that while the battlefield was chaotic, it was indeed Xiao Ba's beasts that took down those diamond-level fighters, making Niqing realize that as the kid grows stronger, the target on his back gets larger. Jiu Yu could target him at any moment, so they must ensure the boy is heavily protected. Lao Lin promises to guard the boy from the shadows. And later that evening, Niqing hosts a grand feast to toast the academy students for their heroic actions, leading a cheerful toast for humanity's victory. Everyone raises their glasses, cheering together for humanity's ultimate triumph. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong remains completely focused on the food, happily drooling over a delicious chicken leg. Han Zhan raises his drink to Xiao Ba, admitting that their mission was incredibly perilous and he almost lost his life, if not for Xiao Ba and Lao Hu stepping in to save him. He offers a toast of gratitude, but Xiao Ba teasingly asks if his life is only worth a single drink. Xiao Ba reveals a written order form, telling him to ship rare equipment and resources straight to the Jiangzhou Academy. Qingshu bursts into laughter, warning Han Zhan that Xiao Ba is an absolute opportunist who never misses a chance to profit. Han Zhan accepts his fate, noting he has already experienced Xiao Ba's greedy ways, but downing his drink anyway to show his true sincerity, which leaves Xiao Ba feeling rather satisfied. Xiao Ba notes Han Zhan got a blessing in disguise by acquiring a divine weapon. As Han Zhan sets down his glass, Han Zhan agrees, admitting he has not been able to tap into its true power yet, prompting the other two to lean in closely. Xiao Ba admits he has not inspected the weapon closely, remarking it looks quite ordinary. As Yi Qing takes a much closer look at it, Yi Qing explains that if his eyes do not deceive him, this is a legendary ancient divine weapon, though its true energy seems to be completely sealed. The three ask in utter surprise about the seal, and Yi Qing explains that breaking it requires the wielder to first reach the legendary king rank realm. Xiao Ba gasps, noting that reaching the king rank realm is an incredibly difficult goal, but Han Zhan feels highly motivated, declaring he will train relentlessly to break the seal and reach that level as soon as possible. The group raises their glasses again, proposing a loud toast to reaching the king rank realm before drinking. The next day at the Great Wall Garrison Base, an officer asks the principal why he has been waiting there anxiously for 3 whole days. The principal sighs, worrying that the real battlefield is nothing like an arena, especially since those 2 kids have 0 combat experience. Suddenly, a scout rushes in with the news that humanity has won a historic victory, slaying 800,000 enemy soldiers. The enemy has been pushed all the way back to the Luotian River, triggering wild, emotional cheers from everyone in the camp as they celebrate this massive victory. A veteran soldier cries tears of joy, realizing that with this triumph, he can finally return home in peace to care for his aging parents. Demands to open the city gates echo everywhere, and as people turn to share the good news, the excitement of victory fills the air. The principal quickly rushes down to ask if there is any news about Xiao Ba and Qingshu, wanting to confirm their safety amid all the celebration. He eagerly stops a general, asking if there is any news regarding Xiao Ba and Qingshu. The soldier immediately reports that those 2 kids did not just do well, they achieved a massive victory, combined with Han Zhan. Their power now is absolutely unbelievable. Before he can even catch his breath, the crowd crowds around him, asking if the battle on the front lines is finally over. Is it true the enemy had over 8 million troops? How is Commander Kong? Do you have any news about him? The soldier gets flustered and tells everyone to calm down so he can explain everything slowly. This massive, decisive battle raged all the way from the Misty Mountains to the Yaomiao Mountains defense base. After 1 month and 8 days, the massive beast army was defeated and pushed back to the Luotian River. Out of 1 million enemy troops, less than 200,000 survived. Over at the Yaomiao Mountains, Lord Niqing ordered a brand new guard base to be built along the Luotian River, 20,000 miles away from the Great Wall. Everyone cheers in absolute excitement. This is amazing. Humanity is victorious. Once the new base is fully built, they will be able to teleport straight to the front lines. Nothing could be better. The soldier continues, explaining how Xiao Ba and Qing Shu from the Jiangzhou Academy, along with Han Zhan, fought with insane bravery. The trio fearlessly infiltrated enemy territory, wiping out over 100,000 beasts, guarding the nest and completely destroying 10 whole monster races. They even charged into the Earth Python clan's main city, triggering a massive earthquake that leveled the entire fortress. During that chaos, they accidentally wiped out no less than 100,000 enemy soldiers. To top it off, Xiao Ba defied his own rank to slay 2 diamond-tier generals, leaving the students completely speechless. He actually took down diamond-tier powerhouses. Did we hear that right? The principal breaks into a cold sweat at this unbelievable news. How on earth did this kid manage to slaughter diamond-tier experts? The soldier continues to boast, praising Xiao Ba's combat achievements as something completely legendary and off the charts. Xiao Ba, Han Zhan, and Qing Shu will retain their university status while being promoted to regiment commanders in the Luotian Guard. Xiao Ba was even awarded the first-class individual merit and the Supreme Medal of Glory, leaving the other students questioning if this was some joke. When they left, they were only silver tier. Achieving something this insane is just pure madness. Even the principal feels like he is dreaming, wondering what on earth the trio went through in that battle. The soldier waves the official report, confirming it is absolutely real, since Lord Ruofeng personally sent the message. Killing hundreds of thousands of enemies and slaying diamond-tier powerhouses, Xiao Ba has truly become an absolute monster. Nearby, Zixuan clutches his head in absolute despair, wondering why things turned out like this. Just how on earth is he supposed to catch up to him now? 3 days later, Yi Ming welcomes an incredibly powerful guest, Lord Bi Yan. He never expected this terrifying 2-star king-class powerhouse to arrive in person, knowing humanity stands absolutely no chance now. Bi Yan coldly berates his subordinate for being useless, losing massive forces without even taking down a single planet, while the demon bows in fear, with the seal weakening by the day. Time is running out. The demon quickly explains that this battle revealed humanity's true strength. Now that they have mapped out the human defenses, their next target of attack is none other than Shanhai Pass. On top of that, there is another shocking development. Those humans have captured the Saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan. He plans to visit the ancient Demon Phoenix royal city, which immediately piques Beyond's interest. He laughs. Those humans are brave to touch the Saintess. He tells him to go, revealing he brought a blood god orb. With this, they will wipe out humanity for good. Hearing this, Ye Ming happily wishes him a swift and brutal victory. Back at human headquarters, Commander Niqing holds a meeting, warning that the enemy forces are gathering with unclear intentions. Asking Qing Shan for his analysis, the old man frowns, stating that if he were the enemy king, he would attack immediately. They will strike the Luotian River fortress before our defense system is ready, requiring humanity to mobilize everything they have. They will try to break Shanhai Pass at all costs, leaving everyone in the room deeply shocked. If Shanhai Pass falls, humanity is doomed. To prevent this, He immediately orders 200,000 troops to deploy to Jiangzhou base. General Lin will command this force to secure the area. And Zhen Nan solemnly swears to execute the order. He vows to fight to the death without ever retreating. After the meeting, General Lin calls Xiao Ba in for a private chat. The assistant announces Xiao Ba's arrival, and Zhen Nan dismisses him. Xiao Ba enters, giving an awkward, hesitant laugh. General Lin immediately notices his strange behavior, asking if he has something else on his mind. Xiao Ba sheepishly confesses that his gifted platinum-tier armor was accidentally destroyed during battle, hoping the general might spare him another set. Zhen Nan brushes the request aside for now, suddenly asking if Xiao Ba likes Yanran, catching the young warrior completely off guard. When Xiao Ba asks what he means, the general explains that Yanran originally planned to train with the Great Wall Guards, but had to stay behind to care for her sick mother. He knew he had never been a good husband, nor a good father. Xiao Ba immediately beats his chest and promises Uncle Lin, "Rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Yanran." Zenon pats his shoulder with satisfaction. "Good boy. I knew I could trust you." Next, I am heading to Shanhaiguan Pass for deployment, where a massive war might soon break out. He frowns and asks if a war is really coming to Shanhaiguan, and the older man firmly confirms it. Before the big battle, Mr. Ni Qing made special arrangements for him, so he should go find him. Xiao Ba complies and immediately sets off to meet the man. Mr. Ni Qing. Xiao Ba has arrived. The elder nods in deep satisfaction, saying it is good that he is here. Ni Qing tosses him a card, warning him that old Lin has sacrificed plenty for humanity, so he better not take advantage of him. Since his current armor is completely ruined, he can take this item to logistics and trade it for a brand new Lord tier set. Xiao Ba's eyes instantly light up as he happily thanks Boss Ni. Shifting the topic, the elder mentions that he actually came this time because he has some business with him as well. Standing with hands on his hips, he confidently tells him to speak his mind, and Ni Qing gets straight to the point. He wants them to visit Bishui Lake together. Now Xiao Ba completely panics. What? Bishui Lake? That place is incredibly dangerous, and the Azure Dragon living there is absolutely terrifying. Frowning, the elder bluntly asks, "You do not dare." Backed into a corner, he stammers that he is not scared. He just has doubts. But Ni Qing quickly decides, "Then let us go." This teleportation rift only stays open for a single minute. Desperate, Xiao Ba realizes this is actually happening, but quickly forces himself to be brave. "Fine. Let us go. At worst, I will just risk it all." Stepping through, he is instantly confused by how eerily quiet the surroundings are. The elder stands before the lake and calls out loudly. Ni Qing has brought the descendant of Luo Fan for a visit. Azure Dragon, please appear. Only a flock of startled birds flies out in response, leaving Xiao Ba awkwardly suggesting that maybe the dragon is not home right now. But suddenly, dark clouds gather in the sky, and violent lightning strikes the water. He panics and mutters, "Oh no. We are doomed." It is home, and it looks absolutely furious. The massive dragon surges out of the water, ignoring the elder who tries to introduce himself. Xiao Ba screams in absolute terror. It is charging right at us. What do we do? We need to hide. Grabbing his collar, Ni Qing leaps into the air and yells to activate source flow immediately. Xiao Ba quickly complies. The active source flow instantly draws the Azure Dragon's gaze. Recognizing the technique, it speaks in a broken voice. "Luo Fan. Where is he?" Ni Qing quickly explains that Luo Fan has passed away, and this boy is his successor. Xiao Ba gives an awkward smile. "Hello. My name is Xiao Ba." Looking closely at the young man, the dragon realizes it is him. Noting that it had felt his aura once before, he politely asks, "Are you the companion beast of Boss Luo Fan from back then?" Is there anything at all that I can help you with? The dragon dismisses him, stating his strength is far too weak and he is not yet worthy. Subai admits that he is indeed weak, lagging far behind the legendary boss Luo Fan. It suddenly sets a condition: give me 3 drops of essence blood, and I will aid you once in a moment of crisis. Ni Qing is startled, asking if the dragon's current state is stable enough to help him. But the great beast simply keeps staring intently at the boy. His essence blood is unique, with it protecting my primordial spirit. I should be fine. And perhaps one day, you might even open the ancient tomb beneath Bishui Lake and fulfill my master's last wish. Hearing this, Ni Qing immediately accepts. He tells Subai to go ahead, and the boy quickly complies. 3 drops of blood fall straight into the azure dragon's mouth as it swallows them down. The dragon suddenly gasps in shock as if injected with pure energy, marveling at the sheer power surging from the essence blood. To its amazement, those 3 drops actually helped restore its sanity. It looks down and asks Kid, "Who on earth are you?" He stammers that his name is Subai, a student at the Martial Academy. Finding the answer useless, the dragon takes flight, telling them to forget it, since it has taken his blood. It will keep its promise to repay him. Now, they should leave. Right then, the system alerts him that a powerful beast is nearby, asking if he wants to tame it. Subai is thrilled. Could he actually tame the azure dragon? To his dismay, the system responds that the beast is too powerful to tame. He is totally speechless if it is impossible. Why even show the prompt? Ni Qing opens a spatial portal, saying it is time to head back. And Subai nods in agreement. Right. He still needs to stop by the logistics department to claim his new armor. Meanwhile, back at the Great Wall Fortress, everyone is staring at the leaderboard in shock, even among actual generals. Subai's military merits would land him in the top 10. Totally, utterly insane. Even though those high-ranking generals have slain countless high-level beasts, they rarely go after common ones like he did. On the Academy leaderboard, Rank 1 is Jiangwu's Subai with 8.5 billion merits. Rank 2 is Jiangwu's Qingshu with 8.4 billion. Rank 3 is Chengwu's Hanjian with 7.9 billion. Everyone can only marvel at the sheer amount of military merits Subai has racked up. It is a literal transformation of quantity into quality. For a mere gold-tier fighter like Subai to gather enough merits to match Lord-tier levels is just ridiculous. Han Zan sighs, wondering how on earth that kid Subai managed to spend such a ridiculous amount of military merits. Qingshu laughs, pointing out that with his trading habits, no amount of wealth would ever be enough. The other nods in agreement. Inside the logistics office, Subai arrives and greets the officer, wanting to trade for Lord-level armor. The receptionist gasps in utter shock. A gold rank wanting Lord-level armor. Even the 12 lower-ranking lords of their country only wear diamond rank gear. Yet this gold rank kid is asking for Lord-level armor. Subai simply hands over his token, asking the officer if that is enough. She takes it in absolute astonishment. This is indeed the token of Lord Yiqing. To think he would actually allow a gold rank youth to wear Lord-level armor. However, even with the master's token, a single set of Lord-level armor requires about 25 billion merit points to trade. He immediately pulls out some documents. It is fine. If his merit points are not enough, they can just deduct from Hanjian and Qingshu. This is their promissory note, complete with their fingerprints for verification. Internally, he laughs like a devious schemer. Thankfully, he forced them to sign this IOU back then. The receptionist nods in confirmation, agreeing that a fingerprinted promissory note is perfectly valid for this trade, deducting 25 billion merit points. The Lord-level armor is prepared. Subai takes the receipt with a satisfied, polite, "Thank you." Sure enough, the military rankings update. Subai now has 13 million points, while Qingshu and Han Zhan have absolutely zero. Everyone is stunned when the rankings change. Wait. What on earth did Xiao Ba buy to spend that much? How did he burn through so many points in a flash? And why did Qingshu and Han Zhan's points suddenly drop to 0? The two victims turn pale. Han Zhan urges Qingshu to look. Realizing all of their hard-earned merit points are gone. What in the world happened? Did someone actually steal their military merit? A nearby soldier shakes his head, claiming he has never seen such madness in all his years of service. Han Zhan suggests they head to logistics to demand answers. Qingshu agrees. They must have serious guts to hack military points. Soon. The receptionist hands them a document to see for themselves. They recognize it instantly, an IOU. The receptionist confirms that with black ink and their fingerprints, Xiao Ba has spent all their points. Qingshu grips the paper tightly in rage. He recalls warning Han Zhan that when the beast races hunted them, Xiao Ba was never kind enough to give them healing materials for free. It turns out he planned this all along. Han Zhan curses that treacherous Xiao Ba, but ultimately sighs in defeat. It seems they still have a lot to learn from him. Now, Xiao Ba is parading around in his shiny new armor, blinding everyone. Seriously. What on earth is he wearing? Are their eyes playing tricks on them? This is Lord-level armor. Xiao Ba is just a gold rank. Yet, he is wearing such godly gear. Is this not completely absurd? Even many experienced generals are not qualified to wear this type of armor. Some even joke about robbing him. Spotting his friends, Xiao Ba happily runs over to Han Zhan and Qingshu. He proudly shows off his new armor, asking how it looks, though complaining it is slightly too big and uncomfortable. The two bankrupt friends can only glare in sheer pain. Muttering they do not feel well, they excuse themselves to go rest. Xiao Ba is left completely dazed, wondering why they are leaving so suddenly. Outside Shanghai Pass, Yan Ming reports to Lord Bai Yan that 300,000 warriors of the Demon Emperor clan are ready for battle. Bai Yan takes off his hood, pleased to have a million-strong coalition plus those 300,000 demon warriors. It is a massive force. However, since they only have one shot at breaching Shanghai Pass, he decides to send another 100,000 barbarian bulls to ensure victory. Overjoyed, Yan Ming is certain that victory is absolutely guaranteed this time. Bai Yan pulls out a glowing red relic and waves it high, calling forth his summon. A bloody crimson light tears through the sky, and a horde of bloodthirsty, minotaur-like creatures from the barbarian bull clan emerges. Yan Ming bows in gratitude. With these powerful barbarian bull generals and beasts on their side, their coalition will be unstoppable. He raises his hand to rally the troops, commanding them to march on Shanghai Pass, devour humanity, and erase their legacy. The monstrous army roars in unison, swearing loyalty to Lord Bai Yan to conquer humanity and slaughter them all. They charge forward like raging bulls. Yan Ming yells his orders, commanding the entire army to attack Shanghai Pass. The beasts growl and storm ahead. Meanwhile, Hong Mei arrives, noting her clan has not fought humanity since their king fell 100 years ago. She closes her eyes in deep fury, declaring that because humans kidnapped their holy maiden, they will not rest until humanity is destroyed. Her clan screeches to reclaim the maiden and wipe out humanity. Thus, the monstrous alliance launches a massive assault on Shanghai Pass to annihilate mankind. In a private room, Xiao Ba flushes red, shocked by the sudden mention of marriage from Zhen Nan. He says the 16th is an auspicious day, while Yan Ran blushes shyly, claiming she is not ready to marry yet. Tabak looks pretty embarrassed, asking his future father-in-law if this is all too sudden. The man cuts straight to the chase, asking if Tabak doesn't want to marry Yan Yan. Tabak quickly denies it, and Tran Nam declares the wedding is set for the 16th of this month. Just then, a messenger bursts inside with urgent news from the front lines. Everyone panics, asking what happened, and the secretary frantically reports that the monster army is attacking Shanhaiguan. Tabak is shocked, but the general calmly stands up. He knew they'd target Shanhaiguan. In the meeting room, The secretary begs Lord Nathon to issue orders. Nathon nods and orders all garrison units to reinforce Shanhaiguan immediately. And she quickly acknowledges the command. Tran Nam leads the human forces forward, shouting that the Lam family will never let the enemy pass, even as endless enemy reinforcements swarm forward. The general rallies his elite warriors, commanding them to raise their weapons and hold the line at all costs. The Lam family martial artists immediately draw their blades in response. Tran Nam orders the energy cannons to fire, launching a massive barrage. Meanwhile, Tabak meditates surrounded by treasures, determined to break through immediately. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupts from him, calling down violent lightning directly onto the building. People outside wonder what is happening and who is breaking through right now. Tabak stands up, finally reaching the Platinum Realm. Han Chen is shocked, guessing it's Tabak's room, while Than Thu wonders if he really reached Platinum. Just then, the secretary reports to Lord Nathon that Tabak has successfully advanced. Nathon smiles, noting the boy has more potential than Luke Pham, and decides the battlefield is the perfect place to test his limits. He orders the secretary to gather all Martial Academy students, and she complies. Deep inside the Endless Sea, Hongmi asks Tatanon why he brought their main force to this forbidden place. Is he really sure they can bypass Shanhaiguan and ambush the humans just by crossing these deadly waters? She suggests having her Monster Emperor faction launch a direct frontal assault on the human walls instead. DM Min also warns him of the Grim Reaper, rumored to lurk beneath. Tatangon simply reveals a piece of blood jade, assuring them it will guarantee safe passage. He instructs everyone to stay close and follow his lead. Surprisingly, the moment his foot touches the water, the sea magically parts right before them. DM Min is stunned, realizing that with such a treasure, destroying Shanhaiguan would be effortless. While Hongmi watches in utter disbelief, Tatangon tells them to stop staring and move, and Hongmi quickly complies. DM Min rallies his subordinates, ordering them to group up and keep moving forward together. Hongmi looks around anxiously, finding nothing, but recalls ancient clan records warning them to always be wary of the abyss and never step foot inside. DM Min suddenly spots something and alerts Tat and Gon, pointing toward the dark, bottomless trench. Hongmi gasps in absolute horror at the giant creatures lurking there, radiating a massive and incredibly dangerous aura. DM Min tenses up, sensing the monsters are targeting them, and she silently nods in agreement. Is the Sea Grim Reaper actually real? He asks Tat and Gon for their next move. Tat and Gon cuts him off, telling them to stop fearing and press on. So DM Min obeys. Suddenly, a massive sound wave blasts through the water, forcing Tatangon to raise his hand and halt their advance. Hongmi wonders if this is a divine sanctuary, while Tat Ngon realizes the power is beyond his control. He commands them to detour, and DM Min quickly orders everyone to avoid the barrier ahead. A full day later, the massive army finally makes landfall and takes a brief moment to rest. DM Min eagerly declares they can capture Shanhaiguan in 2 days. Tat Ngon laughs, noting that protected by the mountains and the sea, the fortress had always been impenetrable. No matter how clever Tran Nam is, he would never expect an attack from behind after they bypassed the inner pass. And once they conquer Shanhaiguan, the humans will have absolutely no strength left to fight back. DM Min expects human reinforcements to rush in, which he and Tat Ngon will gladly slaughter. He orders Elder Hongmi to lead the Platinum Fighters to completely wipe out the human defenses. Hongmi readily agrees, stating that since the Nine Nether King has a plan, her only goal is retrieving the Holy Maiden. Tat Ngon boasts proudly that human extinction is only 2 days away. 2 days later, under the cover of night, Tat Ngon's trio successfully slips inside Shanhaiguan. DM Min suggests striking now, right before dawn when the human defenders are at their sleepiest. Hong Mei agrees that this is their absolute best chance to strike. Without any hesitation, He launches the attack to shatter Shanhaiguan. Leaping forward to lead the charge with a roaring cry, he orders the entire army to crush Shanhaiguan, and the myriad races instantly charge forward, shouting to trample the past to dust. The sentries are completely stunned, wondering if those are their own troops or if their eyes are playing tricks on them. A confused comrade asks what he is staring at, but the stunned guard gasps that the myriad races are here. His comrade stammers that it is impossible. But as the enemy soldiers swarm in to attack, absolute panic finally sets in. They scream that they are under attack and urge someone to warn General Lin that the myriad races are breaching the pass. Command screams for order as the gunners frantically adjust the magic cannons, while others spot the approaching demon clan and shout to be careful. But the soldier freezes, looking up as a furious Hongmei strikes from above, demanding the shameless humans hand over their holy maiden immediately. Suddenly, a massive energy orb vaporizes a corner of the base, prompting frantic cries to quickly find and report to General Lin. Watching the chaos, Yi Ming is absolutely thrilled, gloating that his underwater scouting paid off, and this easy victory feels incredibly satisfying. He suggests to Lord Biyan that before enemy reinforcements arrive, they should wipe out the top powerhouses guarding Shanhaiguan right now. The leader calmly tells him not to rush, calculating that there are still bigger fish to catch beyond just this fortress. The real prize he wants is Ni Qing. While outside on the front lines of Shanhaiguan, Zenan is frantically questioning his subordinates. He demands to know where the magic cannons are. But a panicked soldier reports that the myriad races have launched a surprise assault. All their magic cannon ammunition has been destroyed by the enemy beasts, leaving the shocked general to stare into the distance, wondering if Ju Yu has arrived in person. "You myriad race rat. Do you actually dare to fight me?" He roars at Ju Yu, accusing him of being too cowardly to face him directly, relying instead on such shameless schemes. Ye Ming sneers that all is fair in war, and without their fortress to hide behind, the humans are absolutely nothing. He suddenly summons a colossal, towering sword, declaring that the defeat of humanity is set in stone and Zhenin should prepare to fall. A devastating blow rains down, forcing Zhenin to barely block the strike while looking down at his struggling troops on the battlefield below. Overwhelmed with rage, he curses under his breath and refuses to give up, unleashing his power to declare that humanity will never be defeated. With bloodshot eyes, he gathers energy in his hands and screams at the myriad beasts to get the hell out of their territory. Unfortunately, Ye Ming easily dodges the attack, mocking him for burning his life force and asking if he truly wants to die together. Down below, the soldiers refuse to surrender, cheering for General Lin and the ultimate victory of humanity. Seeing their leader fight so bravely, they rally each other to keep their spirits high and not let humanity down. They vow to destroy the enemy, shouting that as long as they breathe, humanity will never fall. Bai Yan sneers with utter contempt, calling them insects who do not know their limits, prompting his subordinate to ask for orders. Raising his hand to strike, Bai Yan mutters that since they want to die, he will send them on their way. With a single casual blow, he blasts Zhenan away, triggering panic screams of General Lin. Soldiers rush to their wounded commander, who weakly asks the powerful figure who he is. Ye Ming quickly flatters the Lord, apologizing that his own incompetence forced Bi Yan to step in personally. Ignoring him, the Lord demands he focus on the main plan to catch the big fish, leaving these useless small fry for him to deal with. He readily complies, then turns to Zhenan with a smug grin, telling him that this fortress will be his final resting place. As the fatal blow approaches, the dying general can only whisper for Subai and Yanran to avenge him. At the final second, a heavy clash echoes in wait. Talk about perfect timing. Zhenin stares at Xiao Ba, blocking the strike. Recognizing Subai's beast, the academy students have finally arrived to reinforce them, and a panicked Subai rushes over to ask Uncle Lin if he is all right. He weakly sits up, muttering that he is not dead yet. though they almost had to collect his corpse. Su Bai's anger instantly boils over, enraged that they dared to ambush the pass and harm his future father-in-law. He leaps into the air to confront them, with a deadly glare. He vows to take King Juyu's life today. While Xiao Ba tries to tell him not to act rashly, Xiao Ba senses his master's pure rage. While Han Zhan tells the others to take the wounded general and defend the city while they handle this, they quickly comply. As Xiao Hong and the other beasts channel power into Su Bai, leaving their opponent completely stunned by the massive energy surge. Shocked that a human youth possesses such terrifying power, he watches as Su Bai declares that the king of Jiu Yu will pay dearly. Qing Shu notices the sky shifting, realizing this anomaly is stronger than ever, and Su Bai has leveled up yet again. Han Zhan adds that he can literally change the weather, leaving the spectators wondering if this is even the same Su Bai anymore. Has he really grown this ridiculously powerful? This terrifying energy feels strong enough to literally rip the sky and earth apart. Charging forward to strike, Su Bai screams at his foe to die. But Ye Ming sneers, calling him a reckless fool. He boasts that no matter how strong the sacred beast armament is, a mere child could never hope to defeat him. The high-altitude collision triggers a massive shockwave, filling the air with thick dust as Han Zhan grimaces at the sheer terror of this clash. Qing Shu suggests they hunt down some of the enemy powerhouses, and Old Han readily agrees. The two charge down to attack the powerhouses below. While above, Su Bai's fierce battle forces Yan Ming to see him in a whole new light. Yan Ming admits he underestimated the boy, but as he launches a devastating palm strike, he declares that Su Bai must die. Serpent-shaped energy blasts slam into Su Bai's protective barrier, trying to shatter it, but they all dissolve into harmless mist. Su Bai mocks the Nine Nether King, asking if this is all he's got, as Yan Ming suddenly teleports right behind him, calling him an insect. Yan Ming warns his arrogance will cost him his life, catching Su Bai off guard and knocking him down. Han Zhan looks toward where Su Bai fell and shouts out in worry, asking if his friend is okay. Yan Ming pursues, declaring that even if Luo Fan were here, he couldn't stop the myriad clans from wiping out humanity today. When suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the smoke. Realizing something is terribly wrong, Yan Ming freezes as a powerful beam of light pierces straight through his chest. Ni Qing shields the boy and demands to know if the Nine Nether King feels no shame in bullying a kid. The crowd cheers in absolute joy, shouting that the great Lord Ni Qing has finally arrived to save them, relieved that they are safe. A wounded Yan Ming clutches his chest, growling that Ni Qing blindsided him. Ni Qing mockingly asks if all is not fair in war, noting that the myriad clans crossing the sea to attack Shanhai Pass must have had a master strategist pulling the strings. As Yan Ming stands speechless, Bi Yan steps forward, mockingly thanking him for the praise and welcoming the legendary human king. Bai Yan reveals his sole objective this entire time, unleashing sharp, clawed energy hands to take the human king's life. Ni Qing manifests a storm of glowing swords, daring his opponent to go ahead and try him. As their powers are about to collide, a massive crack tears open in space itself, staring at the massive sphere of energy. The onlookers wonder in awe if this is what a true king-level battle looks like. Bi Yan asks if Ni Qing can handle a battle in the void, mocking him for thinking he can single-handedly save humanity from total extinction. Ni Qing replies that humanity never needed him to save them, because they will never be devoured by any other race. As long as a single human lives, they will fight to the bitter end. And with that, the two clash in close combat. They trade devastating blows, neither side willing to give even an inch. Their energies clash violently, and Bai Yan managed to drive his hand straight through Ni Qing's soul. At the same time, Ni Qing's spirit counterattacks, piercing a sword right through his opponent's chest, causing both of their consciousnesses to shatter into fragments. While Su Bai wonders why they are frozen, Bi Yan praises the human king's extraordinary power, But then he pulls out a glowing red crystal and confidently declares that Ni Qing's life ends today. Suddenly, a glowing red tentacle manifests right behind Ni Qing's back. He realizes it grew where the demonic hand pierced him. And Ni Qing watches in horror as the parasite rapidly drains his life force. Bai Yan reveals that he secretly planted a demon seed on his back, boasting that even the legendary human king cannot survive its hunger. The blood god's seed will devour him entirely, leaving Su Bai watching from below. Deeply worried about what is happening to Lord Ni Qing, Qing Shu realizes he was sneak attacked, prompting Han Zan to suggest they charge in to help. But they are warned to stay calm, his neck bound by glowing chains. Ni Qing grits his teeth and asks if he brought God's blood just to kill him. As Bi Yan laughs triumphantly, Bai Yan gloats that the human king is doomed, and humanity will fall right after him. Ni Qing calmly replies that he is about to disappoint him. And Bai Yan's smile instantly fades as a glowing sword seal appears on his own chest. A spectral sword pierces Bi Yan from behind, leaving him stammering in disbelief. Though he quickly clutches the wound and sneers that injuring him changes absolutely nothing. Ni Qing calmly repeats his promise that humanity will never be destroyed, crushing the crystal. Bi Yan declares that whether humanity survives or not, Ni Qing is absolutely going down with him. Instantly, the dark tentacles surge outward and wrap tightly around all of Ni Qing's limbs. With his final bit of strength, Ni Qing manifests a sword and commands Su Bai to lead humanity and drive the myriad clans away, shouting for them to never give up as the tentacles completely cover his face. With those final words, Ni Qing is completely sealed inside a dark red cocoon. Watching from below, Su Bai is horrified as the ominous red energy completely traps Mr. Ni Qing inside. Bai Yan shouts out that the human king is dead, ordering the 9 Nether Army to breach the pass and slaughter humanity. Yan Ming orders his outer warriors to invade and slaughter every human, sending the beast horde charging forward with bloodthirsty roars. Seeing the massive horde advancing, Han Zhan warns that the entire enemy army is heading straight for the pass, cursing under his breath. Su Bai leaps into the sky and rushes straight toward Ni Qing's sealed body, vowing that he won't let Ni Qing die. Su Bai desperately slashes at the cocoon, but his strikes do absolutely nothing. Su Bai freezes in sheer disbelief. Impossible. Bi Yan laughs mockingly. Do not waste your breath, he says, because the god's blood has already taken over his body. Even if a literal angel descended from the heavens, they would still end up dead. Su Bai's voice turns freezing cold as he vows to destroy the villain for Master Yi Qing. He immediately calls upon his sacred beast, the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon materializes high up in the sky, crackling with brilliant arcs of pure lightning, floating right behind Su Bai. The beast asks why it was summoned so quickly. Bi Yan gasps, "Is that the Azure Dragon? That makes no sense. Luo Fan is supposed to be dead." Han Zhan watches closely, wondering if Su Bai actually summoned the dragon from the Bishui pool. Qing Shu is completely stunned. How on earth did Su Bai summon a divine dragon gripping his sword tight? Su Bai commands the beast to help him take down the enemy. Bi Yan sneers, yelling that even if Luo Fan were still alive, he would be powerless. He gathers a massive, dark orb, screaming for them to die. The Azure Dragon charges forward alongside Su Bai's exploding power. Bai Yan hurls the dark orb directly at them, screaming in pure rage, "You useless insects!" That massive wave of dark energy shoots straight toward them. Neither Su Bai nor the dragon flinch. Their combined beam tears right through the pitch-black orb, unleashing a blast that literally splits the clouds as a sharp blade pierces right through his chest. Bi Yan freezes in shock. It is impossible. Is Yi Qing actually still alive? No wonder he is the human king, saving one last trump card for this exact moment, to stop the god's blood from taking over. He poured his remaining life force into this very blade. Bi Yan trembles, muttering that Yi Qing played a dirty game. Before his body shatters into tiny pieces, the dragon announces that the job is done and heads back. Yanming is in absolute denial, staring at the spot where Lord Beyond just perished. Kid. The Shanghai Pass is broken today, and our clans have already poured in. Nothing can stop this tide. Let's take our time playing. He retreats quickly, yelling for all the beast warriors to enjoy their feast. After all, this is the grand gift that Lord Beyond left behind for them. Battle cries echo across the ruined battlefield under a heavy, ash-gray sky. Subai lands on the ground, holding the cocoon. Hanzhan runs up in a panic, shouting that the beasts have scattered and are rushing straight into the city. Standing nearby, Qing Shu anxiously asks about Lord Yiqing's condition. Subai shakes his head, admitting that he still does not know. Subai tells Hanzhan to lead the repair crew at Shanghai Pass, while he and Lao Hu head to headquarters to report and bring Uncle Lin and Master Yiqing back. With the orders issued, the water-type users rush to put out the raging fires, while everyone else follows Hanzhan. They quickly make it back to the strategic operations room at the Qingshan Great Wall base, delivering the grim news that enemies are breaking through everywhere. Relentless swarms of vicious beasts are popping up across every single sector. The commander immediately orders a nationwide Level 1 state of emergency. An officer bursts in with an urgent report from Jiangzhou. A massive wave of beasts has breached their perimeter, and they desperately need reinforcements. Qingshu and Subai leap to their feet in utter shock. Jiangzhou has been breached. Both of them immediately volunteer to head to the front lines to defend it. Qingshan orders the immediate activation of all teleportation gates, sending out the 7th Legion to back them up, serving as the vanguard. The elite student force from Xuanwu Academy heads out immediately, with Qingshu leading the charge. As everyone prepares to move out, Subai asks Huan Shan about the condition of Uncle Lin and Master Yiqing. Qingshan assures him that Uncle Lin is slowly recovering, but Yiqing's state is still critical. He promises that they will find a way. Subai nods and heads off, praying his family is safe. He swears that one day, he will completely wipe these vile beasts off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou is plunging into absolute chaos as hordes of bloodthirsty beasts run rampant through the streets, attacking innocent civilians. Terrified screams echo everywhere as citizens urge their loved ones to run before the monsters catch them. Inside the command center, the mayor of Jiangzhou commands his team to immediately open up all emergency shelters as the enemy breaches the inner city. The 1st Defense Team takes charge of the evacuation, but reports show the Guangyang district is already almost entirely overrun. That leaves the rescue operations in Guangyang up to the elite Jiangwu Academy and the 2nd Defense Force. Principal Zhou stands firm, promising the mayor that his academy will save every single citizen trapped in the district. Suddenly, an officer bursts in with devastating news. Powerful beast leaders have bypassed their outer defenses and are now flooding into the city center. The room falls into absolute shock. Those vile monsters must have failed to breach the capital, so they are targeting Jiangzhou instead. Ming Yi demands to know when reinforcements will arrive, and the secretary confirms the 7th Legion is already en route. He nods grimly, declaring they will fight to their very last breath to protect their home. Now that is the true spirit of Jiangzhou. Stepping through the teleportation gate, Subai and his team finally arrive back in the city. Staring at the burning ruins of their hometown, Subai realizes they were too late. Suddenly, Yangqiang points out toward the distance. Countless monsters have already surrounded the entire city. Qingshu narrows his eyes, realizing the enemy is committing everything to capture Jiangzhou. He realizes that entering from this spot is absolutely impossible, so they must find another way to slip into the city. Pointing ahead, the beast barks an order to get over there, since survivors are still alive. A sudden burst of power slashes the bear's back, making it roar out to ask who is there. Hanzhan closes in, telling it that it does not need to know, while Subai strikes, asking how it dares cause chaos in Jiangzhou. Telling the beast to drop dead, Qingshu offers to take care of the remaining small fry. Waving his fan, he unleashes sharp ice shards to sweep them away. Su Bai guesses that their principal is likely guarding the university, which must be the main target of the myriad races. So they should go support them. Han Zhan agrees, saying it is the right call, and they must move now. At this moment, in another district of Jiangzhou City, a member of the Yan Ming sect remarks that human intelligence is truly far superior to other races. He continues, adding that unfortunately for them, he has lived among humans for over 10 years and knows all their weaknesses. Gloating, he says that as long as there are survivors in this city, more humans from outside will keep coming to help, making these survivors the perfect bait. His two subordinates flatter him, praising Juyo's brilliant calculation and predicting they will wipe out the humans and conquer Jiangzhou. Indeed, even Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, which the humans desperately defend, is showing some signs of hope. He can sense that human reinforcements are already on the way. He orders the Manhwa tribe to lead the vanguard and the Diamond Bears to form the main force, launching a massive assault on the university to slaughter every human there. The human side rallies their troops, shouting that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is their final stand and must not fall to the myriad races, urging them to charge. The two sides clash head-on as the brave children of Jiangzhou fight with absolute resolve to defend every single inch of their land. The beast instantly spots a critical weakness in the defense. It violently slams a heavy wooden club down onto its opponent's back. Others are starting to show signs of exhaustion, while the aggressive beasts press their attack, roaring at them to die with their captain for losing focus. A Manhwa beast barks out orders to slaughter these human pests, leaving absolutely no one alive. Talk about a grand entrance. The herd charges forward, but a sudden beam of power strikes down as a cold voice declares that anyone invading Jiangzhou dies. Su Bai's group finally arrives, swearing to wipe out every single one of these vile beasts. The defenders of Jiangzhou rejoice at their arrival, while Su Bai tells Han Zhan that he can have the big one, while Xiao Hong cleans up the rest. Both leap into the clash, as Xiao Hong accepts the order, and Han Zhan strikes down hard on a Manhwa beast, roaring for it to die, consumed by raging flames. The beasts scream in agony, wondering why they cannot extinguish the intense heat. Su Bai rallies his allies to launch a fierce counterattack and eliminate the enemy. But Qing Shu suddenly alerts him to look at something strange approaching. He wonders if those are their reinforcements. But Qing Shu disagrees, sensing a powerful enemy presence instead. Leading the pack is the Diamond Realm head of the Huang family, Guangyao, who praises Juyo's brilliant calculations. I did not see this betrayal coming. Spotting Su Bai, he sneers, leaving Han Zhan completely shocked that the Huang family head turned traitor. Su Bai furiously confronts him, reminding the traitor that his son was a close classmate, and questions if this betrayal is how he repays the land that nurtured his ancestors. He loudly fires back, declaring that killing Su Bai today is the only way to avenge his son's death. Filled with righteous anger, Su Bai asks if betraying all of humanity for one son is worth the countless other fathers who will lose their own sons because of his treachery. Guangyao barks that his death is far better than his entire family dying. Summoning his massive blade, he orders the youth to take this. But Su Bai is unfazed, challenging the old traitor to bring it on. Su Bai charges forward to test his true strength, his sword slicing directly along the blade of Guangyao's weapon. Cold sweat pours down his face as his massive blade is cleanly split in two by Su Bai's weapon. Panicking, Guangyao wonders what kind of bizarre and overwhelmingly dominant weapon he is facing right now. Su Bai asks if he truly fails to recognize this sword, causing the traitor to gasp, realizing it belongs to Ni Qing. Shocked that Ni Qing entrusted the sword to him, the traitor trembles as Su Bai swings, promising to end his pathetic life. A woman rushes to support Guangyao and checks on him, prompting the patriarch to order everyone to attack together before he can activate his sacred beast armament. They quickly surround him and warp the local space to block his teleportation, sneering to see if he can make it out alive today. Waves of destructive energy converge on him from all directions as she screams to keep attacking until the boy is dead. They continue pouring in even more of their power. Watching the massive explosion, My Dai is confident that they finally got him. But Xiao Ba remains completely unharmed. Realizing his Spirit Lord armor combined with Xuanwu's shield makes their attacks feel like nothing more than a light tickle. She gasps in absolute shock, wondering how on earth this is even possible. Staring at his sacred beast armament, Xiao Ba coldly asks if they are finally done attacking. Dual-wielding twin swords. Xiao Ba declares it is finally his turn. He blurs forward with terrifying speed. Watch closely, because absolutely nobody manages to stand in his way. The survivor trembles at his insane speed and power, quickly turning tail to flee. While Xiao Ba mockingly asks where they are going, he mockingly dares them to stay and fight to the death. But Guang Yao blocks their path and yells that this form cannot last forever. Guang Yao insists the boy is just using cheap tricks, reminding everyone that he is still just a mere platinum rank fighter. Reinforcements suddenly arrive sent by Lord Zhou Yu, prompting a relieved Guang Yao to command everyone to focus all fire directly on Xiao Ba, facing a massive barrage. Xiao Ba calmly notes that the crowd grew pretty fast. He sighs, they really have zero sense of sportsmanship. Unleashing his divine weapon, he charges up and shatters their combined attack with one single devastating blow. One of them panics, unable to believe their full power attack was neutralized so easily. Guang Yao sneers that while Xiao Ba is undeniably strong, he is still just a platinum rank, and there is no way he can maintain this power forever. Conjuring the divine tree, Xiao Ba challenges the older man to open his eyes and watch closely. The beast horde watches in absolute horror. Recognizing the aura of their very own sacred tree, Xiao Ba fires off another massive wave of attacks, sending the beasts scattering in sheer panic, while a highly frustrated Guang Yao demands to know why they cannot even win a single battle. They yell back to stop trying, because they are clearly no match for him. Terrified, another cries out that the boy has somehow fully restored his energy, urging everyone to run for their lives. Down below, Qingshu rallies the crowd, declaring that the students of Jiangzhou cannot let Xiao Ba take all the glory, and they must show these beasts what they are made of. With roared agreement, everyone charges forward. They vow to push back the myriad races, while Yan Ming wonders why Xiao Ba's beast armament feels even more powerful than Luo Fan's did. Realizing he underestimated the boy, he notes that Xiao Ba requires a calculated plan. Yan Ming orders a retreat, instructing their platinum-tier experts to cover the ground forces as they pull back to their main formation. His subordinates obey, overjoyed. Mayor Ming Yao and Principal Zhou celebrate the retreat of the enemy. Realizing Jiangzhou has successfully held the line, Principal Zhou whispers to the heavens, wishing Luo Fan could witness this victory. He is incredibly proud that Xiao Ba has fully honored his master's legacy as the crowd erupts, chanting that humanity has won, and the Dragon Country is victorious. Back at headquarters, General Hu Qingshan receives the incredible news that the enemy has retreated, and Jiangzhou is completely safe. He sighs in relief. Xiao Ba did not let him down. The other commanders take this chance to playfully tease old Lin of Zhenan about his future son-in-law. They laugh that the Lin family struck gold, and old Lin happily agrees that the boy is indeed a true prodigy of humanity. Old Lin beams with pride. But hold on, the secretary suddenly interrupts with an urgent call from two superpower nations. Qingshan wonders why on earth the Eagle and Bear nations are suddenly reaching out to them at a critical time like this. Connecting the call, the Eagle Nation leader greets General Hu warmly. Tom explains that having heard about the invasion, they are fully prepared to send military reinforcements to support the Dragon Country. John from the Bear Nation chimes in, confirming they are ready to do the exact same. He notes that throughout a century of constant warfare, the Dragon Country has stood as humanity's shield, having saved the Bear Nation many times. Qingshan politely thanks General Tom and his Bear Nation comrades for their support. They smile, telling him not to mention it since they are brothers, and the Bear Nation will always stand by their side in times of trouble. Tom agrees, adding that resisting the beast invasion is a duty that falls upon the shoulders of all humanity. He asks the general to coordinate a plan with their forces. Pointing to the strategic map, Qingshan explains that the enemy has scattered into small, mobile units, slipping deep into various cities to cause mass chaos. Therefore, they need both nations to deploy forces to help protect the citizens under attack and assist with evacuations. Tom readily agrees, promising to immediately dispatch 10,000 transport planes to support their operations. John quickly follows suit, promising to immediately deploy their own armored transport divisions. Highly grateful, Qingshan thanks them once again, hoping their united front will successfully drive out the enemy and secure a final victory for humanity. Back in Jiangzhou, inside a meeting room, Principal Zhu expresses immense relief, thanking the reinforcements for arriving just in time. Xiao Ba needs more information, asking the principal about the current situation in Jiangzhou. The principal explains that according to reports from surrounding troops, the king of Xuanwu is gathering a massive beast army to march on Jiangzhou, suggesting a major threat is imminent. Qingshu instantly guesses the enemy's intent, noting that Jiangzhou seems to be the primary target for Xuanwu. Han Zan warns his friend that Xuanwu might be coming specifically for him, and Xiao Ba agrees it is highly likely. Principal Zhou concludes that, regardless of their motive, the situation is critical, and evacuating the citizens must be their top priority. Qingshu reports that headquarters sent word saying reinforcements will take 5 days to arrive, which makes Xiao Ba worry deeply because they simply do not have that much time. The principal reveals that tens of thousands of people are currently trapped with no easy way to evacuate them quickly. Xiao Ba smiles calmly and says he has a plan, prompting the anxious crowd to ask what he has in mind. He brings up the fact that Xuanwu Academy has recruited a large number of Beast Tamers recently. The principal confirms this, noting they recruited over 20 Beast Tamers for special classes after Xiao Ba gained fame. So Xiao Ba asks the principal to gather all of them right away, while Han Zhan is still utterly confused, wondering why Xiao Ba is gathering all these Beast Tamers. Qingshu figures it out immediately. Realizing Xiao Ba wants to use their taming skills to help evacuate the citizens, Principal Zhou agrees it is a brilliant idea and promises to assemble all the Beast Tamers without a moment's delay. Xiao Ba agrees, declaring that this will be a massive evacuation led entirely by Beast Tamers. The principal gathers the Beast Tamers and announces that it is finally their moment to step up and shine. Under Xiao Ba's unified command, they are given a critical mission, and the Tamers instantly salute, promising to complete it. Xiao Ba takes over, telling them their next mission is to safely evacuate every single civilian left in Jiangzhou. First, he tells everyone to summon their beasts, and the Tamers line up alongside their massive turtles, waiting for orders. Han Zhan is left speechless, wondering why they all have turtles. Principal Zhou explains that ever since Xiao Ba's Xiao Ba became famous, every student enrolling at Xuanwu chose to train turtle-type beasts. They have water turtles, land tortoises, amphibians, omnivorous, and even herbivorous ones. Xiao Ba brushes the comedy aside and orders everyone to follow his guide and split into 6 smaller squads. Each squad will head to one of the 6 civilian shelters in the city to manage the evacuation. Meanwhile, other martial arts academy students and the garrison troops will provide cover. And when asked if they understand, the Beast Tamers shout back in unison, promising to complete the mission. They mount their turtles and charge out, rushing to reinforce the shelter on the west side. Han Zhan and his men lead the charge, clearing out beasts and protecting the Tamer squads while yelling to wipe them all out. The Tamers reach the stranded survivors, urging them to climb onto the beasts, leaving the emotional citizens incredibly grateful for the rescue. Meanwhile, Yanming's subordinates look on with curiosity, wondering what the humans are trying to pull. Scouts report that humans are evacuating civilians across multiple sites, but their leader scoffs at the desperate attempt and orders his forces to assemble. He wants them blocked at the intersections. As the laden turtles gather and Xiao Ba asks if all squads have arrived, Qing Shu reports that everyone is accounted for and they are ready to retreat at any moment. He praises them. But look at that. The situation suddenly turns dire as Su Bai spots a massive horde of beasts charging straight toward them. The civilians panic instantly, crying out that the enemy has caught up and shouting in absolute terror. Han Zhan's men step forward, telling Su Bai to go ahead and leave this front line to them. Su Bai agrees and leaves the defense to them, mounting his white tiger to order all tamer squads to lead the fleeing civilians toward the eastern gate immediately. The caravan of heavily loaded turtles gets moving on his command, while Han Zhan's squad fights a fierce rearguard battle. Qing Shu reminds Su Bai that these turtles are simply moving too slowly to escape. Su Bai urges Xiao Ba, telling him to give everyone a major speed boost. Xiao Ba unleashes a massive wave of energy, instantly supercharging the entire turtle fleet to move much faster than before. Su Bai enthusiastically declares the start of the Great Turtle Migration, and trust me, you are not ready for this glorious charge, shouting to charge ahead at full speed. They leave the enemy beasts ahead, dazed and growling warily at Su Bai's approaching squad, wondering where all these turtles came from. The beasts are shocked as the armored reptiles ram right through the wolf pack. Su Bai guides the Beast Tamers, telling them to accelerate and break straight through to the eastern gate. The excited tamers yell at Argosy to speed up like a little motorcycle. But Yan Ming strikes, raising a massive earthen wall to block their path. People are thrown off the turtle shells, and Su Bai shouts that they have walked right into an ambush as 4 towering walls rise to trap them. What is happening? Is this the Myriad clan's trap? I do not want to die, Qing Shu panics, shouting to Su Bai to look up at the sky. He proudly declares, Su Bai, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Guang Yao confidently gloats Su Bai. Today, you are dead for sure. To deal with your armored holy beast. The Nine Nether King even brought out the secret art of the Nine Nether lineage. Yan Ming condenses powerful energy in his palm as the 7 souls life-severing array descends right over where they stand. A worried Qing Shu warns Su Bai to be careful, but Su Bai urges him to lead the others to safety since he is their only target. He sneers, mocking Su Bai for still worrying about others. As blurry, ominous figures begin to materialize at the corners of the massive array. Even Su Bai's legs are suddenly bound, leaving him shocked as he realizes these foes are no ordinary Myriad clan experts. Sensing a deadly danger descending from above, Su Bai dodges to the side, shocked by their incredible speed, protected by the surrounding warriors. Yan Ming's subordinate smugly boasts that the 6 Myriad clan experts powering the array are all top-tier masters from the great royal clans. Did you really think you could win? Qing Shu grows deeply anxious, realizing Su Bai is trapped inside and that he must find a way to break him out immediately. He launches a relentless barrage of attacks at Su Bai's protective sphere. He jeers that dying under the 7 souls life-severing array is an honor, making Su Bai curse in rage, asking if they really think he is a pushover, unleashing his armored holy beast. Su Bai rockets upward to break free from the trapping formation, raising his blade. Su Bai completely ignores the pesky array and slashes down at the enemy experts, yelling for them all to die. Suddenly, Su Bai freezes in shock as things do not go as planned, watching the wounded master instantly heal back together as the enemy completely heals. A horrified Qing Shu gasps at how they can recover so quickly. Guang Yao smirks, telling Su Bai that he has only just begun to experience the true brilliance of this array. This formation will slowly drain your energy dry, rip your soul out, and leave you drowning in this agonizing torment for eternity. He orders his warriors to kill him, sneering to see just how much energy Su Bai has left to maintain his armored holy beast. Su Bai struggles, cursing through his teeth, while Qing Shu rushes up from below to help his friend. Su Bai yells back to stay away and call for backup. But just then, a group appears in the distance, bringing a wave of relief. Principals Han and Chu anxiously ask what is happening, and Qing Shu reports that Su Bai is trapped inside the 7 souls life-severing array due to Guang Yao's evil schemes. He curses furiously, yelling at old Huang for throwing away his humanity just to be a dog for the myriad clans. Shamelessly, he replies that only the wise adapt to the times, and this world will eventually belong to the myriad clans anyway. As someone below asks Subai how he is holding up, Subai replies that he is not dead yet, but he is unsure about later. Principal Chu narrows his eyes at the 7 souls life-severing array, wondering why there are only 6 people inside, charging straight toward Guangyao. Principal Chu declares that he has found the array's core, yelling that old Huang is the 7th soul. He tells him to prepare to die, but Huang remains unfazed, inviting them to take their time, engaging in close combat. Principal Chu asks how he can betray his own people without feeling shame, but Guangyao mockingly dares him to try and kill him. Subai furiously slashes at the elite warriors, refusing to believe they cannot be killed. Yet they instantly heal themselves right back up again. Frustrated, Subai curse, while Hanzan, witnessing this for the first time, gasps in sheer disbelief, wondering how they can keep reviving. He shoulders his sword and leaps in to help, but a massive explosion erupts, engulfing him in thick smoke. Hanzhan gets caught in the array as his legs are pinned down, prompting a panicked Qingshu to shout that he is trapped, staring at the enemy before him. Hanzhan curses, questioning if this damn array is truly impossible to break. Principal Chu gathers his inner fire, declaring that he will not let Jiangwu's century-old reputation be destroyed on his watch, even if it reduces him to dust. He vows to break this array, unleashing the forbidden Thunder Dragon technique straight at his opponent. Principal Chu's massive energy slams right into the center of the array, as Qingshu urges Subai and Hanzhan to break out. Subai desperately fights off the enemy masters, but seeing them instantly recover leaves him speechless at how useless his attacks are. Hanzhan yells up to Tiger that it is still not working, while Guangyao sneers at their futile efforts, asking if they thought this array was so easily broken. Subai dodges another strike, cursing under his breath, knowing there must be a weakness. Subai notices the motionless 9 Nether King and yells to Tiger to look over there, instantly understanding. Tiger realizes the 9 Nether King is a fake and is actually the 7th soul beast, which Subai confidently confirms. Subai orders them to target that weakness, assigning the array core to Tiger and telling him to go take it down, agreeing instantly. Qingshu charges straight toward the 7th soul beast, determined to shatter the array once and for all. Below them, Guangyao refuses to cooperate, shouting, "No way." But Principal Chu pins him down and commands him to behave, just as Qingshu closes in on the 7th soul beast. A crushing energy binds him completely, making him curse. Seeing his friend in trouble, Subai grows deeply worried. Subai yells to Tiger to ask Old Han for 3 seconds of cover. Hanzhan readily agrees, and Subai charges forward, shouting that he is coming to save him. Meanwhile, Hanzhan uses his blade to block the enemy expert's attack below, but seeing Qingshu getting strangled, Subai screams for Tiger to get out of there. A piercing sword strike breaks the barrier. Suddenly, blinding energy erupts from the beast's eyes and mouth as its entire body bursts with raw, chaotic power, while Hanzhan struggles to hold the line. Subai suddenly freezes, staring down as enemy elites charge directly at him. Hanzhan warns him to watch out. Subai desperately maintains his barrier as the earthen wall below crumbles. Nearby, Yanming coughs up blood from the backlash, his face twisted in pure rage. He curses useless Guangyao for ruining his plan. Nearby, Beast subordinates ask if Lord Juyu is all right. He secretly notes that he only attacked Jiangzhou because the divine treasury is sealed 8,000 meters underground. He originally planned to break through first and study the seal later, so he orders his men to prepare immediately. They must follow the map to locate the divine treasure. Yan Ming analyzes that with human experts tied down on the battlefield of the myriad races, This is his best chance in 1,000 years to reclaim the divine treasury. But is it a coincidence that Jiangzhou base was built right above it? He orders all platinum-grade experts to gather in the secret room. He also orders the bull team to keep attacking. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba lands on the ground, asking if everyone is okay. His friends reply that they are fine, and the array is finally broken. But seeing Principal Chu collapse behind them, Xiao Ba panics. Xiao Ba rushes to support the old principal, who weakly warns him not to let the traitor escape. As Qing Shu chases after Guang Yao, Xiao Ba supports the old man and tells Han Zhan to evacuate everyone while they take the principal back to Xuanwu Academy for treatment. Han Zhan agrees and tells them to be careful. Back at the Xuanwu clinic, Xiao Ba anxiously asks the principal how he is holding up, still focused on the situation. The principal asks about Guang Yao. Xiao Ba reassures him, saying they have captured him and there is no way he can escape. Principal Chu warns that Guang Yao knows too many secrets, and the myriad races must have another motive for invading Jiangzhou. Xiao Ba wonders if there is another motive. Chu confirms it, pointing out that Jiangzhou is neither a military stronghold nor a strategic center. So why would they attack it? Xiao Ba smiles, admitting he thought King Juyu was trying to lure him out. But Qing Shu tells him to stop being so arrogant, realizing he has a point. Xiao Ba decides it is time to go interrogate Guang Yao and find out the truth. Qing Shu enters the holding room to pay Senior Huang a visit. Qing Shu walks into the cell where Guang Yao is bound. Calling out to Senior Huang, the captive demands to be released immediately, threatening them. But Qing Shu chuckles and tells Senior Huang to calm down first. Qing Shu confesses that he secretly swore allegiance to King Jiuyu a long time ago. He claims he came to rescue him, and Guang Yao demands to be freed. But Qing Shu whispers that he is not sure of Guang Yao's true loyalty. Making the traitor frown, Qing Shu reveals that someone leaked the king's true motive in Jiangzhou, and Guang Yao is now a suspect. Making him furious, Guang Yao snaps that he never said a word, blaming the beast elders, while Xiao Ba listens outside, realizing there is a hidden motive. Realizing he was tricked, Guang Yao rages at the kid for playing him. Xiao Ba laughs, teasing Uncle Huang that with his age and low intelligence, he wonders why King Juyu even recruited him. Veins pop on Guang Yao's face as he threatens to kill them. But Xiao Ba calmly cleans his ears, offering him two choices: talk voluntarily, or talk after getting tortured. Xiao Ba's voice turns dead serious, asking which option he prefers. Guang Yao remains stubborn, snarling that he is not afraid of some brat. Xiao Ba scoffs, asking why someone so brave would choose to become a dirty traitor. Smiling wickedly, Xiao Ba notes his powers are sealed, asking if he wants to test his methods before calling Xiao Hong to light the flame. Flames dance in her hands. Xiao Hong immediately shoots the fire directly at him. He screams in agony, begging them to just kill him. But Xiao Ba calmly notes that the ancient phoenix flames are unquenchable. He tells Uncle Huang to enjoy it, saying they will be back later to clean up his ashes. Unable to bear the agonizing pain, Guang Yao finally cracks, begging them to put out the fire so he can talk. Xiao Ba turns back with a sarcastic smirk, asking why they could not have just cooperated sooner. Meanwhile, Principal Chu is not surprised by the news. It is just as he expected. King Juyu attacks Jiangzhou with a hidden motive. Following Guang Yao's confession, Xiao Ba explains that the mysterious treasure the 9 underworld army seeks lies somewhere deep beneath Jiangzhou. However, even Guang Yao does not know the exact location. Qing Shu is confident that the prisoner will not hide anything anymore. After all, Xiao Ba has tortured him more than enough. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Qing Shu gasps in shock, wondering what is happening. Xiao Ba wonders if it is an earthquake. Just then, Han Zhan rushes inside with terrible news. The foreign races have completely surrounded the city walls of Jiangzhou. Both of them are stunned. Qing Shu realizes that King Juyu is finally getting serious about this invasion. Subai quickly asks what happened to him. Covered in bruises. Hanjan insists that he is fine. Principal Chu asks anxiously if the citizens have evacuated. Subai steps forward, worrying about his sister and parents. Hanjan reassures him that they have all been moved to a secure location. Hanjan explains he fought through enemy lines to deliver the news. He then hands Subai a small box, saying his sister wanted him to have it. Curious, Subai asks what is inside. Hanjan relays her message. It is her pet, and she wants him to look after it. Opening the box, Subai finds a tiny snake. He is completely baffled that his sister is raising a pet snake in the middle of a war. Just then, the system detects the Azure Dragon bloodline at 5% awakening. Asking if he wants to tame it, he is absolutely shocked. And honestly, who wouldn't be? This tiny little snake actually possesses the legendary Azure Dragon bloodline. Meanwhile, military helicopters gather in the skies over Jiangzhou. A radio announcement informs the doctors that they have officially entered the danger zone, landing in 30 minutes. Their primary target is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. As the soldiers prepare, the comms officer suddenly panics. The signal is being jammed, and he desperately calls out to headquarters. Suddenly, their vision is completely blocked. They wonder why a thick, unnatural fog has enveloped the sky. The pilot frantically calls out, unable to see anything and begging headquarters for an immediate response. The crew is in sheer panic over this sudden, heavy mist. Sensing an ambush, they warn everyone to prepare for battle. The network is completely down, making it impossible to transmit any messages. They brace themselves for ground combat as a massive force suddenly crashes down from above, leaving them terrified of what is coming. A pilot wonders if it is a platinum-tier threat. Right before their helicopters are struck and explode, Ruoling praises King Juyu's brilliant ambush strategy, wondering just how many waves of human reinforcements they have already intercepted. Hong Mei scoffs at humanity's stupidity, mockingly pointing out that they actually use such fragile metal trash to transport their troops. Puffing on her cigarette, she smugly notes that these foolish humans have saved them a lot of trouble. They must completely wipe out the human race to ensure nothing interferes with King Juyu's grand plan. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, she smirks. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou communications room, security officers desperately try to contact the Imperial headquarters. Han Zhan calculates that the Imperial reinforcements should have arrived 10 minutes ago. He worries about why there is still no sign of them. Keep trying to connect, he urges anxiously. Out of nowhere, the power cuts out, causing Qingshu to panic. Sensing that the enemy races have made their move, he decides to head outside to investigate. Outside, the streets are already in ruins. Subai shouts for everyone to get ready, as the enemy could strike at any second. Ferocious beasts charge forward. The security captain shouts that they are under attack, urging everyone to move faster. Martial artists prepare to engage in close combat, while regular soldiers get ready to open fire. He orders all heavy artillery, anti-aircraft cannons, mortars, and machine guns to fire freely at targets 1 kilometer ahead, unleashing a hail of bullets. The defensive line obliterates the beasts. Ruoling sneers and orders their second wave to advance. As the second wave of monsters swarms forward, Subai is horrified. He wonders just how many monsters King Jiyo summoned for this assault. With a shout, he orders Xiao Ba to detonate. The captain's sweat drops, muttering that there are just too many of them. The monsters are blown backward, but wave after wave keeps pressing forward. A defender yells in panic that they cannot stop the vanguard. With the human forces struggling to hold the line, the captain reports that the main gate is about to fall. Overwhelmed by the numbers, Subai knows he must act fast. Fortunately, a group of female students arrives to reinforce the front line, fighting fiercely alongside the men. Yan Ran rallies them. shouting that they will push back these vile monsters together. The girls chant in unison to protect Jiangzhou. Surprised by her sudden appearance, Xiao Ba calls out, asking why she is here. Slaying beasts. She replies that their female battalion is here to back them up. Xiao Ba quickly orders Xiao Hong to cover them, eagerly complying. Xiao Hong leaps high into the air. She tells her master to watch her as she prepares to put on a show. Ruo Ling is shocked to see the holy maiden of the ancient royal family actually helping humans slaughter their vanguard troops. Another commander suggests capturing her first, curious to see what the ancient royal family's elder will do. Intrigued, Ruo Ling laughs and agrees to the plan. A shape-shifting beast sneaks up from behind, telling the holy maiden to taste their tribe's deadly poison mist, bitten on the wing. Xiao Hong screams about where this venomous snake came from, feeling suddenly dizzy. She calls for her master, prompting Xiao Ba to roar in sheer fury. Enraged by the ambush, Xiao Ba strikes the snake while Xiao Hong turns back. The powerhouse of the 10,000 races finally makes a move, quickly leaving his spot to fly up and provide backup, armed with his Azure Dragon White Tiger Spear. Xiao Ba issues a challenge telling Brother Tiger to lead Zhao Qing on her first battle. Ruo Ling screams in rage, vowing to kill Xiao Ba for destroying their holy land and ordering the array to form. She deploys the 4-long serpent slaughter array. But Xiao Ba mocks her from below, inviting her to just try and kill him. Ruo Ling challenges him, openly demanding to see if he can actually block her ferocious power. As the ground shakes, Qing Shu struggles to stand, while Yanran watches in awe of Xiao Ba's terrifying power. Ruo Ling is completely shocked, wondering what kind of monster he could have possibly become in just a few days. Xiao Ba feels the change, amazed that adding Xiao Qing has amplified the condensed power of the 4 sacred beasts to such a terrifying level, mocking their pathetic skills. He decides to test his firepower on them, thrusting his spear forward with a deafening roar to shatter their defense. The beasts are utterly crushed, leaving Ruo Ling staring in horror at her severed lower body. Unable to believe her defeat, the remaining clansmen panic, horrified that their elder was instantly killed. Glad they barely managed to dodge, Qing Shu marvels at how easily Xiao Ba wiped out the Python clan elder, while Yan Ran resolves not to be left behind. The captain yells out, ordering the entire army to charge. Xiao Ba declares the hunt has begun, prompting a panicked beast to offer cover while shouting for the others to retreat immediately. They must return and report directly to Lord Yua. With a swift slash to the chest, Xiao Ba asks if they think Xuanwu is a garden they can enter and leave freely. As they get wiped out, the survivors panic over his insane speed, realizing absolutely no one can escape his spear. Han Zhan watches the sheer slaughter, wondering if he will ever be able to catch up to him. A booming battle cry echoes, wipe out the beasts, veins popping in fury. Yan Ming slams his desk and rants about his useless subordinates, refusing to let them ruin his grand plans. He orders the forces outside Jiangzhou to halt their physical attacks and instead cut off all water, power, and food supplies. He sneers, wanting to see how they will possibly fight back with absolutely nothing left. Just like that, the tables turn, leaving the humans in absolute shock as the devastating news hits. With all their vital supplies cut off, Jiangzhou has effectively been turned into a completely isolated city overnight. In the meeting room, Principal Zhou explains that the sealed Juyo has spent years studying human military strategies. Their underhanded blockade might seem harmless at first, but it is actually a slow, highly fatal blow to their survival. Qingshu realizes no outside help is coming, meaning they must rely entirely on themselves to survive. As the captain eagerly awaits commands, the principal points out the massive beast army still surrounding the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Left with no options, they must find a way to defend the city entirely on their own. While electricity is not an issue, food and water are scarce, leading the principal to ask Xiao Ba for ideas. Xiao Ba admits his plan is highly experimental, prompting the others to lean in eagerly to hear his solution. Summoning Xiao Ba, he jokingly warns his gluttonous beasts that it is finally time to work and stop being lazy. He tells Zhao Hong to plant seeds, while directing Xiao Ba to quickly till the soil. amused by the sight. Qingshu notes that only Subai would think of using a turtle for farming. Han Zhan agrees, while Subai spots his little serpent emerging, eagerly asking Zhao Qing if she located the source. Xiao Ba digs using sharp claws, leaving Han Zhan stunned to see a tiger used as a drill. Han Zhan asks if they are digging for treasure, but Qingshu doubts it. Following Xiao Ba, a massive geyser of water bursts from the dry earth, sending a refreshing stream high into the air. Yanran is shocked to see they actually struck fresh water. She happily hugs him in praise of his genius, while the rest celebrate Subai's incredible resourcefulness. He orders Xiao Ba to haul the crates of fresh food right behind them, sighing in relief. Han Zhan jokes that using divine beasts to farm is a brilliant way to utilize his farming talents. Subai casually asks about the power issue and whether it has been sorted out yet, but the assistant delivers the bad news: it is still not fixed. The old dean is leading a team to find a solution, but Subai reveals he might have a way. Surprised, the guy asks what he can possibly do. Inside the generator room, Principal Zhou shines his flashlight, highly doubting this will work. Fighting enemies on the battlefield is nothing to this old warrior, but fixing a generator is a whole different beast. The mechanic sighs, deeply regretting that their academy does not have a single electrical engineer on hand. Subai walks in and offers to give it a shot. When the principal questions his plan, Subai lifts his pet Xiao Qing, claiming that while he has no clue, this little guy does. Principal Zhou is completely baffled, asking why on earth. He summoned a tiny green snake, placing Xiao Qing right on the machine. Subai tells the old man to just watch as the snake wraps itself tightly around the device. He gives the order to strike. A blinding current of electricity suddenly erupts, completely enveloping the entire generator. As the lights flicker back to life, Principal Zhou is absolutely thrilled, realizing that this little green snake is actually a legendary lightning-type beast. Outside, the crowd standing under the glowing lights cheers in excitement. The power is finally back on. Yong Qiang checks the equipment inside, confirming the power supply issue is fully solved. Generating electricity for just a few hours will keep them powered up for days. Principal Zhou is incredibly impressed, never expecting such a small snake to hold this much massive electrical energy. Subai gently encourages Xiao Qing, promising to treat him to a few extra beast cores as a reward later. Feeling completely relieved, the principal sighs with joy. Subai puffs up his chest with pride, wondering what other pathetic tricks the Nine Nether King could possibly have left. Outside, everyone enjoys a feast of barbecue as Zhao Hong waves her skewers, celebrating that they finally have electricity again. Armed with plenty of food, they are ready to go out and crush the myriad races together. Sitting alone, Han Zhan sighs with relief. He is grateful for Subai, but wishes he could be much stronger. When suddenly, the divine blade in his hand begins to vibrate violently. Wondering what is happening, Subai calls out from outside, asking Han Zhan what he is doing all by himself in the dorms. Han Zhan quickly calls everyone over, telling them to check out the strange, sudden energy coming from his blade. Qingshu is shocked, realizing this is the legendary weapon they retrieved from the Xuanmang ruins. Han Zhan nods, confirming her suspicion. Subai steps up to inspect it, remembering that Boss Ni said the weapon was sealed. He wonders if this sudden reaction means the seal is finally breaking. Overjoyed, Han Zhan asks if it is true. As Subai touches the cold metal, a sudden system notification pops up in his mind. The scan confirms it is an ancient god-tier weapon, its divine power locked by a mysterious seal. Option 1 allows the host to let the ancient world tree absorb its divinity, accelerating the tree's overall recovery. Option 2 utilizes the world tree's power to upgrade the weapon's divinity, forcefully breaking open the seal. Note that divine power is incredibly immense, far surpassing mortal imagination and pushing past the limits of what this ordinary world can handle. What exactly is a god? With a single thought, They can shift oceans, slaughter entire populations, or shatter 10,000 worlds. Although this weapon is not a literal god, it still holds a piece of that power. This trace of divinity still possesses an overwhelming amount of energy that no ordinary human can ever hope to easily control if the owner's actual strength is too low. Forcing the seal to break and releasing this divinity will immediately shatter their mind, leaving them completely brain dead. Only those who have reached the prestigious platinum rank or above, with bodies refined by cosmic energy and an absolutely unbreakable willpower, can barely resist the corruptive force of this divine aura. Xiao Ba is stunned, wondering if this is the world tree's own resonance. He quickly shares the good news, telling Han Zhan that his blade can finally be unsealed. Thrilled, his friend cheers. As Xiao Ba triggers the unsealing, a massive pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky. Outside, the crowd watches in absolute shock, wondering what that blinding pillar of light is and noting that it is coming from the military camp. Waves of pure energy ripple across the entire sky. Yanming looks up in pure shock, wondering what kind of terrifying aura this could possibly be. This kind of overwhelming power simply should not exist in the mortal world. He wonders if this is indeed the legendary divinity from the myths, coming from the direction of Xuanwu. He gasps, realizing that someone must have unlocked a mythical divine treasury. But if a true divine relic has actually surfaced, the fabric of space cannot withstand it, and all of Jiangzhou will surely face absolute devastation. Demanding to know what on earth is happening inside Xuanwu Academy, he barks orders to his men to immediately go and investigate the source of this anomaly. Han Zhan is utterly amazed, shouting that Xiao Ba is absolutely insane for pulling this off. He cannot believe the ancient weapon's seal is actually broken. Xiao Ba urges his friend to grab the hilt now to establish his ownership, but Xiao Ba warns him that the process will be extremely painful. Gripping the hilt tightly, Han Zhan barks that pain is nothing to a soldier trying to get stronger. Han Zhan struggles desperately to fuse his energy with the blade as Xiao Ba anxiously asks him how he is holding up. Han Zhan gasps through gritted teeth, saying his entire body feels like it is being roasted alive. Qing Shu watches Han Zhan grit his teeth and cough up blood, noting that this does not look like just a little pain. As the blood drips onto the blade, strange runes suddenly flare to life, glowing a vibrant blood red. His heavy breathing finally stabilizes, and he realizes that the agonizing pain has completely disappeared. Xiao Ba looks with concern at his friend's red arm. Asking old Han what is happening to his limb, Han Zhan shrugs it off, saying the tattoo is actually pretty cool and he feels much stronger now with a lighter sword. Xiao Ba sighs in relief, guessing that Han Zhan has successfully established a soul bond with a sacred weapon. Principal Zhou bursts through the door to ask if they are okay and what that commotion was, while Han Zhan excitedly calls him over to see his new sword. Xiao Ba adds that Han Zhan has gotten way stronger, leaving the principal stunned that they actually managed to break the weapon seal. Han Zhan credits his success to Xiao Ba, but Yan Ran suddenly rushes in with urgent news that something is terribly wrong. Xiao Ba asks what is happening, and she reveals that the main forces of the myriad clans are preparing to attack. All four are stunned, with Principal Zhou unable to believe they are moving this fast. Just as the battle cry rings out to prepare for war, Xiao Ba immediately asks about the enemy's troop numbers and the power level of their high-ranking commanders. Yan Ran warns that the enemy forces look like an endless ocean of darkness, containing dozens of platinum-tier entities and a presence even more terrifying than the Jiu Yu King. Principal Zhou realizes that the Jiu Yu King is playing for keeps this time, as the awakening of the sacred weapon must have caught his attention. He is clearly gambling everything on this battle, unafraid of any opponent. Han Zhan declares that his newly unsealed blade needs a proper test run, so these beasts will make the perfect whetstone. Xiao Ba praises his spirit, confident that no matter how many beasts arrive, they will all be wiped out. Zhou admits that his old injuries have not healed yet, asking Xiao Ba to take command of this entire operation. Xiao Ba is taken aback, but both Yanran and Hanjan express their absolute faith in him, encouraging him that he is more than ready, dropping any hesitation. Xiao Ba steps up and thanks everyone for placing their trust in his leadership. He immediately commands Hanjan to charge the enemy front line, while Qingshu provides archer cover and Yanran defends the flank. They readily agree. Moving out. Finally, Xiao Ba asks Principal Zhou to hold down the rear, and the old man confidently assures him that his old bones can still put up a good fight. Charging ahead with his beasts, Xiao Ba declares that the Jiuyu king belongs to him. He commands Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Qing to get to work, boldly marching forward under their protective cover. As the massive swarm of beasts charges, Yanming demands to know if Xiao Ba has uncovered the clues to the sacred treasury. Hand it over now, or watch Jiangzhou burn to ashes. The choice is yours. Xiao Ba firmly retorts that humanity will never submit. And since they do not negotiate with beasts, the monsters should just bring it on. The enemy sneers at his arrogance, asking if he truly believes he can stand against him. He calls him nothing but a foolish kid, demanding the clues to the sacred treasury to save them both some trouble. Xiao Ba frowns, stating he has zero interest in the treasury, but he will never let them lay a finger on Jiangzhou. As the beast horde closes in on Xiao Ba, Han Zhan leaps into the fray, roaring for them to taste his sword. He unleashes an earth-shattering tremor, blasting a wave of fire that completely scatters the enemy's front line. Several beasts gasp, realizing that the blade is their clan's sacred weapon. As one of them lunges toward Han Zhan, the monster demands that the human pest return their sacred weapon. But Han Zhan mockingly asks why he should return what he rightfully stole. Yanran rushes in to back him up, shouting for everyone to slaughter the myriad clans. Xiao Ba launches his Azure Dragon Spear, but Yanming effortlessly blocks it, mocking the weak attack for being unable to scratch him. Xiao Ba instantly lunges, telling him to taste his blade instead. But the monster calmly catches the edge with his bare hand. Yanming tells him to stop struggling, but he suddenly senses a deadly threat coming from the side. An unseen force slices Yanming's arm, forcing him to clutch the wound and ask if it is a flying sword. Realizing it is Ni Qing's power, Xiao Ba proudly confirms it, noting that countless beasts have already perished under this very blade. Yanming angrily snaps back that a mere sneak attack is nothing to boast about, declaring Xiao Ba is still nothing but a tiny pest. A colossal divine palm suddenly crashes down on Xiao Ba, catching him off guard and slamming him into the exploding ground. Yanran screams his name in panic, while Qingshu rushes over to help. But Xiao Ba struggles back to his feet, insisting he is fine. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently, leaving him shocked as he wonders what is causing this massive shaking. The system suddenly chimes, reporting unusual fluctuations from the sacred treasury, located less than 1,000 meters from his current position. Xiao Ba is stunned the divine treasury is actually real and so close. Right then, a massive wave of energy erupts from the ground beneath them. Chaos erupts inside the school as everyone panics. But Yanming is ecstatic. The legend is real, and the divine treasury has finally appeared. He barks orders to the myriad clans charge at all costs, and anyone who dares to disobey will have their entire bloodline wiped out. The ferocious beasts fly straight toward them. Xiao Ba yells for help. Old Hu, you have to stop them right now. Over with Qingshu. Things are looking grim. The energy cannons are burning out, and the sheer number of beasts is just too overwhelming. Xiao Ba takes flight, yelling to fall back into the school to see exactly what is emerging from the depths. Inside, Principal Chu struggles to stand his ground. The terrified students cry out in fear. What on earth is happening? He screams at them to stay back, while others stare in absolute horror at the terrifying, crushing power rising before them. A massive crater rips open the earth, glowing with a deep crimson light. Yanming stops right at the edge, breathless. The divine treasury. He laughs triumphantly after 1,000 long years of waiting. The legendary divine treasury has finally revealed itself to him. Principal Chu panics. Jiu has breached the defensive line. As the students tremble under the suffocating pressure, Yan Ming lets his dark energy explode. Any weaklings in his path will die. And this treasure is going to be his. It will break his shackles to dominate the three realms right then. A blinding pillar of light shoots into the sky. Xiao Ba activates his Xuanwu golden armor for defense, just as Su Bai charges in. If you want that treasure, you go through me first. Annoyed, he curses those useless underlings who failed to stop anyone. While down below, Yan Ran is fiercely slicing through beasts. She yells for Su Bai to focus on Ju Yu while they hold the rear. And Han Zhan leaps in to join the fight. Han Zhan unleashes a powerful, heaven-cleaving slash. But the enemy's massive barrier easily absorbs the impact. Yan Ming brushes it off with a casual wave of his hand, mocking their desperate attack as mere child's play. Qing Shu rallies everyone from below, pouring all his energy into a cover fire to back up Su Bai and Han Zhan. Realizing the purple mist barrier is incredibly tough, Su Bai summons every single weapon and hurls them directly at the old thief. His three swords unification pose absolutely zero threat to the villain, who just smiles, finding it slightly amusing but not enough. With a single palm strike, Yan Ming shatters the attack completely, leaving Su Bai shocked by just how terrifyingly strong his opponent is. Below, Principal Chu watches in utter despair, cursing his helpless body because he had already pushed his limits with forbidden techniques. Suddenly, his assistant points toward the ground. A massive, glowing portal is rising, revealing the actual entrance to the divine treasury. The ancient runes on the seal pulse with the energy of primordial beasts. And Yan Ming immediately charges headfirst toward the glowing gate. He screams that nobody can stop him now. But Su Bai refuses to back down, desperately diving in despite the crushing waves of energy. Yan Ming roars for them to get lost as he tears through, leaving everyone sweating over how incredibly unstoppable this monster really is. In desperate need of help, Su Bai begs the divine tree for power. The system alerts him that the ancient divine tree has sensed the treasury, allowing him to borrow its strength, but warns he must use it with extreme caution to avoid a devastating backlash. He can feel an unbelievable surge of energy coursing through him. Meanwhile, Yan Ming is blasting the earth open when a bright green light suddenly streaks across the sky. It is Su Bai, delivering a crushing blow that shatters the villain's barrier. Clutching his wounded arm, Yan Ming can only stare in disbelief, wondering how this kid could possibly break his absolute defense. Furious, Yan Ming prepares to summon his ultimate trump card, roaring that this pathetic brat has completely crossed the line. He swears to wipe Su Bai off the face of the earth. But the young warrior calmly infuses the three swords with divine energy. Su Bai challenges him, saying it won't be that easy, and launches his three glowing swords forward. Yan Ming counters, mocking how long Su Bai can possibly hold on, while Principal Chu begins drawing out the very last drops of his life force. Even if he has to sacrifice his old bones today, he refuses to let this villain succeed. Liu Long and Xiao Tian transform into massive dragons, charging at Yan Ming to create the perfect opening for Su Bai to strike. He unleashes a devastating finishing blow right at the enemy's shield, screaming for him to finally die. Yan Ming struggles to hold back the thrusting spear, gritting his teeth in pure rage that a bunch of weaklings actually managed to push him this far. He roars that Su Bai has ruined his plans for the last time, slamming a brutal palm strike directly into the young hero's chest. Completely exhausted, Su Bai crashes hard to the ground as a thick cloud of dust erupts. Han Zhan screams out in absolute rage, vowing to rip this beast to shreds for what he just did. But suddenly, an immense pillar of pure energy shoots straight into the sky, leaving Yan Ming staring in complete shock at the treasury's true power. Principal Chu senses the ancient aura, wondering if the legendary guardian of the divine treasury has finally awakened after all these years. A giant entity manifests, booming and declaring that foolish outsiders dare to covet the sacred treasury of their clan. He commands him to leave immediately or face death. But Yan Ming refuses to back down, demanding to know who dares stand in his way. The guardian of the divine treasury condenses a small sphere of devastating power, warning the vile creature that its ignorance will cost its life. The attack shoots straight at Yan Ming, dodging with agile moves. He notes that it is fast but still avoidable. To counter the divine treasury, he summons his origin energy, making Xiao Ba wonder if this guardian truly belongs to the God clan. Guarding this sacred vault is indeed a god. Principal Chu watches in terror as a single strike completely blows away the origin power of the Nine Nethers. Yan Ming decides to go all out, swearing that no matter what the guardian is, nothing will stop him from claiming the divine treasury. Shifting back into his original giant serpent form, he declares that today, he will drag everyone straight to hell. After his transformation, Yan Ming stands as a colossal monstrous serpent, directly facing the ancient guardian of the divine treasury. Roaring in fury, he screams that the treasury is his, and he will slaughter everyone. From below, Principal Chu spots the danger and warns the group to stay sharp and watch out for the dispersing black mist of the Nine Nethers King. Hearing the threats, the guardian of the divine treasury only raises his hand. He speaks calmly, a foolish, inferior race that dares to defy the divine will. He vows that no filthy mist will ever desecrate the sacred space, instantly conjuring a golden barrier to block Yan Ming's dark energy. Principal Chu watches in absolute shock as the golden shield easily blocks that lethal energy, while Xiao Ba quickly turns back and yells for Yanran, Lao Han, and Lao Hu to hurry over. He tells them to gather close to him immediately. Up in the sky, Yan Ming conjures a massive ball of pure darkness, roaring that the divine treasury must be his. He yells that even a god will not stand in his way today. In an instant, he unleashes a destructive torrent of pitch-black energy directly at the Guardian's protective shield. Unmoved, the Guardian lightly flicks his wrist to form a small golden sphere, declaring that no stubborn fools shall ever approach this holy vault. Suddenly, a beam of blinding light erupts from that tiny sphere, tearing straight through Yan Ming's dark mist and blasting him backward. Completely caught off guard by such overwhelming divine strength, Yan Ming stands frozen in utter disbelief. Down below, the team finally regroups around Xiao Ba, with Yanran quickly asking him what their next move should be. Lao Han chimes in, noting the old monsters getting thrashed and asking why they're not helping. Xiao Ba shuts the idea down immediately, asking Lao Han if he wants to be cannon fodder, then ordering them to guard the entrance instead. High above, a heavily sweating Yan Ming struggles to form another dark sphere, desperately determined to claim the treasure at any cost. Suddenly, he lets out a mad scream. Dark mist envelops his entire body as a colossal, ghostly skull manifests in the sky, signaling the activation of a forbidden soul-devouring spell. Looking up, Principal Chu wonders what that giant, terrifying spectral skull could be. Standing nearby, Xiao Ba is shocked, wondering what this crazy Nine Nethers King is planning. He wonders if the beast has gone mad as a dimensional portal begins to rip open inside the skull. Sweating profusely, Principal Chu realizes that the king is using temporal power to tear open a rift. Countless terrifying beasts begin pouring out of the portal as Yan Ming commands his multi-race horde to help him shatter the vault. The invading horde floods the battlefield, relentlessly charging toward the Divine Guardian's golden shield under their master's orders. The Yanran's brow furrows, worriedly asking if he plans to summon all the vicious beasts here. Xiao Ba notes that the ruthless king is even willing to sacrifice his own followers. Realizing they must stop him from destroying the treasury, he calls upon Little 8, Little White, Little Red, and Little Green to help. Ready for battle, all four divine beasts charge forward, with Little Green having consumed enough spiritual treasures to finally match the others in power. Together, their combined might is absolutely devastating as Little Green roars, unleashing a torrent of emerald energy that vaporizes the incoming monsters. Meanwhile, Little White delivers a mighty stomp, making the ground shake violently, not wanting to be left out. Little Red and Little 8 combine their formidable powers, carving a path of destruction through the enemy ranks. The guardian of the divine treasury is now truly angry. He conjures a colossal sword of pure light, pointing it directly at Yan Ming and declaring that the defiler will now face divine judgment from his position on the ground. Xiao Ba looks up in absolute awe at the unfathomable energy swirling above them. Realizing this is the true power of a god, Han Zhan shivers, noting that this sword aura is far more terrifying than Ni Cheng's. After speaking, the ancient protector makes a simple, effortless gesture of his hand toward Yan Ming. Instantly, the sword of light plunges downward with absolutely terrifying power. A devastating blow rains down on them, a force so absolute that countless monsters, along with Yan Ming himself, are completely overwhelmed. He screams in agonizing pain as a massive explosion instantly tears through the area, sending rocks flying everywhere. After taking a direct hit from the guardian of the divine vault, Yan Ming's body is left completely battered and critically wounded, standing on the ground in a completely miserable state. He still musters the strength to roar out, "The divine vault is mine." Right after Yan Ming finishes his desperate roar, the guardian's protective shield suddenly shatters into countless pieces. An even greater wave of power erupts right after. Seeing this, the guardian panics and yells out in distress, "This is bad. The clash of our combat energy has triggered the divine vault, and it's opening on its own." Watching this happen, Yan Ming decides to burn his very life force without hesitation. He laughs maniacally and declares that even if he must sacrifice himself, he will absolutely break into the divine vault. Principal Chu spots this madness and shouts out to stop him once that divine vault is breached. The consequences will be absolutely catastrophic. Hearing the warning, Xiao Ba immediately charges forward and bellows, "Juyu, I will never let you get away with this." Wei Yanran stands below, completely caught off guard. Her eyes widen in pure panic as she screams, "Xiao Ba, don't!" But it is too late. Xiao Ba throws his own body straight at Yan Ming, triggering a violent explosion. The others gasp in horror and immediately rush toward the dust cloud. Xiao Ba actually charged to block Juyu without even activating his sacred beast armament. They need to check on him right now. Qingshu leaps down, shouting out for his friend, while Han Zhan quickly follows, desperately calling out to ask if Xiao Ba is all right. As Yanran, Han Zhan, Qingshu, and the principal arrive, they find Xiao Ba severely injured, lying motionless on the bloody ground and completely unconscious. Principal Chu scans the surrounding area and notices that Yan Ming is also lying completely still after taking Xiao Ba's desperate attack. He wonders if the king of Juyu really just died at Xiao Ba's hands. Meanwhile, Yanran cradles Xiao Ba's head, calling his name in tears. She begs him to stay alive. And hearing her voice, Xiao Ba weakly opens his mouth, barely managing to whisper that he is fine. Han Zhan hovers nearby, telling him to hold on. But right at that moment, the massive gates of the divine vault begin to react. Watching the ancient seal shift, Principal Chu cannot help but ask in tense disbelief if the divine vault is actually opening now. The guardian ascends into the air, looking down to warn them that the seal has shattered ahead of schedule, leaking raw divine power that will trigger a worldwide catastrophe. Just then, Xiao Ba's system flashes a notification the ancient divine tree is resonating with the vault's energy, allowing him to absorb its power to accelerate his healing. The system asks if he wishes to absorb it now, presenting a choice. Still unable to open his eyes, Xiao Ba weakly wonders if he can truly handle such divine power. Right then, the body of the guardian begins to gradually fade away. Realizing his time is up, the guardian speaks out, "The seal of the divine vault is broken, and my consciousness is dissipating. As the chosen one, you are now accepted by the vault, and the duty of protecting this world is officially passed on to you." Hearing these parting words, Su Bai wonders if this opening is a blessing or a curse. But regardless, he decides to embrace the calling of the divine vault. Han Zhan looks up at the sky and tells the others to watch closely as the divine protector completely vanishes. But Yanran has no room in her mind for anything else. Cradling Su Bai close as she desperately calls out his name. Resting weakly in her arms, Su Bai cannot help but ask himself if he is truly the one chosen by the gods. Principal Chu watches the fading guardian. Realizing that the seal to this legendary treasury has officially been unlocked, he turns to Yanran and reassures her that Su Bai's body is already recovering, as he can feel a massive stream of energy continuously flowing right into the young man. Hearing this, Yanran looks up, asking with a hint of doubt if his body is really healing. Meanwhile, up at the edge of the crater, monsters from various clans begin to gather together, with one of them asking about the whereabouts of Lord Juyu. A minotaur beast glares down into the deep pit and grunts that their lord might have fallen, but they should secure the treasury first. The great elder of the serpent clan agrees, declaring that it does not matter, as the divine vault will inevitably belong to their monster races anyway. Down below in the crater, Qing Shu spots the gathering monsters and immediately figures out their wicked intentions. Adjusting his glasses, he tells Han Zhan that with Su Bai recovering, it is officially their turn to step up. Han Zhan stands up and rests his massive sword on his shoulder, ready to lay his life on the line against those filthy beasts. Yanran anxiously asks if he is okay, and Su Bai softly replies that he is fine. She still finds it hard to believe, while Principal Chu steps closer. Amazed that he recovered so quickly, Su Bai explains that he has successfully absorbed the vault's energy, and he can feel a strange pull, calling him to enter the structure. Han Zhan tells him to rest easy because they will hold the line. Su Bai nods, instructing them to keep the beast clans at bay until he returns. Still worried about his sudden recovery, Yanran insists on going in with him, since she cannot bear to leave his side. Su Bai agrees, and as Han Zhan, Qing Shu, and Principal Chu charge forward, they tell him not to worry, since those monsters are nothing but easy targets. That's right. Leave this place to us. He shouts down for them to wait until he gets back, stepping through the gate and looking inside. Su Bai is shocked to find the Holy Beast armament already active, tightly holding Yanran's hand. Nearby, Qing Shu tells his ally to hold the line while he helps the principal. Han Zhan agrees, while Principal Zhou insists his old bones are doing just fine. Meanwhile, the myriad races charge toward the divine treasury below, chanting their eternal victory as they rush forward. Yanran enters a corridor covered in strange writing. Noting these runes look exactly like the ancient holy beast symbols the principal mentioned, Su Bai quickens his pace, telling Yanran that he can feel a powerful force calling out to him, urging her to quickly step into the pavilion ahead. Inside, they are amazed to find statues of the 4 holy beasts, looking identical to his own contracted beasts. 2 holy beasts warn them that only the chosen may touch the divine treasury, ordering them to back away or face immediate execution. Yanran gasps in shock, pointing out that Su Bai's body is also glowing with a strange light. Su Bai can feel his own holy beast armament strongly resonating with the stone statue. The holy beasts prepare themselves, declaring that the chosen one has finally arrived to answer the call of the divine treasury. As Yanran tries to rush over to him, Su Bai yells out, telling her to stay back and not get any closer. Swirling currents of energy envelop his body, and while Yanran asks if he is all right, Su Bai grits his teeth against the pain. The overwhelming force feels like it is tearing him apart from the inside. While outside, Qing Shu struggles against the enemy onslaught. Spotting Han Zhan's danger, Qing Shu screams a warning as massive serpents begin spewing deadly poison right at him. Realizing the threat, Han Zhan panics, while Qing Shu watches the intense fire spilling from the gateway in desperation, fearing a great catastrophe as the divine treasury violently reacts. They watch in horror while the enemy forces roar for everyone to charge and claim the ultimate power. Han Zhan curses their shameless enemies. But Xiao Ba suddenly returns far stronger than before, warning the arrogant beasts that their time is up. Jingzhu points out in pure excitement, telling everyone to look at Xiao Ba. Principal Zhou calls out to Xiao Ba while a shocked Han Zhan asks why he returned so quickly. But the young warrior steps forward, thanking them and promising to personally wipe out every single enemy beast. An enemy leader rages, realizing the humans stole the treasure when they were only a few steps away from claiming it, as thick waves of toxic gas are unleashed to wipe out the humans. Han Zhan quickly warns Xiao Ba to be careful, pointing out that this venom is highly dangerous, instantly raising his Xuanwu divine shield. Xiao Ba tells Yanran to stay back, observe the fight, and take care of anyone who gets hurt. His allies quickly realize he has grown significantly stronger after absorbing the treasury's power, finding his rapid growth truly terrifying. Xiao Ba wastes no time, immediately launching himself into the air, combining his sword and spear skills with the power of the 4 holy beasts. Xiao Ba descends, leaving his terrified opponent wondering how a human could possess god-level power. The enemy desperately activates his blue iron wall, summoning a massive shield to block the incoming strike. But Xiao Ba's single, devastating blow easily shatters the barrier, forcing the beast to cough up blood in agony. Chaos erupts as soldiers scream that their grand elder has been slain in a single strike, causing the entire enemy line to break and flee in terror. Terrified survivors scream that he is a monster. But Xiao Ba unleashes a wave of destructive energy from his palm, declaring that no one will escape. God-level fire phoenixes soar through the air, relentlessly hunting down the fleeing enemy forces. The intense flames burn straight to the bone, and the enemies realize this fire cannot be extinguished. Principal Zhou is deeply moved, realizing Lord Luo Fan finally has a successor, while Yanran celebrates their salvation, realizing Xiao Ba actually pulled off the impossible. A distant enemy leader decides to retreat, muttering that they will cross paths again. The surviving beasts trample over each other in absolute panic, screaming that their leaders are dead as they desperately try to escape. Hovering above, Xiao Ba orders a full counterattack, calling on Old Hu and Han Zhan to lead the charge. Han Zhan gladly complies, while Xiao Ba commands Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Qing to blast them away. Xiao Ba opens its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of flame, while Xiao Ba shreds the enemies with sharp claws. Meanwhile, Qing Long summons devastating lightning to strike them down, and Xiao Hong transforms into a phoenix, incinerating opponents with a simple flap of her wings. Principal Zhou immediately broadcasts an order across the entire city, calling on every citizen to rise up and push back the invading forces. Yanran and the other students boldly charge forward, determined to reclaim their lost positions. The human fighters declare that the time for revenge has finally arrived, shouting that after being chased all day, the enemy beasts will be the ones running, mocking the enemy beasts who can no longer run. The humans fire explosive rounds that send the terrified monsters retreating in absolute chaos as they scream about the human counterattack. Panicked screams echo as the monsters realize they are being surrounded, pushing their forces back to the very outskirts of Jiangzhou. Standing at the edge, Xiao Ba casually asks Han Zhan if he can handle fighting the wild bull tribe head-on. Han Zhan oozes pure confidence. Of course he can handle this. And today he's turning these beasts into steak. He rallies the fighters. Those barbarian bulls slaughtered Jiangzhou City, and they cannot let a single monster survive today. Panic strikes the Bull clan as their lines break. They scream about an ambush and desperately lock their shields to form a defensive wall. Han Zhan slams his blade down, shouting that he's going to mince them as the terrified bulls scramble to reinforce their crumbling defensive formation. Xiao Ba pats his beast, noting the barbarian bulls have a pretty tough defense, and tells Xiao Ba to show them something special. Xiao Ba gets the message and leaps straight into their formation, ready to wreck them from the inside. All Xiao Ba's command. Claws rip through the enemies and blow them apart. A commander screams in rage, how did all their elite forces die instantly? The monsters try to scatter and flee, but Qing Shu leads a force down from the peak, urging everyone to block their escape. Inside the strategic command room, the officers watch the enemy clans retreat on screen. The general declares that the time for revenge has finally come. Behind him, 2 officers stand ready for orders. They report that the coastal forces and local cities are all demanding a counterattack, waiting for his immediate command. One commander steps forward, asking to lead the Shanhai Pass Guards to strike from inland, trapping the enemy in a massive pincer movement to wipe them out completely. Qing Shan nods, telling Old Lin that his strategy is solid, so he should go ahead with it. Send out my official command. Every unit across the regions must launch a full-scale counterattack, while the Shanhai Pass garrison secures the strategic high ground to completely trap the retreating beasts. Lin Zhenan rallies his troops, reminding them how these beasts once trampled this sacred land and mercilessly slaughtered their fallen brothers in arms. Now that the 9 Underworld King is defeated, they think they can just run back to their homeland. But do we agree to that? The soldiers roar back, absolutely not. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Smiling, he declares the time for vengeance has arrived. The Shanhai Pass defenders march forward to wipe out the invaders. A unified, earth-shaking roar echoes through the pass to charge. This terrifying sight shocks Hong Mi. The human army is launching an all-out strike, and that crazy Zenon is clearly trying to wipe out every single monster. Breaking through their front lines seems completely impossible now. Her subordinate asks what they should do, so she orders a retreat, wanting to avoid this deadly force. Now that their cannon fodder is gone, other monster forces watch in confusion, wondering why the high and mighty Phoenix clan is turning back and running. They ignore the fleeing cowards, believing that if they can just push past Shanhai Pass, they can actually survive this nightmare. Qing Shan smirks at their approach, ordering the magic cannons to fire, and a barrage of heavy shells rains down. He shouts that the time for revenge is here, commanding his soldiers to hunt down every single invader. A tooth for a tooth and blood for blood, since the beasts were brutal, they must be even more ruthless. The desperate monsters fight back with the giant bear clan roaring as they charge forward to break a path. As they charge, Qing Shan coldly raises his fist, observing that these stubborn beasts still refuse to surrender. He buries his fist straight into the giant bear's chest, screaming for it to die before calling on his troops to finish them. Back with Hong Mi, a panicked subordinate anxiously asks where they are heading now. She explains that a human city lies ahead, and the Shanhai Pass guards have fully mobilized, making a direct breakthrough impossible. So they must retreat. Besides, their holy maiden is still held by Xiao Ba. Seeing a massive clash in the distance, they stop as a subordinate points it out, spotting the battle ahead. Hong Mi gasps with excitement, realizing their holy maiden is right there in the middle of it. But she pauses. Why is the holy maiden fighting alongside humans, concluding that Xiao Ba must be controlling her mind? Her subordinate suggests launching a rescue mission right now, but Hong Mi immediately shuts down the reckless idea. Xiao Ba just displayed god-level power, and charging in blindly would be nothing short of a suicide mission. She orders them to hide and wait for an opening, while Xiao Hong suddenly senses their presence and panics. It's her clan's aura. Han Zhan quickly urges Xiao Ba, telling him to look over and see what's going on. She warns her master that her people have arrived to capture her, making Xiao Ba realize it's the Demon Phoenix clan. Xiao Ba tells Xiao Hong to keep fighting while he investigates, as Hong Mi panics upon realizing they have been spotted. She orders a quick retreat to avoid him, just as another strike hits the raging barbarian bull clan, completely berserk. The lead bull screams to fight to the death, fiercely slamming down his massive hammer. The bull curses the shameless humans for ambushing them, while Xiao Ba ignores the noise, silently noting how fast those phoenixes ran off. An ally leaps in to back up Han Zhan, launching a blast of energy that shatters the giant bull's weapon into pieces. No way. What weapon is this? Why is it so strong? Xiao Ba lunges forward. You are about to die, so stop talking nonsense. The blade drives clean through the barbarian bull warrior. Go to hell. Their leader falls in battle. Someone shrieks that the chief is dead, and the terrified survivors drop to their knees, begging for mercy. We surrender. Qing Shu reports that the barbarian remnants have been entirely wiped out. Should they bring these prisoners back to Jiangzhou City? Xiao Ba agrees, ordering everyone to clean up the battlefield and head home immediately. That demon phoenix might return at any second, meaning they cannot linger here. Xiao Hong suddenly materializes before them once again. Master, those creatures were actually elders from my clan. She warns, she will surely tell my mother they want to drag me back by force. Do not worry. Xiao Hong, he reassures her. No matter how many enemies come, I will protect you. You are my beast companion now. At the Jiangzhou Command Center, Principal Chu looks at the map and sighs with relief. Excellent. Humanity is finally turning the tide. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in to report that urgent news has arrived from Shanghai Pass. While surrounding the enemy, General Lin ran into a hidden diamond tier powerhouse, lurking among the clans. Most of his squad is severely wounded. What? A diamond tier elite, Chu gasps, ordering them to contact Xiao Ba to lead reinforcements to Shanghai Pass immediately. Yan Ran quickly tracks down Xiao Ba's group. When he asks what happened, she frantically explains that her father was ambushed by a gold-tier beast powerhouse, and the principal wants him to rush over. What he immediately turns to his comrades, ordering Lao Han and Lao Hu to return to Jiangzhou City. Yan Ran and I are heading to Shanghai Pass right now. Han Zhan protests, insisting on tagging along because there is strength in numbers. Xiao Ba flatly refuses, arguing that Jiangzhou City absolutely needs defenders left behind. You stay and help the principal, because Yan Ran and I are enough for Shanghai Pass. Xiao Ba, full speed ahead. We must arrive before General Lin falls. Backed into a corner, General Lin spits on the ground, cursing the damned UU forces for hiding such a brutal elite squad. The enemy general chuckles, mocking their decent resistance before stating that everything is utterly useless in the presence of a king. Behind him, the soldiers shout in unison, urging their general to let them fight this monster, ignoring their desperate cries. The beast sneers at their foolishness. The ground shakes violently under a massive pressure, and General Lin is struck. His weapon snapped in half. The beast declares that it is over for the general, but Xiao Ba intercepts just in time, roaring at the monster for hurting General Lin. His weapon slams down, blocking the blow. The Lion King recoils, sensing a godlike power. He is clearly just a kid. How could he possess divine strength? Meanwhile, Yan Ran rushes to her father's side, asking how he is. Xiao Ba tells Yan Ran to take Uncle Lin away first and leave this battlefield to him. I am fine. General Lin gasps. The Black Scale Lion King is a top-tier hidden combatant, far beyond an ordinary diamond rank. You must be careful. Xiao Ba, high-power Xiao Ba smiles, saying he will personally go teach this beast a lesson. Confronting Xiao Hong, the Lion King instantly recognizes her as the Flame Demon Empress. Xiao Ba scoffs, stating that no matter its strength, a beast is still just a beast. Die. The Lion King looks up and screams in utter horror as an azure dragon dives straight down from the clouds, desperately raising his shield. The beast screams that this is impossible. A massive surge of lightning blasts upward, leaving him completely shocked that a human kid could wield such immense power. Xiao Ba cold shoulders him, declaring that useless talk ends now today. The beast dies. Suddenly, echoing voices shout that they are here to help. Two powerful figures charge out from the distance, rushing to reinforce the Lion King. Reinvigorated, the smug Lion King boasts that he is far from the only powerhouse here, declaring that today will be the day Xiao Ba is buried. Xiao Ba grunts, noting that these two newcomers are pretty strong. The beast clans have hidden so many elites. The giant elephant crashes down, calling humans cowards, while the Scorpion King warns them not to waste time and wrap this up quickly, as they have other business to attend to. Xiao Ba smiles coldly, telling them he will take all three heads to test his newly awakened divine energy. Xiao Hong, go wipe out the rest of the beasts. Leave these three trash to me. Understood. Master. She chirps, insulted by his arrogance. The giant elephant rages. Asking how he dares face them without putting up his full strength, he raises a massive leg to crush Xiao Ba. But the young man thrusts his spear straight up, telling the beast it just stomped on a metal nail. Pain shoots through its foot. The giant elephant shrieks in agony, pulling its leg back. Defeating you does not require my full power, he says. Suddenly, Yan Ran screams a warning to watch his back. The Scorpion King fires his toxic tail stinger directly at him. But Xiao Ba's incredibly sturdy barrier casually blocks the lethal strike without a scratch. What? Is this the sacred beast armament Xiao Ba snares? Mocking the beast for pulling a cheap backstab. History is written by the victors. The thick-skinned scorpion replies, only winners are truly strong. Yan Ran immediately rushes forward, shouting that she is coming to help. He warns her that this place is too dangerous. But the beast spots Tabak's weakness, mockingly asking if he cares for her that much. As a spray of venom shoots toward them, he blocks it with his holy beast armor, telling Yan Nian to be careful. Tabak vows never to forgive anyone who hurts his woman. He roars that he will kill them as Azure Dragon joins the fight. Meanwhile, the enemy trio schemes to join forces and crush this human insect once and for all. They unleash a combined blast toward Azure Dragon, forcing Tabak to drain his inner energy and cough up blood. A protective barrier forms, leaving the enemies in absolute shock at how incredibly strong this human kid actually is. Realizing why even Lord Jiu was defeated, they decide the situation is too risky and agree to make a quick retreat. As the three make their escape, they order their remaining troops to charge forward and wipe out the survivors. Seeing him fall backward, Xiao Heng flies over, calling out to her master. Yan Nian rushes to his side, frantically asking what is wrong and if he is hurt. He weakly explains that he is not hurt, but rather facing the backlash of the divine treasury power. Yan Nian quickly calls for a combat medic to save him. Deep underground, the three escapees gather at their destination. They are confident that this is the spot Lord Jiu guided them to. Speak of the devil from inside a sphere. Yan Ming coldly tells the trio that they are late. The Scorpion King reports to Lord Jiu that the human has comprehended the divine treasury power, though he has not fully mastered it yet. They ask Lord Jiu what to do next. He orders them to find 3 specific items to restore his immortal body, leaving the other 2 wondering where those items could be, worried that their clan has been pushed back. They fear 3 of them are not enough. This immediately enrages Yan Ming, who barks back, calling them useless trash. Just then, someone walks in and offers to help. They spin around in suspicion, demanding to know who goes there. Spotting Hong Mi, they are stunned. They ask if the Grand Elder of the Demon Emperor clan has been tailing them. She offers her assistance, but on one strict condition: they must help her reclaim the holy maiden of her monster clan. Yan Ming quickly agrees, stating that he accepts her terms. Meanwhile, the Thonsun Command Center receives major updates. Allied representatives state that Eagle Country has backed General Nguyen Sun with full support for a northeast counterattack. And Bear Country has also started wiping out enemies from the north. He expresses his deep gratitude, thanking everyone for supporting his country. Thonsun immediately orders his men to initiate a nationwide offensive to completely wipe out the remaining enemy forces. He then turns to his assistant, asking about the current state of the Shanhai Pass battlefield. She reports back that most of the fleeing beasts have already been eliminated. However, both Tu Bak and General Tran Nam are injured. This deeply worries Thonsun, who anxiously asks how bad their wounds are. The assistant reassures him that their lives are not in danger. But Tu Bak remains unconscious due to the divine power's backlash. This leaves Thonsun completely stunned by the mention of the divine treasury. Knowing it is an unpredictable force, he orders the best medical team to ensure they both recover completely safely. Inside the intensive care unit, General Tran Nam sits in the adjacent bed, asking Yan Nian how Tu Bak is holding up. She explains that the doctors found no life-threatening issues, but his body is resting after bearing such an overwhelming amount of raw power. Han Zhan and Qing Shu arrive in a hurry, asking if Tu Bok has woken up yet. But Yan Nian sadly shakes her head. Han Zhan turns to check on General Tran Nam's injuries, who reassures them he is fine, while Qing Shu remains confident that everything will turn out okay. She believes absorbing divine power will not break him, and Han Zhan agrees, reminding everyone that their friend has survived far worse storms than this. General Tran Nam looks over at his daughter and suggests that since they are all gathered here, it is the perfect time to discuss something. When she asks what it is, he smiles and expresses his hope to see her and Tu Bok officially become a couple once he wakes up. He wants them to hold a wedding. Han Zhan is thrilled by the idea, shouting that they absolutely must throw a massive celebration for the happy couple. Qing Shu eagerly chimes in, adding that every single martial arts academy student will surely attend. Flustered, Yan Nian blushes and glances at her unconscious partner on the next bed, wondering if Tu Bok would even agree to this since she has not had the chance to ask him yet. And would you look at that? Tu Bok opens his eyes and agrees, saying he is more than willing. Overjoyed, Yan Nian rushes to his side to ask how he feels, playfully questioning why he is staring at her so intently. He smoothly replies that he is simply looking at his future wife. The others tease him for waking up the second he heard about getting married, advising him to heal up first for a grand wedding. General Tran Nam also chimes in, reminding Tu Bok to take good care of his daughter. He vows to General Lam that, by his divine treasury power, he will never let Yan Nian get hurt again. He has already contacted their academy peers to witness the grandest wedding their martial school has ever seen. Back with Hong Mi, she finishes her preparations and tells the beasts she will organize her clan first before they follow her up. The Scorpion King notes that she has finally gone. The Lion King asks Lord Jiuyu if they should truly obey her, pointing out that the Demon Emperor clan has harbored secret motives since the war began. Yan Ming mocks his ignorance, explaining that the vermilion bird feather is actually the source of the Saintess's primary essence. Obtaining it means he can finally reconstruct his body. Go with Great Elder Yao Fu to capture the Saintess and bring her here. The three immediately comply. Meanwhile, celebratory fireworks light up the sky over Jiangzhou Academy. The wedding is absolutely grand. This wedding will surely go down in Xuanwu history. Principal Zhou stands at the podium, asking everyone to quiet down. He welcomes the guests as the wedding of Su Bai and Lin Yanran begins. She is led inside by Lin Zhenin. Below, the crowd welcomes the bride. Han Zhan and Qing Shu clap with pure excitement. He is so happy for old Su, promising to drink until they drop later. Lin Zhenin smiles, handing Yanran over to Su Bai. From now on, whether fighting against the myriad clans or living everyday life, he must take great care of her. Su Bai takes her hand, telling Uncle Lin to rest assured he will cherish Yanran forever. Suddenly from afar, his three beasts rush forward. Su Bai frowns, asking them, what is going on? Lin Zhenin immediately senses a dangerous presence. Yanran worries, wondering if it is remnants of the myriad clans. He is furious. How dare anyone think they can disrupt his wedding like this? Xiao Hong calls out, warning her master of a familiar presence very similar to Great Elder Yao Fu, and it is drawing closer. Hong Mei and her trio are flying in, realizing they might have arrived at the perfect time. With Su Bai busy protecting Lin Yanran amidst the massive wedding crowd, this is their absolute perfect opportunity to rescue the saintess of their clan. The Lion King agrees, noting that Su Bai's divine power is not fully restored yet. They will strike now to seize his treasures and kill him. The Scorpion King prepares to deploy a soul-devouring poison array covering the venue to confuse everyone's minds. Once Su Bai's divine power is crippled and the Saintess is captured, victory is guaranteed. The giant elephant promises to smash the outer defenses, tearing the wedding venue apart so they cannot help each other. Su Bai senses the approaching enemies from the myriad clans and the Demon Emperor clan, realizing Xiao Hong is their main target. They must activate the emergency plan immediately. Principal Zhou orders them to seal every single exit, commanding the Jiangzhou students to protect the guests and stop these vile beasts from ruining the day. Yanran worries for her father, reminding him that his injuries are still not fully healed yet. Lin Zhenan firmly replies, even with his injuries, he remains a top-tier combatant, refusing to hide behind young students and brave soldiers on this day. Han Zhan rushes forward to guard the eastern gate, promising to butcher any beast that tries to cross. Meanwhile, Qing Shu pulls Wang Yang along to quickly set up their defensive perimeter. Su Bai tasks Xiao Hong with staying right by Yanran's side, making sure she remains completely safe. She quickly obeys while Yanran warns Su Bai to be careful, as the enemy has clearly prepared for this ambush. Su Bai takes flight with his trusted beasts, calling for Xiao Ba, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qing to follow him out. Scorpion King Yin approaches the academy, mocking their happy atmosphere and preparing to deliver a dark wedding gift. He unleashes the toxic essence he refined over many years, letting the deadly poison rain down on them. He sneers as Qing Shu warns everyone to watch out for the toxic smoke rising around them. Han Zhan curses at their shameless tactics, while Su Bai drops down to check a fallen guard on the ground. Something is wrong. The enemy presence he sensed was over here. Yet this guard has been dead for a while. Su Bai realizes it is a distraction while back at the academy. Chaos erupts as the students are brutally attacked. Determined to protect the guests, Yanran charges into the fray as Xiao Hong desperately tries to hold her back. The Lion King blocks her path, declaring that this wedding is about to turn into a bloody funeral. Its devastating blow is blocked by the Holy Beast armament. Luckily, Su Bai has returned just in time. He will not let anyone touch his wife, declaring that this defeated beast is about to pay with his life. Xiao Hong rushes to help, but her hand is suddenly grabbed by Hong Mei, who tells her she has made enough trouble. Demanding she return and stop being fooled by Su Bai, Xiao Hong resists, shouting that she wants to stay with her master. Hong Mei snaps, calling it ridiculous for the noble saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan to be a human pet. She refuses, arguing that her master is wonderful to her as Hong Mei forcefully tries to drag her away. Outraged by her stubbornness, Hong Mei vows to drag her back for punishment as Xiao Hong struggles to break free. Su Bai spots them and demands she let Xiao Hong go, but the Lion King seizes the opening to strike from behind. Yanran screams a warning, raising her shield to block the devastating blow aimed at Su Bai. Utterly shocked by her sacrifice, he quickly catches her in his arms. As she falls, Su Bai asks if she is okay, and Yanran replies that she is fine. She urges him to check on Xiao Ba, and he spots a giant elephant stepping on the beast's back. Xiao Ba boasts about never losing in raw strength, while Xiao Hong is forcefully dragged through a portal by a woman promising strict punishment. The young girl screams for her master to rescue her, while the Lion King declares their success and orders a retreat. The giant elephant stays to guard the rear, while the Scorpion King plots his next move. Without his divine power, he is weak, the perfect time to strike and kill him. Greedy for the credit, the beast attacks, but a furious Su Bai condemns them for ruining his wedding and hurting his guests. They stole his beasts and injured his beloved Yanran, giving the Scorpion King a sudden, terrifying bad feeling. Charging forward like a shooting star, he drives his spear straight through the Scorpion King, swearing to make them pay 100-fold. The Lion King orders a hasty retreat, while the dying beast desperately shoots deadly venom straight at the young master. The beast tries to drag him down, but Su Bai catches the poison tail, mocking the pathetic attack. 2 swift slashes end its life, a grim warning to anyone who hurts his loved ones. With half of its body falling, the beast cries out to Lord Ju Yu, as Su Bai asks the principal and old Han to hold the fort while he rescues Xiao Hong. They urge him to be careful and make haste, while ordering everyone else to fall back to the defensive line. Worried at home, Yanran prays for his safety, promising they will guard their ground until his victorious return. He orders Xiao Bai to give chase at full speed, silently praying for Xiao Hong to hold on and stay brave. He rushes to her aid, while the captured girl struggles wildly, demanding they let her go so she can find him. She begs the Great Elder to release her, but Hong Mei warns the Saintess that Su Bai is only exploiting the vermilion bird source in her body, calling humans cunning. The Lion King suddenly alerts the Great Elder, that Subai is hot on their heels, knowing they cannot beat him after what happened to Poison Blood. The giant elephant suggests fighting back. They cannot run forever. And she agrees it is the perfect chance to test the limits of his divine power, since Subai's beast is incredibly fast and impossible to shake off. They must face him as he closes the gap. A wave of energy blasts toward the giant elephant, who surrounds himself in purple light and lifts a massive boulder to block it, shattering the massive rock. Subai vows to make him pay for injuring Yanran, while the Lion King welcomes the challenge. As Hong Mei watches, the Lion King attacks. But Subai sneers that he has plenty of power to kill him. The beast is horrified by Subai's seemingly endless divine power. Just as Xiao Ba sneaks up right behind the Lion King, barely dodging Xiao Ba's strike, the Lion King begs the giant elephant for help, who tightly grips his spear in response. The elephant tries to crush him, but Subai shields the blow, leaving the angry beasts cursing his name, refusing to believe he is that strong. They boast that even if their elder falls, Subai will never rescue the saintess. A hand reaches for her head, terrifying Xiao Hong as the elder tells her not to blame her. The elder explains she must siphon the vermilion bird power to suppress Subai's overwhelming divine strength, furious that she dared to touch Xiao Hong's source. Subai watches in rage as Hong Mei begins absorbing the energy. She warns him that forcing his uncontrolled divine power will cause a backfire, before transforming into a massive, maybe fiery phoenix, declaring this his day of defeat. She urges the Lion King to keep faith, confident the three of them can crush him. Subai merely laughs at their three-way encirclement, saying it is the perfect chance to wipe them all out together. The original source of the four sacred beasts begins to resonate, making the giant elephant the first to feel the pain, harnessing the power of all four sacred beasts simultaneously. Subai achieves a legendary state never seen before in history. Terrified, the Lion King realizes this immense pressure is far more intimidating than even Lord Jiu Yu's power. Hong Mei refuses to believe it, questioning how he can control all four sacred sources without even summoning the beasts. Such power breaks the laws of nature. But Subai tells them they know nothing of sacred contracts and divine secrets. He is the inheritor of Luo Fan's legacy, destined to purge all who threaten humanity. He calls upon Xiao Ba to strike, who charges forward, coated in deep frost, alongside the legendary Azure Dragon, watching Xiao Ba burn with wild energy. Yanran is shocked, but the beast explains his master is summoning his source. Watching it depart, she softly prays for it to return safely from the battle. Once Xiao Ba merge, Subai boldly tells them that 3 against 1 means certain defeat. Hong Mei scoffs that his wounds are still fresh. He can hardly summon any power from the 4 sacred beasts. As a demon phoenix boosted by the Holy Maiden's vermilion bird origin, she refuses to lose. She snatches Xiao Hong and takes to the skies. Subai knows he has to hold back his strike. He cannot risk hurting the little girl. Subai lets out a roar, demanding everything he has. The 2 massive forces collide in mid-air, leaving the giant elephant and Lion King struggling just to stand. They realize this fight is way beyond their league. Crying through the agonizing pain, Xiao Hong calls out for her master. Hong Mei warns the Holy Maiden to stop struggling so they can finally defeat Subai. But he screams out, telling Xiao Hong to protect her origin because he is coming to save her. Hearing him, the little girl immediately pulls her energy back. Hong Mei tries to dodge, only to feel the blast tearing right through her wing. No! She shrieks. How dare the Holy Maiden betray her? Now free. Xiao Hong flies toward her master. Subai immediately checks on her, asking if she is okay. She assures him she is fine, just a little drained and needs rest, forcing herself back into her true form. Hong Mei sneers that Subai shouldn't get too ahead of himself. Lord Jiu Yu has already gathered the 3 dark origins and will soon descend upon the mortal world. When that time comes, she claims they will all turn to ash. But Subai remains completely unfazed, warning that anyone targeting his people will pay with their life. channeling raw power into his spear. He tells her it is time to settle the score for taking Xiaohong, shuddering at his power. She snaps that killing her won't be that easy, before vanishing instantly through a teleportation portal. Her parting voice warns that their next meeting will be his doom. Xiao Ba grinds his teeth, frustrated that she slipped right through his fingers. Below, the Lion King panics and urges his partner to flee. But Xiao Ba turns his cold gaze on them, asking if they really think they can escape. A beam of energy pierces right through the Lion King's chest. Xiao Ba coldly commands them to spill everything they know about Jiu. Terrified, the giant elephant begs for mercy and offers to talk. But the dying Lion King snaps at him to shut up. He gasps out a reminder of Lord Jiu's warning, betraying even a fraction of the secret means a brutal, graveyard-less death. Xiao Ba counters with his own warning: if they do not talk right now, he will bury them himself. He demands answers. Was Jiu not already dead? The trembling giant elephant squeals that Lord Jiu is actually still alive as a remnant soul. He ordered them to kidnap the Holy Maiden just to rebuild his physical body. Stunned by the news, Xiao Ba demands to know where this soul is hiding. The giant elephant quickly reveals that Jiu is lurking inside a dimensional rift. The Lion King screams that the clans will never forgive him for his betrayal. Kneeling, the beast gasps out the location: Blackstone Cliff, an abandoned altar on the human border. He begs for mercy, but Xiao Ba refuses to let them off so easily. Realizing they targeted Xiaohong to revive Jiu, Xiao Ba deduces that the Demon Phoenix Great Elder must have headed straight there to meet him. He vows to grind Jiu into absolute dust. A smug Lion King mockingly laughs that it is already too late, as Jiu's forces are waiting to crush them upon his rebirth. But Xiao Ba glares back, asking if they really think they will get that chance. Desperate beasts scream for mercy as a crushing blow sweeps down on them. Meanwhile, over at Yanming's camp, the leader is surprised to see Hongmei returning alone. He demands to know why she is alone, asking where the Holy Maiden and the others are. Trembling, she confesses that Xiao Ba was simply too strong. Enraged by the news, Yanming roars in fury, calling them a bunch of useless trash. He rages that a mere human brat ruined his entire grand scheme, having lost 2 out of 3 powerful warriors without even securing the girl. He asks how she has the nerve to return. Hongmei quickly explains that Xiao Ba can summon the resonance of all 4 sacred beasts, unleashing divine power far beyond anything they anticipated. She gasps that she barely escaped alive. But he coldly snaps that keeping such a failure around is completely useless. Horrified, she shrieks, asking what he is doing as Yanming suddenly shifts into his true form and forces himself down her throat to seize her body. Screaming in agony, she realizes he is actually Jiu himself and warns that her clan will hunt him down. He laughs, saying her double-crossing clan is no longer trusted, and now her body belongs to him. With a roar, he declares his return to power. Back with Xiao Ba, he gently checks on Xiaohong, who weakly smiles and says his divine energy is already helping her recover. Arriving back in Shanlin City, Xiao Ba immediately tracks down his ally, Han Zhan, with Xiaohong's soul core damaged. He urges him and Yan Ran to take her back to safety. He intends to hunt down Jiu alone, but Yan Ran steps up, insisting she must join him to ensure the tyrant pays. Han Zhan agrees, but little Xiaohong tugs at Xiao Ba's sleeve, begging to go along because she wants to help. Even in her weakened state, both Yan Ran and Han Zhan warn that facing a vengeful Jiu alone is practically suicide, suggesting it might be better to return and call for reinforcements first. Xiao Ba makes the final call. Han Zhan will go gather the backup, while he and Yan Ran scout ahead to assess the situation. This way, they can stall Jiu, prompting Han Zhan to urge them to stay extremely cautious. Xiao Ba urges Yan Ran that there is no time to lose, promising to call for backup as they set off to find Jiu. The 3 of them mount Xiao Ba and take off. Yan Ran points ahead, warning Xiao Ba that black smoke from Black Rock Cliff is blotting out the sun. Jiu Yu is definitely consolidating his physical form, meaning they have to move much faster. He reassures them, saying Xiao Ba is flying at full speed while urging Xiao Hong to hang in there. They will never let Jiu Yu succeed. Xiao Hong warns her master that she can feel the villain's dark power growing stronger by the second. Looking down, Su Bai realizes the countless beast tribes below are combining their strength to stabilize Jiu Yu's new body. Yan Ran quickly deduces that charging straight in is impossible because the area is absolutely crawling with beasts. Yan Ming sneers in triumph, marveling at the incredible power of his new demon phoenix vessel. Soon, he will fully control this physical form, and then both humans and all other clans will bow before him as absolute slaves. As Xiao Bai swoops in, Su Bai quietly warns everyone to stay alert and completely mask their presence. With the beasts and enemy tribes fully gathered, they must sneak into the altar without raising any alarms. Yan Ran notices a hidden corner. She points out a ventilation duct over there, suggesting they use it to bypass the savage beasts and quietly infiltrate the altar to spy on Jiu. Nodding in agreement, Su Bai immediately commands Xiao Bai to activate its shadow abilities, shrouding their presence completely from the enemies below. With that, they quietly head straight for the vent, slipping inside without making a single sound. They move forward until Su Bai suddenly freezes, utterly stunned by the massive array looming right in front of them. From the shadows, Yan Ming sneers, calling the divine power of the four great sacred beasts absolute trash in front of him. The villain warns they will never leave this place alive, while Su Bai curses, annoyed that they got spotted so incredibly easily. Asking if he is indeed Jiu, Su Bai urges his team to stay calm, but the villain simply laughs and welcomes Su Bai back. Recognizing the vessel as the Great Elder's body, Xiao Hong loses her temper and charges forward, screaming that she will avenge the Elder's death by tearing Jiu apart. Su Bai quickly holds her back, urging her to stay calm and wait for the perfect moment to strike together. Turning to face him, Su Bai snaps at the villain, amazed that he is somehow still alive, while Yan Ran warns him about the heavily armed guards surrounding the altar. A reckless attack won't even scratch Jiu, and it will only get them completely surrounded by guards and ravenous beasts. Stepping out of hiding, Su Bai tells the others to stay put, while he sneaks over to investigate the area first. Massive wings erupt from Yan Ming's back as he boasts to Su Bai that his new vessel is far more powerful than he ever imagined. Right then, Hong Mei's soul attempts to rebel from within, but the demon ruthlessly crushes her resistance. Shouting that nobody can defy him, Su Bai can see the struggle, realizing the villain is still fighting to stabilize his host. Just as Yan Ming summons guards crawling out from the earth, Yan Ran screams out a warning as the shadow guards raise their blades and slash violently toward Su Bai. Confident as ever, Su Bai tells her not to worry before summoning Shao Qing to unleash the mighty Azure Dragon. Suddenly, an enemy soldier ambushes him from behind, roaring about intruders as another one lunges forward to take Su Bai head-on. The Azure Dragon bites down hard from behind, tearing the guard to shreds, while Su Bai stomps on the remains, letting a burst of holy light incinerate them. With only one guard left, Su Bai realizes these soldiers are exceptionally tough. Clutching his chest in sudden pain, his divine power is backfiring again. But before he can recover, the remaining guard begins to swell. A self-detonation. The blast erupts, filling the air with heavy smoke. Yan Ming scoffs in disgust, calling Su Bai a pathetic little insect who actually thought he could stand against a king. Raising a shield to block the blast, Su Bai snaps back, reminding Jiu that his miserable survival was actually his doing. Gritting his teeth, Su Bai is shocked a mere guard pushed him back, instantly activating his sacred beast armament as Yan Ming roars in fury. The earth beneath their feet fractures, revealing countless glowing red eyes peering from the dark abyss. Xiao Hong screams a warning just as a grotesque two-headed monster lunges from the rift, only to be instantly sliced in half. Meanwhile, Han Zhan urges his allies to push harder, shouting that Su Bai and Yan Ran are counting on them to break through the wall of beasts. They must reach the altar and stop Jiu Yu's resurrection, with Qing Shu leading the charge to provide desperate backup for Su Bai, rallying the troops to flank the enemies and rush the altar. The noise outside reaches Yan Ming, who simply sneers, telling Su Bai his reinforcements have arrived far too late. Once he secures absolute control over this physical vessel, it won't matter how many soldiers show up, they will all end up as nothing but monster food. Giant skeletal hands burst from the earth, forcing Su Bai to realize they cannot delay any longer. He urges Yan Ran to fall back and assist Han Zhan, warning that they must prevent Jiu Yu's full resurrection. Nodding, she tells him to be careful, while Yan Ming commands his dark offspring to rise and devour everything to fuel his ascending power. As a fresh horde of monsters lunges at them, Su Bai deploys his sacred beast armament, instantly incinerating the beasts in a wall of blazing fire. Dia Min remains incredibly confident, declaring that absolutely no power can stop him, since his myriad clans can summon as many as they want. A swarm of monsters gets blown away. Just as Han Zhan arrives, he shouts that they are here to help. Completely shocked by the massive enemy numbers inside, Yan Ran suspects Jiu Yu activated a portal, while the incoming group rushes forward. Calling out to Su Bai, he tells them he is fine, but warns that Jiu Yu devoured the Demon Phoenix Grand Elder. Gaining massive strength, Dia Min completely looks down on them, calling them foolish ants who think gathering together will save them from a king. He begins condensing a crackling orb of lightning. He mocks that if they want to die, he will send them straight to hell. Su Bai quickly warns everyone to be careful and hide behind him. Dia Min's orb swells as he mocks their weakness, while Yan Ran supports Su Bai, and Han Zhan furiously charges, swearing to tear that old bastard Jiu Yu apart. Su Bai warns from behind for Han Zhan to stay calm. Dia Min casually flicks the lightning orb, sending a devastating blast of energy directly at Han Zhan, leaving Su Bai to scream out in sheer panic. Han Zhan is sent crashing down, but seeing Su Bai still standing, the villain prepares another attack. I'm surprised that the boy actually managed to block his move. Dia Min's giant orb swells, challenging Su Bai to survive this devastating strike. At this moment, Su Bai is consumed with worry for Yan Ran and his friends. He desperately looks for a way, feeling too weak to ever be their hero, let alone a savior of humanity.